After 5 centuries of existence in the depths of the mountains, you have ultimately ascended to become the most formidable being at the pinnacle of the sacred realm. Yet, to your surprise, as soon as you emerged from the valley, you encountered the ancient demon lord, who had broken free after a millennium of confinement. The two formidable figures, locked in a fierce gaze, immediately unleash a cataclysmic force that rends the heavens and shakes the earth. After the great battle, the demon lord hastily returned to his homeland to enter seclusion. Yet you tremble, clutching a broken sword. At one point, I questioned whether my supreme system of myriad realms originated from a low martial world. Otherwise, how can one account for signing in for 5 centuries yet still being outmatched by a mere little black snake? At that time, you could never have imagined that the little black serpent in your eyes was, in fact, an ancient demon lord. Once bitten by a snake, you live in fear of the well rope for a decade. Embracing a mindset of avoiding confrontation, you have since embarked on a life of seclusion. It is now the 70th year of your seclusion. On this day, as customary, you prepare to take a leisurely stroll through the valley after dinner. Suddenly, a spark of intuition ignites within me, sensing the presence of an enigmatic creature amidst the cluster of orchids by the distant stream. This instantly filled you with apprehension, for such damp and shadowy places are the favored habitats of serpentine creatures. Ever since your fierce encounter with the little black snake 300 rounds ago, you have harbored an inexplicable fear of these creatures. Yet, as you cautiously part the lush foliage before you, the ensuing scene fills you with an inexplicable sense of awe. Before me lies a quaint little boat, meticulously woven from bamboo, within which a tiny infant slumbers peacefully, ensconced in warmth. Occasionally, the baby smacks its lips, as if indulging in the sweetest of dreams. What a beautiful infant! You find yourself instinctively reaching out your hand. Yet, just as your fingertips graze the resilient bloom, the entire sea of flowers sways as if stirred by an unseen breeze. The amethyst ice lotus suddenly emanates an enchanting blue light, gently lifting the infant before you. Yet, at the moment you cradle the child, your heart plummets with an unsettling weight. Such a lightness is by no means befitting the burden of an infant, for this negligible weight is not what one would expect from a newborn. As your thoughts stir, the primordial essence probes into the infant's being. Subsequently, a deep furrow forms upon your brow, for within this child's veins, not a single drop of blood can be found. What may astonish you is that, despite all odds, the infant girl remarkably survived. Under the setting sun, you gaze upon this miraculous little life and resolve to adopt her. After a moment of contemplation, your fingertips coalesce into a drop of crimson gold. This droplet, suspended in the air, inscribes the ancient patterns of a blood pact. Each stroke resonates with the spiritual essence of the universe, creating a radiant vortex of light, ultimately descending upon the heart of the infant girl. Now, you too possess a trace of my bloodline, you murmur softly. As your words linger in the air, the infant suddenly erupts into a heartrending wail. The reverberation shatters the tranquility, causing the ethereal blossoms within a 100-meter radius to wither away. Little did they know that this single drop of essence would completely replenish the infant's bloodline. As the final trace of blood merged into the baby's heart, the 7 stars of the northern dipper in the sky simultaneously ignited, their starlight cascading like a Milky Way into the infant's celestial crown. Hours later, the veins of the infant flowed with a substance akin to solidified stars. At this moment, you could never have imagined that this very act of kindness would indeed overturn the future of the Xianing continent. At this moment, cradling the infant in your arms to restore her warmth, you softly muse, "From this day forth, your name shall be Chen Changan." In the blink of an eye, 6 years have elapsed, and the once tiny baby Chen Changan has blossomed into a delicate and exquisite young lady. At this moment, she sat cross-legged upon the ground, her ears quivering slightly, on the verge of giving in to the urge to scratch. Suddenly, a stern voice resonated in her ear. Gathering one's spirit and focusing the mind, with thoughts in harmonious unity, you hold the ruler in your hand, embracing the notion of your own inadequacy, yet nurturing the aspiration for your daughter to soar. At the tender age of 5, you commenced her guidance on the path of cultivation. Before you stands a girl whose breath flows with rhythm, her body naturally emanating an ethereal glow. It is evident that she has reached an advanced level in her cultivation. If she were to be in any other sect, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a treasured gem by the entire clan. Alas, she has encountered someone like you, who possesses no awareness of cultivation, and the only benchmark you have is yourself. Thus, sensing the pace at which your daughter absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, you let out a faint sigh within your heart, although direct cultivation is significantly faster, it is not without its limitations. At this pace, it will take at least another 1,000 years to attain my current level of ability. Alas, the daughter of a useless individual is indeed a waste herself. One cannot help but sigh inwardly. As the day began to wane, the day's lessons came to a close. Suddenly, the little girl sprang up from the ground, instantly wrapping her arms around your neck, joyfully exclaiming, "Father, today in my practice, I felt the bottleneck you spoke of. I am on the verge of transcending to the profound realm. Indeed, indeed. My dear star is truly remarkable. Father, would you prepare fragrant and crispy ribs for me this evening?" "Of course, certainly. I adore you, Father." The little girl descended from your side and swiftly darted towards her quaint little home. Observing the adorable silhouette of your daughter, you felt an overwhelming sense of healing envelop your entire being. Forget it. A wastrel is but a wastrel. What can be done when it is one's own daughter? Meanwhile, in the depths of the valley, a gray bear demon king is engaged in a fierce battle with 3 disciples of a cultivation sect, causing the heavens to darken and the earth to tremble. The younger generation has become excessively arrogant. The great grizzly, while articulating human speech, frantically brandishes its powerful paws. The bear's paw is enveloped in a layer of earthy golden radiance. Each strike resonates with a faint echo of thunderous winds. On the face of a rather simple-minded bear, there unexpectedly emerges a remarkably human-like expression, contorted in a display of fury. How could treasures born of the heavens and nurtured by the earth fall into the hands of you mere creatures? One of the disciples sneered coldly while simultaneously waving his hand to fling out several lightning talismans. The great gray bear was caught off guard, its fur singed and charred by the blast, eliciting a cry of pain. It released a flatulent sound, despite the fact that it was I who diligently gathered morning dew to nourish it daily, infusing vitality through the enchanting array of spiritual energy, all bestowed by the heavens and the earth for the purpose of nurturing life. Upon hearing this, the disciple who wielded the talisman found himself at a loss for words. Beside him, another disciple from the celestial sect, filled with exasperation, remarked, "Why are you engaging in such futile chatter, Junior? The treasures of heaven and earth rightfully belong to those who possess virtue." Ha, truly worthy of a disciple of the celestial sect. They clearly harbor intentions of murder and treasure theft, yet they cloak their motives in grandiloquent rhetoric. The great bear, infuriated, bursts into laughter, unleashing its full strength as it strikes with a mighty paw once more. The disciple who spoke moments ago was struck by a glimmering light, causing the protective talisman adorning his body to shatter instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, the 3 warriors and the great bear were engaged in a fierce and unyielding battle. An hour later, the trio shouted in unison, 3 talents sword formation, break for me. Instantly, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the bear's visage. The great gray bear wore an unusually solemn expression, swiftly invoking a magical incantation. With a wide-open mouth, a brilliant crimson sphere shot forth from his lips like a bolt of lightning. With a thunderous roar, the crimson and golden lights collided heat, sending forth a tremendous shockwave that radiated outward. 4 figures were simultaneously propelled backward, soaring several dozen meters through the air. The great gray bear, with a despondent expression, suddenly coughed up a copious amount of fresh blood. This was a significant setback. His cultivation had at least regressed by an entire minor realm. The great gray bear lamented his unfortunate fate. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, 3 figures emerged from the ground. Suddenly, a realization struck. While the dragon soul grass was undoubtedly precious, it paled in comparison to the centuries of arduous cultivation one had endured. Grasping this truth, the bear could no longer concern itself with the elixir. It summoned a gust of demonic wind and soared towards a nearby valley. Ha ha ha! The bear spirit has fled. The disciples of the celestial sect, sensing the moment was ripe, chose not to pursue. Instead, they joyfully departed with their precious herbs in hand. However, the great gray bear's demon pill was damaged. Shortly after soaring into the valley, internal injuries reoccurred, causing it to plummet from midair with a swift sound, landing amidst a bed of flowers and foliage, where it succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening once more, it beheld a pair of round, glistening eyes, eagerly gazing back at it. To its astonishment, the owner of those eyes was a young girl of the human race, possessing a profound understanding of the mystical realms. The great gray bear was instantly filled with animosity, sensing the rich flow of spiritual energy emanating from the little girl. Deep within, the bear was struck by awe. This child would undoubtedly become a revered saint among her people in the future. Recalling the painstaking effort of cultivating a precious elixir for 3 centuries, the great bear was suddenly seized by a surge of fury upon having it snatched away by the human race. Truly, fortune smiles upon me. The human race has seized my elixir of breakthrough. I shall obliterate their future saintly sovereign. This venture, it seems, promises immense profit. However, this young girl has already reached the realm of profound understanding, and cannot be judged as an ordinary child. Moreover, considering that I am currently gravely injured, I must deliver a decisive blow. At this moment, the great gray bear resolutely began to harness the remnants of its magical power. However, just as it was poised to act, it suddenly heard the sweet, melodic voice of a little girl calling out, "Father, come quickly." This bear seems to have awakened. Unexpectedly, there are still individuals present. Just at that moment, the formidable grizzly bear revealed a hint of murderous intent. Suddenly, an alarm blared in my mind, compelling me to instinctively curl my body into a tight ball. In an instant, you sensed the ominous intent directed towards your daughter. Driven by a fierce maternal instinct, you immediately unleashed your entire aura. Yet, upon thorough investigation, you discovered no signs of unusual activity. All I can see is my daughter gazing at you with adoring, starry eyes, and at her feet, a trembling gray bear, its round backside exposed as it buries its head in the ground. Do not underestimate the situation. The memories of the black snake from years past are still vivid. Moreover, this is a mammal that occupies a significantly higher tier in the food chain than the reptiles. However, observing the trembling demeanor of this bear starkly contrasts with the formidable black serpent that would strike at the slightest provocation. Moreover, he has sustained considerable internal injuries. It appears that he is only slightly stronger than my own daughter. Instantly, a sense of relief washes over you. You gently caress your daughter's little head and then deliver a kick to the bear's rear. The bear, feeling the sting, is sent tumbling sideways, and just as it opens its mouth to plead for mercy. Then I heard the curious voice of the little girl, who had just moments ago harbored intentions of harm. "Father, what are you doing?" Observe whether this bear is an ordinary one or has attained a certain level of enlightenment. You then proceed to gently press your foot against the belly of the grizzly bear. The bear suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment, its gaze instantly became clear, and its expression reflected a delightful bewilderment. Is the spirit a creature from the tales my father shared with me? If it is indeed a creature, how would my father react? Chen Changan inquired with wide, curious eyes. You gazed at your daughter and said, "Stars." The principle of seeking benefits and avoiding harm is the most suitable survival rule for humanity. But what if it pertains to a monster? This implies that one day in the future, it will pose a threat to us. This peril, undoubtedly, is best addressed at the earliest opportunity. Consequently, images of your daughter, joyfully entertaining herself, involuntarily emerge in your mind. Sighing gently, I tenderly patted my daughter's head and said, "Of course, if it were an ordinary grizzly bear, I would prepare to place a restriction upon it, so that it could become your pet. Will I have companions to play with in the future?" "Thank you, dear father." Chen Changan joyfully planted a big kiss on your face. At this very moment, the grizzly bear is silently applauding its own cleverness, secretly resolving that from now on, it shall be an ordinary grizzly bear that does not speak the language of humans. Moreover, it is the pet of the daughter of the holy sovereign. As the ancients have said, a minister's gate is frequented by officials of lower rank. Being a mere pet to the daughter of the holy sovereign, one could round it off and say it is essentially a pet of the holy sovereign himself. In encounters with those mischievous brothers in the future, one must tread with caution. Thus, the sagacious grizzly bear promptly displayed affectionate gestures towards Chen Changan, embodying the wisdom of recognizing the times. The fluffy bear head nuzzled against the little girl's hand, as if the earlier display of aggression had never transpired. The bear possesses an extraordinary understanding of human nature. You nod in satisfaction, channeling a touch of your true essence to gently tap the center of the gray bear's forehead. The grizzly bear suddenly felt a refreshing current surge into its mind, and then it quietly lay down. You then spoke, "I have placed a restriction within this grizzly bear. Should it harbor any thoughts of causing you harm, it shall immediately experience excruciating pain." Gazing into your daughter's eager eyes, you can't help but smile gently. You ruffle her hair and say, "Go and play." "All right, little gray. I shall take you to behold the fruits I have cultivated." Chen Changan's tiny hand grasped the immense paw of the great grizzly bear. "Little gray." The big gray bear was instantly taken aback, yet it dared not resist. It allowed the petite girl to lead it into the woods. The name Little Gray lacks any semblance of grandeur. The great bear can only silently scoff in its heart. As it ambles along, it recalls that, by an unforeseen twist of fate, it now finds itself in the fortunate position of being beside a revered saint. Unable to restrain my musings, I observe the countenance of the daughter of the Sacred One. If I could guide the little girl in the future, would it not be akin to having a divine figure at my beck and call? She delights in her calculations with a sense of bliss. Little did it know that this very thought almost cost it its life. The great bear's mind was consumed with chaotic thoughts, yet it failed to notice the little girl walking ahead suddenly halt in her tracks. It was momentarily taken aback, colliding headlong into the obstacle. Fortunately, in the final instant, it regained its senses, hastily slamming on the brakes to come to a halt. The great gray bear was instantly seized by a wave of trepidation, accompanied by a flicker of anger that surged within. Had it collided, it would have found that even 10 lives would not suffice to atone for the recklessness. Yet before he could unleash his fury, a sudden, excruciating pain coursed through his entire body, contorting Time Bear's face in agony. Uncertain of how much time has elapsed, this pain gradually begins to fade. At this moment, it feels as though it has been completely drained of energy. Lying helplessly on the ground, like a lifeless dog, resigned to its fate, sprawled upon the earth. Breathless and devoid of vitality, the world suddenly dimmed before its eyes, as a diminutive figure appeared, obstructing its view. A beautiful doll-like face appeared before him, her lively eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief. Indeed, the restrictions imposed by her father were formidable. A sudden chill spread through the heart of the great gray bear. Gazing at the little girl before him, who undeniably possessed a purity and charm befitting her age, he was taken aback by the playful mockery glinting in her eyes, reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. The grizzly bear was momentarily struck by an overwhelming chill, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Yet the very next instant, the words that escaped the lips of the little girl caused the bear's pupils to constrict in astonishment. "Little Gray, did you intend to kill me before?" Upon hearing this, the great bear felt an overwhelming panic. Its legs trembling uncontrollably. It forced a bewildered expression. And its gaze once again became clear. Yet Chen Changan laughed without hesitation, saying, "Little Gray, had I not interrupted you repeatedly just now, do you think my father would have spared you from being torn to shreds? Though I cannot fathom the reason, my dear grandfather harbors an utmost disdain for the demon clan." Upon hearing this, the gray bear fell to its knees, pleading, "Dear little lady, I have erred. I beseech you, spare my life. Henceforth, should you instruct me to head east, I shall never venture west. Rise and shine, for I am no demon after all. Merely teasing you, I am." She cradled her delicate face in her hands, her expression filled with yearning. "While having father by my side is indeed delightful, I sometimes long for another companion to share in the joy of play. Yet, even when playing together, I wish not to be deceived. My grandfather once said that friends must always be sincere with one another. Am I right?" "Indeed, indeed," the bear nods fervently. "But you are not my friend, you are merely my pet," Chen Changan continued. The grizzly bear froze instantly, just as it was on the verge of breaking down. Chen Changan continued, "Therefore, I need not be honest with you in the future, yet you must be honest with me. Do you understand?" "Understood, understood." The grizzly nodded vigorously. Only to realize that in terms of intelligence, the opponent was simply a lightning-fast genius. The fleeting thought that had just crossed my mind vanished without a trace. It now yearns to comprehend the kind of environment that could foster such a humanoid fiend. Little did it anticipate that it would soon have its wish fulfilled. Because Chen Changan did not take it to see any new varieties of fruit trees, but rather led it to the other side of the valley, arriving beside a cave. Gazing into the pitch-black abyss, the grizzly bear was suddenly engulfed by a profound terror, deeply rooted in its very essence. This fear compelled it to nearly turn and flee, yet it valiantly restrained the instinct to escape. I saw Chen Changan bouncing joyfully towards the cave entrance, exuberantly exclaiming, "Master Xiaohei, come quickly! I have just acquired a new pet." After a while, a diminutive black snake leisurely slithered out of the cave, then with a graceful leap, it effortlessly landed atop Chen Changan's head. A pair of serpentine eyes cast a fleeting glance at the grizzly bear, yet that mere gaze was enough to instill an overwhelming terror within the creature, causing it to lose control. An unpleasant stench immediately emanated from beneath it. Today is undoubtedly a day of immense suffering for the bear. Time and again, it has been frightened to the point of weakness, and now it is utterly terrified, overwhelmed with fear. Wow, what an awful smell! Chen Changan hurriedly ran away, expressing his disdain as he exclaimed, "Suddenly, I no longer desire this pet. Perhaps, Master Xiaohei, you could consume it instead?" Upon hearing this, the grizzly bear's eyes instantly dulled, filled with trepidation. Subsequently, a melodious female voice emerged from the serpent's mouth, "Too filthy, I shall not partake." The bear felt as though it had been resurrected in an instant. Its eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Swiftly, it executed a roll and crouched low to the ground. In comparison to the young girl and her father, this was the true embodiment of a formidable presence. The black serpent cast a disdainful glance at the gray bear, saying, "There is no need for you to be afraid. My true form remains in seclusion. This is merely my external manifestation, possessing only the cultivation of the returning origin realm. Listen closely, a master is indeed a master. The state of primordial return that one yearns for is merely a trivial matter in the words of another." At this moment, the bear lowered its head even further, paralyzed with fear, terrified that a single misstep might lead to its demise at the hands of its adversary. "Master Xiaohei, let us disregard that clumsy bear. I sought you primarily to retrieve this." As he spoke, Chen Changan produced a tome from his waist pouch. Its cover boldly inscribed, "Volume 2 of the Overbearing Saint Sovereign Fell in Love with Me. I have already finished reading the second volume. Let us exchange the third volume." "So soon?" The black serpent gently inhaled. And the second volume was drawn back into its midst. Then, with a sudden exhalation, he noticed a visibly worn third volume fall into Chen Changan's hands. "Thank you, Master, shall we?" Chen Changan happily tucked the book into his storage bag. Then scratched his little head. With a hint of distress, I remarked, "Master, despite my subtle hints over the past 6 months, even resorting to playful pouting and tears, my father remains unwilling to disclose the identity of my mother. What should I do next?" "Do not be anxious. You spend each day in close companionship with your grandfather. As long as you remain steadfast, in due time, he shall inevitably reveal his flaws." "A good master." As soon as the task was completed, Chen Changan, filled with joy, turned around and departed. After taking a few steps, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Frowning, he gazed at the smelly gray bear and said, "That big gray. Allow me to first escort you to a refreshing bath. The odor is quite unbearable." I sense the title has been downgraded from Little Gray to Big Gray. A sudden wave of unease washes over the heart of the grizzly bear. It dared not contemplate the consequences should the great gray descend further. Hastily, it rose to its feet and followed Chen Changan, maintaining a considerate distance of 4 or 5 steps to ensure that the other party could not detect the unpleasant odor lingering on itself. Watching the inexpensive disciple depart with that rather foolish bear spirit, the black snake's gaze initially held a faint tenderness, which gradually gave way to a state of stupor. As if recalling something, little do they know that this black serpent is none other than the demon Lord Boju, who, 70 years ago, engaged in 300 fierce battles with your esteemed self before retreating to his abode. She possesses a name of exquisite beauty, Ji Hongli. In the past, the two of you engaged in a fierce battle, nay, it was one person versus one serpent in a clash of wills. Ultimately, neither emerged victorious. You believed it to be a system error that transported you to a world of diminished martial prowess, while Ji Hongli similarly thought she had been sealed away for 100 millennia, her strength no longer akin to her former self. However, she later realized that being able to engage in a back-and-forth exchange with herself certainly did not mean that she had become less skilled. After eliminating all impossibilities, the sole remaining answer, no matter how absurd, is indeed a fact. That is, the root bone you encountered, nearly 500 years old, signifies that you are a genuine pinnacle of the sacred realm. In the end, she was astonished to discover that you were, in fact, her neighbor. What puzzled her even more was the realization that despite your remarkable strength, you chose to live in solitude, hidden away in this place, living a mundane life each day. This ignited within her a profound curiosity. Little did she know that your willingness to live in seclusion was entirely a tribute to her influence. Little did you anticipate that the ancient demon lord, freshly liberated from his seal, would retreat back to his abode, choosing once again to enter seclusion due to your presence. Thus, the two of you became good neighbors, neither recognizing the other, and this state of affairs persisted for a span of 70 years. However, what perplexes the wave packet is that, despite having gone nowhere over the span of 70 years, a daughter has inexplicably appeared. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that she had never witnessed any signs of a companion by your side. This only intensified her curiosity. Thus, when Chen Changan commenced his cultivation at the age of 5, she could no longer restrain herself and ventured forth to engage with him. Thus, two women, one large and one small, who had never had friends before, quickly became acquainted, each bearing a touch of solitude. The wave sentence not only guided Chen Changan in her cultivation. Even the petite Chen Changan would share her exclusive collection of various literary works and novels from the realm of humanity. Over time, she ultimately succeeded in leading Chen Changan, who was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, astray. In the process, she also encouraged Chen Changan to inquire about the identity of your partner. After all, the demon sovereign has been idle for 100,000 years, and the tedium is unbearable. Have I become too inquisitive of late? Reflecting on my deep concern for my disciple's father and his romantic partner, a faint blush crept upon Bosun's face. Fortunately, her true form is that of a black serpent. Even if she blushes, it remains undetectable. With integrity, one need not fear the shadows that distort. I am merely concerned for my little disciple, the grand demon lord murmured to himself as he floated back to his lair. During dinner time, you find it rather peculiar that your daughter, who once indulged in her meals with carefree abandon, now seems preoccupied. Now, I find myself sighing suddenly while eating, if only there were one more person at the table. Later, while you took your daughter for a stroll, you noticed two little birds perched on the branches. The daughter exclaimed loudly, "Father, do take a look." Those two little birds appear to be so blissful. You are not oblivious, you discern the underlying meaning in your daughter's words. For several consecutive days, observing my beloved daughter exhibiting such unusual behavior, I could not help but feel a growing sense of concern. Could it be that my daughter is concealing something from me? It is often said that even the wisest among us may occasionally falter, while the foolish may unexpectedly succeed. When it comes to one's cherished daughter, one cannot help but be more vigilant and discerning. Thus, the following morning, you found yourself at the entrance of the cavern. This was the place. Gazing into the profound depths of the cave, you engaged in a taxing internal struggle. You have long realized that your daughter invariably enjoys coming here, often spending several hours in this place. At first, you assumed it was some secret affair concocted by your daughter. Upholding the belief that everyone is entitled to their privacy, you initially refrained from intruding excessively. However, as your daughter increasingly exhibited troubling behavior, you could no longer resist the urge to investigate. Just a fleeting glance would suffice. Ultimately, your concern for her well-being prevailed. You held your breath as you gradually approached the mouth of the cave. The moment you stepped inside, your breath faltered, for within this cavern truly lay a hidden paradise. Only the light from the heavens cascades down through the fissures of the dome, flowing amidst the scaled stone columns, transforming into myriad celestial fragments, illuminating the entire cavern as if it were day. Clearly, it is deep within the heart of the mountain, yet devoid of any dampness or the musty scent of decay. It resembles a crystalline chalice left behind by ancient immortals, with the very air imbued with a translucence akin to jade. There is an unmistakable absence of any fluctuations from formations, yet the howling winds outside the cave seem to have been wholly devoured by a boundary of nature's own making. As one ventures deeper, the stone walls are adorned with a myriad of shimmering ethereal plants, a rare and enchanting sight that leaves one in awe. Unable to restrain the admiration swelling within, I found myself praising my own discernment. My daughter, indeed, possesses remarkable insight. Yet, in the next moment, your pupils dilated in sudden alarm. Upon the cold jade bed, half-shrouded by emerald gauze, there lies a graceful figure stretched languidly upon the stone couch, the woman still lost in slumber. Stepping forward to behold the visage of the woman before you, your heart is profoundly shaken. In this world, there exists a beauty so exquisite it defies description. Though she appears to be in a state of slumber, she undeniably radiates an astonishing allure. Your Adam's apple rolls unconsciously. Never did I imagine that in this perilous and mysterious realm, I would unexpectedly encounter such a beautiful woman. Yet, beads of cold sweat immediately appeared on your brow. A woman capable of traversing these deep, ancient woods is certainly no ordinary being. Who is she, and what is her relationship with my daughter? Is she ultimately a foe or a friend? Fortunately, upon your exit from the cave, the woman upon the stone bed remained undisturbed. At this moment, you could never have imagined that this was the very black snake that had engaged you in a fierce battle 300 rounds 70 years ago, instilling a profound sense of fear within you. You have already made up your mind. First, consult your precious daughter before deciding whether to flee. The illustrious peak of the Holy Realm's mightiest being, repeatedly contemplating escape. If the world were to discover this, it would surely provoke uproarious laughter. Yet, there is little to be done, for how can one fault someone who is, unbeknownst to them, unparalleled in their prowess? After dinner, you called out to your precious daughter, who was about to slip away. You got straight to the point and asked, Changan, what is the story behind that woman? Chen Changan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment, utterly oblivious to whom you were referring. Indeed, it is the very cave you frequently visit. What is the story behind the woman residing within the cave? Ah, upon hearing this, Chen Changan's eyes sparkled with delight. In an instant, he exclaimed, Father, you have met teacher Xiaohei. Upon hearing those words, you were momentarily taken aback, utterly unable to associate the name Xiaohei with that extraordinarily beautiful woman. Indeed, last year I gathered flowers in the valley and encountered by chance Chen Changan, whose eyes sparkled with joy as he beamed, Father, the little black teacher is wonderful. In addition to consistently guiding me in my cultivation, you also regale me with numerous enchanting tales. Upon hearing your words, you were momentarily taken aback, for it dawned upon you that you had long had a neighbor who had become the teacher of your daughter. After a prolonged period of solitude, you unexpectedly find a sense of joy blossoming within you. Thoughts begin to swirl in your mind, contemplating the preparation of a thoughtful gift to formally pay a visit to your daughter's mentor. While you are still troubled by matters concerning your daughter, an earth-shattering event is unfolding across the entire Xianying continent. Within the imperial city of Zhengzhou, countless noble families and sects are gathering. For this moment marks the centennial event of the Kaitian Stele. Little do they realize that after the fierce battle between the demon lord Bo Sun and the 10 sacred sovereigns, although the demon lord was ultimately subdued, the 10 sacred sovereigns suffered grievous losses, with many perishing and others gravely wounded. Upon returning to their respective sects, one after another began to enter secluded meditation, turning a blind eye to worldly affairs. This shift instigated a profound transformation within the landscape of the cultivation realm across the entire Xianying continent. Amidst this turmoil, a new force quietly rises. This force is the Great Zhou dynasty, also known as the Celestial dynasty. Amidst the chaos, a new holy sovereign unexpectedly emerged from the Zhou royal family. Seizing the opportunity while the major sects were in decline, this sovereign unified the Xianying continent and established the first ever immortal realm in the history of the continent. In an effort to suppress the celestial fortune, the esteemed sage of the Great Zhou dynasty, employing methods unknown, remarkably retrieved 3 immense stone tablets from a realm that had been severed from contact for countless millennia. These tablets were respectively named Heaven, Earth, and Humanity. The inscriptions upon the 3 monuments chronicled the extraordinary individuals of the human race within the realm of immortality. Among them, the human monument does not concern itself with cultivation levels but rather speaks of potential, documenting the prodigies of the new generation. Within the stele, the mightiest cultivators beneath the sacred sovereigns are chronicled. The celestial stele, in turn, bears the names of the esteemed sacred sovereigns. Every century, the 3 rankings are refreshed, marking a grand occasion for the entire Xianying continent's realm of cultivation. To this end, the Zhou dynasty erected a grand pavilion specifically for the 3 stone tablets, known as the Pavilion of Heavenly Tablets. The front of the pavilion features an expansive square, which serves as a gathering place for various sects and ordinary cultivators to observe and pay their respects. Surrounding the square are luxurious and exquisite lofts, serving as the residences of the foremost sects of the Xianying continent. At this moment, whether on the square or within the surrounding lofts, a multitude of cultivators stands in eager anticipation, awaiting the opening of the celestial stele. I declare that the first place on this generation's human ranking must undoubtedly belong to the illustrious princess of the Great Zhou. Indeed, I have heard that the illustrious princess, at merely 17 years of age, has attained the pinnacle of the transcendental realm, standing just a step away from the convergence of all laws. She is truly a source of pride for our Great Zhou. Whispers of conversation emerged from the crowd. It is said that this generation boasts numerous prodigies. Among them is a particularly deranged noble family. I have heard whispers about them. What about them? It is rare to hear intriguing gossip from the upper echelons of society. Several heads nearby quickly huddled together. But in the next moment, a thunderous shout interrupted the silence. The monument shall be unveiled. A hush fell over the crowd, as the fierce command of the golden armored guard echoed through the air. Upon the celestial stele, a jet-black monument, towering a full yard high, suddenly emanates rippling patterns akin to water waves. A profound silence enveloped the square in an instant, as everyone held their breath, yearning for their name to be inscribed upon that monument. The 100th position. Xiantian sword sex looming Xian. As the voice faded, golden inscriptions materialized upon the monument, clearly displaying the name of the person being invoked. The West Side Observation Pavilion erupted instantaneously with cheers akin to the sound of swords clashing, revealing a youth clad in garments as white as snow. The rankings on the monument gradually emerged, reaching the 70th position. The voice of the presiding elder abruptly faltered, and the once smooth flow of spiritual energy became chaotic. The surface of the monument gleamed with golden radiance, competing in the air to coalesce into a sword-shaped ethereal silhouette. Qingxia sect. Lin Xiao. As soon as these words were spoken, a profound silence enveloped the square. In one corner, the only sound that pierced the stillness was that of porcelain shattering. Though the sound was faint, it resonated profoundly in the stillness of the moment, prompting everyone to instinctively turn their gaze toward its source. Before us stands a group of ordinary-clad young men and women, embracing one another. Master brother, he is our esteemed master brother. Surrounded by the crowd, the young man, though maintaining an air of nonchalance, reveals his inner turmoil through the cracked teacup in his hand and the tea that drips through his fingers, silently narrating a tale of unrest within. Suddenly, a voice of skepticism shattered the profound silence of the scene. Absurdity. An elderly gentleman clad in splendid attire abruptly rose from the cloud carriage of Xixia Palace. The Qingxia sect lacks even the foundation of the returning origin realm. How could it possibly cultivate individuals before the monument? Surely, there must be an error in the inscription. This statement is erroneous. The chief elder of the Xiantian Sword Pavilion suddenly crushed the jade cup in his hand. The sword chi severed the young man's tousled hair at his forehead. This young man has just unleashed the primordial sword energy. Could it be that a bronze ancient mirror has flown forth from his sleeve? As the mirror's radiance enveloped the youth, it transformed into a stream of light, entering the young man's dantian. The young man let out a muffled sound, and then 7 sword-shaped phantoms spontaneously rose from the void, converging above his head to form the constellation of the Big Dipper. Upon witnessing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. The trembling voice of the elder from the Valley of Medicine echoed, revealing the astonishing truth: it was indeed the innate sword bone. The elder of the Xiantian sword sect instantaneously appeared before the young man. Lin, my young friend, if you are willing to join our sect, you may directly enter the inner sanctum as an esteemed disciple. 300 exquisite spirit stones each month. The 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion is open for casual perusal. Hold on. The flying vessel of the 9 heavens thunder pavilion descends with thunderous might. Should you join my thunder pavilion? I shall gladly unveil the thunder pool to refine your physique, assisting you in attaining the realm of returning to origin within 3 decades. These major sects are openly poaching talent, truly disregarding the dignity of the smaller sections. Some individuals have begun to voice their discontent. That is something you will possess only after you have become sufficiently powerful, another person scoffed. At that moment, young Master Lin. A gentle fragrance wafted through the air. The holy maiden of the Purple Mist Palace had unexpectedly arrived at the young man's side. My humble abode is in need of a companion for philosophical discourse. Should the young master not take offense? Enough! The esteemed leader of the Qingxia sect could no longer contain his fury and slammed the table. Lin Xiao is a disciple of our sect. You have gone too far in your bullying. Master Li Zong. Elder Xiantian scoffed coldly. According to the laws of the Great Zhou, one may freely choose their sect before the monument of the ancestors. With a flick of his fingers, he unleashed a sword command. This is the jade token of the inner sect of the Xiantian sword sect, activated by a drop of blood. The young man instinctively accepted the jade pendant, a fleeting hesitation crossing his face. However, when I beheld the proud figures of my peers standing confidently upon the surrounding lofts, a surge of discontent was instantly ignited within me. He should have been like them. Subsequently, he seemed to have made a certain resolution, slowly kneeling down to bow 3 times before the leader of the Qingxia sect. Disciple Lin Xiao bids farewell to the Master's Gate. Such incidents of abduction occur at the grand ceremony of the heaven-opening monument once every century. Thus, the brief interlude swiftly passed. The announcement of the rankings continued, as names on the monument were unveiled one by one. Naturally, in the crowd, some rejoiced while others were filled with despair. As the golden seal script of Princess Jinsi of the Great Zhou emerged in third place, the crowd in the square instantly fell into a state of unease. To everyone's astonishment, the remarkably talented princess of the Celestial dynasty is merely ranked third. This inevitably piques the curiosity of the crowd regarding the identities of the individuals who hold the first and second positions. The cultivators from the esteemed sex in the loft exhibited palpable tension, uncertain whether the next two individuals would prove to be fateful connections. After all, those who could stand upon the loft were undoubtedly endowed with exceptional talents. However, as a crimson light surged into the sky, the name of the second individual prominently appeared upon the colossal inscription of the monument. In Lingzhou, the illustrious Hong family, represented by Hong Shanglong, beheld a scene of surreal intensity. The scarlet inscription appeared as if inscribed in blood. Suddenly, the ethereal silhouette of a 5-year-old child manifested before the gathered crowd, as he fiercely sank his teeth into the neck of a profound realm beast. The corners of his mouth still stained with golden, otherworldly blood. When the child looked up, revealing those enchanting eyes, the scene was instantly met with astonishment from all present. The left eye bore A, but the right eye revealed 3 crimson stars in perpetual rotation, signifying the presence of a transcendent sacred body. The master of the Taishan sect instantaneously shattered the jade rui in his grasp. Moreover, it is astonishing that he is a transcendent body of supreme blood. At this moment, the blood-colored spiritual vessel of the Hong family shatters the clouds, and the head of the Hong family, Hong Tianke, cloaked in a dark robe, suddenly sweeps his sleeve to unleash a curtain of blood just as the monument begins to trace back the origins of talent. The crowd was instantly thrown into disarray. The head of the Hong family audaciously attempted to conceal the human monument. Yet, in the following moment, the golden light of the human monument effortlessly tore through the blood veil, revealing the horrifying scene within. On the cold jade bed lay side by side 2 newly born infants, while upon the girl's body, dozens of blood vessels, as delicate as strands of hair, traversed her entire being. The acupoints draw forth a congregation of blood pearls towards the crown of the head. As the young girl's lifeblood ebbs away, a crimson radiance suddenly ascends from her form, subsequently transforming into a blood-red jade essence. At that moment, the elder of the Supreme Blood Nine Heavens Palace abruptly rose from his seat. It turned out that this individual drained the blood of young girls solely to compel the Supreme Blood to manifest in the world ahead of time in order to save their master. Indeed, after the appearance of the blood-red jade orb, it was seized by a man who forcefully implanted it into the boy's body. Suddenly, the young boy emitted a primal roar akin to that of a beast, as countless veins emerged beneath his skin. Simultaneously, the 3 blood stars in his right eye whirled with frenzied intensity, carving a profound pit of an inch deep into the cold jade bed. In the scene, the man hurriedly bites his tongue, causing a spray of blood, and uses 12 silver needles to seal the vital points of his son's body. What a travesty! In a bid to enhance his son's prospects, he would dare to drain the lifeblood of his own daughter. It is no wonder that despite the rumors of the Hong family welcoming a pair of twins, news of the legitimate daughter has been so scarce in recent years. Drained of all her blood and stripped of her supreme essence, it is feared that this legitimate daughter faces a dire fate. Even the fiercest of tigers refrain from harming their own offspring. The head of the Hong family is truly despicable. Under the formidable influence of the Hong family's elite lineage, all dared to harbor their anger, yet none uttered a word. They could only seethe in silence within their hearts. The various sects allied with the Hong family exhibited subtle shifts in their expressions, uttering words of congratulations. However, their true thoughts remained obscured. Yet, an unspoken sentiment lingered among all, a shared intuition that the head of the Hong family had set a troubling precedent. If everyone could seize the talents of others, what place would be left for one's origins? What hope would there be for the ordinary cultivator's day of redemption? The subsequent scene that unfolded on the monument left the world utterly astonished. The celestial sacred body and the supreme blood, even possessing but one of these, could be deemed a manifestation of a sacred sovereign. Yet, the scion of the Hong family, Hong Shanglong, who bears both the celestial sacred body and the supreme blood, astonishingly ranks merely second. The individual who holds the top position in this year's ranking is indeed a formidable presence, leaving everyone in attendance increasingly filled with anticipation regarding their background and origins. At this moment, although Hong Tianke appeared calm on the surface, a tempest of emotions surged violently within him. Why was it the second? This thought incessantly circled in his mind. As if it were destined to consume his very sanity, he found himself unable to accept such an outcome. He had sacrificed his own daughter, granting his son the extraordinary dual lineage of supreme blood and an unparalleled sacred physique. These two formidable talents ought to dominate and suppress all prodigies in this era. However, he did not anticipate that such extraordinary talent would merely place him second. At that moment, the announcement of the top position was imminent. Someone pointed at the pinnacle of the stele, exclaiming in astonishment. Hong Tianke suppressed the turmoil within his heart and squinted his eyes, declaring, "Let me see who it truly is." However, in the next moment, the name that appeared on the monument nearly caused him to lose his footing. His pupils constricted suddenly, and disbelief etched itself upon his face. At this moment, it seems as though the breath of everyone has come to a standstill, for upon the monument, a name stands resplendent, towering above all others. Hong Yuechan. Who is Hong Yuechan? Amidst the crowd, speculations abound. All share the surname Hong. And thus, everyone's gaze once again converged upon Hong Tianke. But in the next moment, the three characters Hong Yuechan trembled violently for a brief instant, only to transform into a new name, Chen Changan. The name inscribed on the monument has unexpectedly changed. A gasp escaped the lips of the onlookers, who were instantly brought back to reality by the startling revelation. If the gaze cast upon Hong Tianke just now embodies envy and awe, the moment the name changed, the gazes that remained were filled only with intrigue. The monument serves as a celestial artifact from the upper realms, possessing the ability to trace its origins autonomously. Historically, there have been instances of renaming, which signifies that the individual inscribed upon the stone has irrevocably severed ties with their former identity. At this moment, the name of the person on the monument has changed, compounded by the prior incident involving Hong Tiang's heinous act against a woman. It is akin to a resounding slap delivered forcefully to the visage of the patriarch of this esteemed family of the Xianing continent. Once again, the heavenly monument square was enveloped in an eerie silence. Hong Tianke stood upon the spirit vessel, the hem of his obsidian-hued robe adorned with cloud patterns remained utterly still. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the towering heavenly steel pavilion in the center of the square, which soared over 10 zhang high. At that moment, a name shimmered with golden light upon the stele, his eyes reflecting an inscrutable darkness. It is often said that the head of the Hong family is astute in calculations, yet he has chosen to personally entrust his own daughter, the foremost among the renowned, to another. A voice, unmistakably laced with sarcasm, pierced through the mist, enveloped in spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the surrounding cultivators began to whisper amongst themselves. As the esteemed head of a prominent family, Hong Tianke has never been short of friends, yet he is equally surrounded by adversaries. The voice that speaks is none other than Zhao Wuyo, the head of the Zhao family, who stands as the sworn rival of the Hong clan. Previously, the legitimate son of the Hong family ranked second on the human monument, which nearly caused him to grind his teeth in frustration. However, to his utter astonishment, the first place on the monument was unexpectedly claimed by the legitimate daughter of the Hong family, who had her supreme bloodline seized and whose fate remained uncertain. He would certainly not let this grand jest slip by. Hong Tiang's thumb, resting on the ring, suddenly tightened. The ring, forged from dark iron, emitted a faint, mournful whine. The myriad banners hanging upon the spirit vessel instantly fluttered to life without a breeze. Even the black iron flagpole was instantaneously adorned with frost. Yet in the next moment, the head of the Zhao family chuckled. When Hong Tianke spoke again, the turbulent spiritual energy within his sleeve had subsided into tranquility. The rebellious daughter is currently in seclusion at home, leaving the Zhao family unconcerned. As for her name, my wife bears the surname Chen and holds a profound affection for this defiant girl. Thus, she chose to adopt the name in accordance with her surname, and that is all there is to it. Ha! Zhao Wuyo swiftly unfurled the folding fan in his hand. Who is unaware of your ruthless nature, Hong Tianke? To even permit your daughter to take her mother's surname? Could it be that we have all misjudged you? In truth, the head of the Hong family may be a romantic at heart. Ha ha ha! This time, not only are the opponents of the Hong family amused, but even some neutral factions cannot help but burst into laughter. Hong Tiang's fingers turned pale as they clenched within his wide sleeves. The metallic tang of blood surged in his throat, only to be forcibly suppressed into a cold laugh. Zhao Wuyo. He practically ground his teeth as he forced these 3 syllables from his lips. Uncertain of the Spirit Realm Alliance Conference 100 days hence. Can you best me in a contest of words? With that, Hong Tianke turned and departed, sweeping his sleeves. As he turned, the enormous crimson spirit vessel gradually shifted its bow in unison. As he turned, he heard Zhao Wuyo's cold laughter. Is the head of the Hong family departing so soon? Your legitimate son and daughter now stand before the monument of renown. Will you not linger to celebrate with a few cups? Hong Tiang's footsteps did not falter. As the rampaging spiritual energy shattered the tiles of the spiritual vessel, accompanied by the furious roar of old Wu. Soon, an aged man clad in dark robes caught up with his shadow, determined to investigate, regardless of life or death. I must uncover the whereabouts of that defiant woman. After Hong Tianke departed with the Hong family's spirit vessel, the clamor of the crowd in the square gradually subsided with the dissipating golden light of the human monument. Following the earthly monument, scattered cultivators began to leave the square one after another. Master, why are they departing now? Inquired a youth attending the grand event for the first time, addressing a middle-aged cultivator beside him. The earthly monument only reflects combat prowess. Thus it predominantly features the leaders and elders of the foremost sections. For individuals of their caliber, a century is but a fleeting moment. And the names upon the earthly monument undergo little change, remaining distant from us scattered cultivators. It is more prudent to focus on the present. I see. The youth sighed, his eyes filled with yearning for those atop the pavilion and in the clouds. Ah, if only my name could grace the next human monument. Indeed, as the names on the earthly monument were unveiled one by one, the crowd in the square appeared largely indifferent, while those in the pavilion engaged in more lively discussion. The 79th name, Yin Zhouju, the leader of the Xianin sect. As the grand characters materialized upon the earthly monument, a sudden sound of shattering cups echoed from the southwest corner of the pavilion. The young master of the Xianin sect, clutching a broken jade cup, exclaimed in disbelief, "Father only refined the 9 profound evil last year. And yet he ranks 3 places lower than that old Taoist from the Taisu Palace?" In the adjacent pavilion of the Zixiao sword sect, Ling Huaya gleefully remarked, "How many years has your old ghost of a father's Xianin technique been stuck at the 8th level? It's a rare feat just to maintain his rank." As this purple-robed swordsman spoke, the sword pattern between his brows wriggled as if alive. But Wan Lao Tu of the Yaowang Valley, despite his age, is able to maintain the 63rd position, truly commendable, commented a woman in green from the Yaowang Valley without lifting her gaze. Isnt Elder Ling's shattered jade sword technique also stuck at 10,000 swords returned to 1? Several top cultivators exchanged cold huffs, choosing silence. The 61st name? Qingwei Zhenren from the Tai Su Palace. When this title emerged, an elderly man in the northern pavilion paused slightly while drinking. Qingwei's supreme forgetfulness technique has evidently advanced further. Beside him, a middle-aged man with a stoic expression responded nonchalantly, "Brother, you flatter him, it is merely a hollow reputation." Hollow reputation? A sharp laughter erupted from the northwest pavilion, where a black-robed cultivator from the Xianin sect unleashed a swarm of crimson goo-worms from his sleeve. The Taisu Palace has monopolized the North Undersea for 3 millennia. Does Qingwei truly not care for this hollow reputation? Especially when he is pushing his supreme forgetfulness technique toward the 9th level with the chilling energy from the CI? Far better than you heretical scoundrels, whose prowess is merely a product of goo-worms. Do you even dare to contend with swordsmen? The 37th name, Chongqingli from the Yaowang Valley. The woman in green furrowed her brow slightly. The Valley Master just refined the 9 transformation soul returning pill last month. How could this be? The Valley Master sacrificed 300 years of cultivation to refine that pill, a cool female voice remarked from behind her, thus. A drop of 3 places this time is rather fitting. Suddenly, the golden light surged magnificently, and the names of the top 10 began to rotate. The prohibitions of each pavilion illuminated in succession, and even the scattered cultivators in the square held their breath. Although these individuals seemed far removed from them, the top 10 were undoubtedly extraordinary talents, their tales widely recounted in the streets. If this were to occur on Earth, it would evoke a sentiment akin to that of starchasers. When the 10th figure, the northern Marquis Ji Chengying of the Great Zhou, made his appearance, a resounding dragon's roar suddenly emanated from the main pavilion to the east. The golden dragon's aura dispersed the clouds, as 9 serpentine dragons of fortune coiled majestically above the heavenly steel pavilion. Within the azure sky sword sect's tower, Ling Wuyo's sword sheath bore countless fissures. Ji Chengying, that young prodigy who had only recently entered the realm of immortality a century ago? The sword of his destiny behind him emitted a reluctant hum, yet was forcefully subdued back into its sheath by the sudden descent of dragon might. An elder from the Void Palace finally rose to his feet. As 9 radiant halos materialized above his head, is the Great Zhou imperial family truly intent on overshadowing all sects across the land? As the names of the top 10 were gradually unveiled, it became evident that the Great Zhou celestial dynasty claimed a staggering half of the positions. The once contentious and derisive cultivators from the foremost sects and families gradually fell into a profound silence. And when the first name, that of the Great Zhou national master Li Chunfeng, illuminated the entire heavenly steel pavilion with golden radiance, a thunderous clang of bronze bells resonated from the direction of the main pavilion. Nearly all the sect cultivators displayed expressions of unwillingness. Amidst their discontent, the name of the Great Zhou national master began to merge slowly with the golden light cascading from the earth steel, transforming into an overwhelming aura that enveloped the entire imperial capital. Chapter 10, the first on the celestial ranking. Following the revelation of the Earth Tablet, it was time for the final announcement of the Heavenly Tablet. At this moment, within the Heavenly Tablet pavilion, the dewdrops clinging to the jade railings began to tremble. A golden line split the clouds of the 9 heavens. It had begun. In the square, the hunchbacked old cultivator's smoking pipe fell onto the green bricks, sparks flying onto the embroidered shoes of a nearby maiden. The girl, neglecting to smooth her skirt, stood on tiptoe, gazing up at the towering Heavenly Tablet pavilion. It was not just these 2 ordinary cultivators. At this moment, even the cultivators from the top sects and illustrious families above could not help but rise to their feet. For if the names inscribed upon the Earth Tablet belonged to well-known tales of the common folk, then the names upon the Heavenly Tablet represented true legends and myths. Despite the fact that the names had remained unchanged for thousands of years and that each sect had memorized them, whenever the Heavenly Tablet was unveiled, they were compelled to stand in reverence. The sanctity of the heavens must not be disrespected. Yet this unveiling of the Heavenly Tablet was destined to be recorded in history. Even the emergence of the last name provoked a tremendous uproar throughout the vicinity of the Heavenly Tablet pavilion. 12th place, Lord of Cloud Floating, Chu Huaizhou. This is impossible. How could this be? The sound of shattered jade cups echoed from the 3rd floor of the Star Observation Pavilion, and the leader of a prominent sect grasped the railing in shock. The square erupted into a cacophony of voices. What happened? What is going on? Meanwhile, some bewildered young cultivators began to seek answers. You are too young to understand. Lord Chu Huaizhou of Cloud Floating is the only one in nearly 3,000 years to have ascended to the Holy Realm. And it seemed reasonable for him to place last on the Heavenly Tablet, but what? But he was 11th in the previous ranking. A dreadful speculation surged into the minds of all present. Could it be that, within this century, a new cultivator has ascended to the Holy Realm? Has someone reached the pinnacle of the Tao? As familiar names began to emerge one after another, the weight upon everyone's hearts grew heavier. 7th place, Medicine King Bali, Qin Suyi. 3rd place, Sword Master of the Purple Heavens, Xiaobieli. 2nd place, Supreme Emperor of the Great Zhou, Ji Wuqing. When the second name was unveiled, the entire square fell into a profound silence. 2nd place, Supreme Emperor of the Great Zhou, Ji Wuqing. This extraordinarily talented individual had overshadowed all sects and families on the Xianying continent, reigning atop the Heavenly Tablet for nearly 10 millennia. He had truly fallen from grace. This meant that a new holy sovereign had emerged within the past century, and upon their debut, they had directly overwhelmed all antiquity to claim the top of the Heavenly Tablet. This is impossible. Could it be that the Heavenly Tablet has erred? Some cultivators began to reject reality, babbling nonsensically. Speak with caution. The silver-armored general descended from the sky, his jade token reflecting the golden light of the Heavenly Tablet. The Heavenly Tablet is a divine artifact of the upper realm, how could it be mistaken? Behind him, 12 golden guards formed a seal, reducing the murmurs of doubt to mere whispers. Meanwhile, many upper-tier cultivators merely stared grimly at the Heavenly Tablet, their thoughts swirling in uncertainty. They certainly do not naively believe that the heavenly monument has malfunctioned. Instead, they ponder the position of this newly emerged sacred sovereign. Who even surpasses the esteemed Emperor Ji Wuqing of the Great Zhou in prowess? For thousands of years, the Xianying continent has been unified. Yet the fierce struggles between the royal family of the Great Zhou and the prominent sects and families have only intensified, while the discord between the two factions has not reached an irreconcilable state. It is undeniable that the current situation on the Xianing continent is far more intricate and perilous than during the early days of the Great Zhou's establishment, when it commanded respect across the seas. Golden radiance flows at the pinnacle of the heavenly monument, as if inscribed in the void with a vermilion brush. It finally crystallizes into an ancient inscription, first place, Chen Changan. Who exactly is this Chen Changan? Ahem, this sacred sovereign? Whether on the square or in the towers above. The cultivators gazed at this unfamiliar name, exchanging puzzled glances. Sacred realm cultivators have long become woven into the very fabric of the Xianing continent, akin to legends of antiquity. From the day a sacred sovereign emerges until they ascend to the sacred realm, no matter how thrilling their biography may be, it cannot encapsulate their legendary essence and allure. Moreover, the rise of each sacred sovereign is invariably intertwined with the broader circumstances of the continent. Such a being would never appear from thin air. Could they possibly be a practitioner of the demonic path? That seems implausible, as the demonic forces have long since lowered their banners. If someone were to achieve sanctity, how could they remain so subdued? In an inconspicuous corner of the square? A cloaked woman gazed at the name on the heavenly monument, murmuring, "He is actually the number one on the celestial rankings?" A being of such strength. Why would he choose to remain hidden in that valley? Her eyes flickered with confusion, but they quickly regained their usual composure. What does it matter to me? However, the absence of certain names on the monument suggests that they have truly perished. Even sacred sovereigns are subject to the passage of time. The longest lived among humanity recorded barely reaches 100,000 years. Thus, with the realization that all her adversaries have grown old and passed away, the woman's heart was enveloped in a cloud of somber emotions. She slowly departed from the square, her presence seemingly insignificant, yet the crowd instinctively parted for her. A scattered cultivator's jade slip inadvertently reflected a glimpse of her cloak, yet their pupils remained shrouded in mist, performing an evasion action they could not fully comprehend. Meanwhile, discussions among the upper-tier cultivators in the tower continued unabated. Regardless of their speculations, one thing was certain: no matter who this new sacred sovereign might be, their ascension to the pinnacle of the heavenly rankings heralded a transformation in the entire realm of cultivation. Countless undercurrents surged within the cultivation world. Simultaneously, in the valley, a voice exclaimed, "Father, if you don't flip the eggs soon, they will surely burn." Chapter 11, The Master-Disciple Ceremony. Sunlight streamed through the bamboo window, casting a warm golden hue upon the bluestone floor. A clear, melodious voice suddenly broke the tranquility, pulling Chen Changan back to the present. He turned to find his daughter, Chen Xingxai, standing beside him, her head tilted in curiosity. "Father, are you daydreaming?" Chen Xingxai waved her hand in front of his eyes. Only then did Chen Changan notice the faint burnt smell wafting from the pot. With a slight thought, the egg mixture within began to stir on its own. He smiled subtly. "It's nothing, just pondering a few matters." When breakfast was finally served, Chen Xingxai climbed onto a stool and skillfully picked up her chopsticks, but paused before reaching for the dishes. She studied her father's face intently for a moment before exclaiming, "Father, you forgot to add salt to today's dishes." "Ah?" Chen Changan was taken aback, hastily tasting a bite, which confirmed the blandness. He sighed, tapping his forehead in frustration. "I'm sorry, I'll go stir-fry another batch." Just as he stood up, a small hand tugged at his sleeve. Chen Xingxai had crept around to his side, gazing up at him with her innocent face. "No need. It's still quite tasty." "But father, what are you really thinking? You've been distracted since you started cooking." Seeing the concern in his daughter's eyes warmed Chen Changan's heart. He knelt down to meet her gaze. "Xingxai, may I ask you something? What does your little black master enjoy?" Chen Xingxai's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth slightly agape, clearly unprepared for such a question. Her fingers fidgeted nervously. "Father, you were thinking about the little black master?" "Yes," Chen Changan replied softly, ruffling her hair. "After all, she is your teacher and a neighbor. As a parent, I should formally pay her a visit." Chen Xingxai lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper, "Tch. I thought father had an epiphany." "Ah? What epiphany?" Chen Changan furrowed his brow. It then dawned on Chen Xingxai that her father was a cultivator of equal stature to her master. and she quickly covered her slip. "Oh, I meant to say that the little black master is truly impressive. The sword techniques you taught me. She can decipher their secrets in just a few words." Observing his daughter's anxious yet excited demeanor, Chen Changan pondered little further. He cupped her small face in his hands. "I harbor no resentment towards you. It's just," he hesitated, "the master-disciple ceremony is a significant event in the cultivation world. And I was contemplating what kind of gift would be appropriate." "A gift for the master?" Chen Xingcai's eyes sparkled anew. "Yes," Chen Changan nodded, guiding her back to the table. "Since you have become a disciple, we must prepare a respectable gift, it is customary." Chen Xingcai bit her chopsticks thoughtfully. "But the little black master seems to lack for nothing." "That is precisely why we must think," Chen Changan replied, placing a portion of vegetables onto her plate. Though devoid of salt, both father and daughter relished their meal. "The little black master has taught you for so long, we must express our gratitude properly." After a day of tutoring his daughter, once she had fallen asleep, Chen Changan found himself alone by the riverside. As nightfall descended, the moonlight cascaded upon the river's surface, shattering into countless silver specks. He found a smooth stone to sit upon, entranced by the flowing waters. The ceremony of apprenticeship in the realm of cultivation is no trifling matter. Although Chen Changan had never ventured beyond the valley, he surmised that the world of cultivation bore resemblance to the tales he had once read. The apprenticeship ceremony not only signifies respect towards the master but also pertains to the disciple's future path in cultivation. What should he present? Chen Changan murmured to himself. Aside from his strikingly exceptional appearance, he knew little about his daughter's enigmatic black-robed master. Yet, the mere fact that this individual could teach his daughter the ways of cultivation suggested that they were at least a hidden master of the craft. However, perhaps this person was merely passing through and temporarily residing here? If the former were true, then ordinary gifts would hardly suffice. If the latter were the case, what could he offer that would be both respectable and not overly ostentatious? What if he presented a sword? Chen Changan pondered, recalling that over the years, the system had occasionally bestowed upon him various peculiar treasures and rare materials, so he was not lacking in resources. Yet, he quickly shook his head in denial. No. Sword cultivators hold their blades in high regard, and without knowledge of the recipient's preferences, gifting a sword might instead be viewed as a slight. Under the moonlight, the river flowed gently, producing a melodious sound. Chen Changan fixed his gaze upon the water's surface, lost in thought. He recalled the moment he had first discovered Xingcai, a tiny infant swept to this very spot by the stream. He could have ignored it and continued his secluded existence. Yet in that moment, he inexplicably reached out his hand. "Father!" A familiar voice interrupted his reverie. Chen Changan turned to see Chen Xingcai approaching. A small lantern in hand, her steps unsteady along the riverbank. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Chen Changan quickly rose to greet her. Panting, Chen Xingcai reached him, her face aglow from the lantern's light. "I wanted to come and think with you about the apprenticeship gift." Chen Changan felt warmth in his heart as he accepted the lantern from his daughter's hands. "It's chilly outside, why aren't you wearing a warmer coat?" "I'm not cold." Chen Xingcai shook her head, tugging her father back to the stone. "Father, I think you're being too serious. The little black master doesn't care for extravagant gifts." "Oh?" Chen Changan raised an eyebrow. "Then what do you think the little black master would appreciate?" Swinging her legs, her eyes sparkling, Chen Xingcai replied, "The little black master loves interesting things. Last time, I showed him the grasshopper I made, and he was utterly delighted. Even teaching me a new set of footwork." Chen Changan pondered thoughtfully. "Interesting things?" "Yes." Chen Xingcai nodded emphatically. "Father, do you remember the color-changing stone you gifted me for my birthday 2 years ago?" The little black master said it was a 7-colored glass stone, quite rare. Suddenly, Chen Changan's eyes lit up. He recalled that he had once received a chessboard during a system check-in, said to be used by ancient immortals for their games. Although it appeared unremarkable, the pieces would emit melodious sounds upon landing on it. At that moment, he realized Xingcai. With a surge of excitement, Chen Changan lifted his daughter and twirled around, exclaiming that he knew what to gift her. Chen Xingcai giggled, inquiring about the surprise. It's a secret for now. Chen Changan replied, winking mysteriously before gently placing her down and beginning his search along the riverbank. Under the moonlight, the pebbles glimmered with a soft sheen. Chen Changan crouched low, meticulously selecting stones. He required over 300 pebbles of similar size and uniform shape, half of which would be darkened by true fire to create black stones, and the other half would capture the moonlight to form white ones. "Daddy, what are you doing?" Chen Xingxai asked curiously as she approached. "I'm making game pieces," he replied, picking up a flat black stone. His fingers glided across its surface, smoothing the edges until they became rounded and polished. "I have a very special chessboard, and these natural stones will make it quite interesting." Chen Xingxai's eyes widened in amazement as she watched the stone in her father's hands transform into a perfect circle. "Daddy, you're amazing. I want to help too." Thus, father and daughter busily toiled under the moonlight. Chen Changan focused on shaping the stones, while Chen Xingxai diligently sorted them, placing the black ones on the left and the white ones on the right. Whenever she discovered a particularly round or uniquely patterned stone, she would excitedly hold it up for her father to see. "Daddy, what do you think of this one? Doesn't the pattern look like a butterfly?" "Yes, it's beautiful." Chen Changan smiled, continuing his work. "Once we're done, I'll teach you how to play." As the night deepened, the moonlight on the river became even more radiant. Chen Changan gazed at the neatly arranged collection of over 300 pieces before him, nodding with satisfaction. Though these stones were merely a simple creation and not true treasures, they felt warm to the touch and would produce a crisp sound when placed on the board, likely to delight the little black master he had yet to meet. "All right. The task is complete." Chen Changan clapped his hands to shake off the dust and stood up. Chen Xingxai, weary and swaying, struggled to keep her head up but still managed to ask, "Daddy, is the gift ready?" With tenderness, Chen Changan lifted his daughter into his arms. "Everything is prepared. Tomorrow, you shall take me to meet your little black master, and we will present him with the gift. Now, it's time to return home and sleep." As they walked home, Chen Xingxai rested her head on her father's shoulder, drowsily murmuring, "Daddy, the little black master will surely love it, because you prepared it with such care." Chen Changan softly acknowledged her with a gentle hum, feeling a wave of warmth in his heart. He looked up at the starry sky and suddenly realized that, in all his years of seclusion, finding this daughter was perhaps his greatest fortune. Under the moonlight, the figures of the father and daughter gradually faded into the night, merging seamlessly with the darkness. The river continued to flow serenely, as if quietly bearing witness to all that unfolded before it. Chapter 12, The Neighbors. On the following dawn, Chen Changan stood before a bronze mirror, meticulously arranging his attire with rare seriousness. He donned a plain long robe, cinched at the waist with a deep indigo belt, and gathered his hair into a bun secured with a wooden hairpin, appearing far more spirited than usual. "Father, you look handsome," exclaimed Chen Xingxai, standing at the door with her little plush bear, her head tilted and her eyes sparkling. Chen Changan turned and affectionately ruffled his daughter's small head, saying, "You're but a child, what do you know of handsomeness? But you really do look handsome." Chen Xingxai murmured softly, sticking out her tongue before scampering away. Shaking his head, Chen Changan retrieved the chessboard in pieces he had prepared the previous night from his storage ring. The chessboard was crafted from an unknown type of wood, its surface smooth as a mirror, with simple cloud patterns carved along its edges. The pieces, polished from river pebbles, were each round and smooth. The black pieces shone like ink, while the white pieces resembled jade, all contained within a small fabric pouch. "Father, I'm ready," Chen Xingxai's voice echoed from the courtyard. Putting away the gift, Chen Changan stepped outside. His daughter had also made an effort today, sporting two little braids and dressed in a vibrant red outfit, looking particularly lively. "Let us go," Chen Changan extended his hand. Chen Xingxai, bouncing with joy, took her father's hand, and together they made their way along the mountain path to Master Hai Hei's cave. As they rounded a ridge, a hidden cave nestled within dense foliage came into view. A few shrubs adorned with red flowers flanked the entrance, while a small stream flowed nearby. During their previous hurried visit, they had not taken the time to appreciate the serene and elegant surroundings. "We're here!" Chen Xingxai exclaimed excitedly, releasing her father's hand and sprinting ahead. "Master Hai Hei, Just as Chen Changan was about to follow, a gentle breeze swept through, and a figure materialized in the open space before the cave entrance. Though this was his second encounter, Chen Changan could not help but be captivated. The figure wore a flowing black gauze robe that billowed subtly with each breath, cinched at the waist with a crimson silk ribbon, accentuating her already striking silhouette. Her long, inky hair cascaded down to her waist, the tips dusted with scarlet petals from the peach blossom grove she had traversed the previous night. She raised a hand to tuck a loose strand behind her ear, revealing a small dark mole at the outer corner of her eye. This slight imperfection, which might seem unsightly elsewhere, instead resembled the final brushstroke of a master artist on a portrait of a lady, 3 parts pride, 7 parts charm. As she lifted her gaze, the tiny mole seemed to animate, giving life to the ink dot on the rice paper. Chen Changan abruptly halted in his tracks. Those eyes, no. It was less about the eyes and more about the gaze. Previously, he had seen this woman with her eyes closed. Now, upon opening them, he felt an uncanny familiarity. Meanwhile, Master Hai, now referred to as the woman in black, was clearly taken aback. She stared at Chen Changan, her body instinctively tensing. He has grown stronger. Thus, they stood at the cave entrance, gazing at one another, a peculiar silence enveloping the air. Master Hai. This is my father. Chen Xingcai was completely oblivious to the unusual atmosphere, cheerfully introducing, Father, this is Master Xiuhei. I have long admired you. It was only then that Chen Changan realized it was the moment to pay respects to his daughter's mentor, and he felt a bit embarrassed, awkwardly responding. Those eyes grew increasingly familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen them before. Perhaps a movie star from a past life, Chen Changan reassured himself. You're too kind. Fellow cultivator, the woman in black remarked, her voice seemingly taut. Xingcai often speaks of you. The two fell into another moment of uncomfortable silence. Chen Changan couldn't shake the feeling that she was wary of him. Did he truly resemble a villain? He thought he looked rather decent, and felt a flicker of frustration. No, he must not falter here. Chen Changan steeled himself to break the silence. I have come today to express my gratitude for your guidance of my daughter. This is a small token of appreciation. With that, he retrieved a chessboard in pieces from his robe. The woman's gaze instinctively fell upon the chessboard, and her pupils suddenly narrowed. She accepted the board, her fingers gently gliding over its surface, and her body visibly trembled. This is. Her voice quivered. Believing she disapproved, Chen Changan hastened to explain. This is merely a trinket I crafted myself. The pieces are polished river stones and maybe a bit rough. No, it is very good. The woman in black inhaled deeply, carefully stowing the chessboard away, her tone seeming to soften. You are thoughtful. Chen Changan felt a wave of relief. It seemed that the adage about kindness being universally appreciated held true. Yet, the woman's demeanor continued to perplex him. Her expression was a mixture of wariness, surprise, and a hint of curiosity, as if there were secrets between them that he was unaware of. Could it be that last time a sudden realization struck him? When he had inadvertently trespassed into her dwelling, perhaps she had not been asleep but was feigning ignorance out of consideration for Xingcai? Was that why she was so cautious around him? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Regarding the previous incident, he tentatively spoke up, mentally preparing an apology. After all, he had been quite rude last time. There is no need for further words, fellow cultivator, the woman in black promptly interrupted. Her voice lowered. Since you have recognized me, let us consider that matter as if it never occurred. Chen Changan blinked. Recognized her? What did she mean? Did she truly remember his accidental intrusion? However, since she seemed unwilling to pursue the matter, he naturally acquiesced, as it should be. Please rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives. The woman in black exhaled, relieved. After all, in their last encounter, she had sustained more significant injuries. It was best to let bygones be bygones. With this thought, her shoulders relaxed slightly. That is good. They exchanged smiles, each convinced that the other understood their unspoken intentions, completely unaware that their conversation was not quite aligned. Master Xiuhei, may I take father to visit your abode? Chen Xingcai tugged at her sleeve, inquiring. Today may not be convenient, she replied. Teacher Xiuhei gently patted Chen Xingcai's head. I have just returned from Zhengzhou. The cave dwelling is rather untidy.
Zhengzhou?
A stir of emotions coursed through Chen Changan's heart.
Fellow Taoist Chen, teacher Xiaohei suddenly spoke, since fate has brought us together today, why not reveal your true name? My surname is Ji, and my given name is Hongli. Ji Hongli.
Chen Changan silently repeated the name twice in his mind.
So it is Miss Ji.
I beg your pardon.
Chen Changan bowed once more. I am Chen Changan. Chen Changan.
Ji Hongli softly echoed, as if she were reaffirming something significant. She then glanced at the chessboard in her hands before lifting her gaze to scrutinize Chen Changan.
This gift of yours, fellow Taoist Chen, is quite extraordinary.
It's merely a trinket. I am glad that Miss Ji likes it, Chen Changan modestly replied. A flicker of intrigue flashed in Ji Hongli's eyes, as she mused to herself that it was no surprise the top ranked on the celestial list displayed such prowess. Presenting a replica of the ancient celestial artifact stellar chessboard, although not the genuine article, it possessed a certain ethereal charm, making it a rare treasure even in the world of cultivation. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while longer, and Chen Changan noted that despite Ji Hongli's seemingly aloof exterior, her speech exuded a politeness that belied any lofty demeanor he had imagined of a reclusive master. Having a daughter as the disciple of such an individual was indeed a stroke of fortune. After a considerable time, Chen Changan stood to take his leave, feeling quite satisfied with this visit. However, just as the father and daughter were preparing to depart, Ji Hongli suddenly spoke up, by the way, Xingcai, I have already found the second volume of that book. Next time, once you finish the first volume, you may come to me for an exchange.
What book?
Chen Changan's ears perked up instantly, utterly oblivious to the cold sweat that had already beaded on Chen Xingcai's little forehead.
Chapter 13, Heritage Understood, Master, Chen Xingcai promptly responded,
her gaze furtively assessing her father's expression.
Fortunately, bolstered by his unwavering trust in his daughter and a burgeoning fondness for their newly acquainted neighbor,
Chen Changan did not dwell on the matter, assuming it was merely some assignment bestowed upon his child.
Thus, Chen Xingcai narrowly evaded a predicament. However, unbeknownst to her, thousands of miles away in Yunzhou, another father was pondering her existence. High above Yunzhou, a gray figure sliced through the clouds. Wu Bo stood upon a bronze flying sword, his robes billowing in the rushing wind. His gaunt visage bore the marks of decades spent in service to the Hong family, etched with the ravages of time. At that moment, his murky eyes gazed into the distance, yet his thoughts drifted back to a blood-soaked night 6 years prior. Wu Steward, the head of the family summons you. The memories of 6 years past surged like a tidal wave within the clandestine chambers of the Hong family. The flickering light of bronze lamps cast dancing shadows upon the walls, illuminating the blood-red runes as if they were alive. Wu Bo knelt on the frigid obsidian floor, his forehead pressed to the ground, too fearful to meet the gaze of the towering figure before him. How did the matter proceed? Hong Tiang's voice resounded from above, cold and unyielding as the clash of metal. Returning to the head of the family, the young lady's blood has been fully drained. Wu Bo's voice quivered slightly. Yet the supreme blood had yet to manifest. Continue. Hong Tianke uttered with a chilling brevity. Before Wu Bo's eyes, the haunting image resurfaced. On the jade altar within the secret chamber, a mere 3-month-old infant was ensnared at the center of a formation by 18 soul-binding nails, her frail body nearly translucent. Countless blood threads, as fine as hair, were drawn from her vital points, converging into a blood-gathering orb above her head. The infant had long since exhausted her cries, reduced to faint sobs. Head of the family, the young lady may not endure much longer, Wu Bo dared to proclaim. Hong Tianke snorted derisively, the host of supreme blood is not so easily extinguished. Wait longer. The recollection transformed into a scene of brutality. At the stroke of midnight, the red moon's zenith erupted in blinding golden light. A drop of blood, radiant as a ruby, oozed from her brow. He instinctively touched the storage pouch at his waist, where a blood jade lay, a sensing artifact of the Hong family's bloodline, capable of tracing the whereabouts of Hong Yuechan, or rather, now known as Chen Xingcai. To his astonishment, the artifact revealed that the young lady was not only alive but thriving in the distant Qinzhou. However, he could not comprehend why the bloodline that originally belonged to the Hong family within her seemed alarmingly thin. How could this be? Wu Bo muttered to himself. For that child was clearly supposed to be Memories surged once more.
6 years ago, he had been entrusted with the nearly lifeless Hong Yuechan, destined for Yuzhou. According to the plan, he was to cast the child into the abyss of 10,000 ghosts, allowing myriad vengeful spirits to consume her soul.
Yet, as he passed through an unnamed valley in Qingzhou, the springtime air was filled with blooming flowers and fluttering butterflies.
The child, swaddled in cloth, appeared as fragile as a wisp of smoke, her pale face resembling parchment, when suddenly she opened her eyes. Those clear and bright eyes reminded Wu Bo of the moment Hong Yuechan was born. At that time, he was merely the steward of the outer court of the Hong family and had the fortune to catch a glimpse of the newborn young lady. With her mother long deceased, the child had been motherless from the moment of her birth. Sighing deeply, Wu Bo felt the flying sword beneath him tremble. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to follow through with the order. Instead, he placed the child in the stream of the valley, allowing her to rest in a beautiful place. He was certain that a child devoid of blood would surely perish, thus not entirely defying the master's command. Little did he expect the fate of the supreme blood host to be so formidable. Wu Bo shook his head, a complex expression crossing his features. Not only had the young lady survived, but she had also been adopted by kind-hearted individuals and renamed Chen Changan. At this thought, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Wu Bo's eyes. Regardless of who had taken in the young lady, they must return the Hong family's bloodline. Hong Tianke had already issued orders to eliminate this potential threat completely. With the supreme blood now bestowed upon young Master Hong Zhao, the original host could not be allowed to live, lest a struggle for fate ensue. If that family knew what was good for them. Wu Bo touched the forbidden artifact concealed within his sleeve, a treasure capable of annihilating cultivators at the longevity realm in an instant, ready to grant them a swift end. He had not considered that they might not fear the Hong family. The Hong family was a top-tier lineage, guarded by powerful saints. In this realm, who would dare defy the will of the Hong family, aside from a few reclusive old monsters? As the flying sword pierced through the clouds, he could already glimpse the terrain of Qingzhou below. Wu Bo activated the blood jade, sensing its power intensifying. To his surprise, the target appeared to be in a valley rich in spiritual energy. Could it truly belong to some cultivation family? Wu Bo furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. It mattered not, for before the Hong family, all were but ants. What Wu Bo knew was that at the very instant he entered the valley, two figures simultaneously exclaimed in surprise, glancing in his direction through the void. Chapter 14, A Friend, Please Stay. Wu Bo descended upon the entrance of an unnamed valley, his flying sword gently settling down. Beneath the natural arch formed by towering ancient trees, several colorful butterflies danced gracefully in the sunlight. He squinted, noticing that the blood jade in his hand was emanating an increasingly intense red glow. This confirmed that Miss Hong Yuechan, or rather, the current Chen Changan, resided within this valley. A peculiar sensation enveloped him. As Wu Bo took his first step into the valley, he felt a subtle stagnation in his spiritual energy, as though he had passed through an invisible barrier. He quickly formed a defensive gesture, warily scanning his surroundings, only to find that aside from a few sparrows chirping among the branches, everything appeared normal. A mere illusion? He shook his head, concealing the blood jade within his sleeve and proceeding along the streamside path. The valley was astonishingly rich in spiritual energy, with crystal-clear waters revealing the bed beneath, and wildflowers blooming vibrantly along the banks. As he walked, Wu Bo couldn't help but marvel. This place seemed ordinary, yet exuded an extraordinary essence. The arrangement of the wildflowers, the direction of the stream, and even the distribution of the birds hinted at some profound formation. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the bushes to his right. Wu Bo halted, his right hand discreetly clutching a thunder talisman, while his left formed a sword gesture. A large gray bear ambled out from the thicket, a wriggling fish clutched in its mouth. The bear paused upon noticing Wu Bo, momentarily stunned, causing the fish to plop onto the ground. Their gazes locked, and time seemed to freeze. Wu Bo's pupils constricted. The seemingly ordinary gray bear was suffused with spiritual energy, and upon secretly activating his perception technique, he was taken aback. This was a bear demon at the Guanyuan realm. How could such a being masquerade as an ordinary beast? He hastily performed a gesture of respect, calling out, "Friend, please stay. I am but a humble traveler." Plop.
The fish fell from the bear's mouth. In the next instant, this creature, weighing at least 500 pounds, turned and fled, kicking up a cloud of dust in its wake. Wu Bo's outstretched hand froze in midair, his face twitching in disbelief. This reaction was decidedly peculiar. Could this bear demon be a pet of the noble family that saved the young lady? Or perhaps the demon race had rescued her in the past? He mumbled to himself, then scoffed, dismissing the thought, what of the demon race? The Hong family had a saint to protect them. Below the level of saints, all were but ants. With that, he flickered and transformed into a gray shadow. Pursuing the bear. Dear bear friend. I mean no harm. Wu Bo shouted as he chased, his voice echoing throughout the valley. Desperate to inquire about a child named Chen Changan. To his dismay, the moment he called out, the fleeing bear increased its speed by another 30%. Its powerful legs creating afterimages as if haunted by a ghost. What a sight! Wu Bo's beard bristled with frustration. After all, he was a cultivator at the threshold of the longevity realm, a prominent figure within the Hong family. Today, he found himself so blatantly disregarded by a bear demon? With a swift gesture, he summoned his flying sword, which zipped forward to intercept the bear. The bear screeched to a halt, nearly colliding with the blade. It stood upright, forepaws raised defensively in front of its chest, a look of sheer terror on its face, resembling a hapless creature caught in a compromising predicament. Wu Bo finally had the opportunity to scrutinize the peculiar bear before him. The cultivation of the return to origin realm was unmistakable, however. This bear, its gaze was almost foolishly clear, and drool hung from the corners of its mouth, making it appear as nothing more than an ordinary beast devoid of intelligence. You. Wu Bo furrowed his brow, perplexed by the bear's feigned ignorance. The gray bear tilted its head, emitted a low growl, and scratched its belly, embodying the demeanor of one who could not comprehend human speech. Wu Bo's forehead pulsed with veins. Feeling an unprecedented affront to his intellect, you are already at the return to origin realm, and if you were merely an ordinary gray bear, I would be the one standing on my head. Monster! The utterance of this word triggered an immediate transformation in the bear's demeanor. Its eyes widened, fur bristled. And it suddenly spoke in human tongue, you are the monster. Your entire family is filled with monsters. The voice was gruff, laced with a heavy regional accent. Just as Wu Bo was about to respond, he noticed the bear suddenly tremble as if recalling a dreadful memory, its imposing aura deflating in an instant. It returned to the ground, beginning to sniff the earth, feigning ignorance of the previous exchange, although its eyes occasionally darted towards Wu Bo, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Wu Bo felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. After traversing the realm of cultivation for centuries, he had witnessed countless extraordinary sights, yet this scene was utterly unprecedented. Enough! He bellowed, a dangerous purple light emanating from the talisman in his hand. I shall ask you one last time, do you recognize Chen Changan? If you do not answer truthfully. The bear's ears perked up, and it suddenly glanced behind Wu Bo, a flicker of schadenfreude dancing in its eyes. Did I hear correctly? Did you just mention the name Chen Changan? At that moment, a plain voice unexpectedly resonated from behind. Wu Bo's body bristled with alarm. Despite his half-step to the eternal life realm cultivation, he had failed to detect anyone approaching. Who could it be? He swiftly turned around and his pupils dilated. What met his gaze was a remarkably handsome young man, yet his aura was strikingly ordinary. Chapter 15. Is that all? In Wu Bo's hand, the lightning talisman shimmered with a violet glow. Before him stood a young man clad in coarse linen, appearing to be in his late 20s. Expressionless as he clutched a bundle of firewood. At first glance, Wu Bo felt a jolt of shock. This person exuded an aura of tranquility, his true essence seemingly undetectable. Such a trait was typically characteristic of the sacred realm? However, he quickly found himself amused by his own misjudgment. In the entire world, there were at most a mere 12 individuals in the sacred realm. Encountering one casually was implausible. Furthermore, the absence of detectable true essence could signify another possibility, that of being an ordinary mortal, dressed plainly and bearing firewood. This individual appeared to be nothing more than a rustic villager. Wu Bo inwardly shook his head, his taut shoulders relaxing. Nevertheless, given his presence in this valley, it was likely that this person was connected to the family that once rescued the young lady. Perhaps he was a servant or laborer of theirs. Rumor had it that some small cultivation families in remote areas still kept mortals for mining or farming purposes. Who are you? Wu Bo inquired, lowering the lightning talisman.
His tone haughty. Meanwhile, Chen Changan, initially filled with trepidation, felt a wave of calm wash over him as he sensed the other's cultivation level.
Not even at the longevity realm? What a disappointment!
It had been a long time since he had left the valley, and he had gradually overcome his fear of the outside world. Although he harbored psychological scars regarding his departure, he refused to belittle himself. His cultivation was not as lacking as he had thought. Perhaps he could even carve out a small leadership role in the outside world? Yet, after years of living in the valley, the ingrained homebody nature within him began to take precedence. Coupled with the modern education he had received, which had instilled in him a disfavor for conflict, his desire to venture out had gradually waned. However, even he had his limits. This particular limit bore the name of Chen Changan. "Old man, you chase after my bear on my territory while shouting my daughter's name." Chen Changan set the firewood aside and brushed the wood shavings off his hands.
"Shouldn't you provide an explanation?" Wu Bo narrowed his eyes. Daughter? Had he initially misjudged the situation? Was it an ordinary mortal who had adopted the young lady? This development made matters simpler. He was disinclined to engage in further conversation. With a flick of his left hand, he executed the Hong family's dragon taming technique. An invisible force enveloping the young man, this maneuver was sufficient to draw a mortal to their knees before him. Yet, the young man remained utterly unmoved. Not even the hem of his garment fluttering. Wu Bo furrowed his brow, altering his hand gestures to amplify the force threefold, causing even the stones on the ground to be swept up. Still, the young man stood as steadfast as a mountain, even bending down to retrieve a fallen piece of firewood. Wu Bo's forehead beaded with sweat, the magical artifact he had subtly activated slipped into his palm. Something was amiss, far too amiss. The strength he had just employed should have been sufficient to draw even a practitioner of the returning essence realm towards him. "Do you have any other tricks?" The young man tilted his head. "If not, then it is my turn to ask you. Who are you? And what do you seek from my daughter?" Wu Bo let out a cold laugh, no longer holding back. He swiftly summoned 7 soul-locking nails, transforming them into 7 streaks of black light aimed at the vital points surrounding his opponent. These were forbidden instruments bestowed upon him personally by the head of the Hong family. Even a practitioner of the longevity realm would be temporarily sealed in their cultivation, reduced to a true mortal. Clang, clang. Clang! The 7 nails suddenly halted just 3 inches from the young man, as if they had collided with an invisible wall, and then fell to the ground. Cold sweat trickled down Wu Bo's back. This was impossible. "Who on earth are you?" he exclaimed. Chen Changan furrowed his brow, responding, "What do you mean? Who am I? I am Chen Changan's father." "Old man, what are you mumbling about?" He casually picked up one of the soul-locking nails and added, "And please refrain from carelessly discarding these toys. Even if they can't harm anyone, it's still not good to damage the flowers and plants." Wu Bo stared intently at Chen Changan, his mind racing. Could it be an unparalleled technique that concealed its aura? It seemed that brute force would not suffice. He would have to adopt a softer approach. He forced himself to remain calm and cupped his hands, saying, "I am Wu Tianda, the chief steward of the Hong family in Yunzhou, here on the orders of the family head to seek out our bloodline. The girl you have adopted is none other than our esteemed young lady, Hong Yuechan." The mention of the Hong family sent a jolt through Chen Changan's heart. And alarm bells rang in his mind. After all these years of worry, had his daughter's biological parents finally come searching for her? Should he return Xingcai to them? But the next moment, he thought, return? Absolutely not. Given how she had suffered, who would believe it was merely an accidental loss? Xingcai is my daughter. And I stand firm in that no one can take her away, not even that black serpent. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Changan shook his head and nonchalantly replied, "I've never heard of it. Xingcai is my daughter and has no ties to your Hong family." Wu Bo's eyelids twitched. Did everyone and everything in this valley lie without batting an eye? What was that conflicted expression on his face just moments ago? And yet, he could still act as if nothing had happened? However, given the opponent's formidable presence, Wu Bo suppressed the urge to act,
a glint of menace flashing in his eyes.
Behind him was the Holy Realm family, the Hong family.
Sir, you must think this through. The Hong family is one of the top families in the Xianing continent. He produced a Crimson Command token, the Burning Heaven token, personally forged by the Hong family's ancestor.
Once activated, the Hong family's airship would arrive in an instant,
turning everything within 1,000 miles to rubble. Chen Changan fixed his gaze on the token, his expression finally shifting. Yet why would a top family send such a mere underling, one not even in the longevity realm, to seek out his biological daughter? He found it hard to believe in their supposed power. Seeing this, Wu Bo felt a bit reassured. Indeed, once the name of the Hong family was invoked, no one dared to defy it. He proclaimed with pride, "Now, hand over the young lady, and the Hong family shall not hold you accountable for past grievances. Otherwise, then show me one," Chen Changan suddenly interjected.
"What?" Wu Bo was taken aback.
"I said," Chen Changan pointed at the command token, "show me one. Let us see if it's truly as formidable as you claim." Wu Bo's beard trembled in fury. "Very well. Very well. Since you seek your demise," he abruptly cast the order token into the air, a mouthful of essence splattering upon it.
In an instant, the token transformed into a crimson streak,
soaring skyward, distorting the air around it, accompanied by a faint thunderous sound. Then, a hand emerged, effortlessly plucking the token from the air as if it were merely a fruit. Wu Bo's jaw dropped in disbelief, nearly grazing the ground.
He watched, wide-eyed,
as Chen Changan examined the legendary treasure of the Hong family, said to traverse thousands of miles in an instant, turning it over in his hands, even bringing it to his nose for a whiff.
"Is this it?"
Chen Changan's expression was one of disappointment. It moved with the slowness of a tortoise.
And could it truly make a vessel vanish in an instant? Level an expanse within 1,000 miles? No, it cannot be. Wu Bo's legs turned to jelly as he stumbled backward.
The heavenly order was forged by the hands of the Hong family's ancestor, imbued with the laws of the sacred realm, and could only be intercepted by those of equal power. The young man before him, casually holding firewood, was actually a being of the sacred realm? Moreover, given his ease, it seemed he was not merely a novice. Wu Bo suddenly recalled the words of the family head, Hong Tianke, "Beneath the sacred realm, all are but ants."
Now,
he truly understood the weight of that statement. Before genuine beings of the sacred realm, he, a mere half-step into the longevity realm, was no different from an insect.
As Chen Changan toyed with the token, his heart was already at ease. Was this the formidable artifact his opponent boasted about? Clearly, it was trash, deserving only of a refuse bin. He relished the idea of preying on the weak. Yet, he realized he had never taken a life before. Chen Changan pondered how to deal with this elder. To kill? That seemed unwise. To send him back with a warning? Although he was not afraid of this so-called Hong family, should they indeed possess some formidable connection, it could summon an adversary he could not contend with. Just as he hesitated, a clear voice rang out from behind, "Daddy, I've picked so many mushrooms. Can we make mushroom soup tonight?" Both Chen Changan and Wu Bo turned in unison.
A little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, bounced into view from the woods, cradling a basket brimming with fresh mushrooms. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon her radiant face. Even though he had never seen it, the blood jade already warm in his arms caused Wu Bo to tremble, tears welling in his aged eyes. Miss, upon seeing the stranger, Chen Xingsai paused, her steps faltering as she looked curiously at her father. "Daddy, who is this old grandpa?" Chapter 16: The Truth in the Valley. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops as Chen Changan, Wu Bo, and Chen Xingsai sat beneath an ancient locust tree, the atmosphere heavy with tension and silence. Chen Xingsai clutched her father's right hand with both of hers, resting her small head against his shoulder, her gaze fixed intently on the elderly man before them. A distant gray bear lay on the ground, seemingly watching them with casual interest. "Speak," Chen Changan urged, revealing his intention not to conceal anything from his daughter. And thus he beckoned Wu Bo to share the truth. Wu Bo felt a weight settle in his heart, aware that he likely would not survive the day. Resolutely, he took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. "The story of the young lady begins 10 years ago." His voice was low and tinged with bitterness. 15 years prior, after the patriarch of the Hong family ventured into the forbidden area of Tianqi, he returned grievously wounded, exhibiting ominous signs of decline. The current standing of the Hong family was solely due to the patriarch's influence, hence, the family had promptly dealt with all disciples who had witnessed the patriarch's injury,
ensuring absolute secrecy surrounding the matter.
Since then, a shadow loomed over the Hong family, as people feared the demise of the patriarch, who, coincidentally, was a true madman.
Hong Tian-Ke.
With the patriarch unreliable and his own talents limited, Hong Tian-Ke turned his ambitions toward his descendants, disregarding the elders' objections. He forcibly wed his own sister. And 6 years ago, they welcomed a pair of twins named Hong Longxiang and Hong Yuechan.
In an unjust twist of fate, his audacity bore fruit among the twins.
Hong Longxiang possessed the celestial body, while Hong Yuechan bore the supreme blood. This duality of sacred bodies should have heralded a momentous occasion for the Hong family. Yet they had underestimated the depths of Hong Tian's insanity. Wu Bo's voice trembled slightly as he recalled that nightmarish evening. In a bid to enhance his son's gifts, he drained his daughter Hong Yuechan's blood to extract the supreme blood, which he then transplanted into Hong Longxiang.
Subsequently,
he commanded me to dispose of the nearly lifeless Hong Yuechan into the abyss of 10,000 ghosts in Yuzhou, condemning her to eternal suffering. At this juncture, Wu Bo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I could not bear it. Thus, I placed her in a serene stream within a valley, hoping to grant her rest in a beautiful place. But to my astonishment, she survived and was later taken in by you.
As Wu Bo finished,
he let out a long sigh, as if releasing years of burden. After a moment of silence, Chen Changan had been listening with her head bowed, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of her garment. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice quivering. That sister named Hong Yuechan.
How tragic. Chen Changan appeared perplexed. Dear daughter, was that not your own story we were just discussing? Soon after,
he felt her small frame press closer to him. You are still the best father.
Had she truly not realized? Chen Changan instinctively glanced at Wu Bo,
who happened to return the gaze.
The two adults exchanged a knowing look and tacitly chose not to reveal the truth. Moments later, Chen Changan wiped her tears, stood up,
and softly declared, Father, I am going to find Master Xiaohei.
Chen Changan nodded and kissed his daughter's forehead, saying, Go ahead.
Chen Changan lowered her head and swiftly departed, her silhouette tinged with a sense of melancholy.
Once she had walked far enough away, Chen Changan turned to Wu Bo and said coolly, You should be dead.
Wu Bo let out a bitter smile and replied candidly, I am aware.
However,
considering your act of kindness from years ago that granted her a chance at life, I present you with two choices.
First, I can end your life right now. Second,
you may remain here, establish a restraining spell, and henceforth care for Xingxai in the valley, thereby atoning for the sins of her worthless father. Wu Bo hesitated not a moment before kneeling down and solemnly stating, My family has served the Hong clan for generations, and Hong Yuechan no, Chen Xingxai
shall forever be the young lady in my heart.
For the past 6 years, this matter has haunted me, almost driving me to madness. Therefore, I am willing to stay and care for the young lady.
Chen Changan nodded, raising his hand to imprint a restraining spell on his brow.
Remember, from this day forth, you shall live solely for her.
Wu Bo bowed deeply, affirming, Yes.
In the evening, within Chen Changan's courtyard, the setting sun cast a warm glow, painting half the sky in shades of crimson.
Wu Bo arrived at Chen Changan's residence, preparing to pay his respects to the young lady. He felt as if today's events had transpired within a dream.
As for whether the Hong clan would come seeking him, he held no concern. Given the current state of their elder, would they dare oppose another saint? He had forgotten to inquire about the saint's name, as they were now effectively his master. Regarding Hong Tian-Ke, the fallen are seldom aided.
Wu Bo felt no burden of betrayal.
However, as he approached, he discovered Chen Changan sitting alone on a small wooden stool in the courtyard, her hands propping up her chin, lost in gloomy thought.
Miss? Wu Bo gently called out. Chen Changan lifted her head, forcing a smile. Wu Bo.
This was the title Chen Changan had taught her. Wu Bo sat beside her cautiously and asked, What troubles you? After a moment of silence, Chen Changan spoke softly, Actually,
I figured it out. I am indeed Hong Yuechan, am I not? Wu Bo's heart jolted. So she had known all along?
Chen Changan bit her lip, her voice dropping even lower. I pretended to be ignorant, because I did not want father to feel that I am not his true daughter. Wu Bo's eyes moistened, and he hurried to reassure her, Miss.
You must not think that way. I can see that your father cares for you deeply and loves you.
No matter whose daughter you are, in his heart,
you will always be his child.
Upon hearing this, tears finally streamed down Chen Changan's cheeks, yet the corners of her lips lifted slightly.
She nodded vigorously.
Her spirits seemingly lifted. Wu Basong exhaled deeply, and then recalled the matter of the Holy Lord's name, prompting him to inquire, by the way, Miss.
I am yet to learn the name of your father.
Chen Changan wiped away her tears and revealed a radiant smile, saying,
My father's name is Chen Changan.
Oh.
Chen Changan, Wu Bo instinctively echoed, and then boom.
His mind exploded in an instant, as if struck by lightning, leaving him frozen in place.
Chen Changan?
His pupils constricted sharply, and his mouth parted slightly, yet no words escaped.
No wonder. So that is it. Everything suddenly made perfect sense to Wu Bo.
He felt as though he had been enlightened. The one who adopted the young lady was, in fact, that esteemed figure, the number one on the heavenly ranking. Chapter 17, External Manifestation. The morning sunlight streamed through the window panes, casting mottled shadows upon the wooden table in the kitchen. Chen Changan hummed a cheerful tune, holding a bunch of vibrant leeks in his hand. The knife deftly rising and falling, the delicate sounds resembling a joyous rhythm.
Father, what are you singing?
Chen Changan rubbed her eyes, standing barefoot at the kitchen door. Her hair tousled like a freshly awoken kitten.
You're awake?
Chen Changan turned around, a smile playing on his lips, yet his hands continued their work. This is a song I used to hear when I was young, called Gathering Herbs, telling the tale of immortals gathering medicinal plants.
Immortals?
Chen Changan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she scampered over, tiptoeing to peer at the countertop.
Have you ever met an immortal, father? Well. Chen Changan feigned mystery, elongating his tone.
He casually pinched a small piece of freshly kneaded dough from the bowl, and with a flick of his fingers, molded it into a plump little rabbit, presenting it to his daughter.
Isn't this just so?
Chen Changan burst into giggles, accepting the dough rabbit, then curiously peering into the pot.
What are we having today?
Leek pies, and your favorite sweet rice porridge. Chen Changan stirred the bubbling porridge with a wooden spoon, the sweet aroma wafting through the air.
You're the best, father.
Chen Changan cheered, bouncing away with the dough rabbit in her arms. Humming a disjointed tune reminiscent of her father's melody, Gathering Herbs, Chen Changan shook his head with a smile, resuming his chopping. The morning breeze gently caressed the outdoors, carrying the fresh scent of the mountain flora. The porridge bubbled away in the pot, while the leek pies on the cutting board were arranged neatly, resembling a battalion awaiting inspection. At that moment, a system notification suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding. Sign-in successful, reward, 30 years of cultivation, additional acquisition, supreme immortal technique, external manifestation, beggar version. Note, this manifestation will never possess self-awareness.
Fully controlled by the primary consciousness, sharing all 5 senses and thoughts. Equivalent to having an additional hand.
The external manifestation is a supreme technique for creating avatars, allowing one to traverse the myriad realms, whether for cultivation, battle, or enlightenment, with the primary body and avatar sharing the fruits of their paths, revealing infinite mysteries.
The verse states, 1 breath transforms into 3 purities, all realms are my body. Full version, Chen Changan was momentarily taken aback. While the acquisition of the supreme immortal technique was indeed exhilarating, what was this beggar version?
He seemed to have never encountered such a thing before.
Yet the next moment,
as he finished reading the introduction of this immortal technique, a smile slowly spread across his face, reaching his ears.
Clearly, the most significant implication of this technique for him was, could it be that he could safely venture outdoors now?
When the sound of Chen Changan practicing her swordplay echoed from the courtyard, Chen Changan took a deep breath.
Ever since Wu Bo arrived in the valley, he had essentially taken over the responsibilities of instructing and supervising Chen Changan's cultivation.
After observing for several days, Chen Changan had unhesitatingly chosen to let go.
At this moment,
His consciousness delved into the system description: external avatar, beggar version, cultivation limit, returning to origin realm, diminishes with distance, sensory sharing, 100 consciousness synchronization, instantaneous switching. Special note: destruction does not harm the original body, though it will hurt. This is sufficient.
Chen Changan was filled with excitement.
From now on, he could merely send out his avatar. After all, if it perished, it would only be the avatar that died, leaving the original body unscathed. This was akin to sending a drone to explore a supposedly haunted house next door while remaining comfortably at home.
He formed a seal and chanted an incantation, and instantly, azure light enveloped the room.
When the mist dissipated, another Chen Changan was tilting his head, examining his palm.
Intriguing.
The original body and the avatar spoke simultaneously, then fell silent in unison. Chen Changan realized this was akin to controlling both hands at once, though it required some distraction. It was entirely feasible. The avatar pushed open the window, and the mountain breeze rushed in. The original Chen Changan shrank his neck but experienced the sensation of the wind on his skin for the first time in 6 years through the avatar.
In the distance,
Chen Sai was gracefully moving about in the courtyard, her pale yellow skirt fluttering.
"Father!"
The young girl suddenly turned her head and waved at the window.
In an instant,
only the original Chen Changan remained, who hurriedly responded. Once he confirmed that his daughter was still engrossed in her training, the original Chen Changan reclined back in the rocking chair, feigning sleep while the avatar quietly climbed out of the window from the other side.
Wu Bo,
who was instructing Chen Sai in sword practice, felt a flicker in his eyelids but pretended as if nothing had occurred. He decided to test the limits of distance when the avatar reached the valley's mouth. Its cultivation had already dropped from the returning to origin realm to the late stage of the profound realm. It was indeed the beggar version.
This was rather dismal. Chen Changan couldn't help but scoff, then quickly formed a seal, causing the avatar to vanish once more. Excellent.
It could be summoned back at any time, allowing him to evade even pain in the face of danger. After conducting several trials, Chen Changan arrived at a general conclusion. The avatar was indeed useful, but it could not utilize the system space. Although the avatar would fall to the profound realm at the valley's mouth. This was because its cultivation had only just entered the early stage of the returning to origin realm, so it was not as pathetic as imagined. In fact, it would drop a small realm approximately every 500 miles. The crucial point was the delayed greater distance resulted in higher latency. It could not be commanded as easily as one with their own limbs. However, the shared 5 senses between the avatar and himself were absolutely splendid. Chen Changan was immensely satisfied and immediately began to pack his avatar's belongings. He was prepared for an impromptu journey. Meanwhile, deep within the cold spring cave,
Ji Honglei's true form was slowly awakening on the Shanbing bed, ice crystals cascading from her eyelashes. Odd.
Her petite nose twitched as she sensed a certain breath. A golden vertical mark, faintly visible at her brow, was reflected on the stone wall. This was the result of her years of seclusion. Ever since her battle with Chen Changan, she had been disheartened and withdrawn into seclusion, during which she had genuinely brushed against the barriers beyond the holy realm. This had caused her cultivation, which had stagnated for 100,000 years, to show signs of subtle movement in recent years.
This should have been a moment of joy.
However, the thought of the man next door, whose progress seemed to evolve with each passing day, dampened her spirits. Additionally, upon awakening in her secluded retreat, she detected a faint, unfamiliar aura, further unsettling her. Although this cave appeared ordinary, she had meticulously established numerous protective barriers within. Yet, not a single one had been triggered, leading her to question whether her prolonged meditation had rendered her perception unreliable. Indeed, Ji Hongli had remained in seclusion since her battle with Chen Changan 76 years ago. The figure of her dark-clad instructor, who had previously appeared before Chen Sai, was merely a projection conjured during her deep meditation.
At this moment,
that projection had been assimilated back into her true self, and all experiences and emotions of the projection had naturally been relayed back to her core essence. The insights gained from this retreat were substantial, yet she required time to assimilate them. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Hongli suddenly extended her fingers like a blade, slicing through the void, and another projection emerged. This new incarnation donned a simple white dress, with only a wooden hairpin adorning her hair, presenting a stark contrast to her previous dark attire. Though she uttered no words of dissent, she harbored a certain disdain for the title of Little Black Teacher. After all, She had spent 100,000 years in recovery without truly appreciating the current landscape. The earlier projection had merely ventured forth to witness the so-called heavenly tablet.
It was time to explore.
Ji Hongli's true self closed her eyes, and the white-dressed projection eagerly accepted the task.
Yet, in the next moment,
Ji Hongli suddenly felt that this projection's appearance was rather conspicuous, prompting her to caution, "Do not attract trouble."
The white-clad projection pouted.
Although her true self had not explicitly stated it, their profound connection allowed her to comprehend the intent behind those words.
As she turned away, the projection transformed into the guise of a village woman. Chapter 18. What a waste of a protagonist!
Chen Changan, the avatar, tiptoed along the narrow path at the valley's entrance, glancing back every 3 steps. The morning mist floated among the trees, and every shadow resembled the coiled form of a black serpent.
A rustling leaf brushed against the nape of his neck,
causing Chen Changan to freeze as if struck by lightning. Slowly, he turned his head, inch by inch, until he confirmed that it was merely a leaf. And then he exhaled deeply, the white mist dissipating in the crisp morning air. It was no wonder he was cautious. The harrowing scene from 70 years ago, where he had met his demise, was still vivid in his memory. Indeed, at this time of year, the serpent should be hibernating, he murmured softly to himself. After walking another 100 paces, the sunlight at the valley's exit became distinctly visible. Chen Changan's steps grew lighter, and in the final few strides, he nearly broke into a run. As his feet touched the solid official road outside the valley, he couldn't help but stretch his arms wide and twirl around.
Ha ha ha! At last, I am free! He bounced like a schoolboy skipping class, randomly choosing a direction to stroll away,
completely oblivious to the figure in a white dress that flitted past the moss under the old pine tree 30 paces behind him. The woman in white leaned against the tree trunk, her slender fingers gently tapping her chin. The morning breeze lifted her cascading hair, revealing a pair of curious eyes. This human, who always occupied the thoughts of her true self, seems to have emerged from the valley.
Should I follow and see where he goes?
Just as she pondered this seriously, the unsuspecting figure had already become a small black dot at the end of the road, bouncing away with an airy gait as he vanished around the bend. The woman in white snapped back to reality, seemed to recall something, shook her head lightly,
and then departed in the opposite direction. Days passed in the blink of an eye.
The glass windows on the 3rd floor of the drunken immortal pavilion reflected the setting sun, casting a golden glow upon the plate of dragon's liver in Phoenix's essence before Chen Changan, though the name was merely a fade. It was just the liver of a low-tier aquatic beast paired with a spiritual bird's egg.
Esteemed guest, this is our signature dish, the 8-treasure spiritual stew.
The waiter enthusiastically announced the name of the dish.
Chen Changan replied, not lifting his head as he stuffed the jade-colored pastry into his mouth.
After emerging from the valley, he had randomly chosen a direction, flying nearly 1,000 miles before finally discovering this city to settle in. Waiter, the bill please.
Esteemed guest, the total comes to 20 taels of silver.
Having enjoyed his meal, Chen Changan was about to settle the bill when his hand instinctively reached for his waist, and his heart sank.
Alas!
After such a long seclusion, he had forgotten that this world required currency. However, the waiter's smile remained unwavering. By the way, esteemed guest, our establishment also accepts spirit stones for payment. 1 inferior spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 taels of silver. Indeed, this world, where mortals and immortals coexist, even allows spirit stones to be converted into silver. Chen Changan nodded discreetly, his body remaining still, for he possessed neither silver nor spirit stones at that moment. Although the spirit stones he had accumulated through the system's sign-in over the years were piled high in the system space, the avatar could not access that space. The atmosphere gradually became tense, and the smile on the face of the waiter waiting to settle the bill grew increasingly rigid.
Just then,
a cool voice emerged from a corner. I shall pay for this gentleman. A young man, adorned with a bamboo-woven hat, sat at a table. His only company a pot of wine and 2 small dishes. His faded blue attire suggested wear, and his right hand remained concealed within his sleeve.
Such a good soul! Chen Changan immediately cast a grateful glance towards the youth. However, in the next moment, a mocking voice pierced the air. Xiao Chen. Aren't you struggling to maintain your own status in the Xiao family? How dare you play the benefactor here? Chen Changan's expression darkened instantly.
Who were these people to insult his benefactor? I have wealth. Xiao Chen's voice was soft yet resolute. He produced an old coin pouch embroidered with green bamboo and placed a glimmering low-grade spirit stone upon the table. Yet, all he received in return was a chorus of derisive laughter.
Xiao Chen. I hear the Xiao family has hired a new master for you, that useless waste? Another oily voice cut through the laughter, inquiring about the latest charlatan to emerge. Brother Wang, you may not be aware, another sharp voice chimed in. It is said that a goo master from the southern wilderness was summoned, but the moment the goo worm entered Xiao Chen's meridians, it perished instantly. Ha ha ha. I say, a rotund figure in splendid robes stepped forth as he lifted the curtain of the private room. That Xiao Chen lad is simply cursed. If it weren't for that little girl Xiao Linger protecting him a few years ago, I would have. Young Master Zhang, mind your words. A companion interjected hastily. One must not speak recklessly about that young lady. What do I have to fear? The portly Zhang took a swig of his wine. After all, that girl left 2 years ago. Now, who doesn't he know that Xiao Chen is nothing but a living joke? He was already at the pinnacle of the art of object manipulation 5 years ago, and yet he thought he was renowned. Only to embarrass himself last year at the city lord's banquet, unable to perform even the most basic techniques. Xiao Chen remained silent. But his clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within. Chen Changan could not help but perk up his ears. Ah? A once gifted young master reduced to a family disgrace? This scent is all too familiar. However, now was not the time to dwell on that. These individuals were belittling his current benefactor, though this incarnation had fallen to the mid-stage of the profound realm due to distance. The opponents before him were mere trifles of the object manipulation realm. I may not be able to provoke the titans of the Xianing continent. But what have I to fear from these insignificant beings? Crash! Chen Changan deliberately knocked over the metal wine pot, which clattered heavily to the ground, immediately catching the attention of the group. This brother, the plump Shang, squinted his eyes. You look rather unfamiliar. The entire third floor of diners fell silent. I apologize, I merely found your discussion of others' faces quite distasteful, Chen Changan remarked leisurely as he wiped his mouth. You seek death. Instantly, 7 or 8 elegantly dressed young men rose from another table. Meanwhile, Zhang's palm flickered with the ominous spark of thunder. Do you know who we are? Indeed, I do. Chen Changan counted on his fingers, addressing the passers-by, A, B, C, D. You young lad, should you be reborn in your next life? Remember to bring your wits along. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck, curiously veering 3 feet in front of Chen Changan, obliterating a nearby wooden ornament into charred remnants. Chen Changan let out a whistle, confirming the presence of an inept foe. Remarkably, he hadn't even employed his magical powers. He merely imparted a slight angular momentum to the adversary's spell. Instantly, Chen Changan's posture straightened with newfound resolve. In matters of bullying the weak, I, Chen, have never feared anyone in my life. A cultivator? The rotund Zhang's expression shifted dramatically. Who on earth are you? Why assist that wastrel? No, no, no. It was this young brother who first aided me, Chen Changan replied, shaking his head. The scene before him evoked a classic adage, which he then recited, and refrained from incessantly calling someone a wastrel, considering their youth. Remember the saying, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not belittle the impoverished youth. Have you not heard of it? Do not belittle the impoverished youth? Ha ha ha. Following a bout of laughter, Zhang waved his hands, and the young men in splendid attire began to encircle them. Forget it, regardless of who you are, today you are destined to perish. Chen Changan merely scoffed. As a minor skirmish loomed on the horizon, everyone, hold on. Xiao Chen? Zhang's fade suggested he had seen a ghost. Yet his eyes sparkled with a triumphant glint. You dare to show yourself? The drunken immortal building is a property of the Lord's manor, Xiao Chen remarked, slightly raising his head, revealing a pale chin beneath his hat. Do you not fear breaching the rules by causing a ruckus here? Chen Changan noted the youth's left foot subtly turned inward as he stood. This posture, a habitual consequence of chronic meridian pain, was ingrained in him. With his current level of mastery, he could easily discern the damage inflicted upon this youth's meridians, a result of prolonged forceful extraction of energy from his pathways. Rules? A youth seated with Zhang scoffed, "You, a wastrel who hasn't broken through in 5 years, dare speak of rules?"
Suddenly, Xiao Chen's sleeve stirred without wind. Chen Changan's pupils dilated, he distinctly saw tendrils of black mist seeping from the youth's sleeve, which emitted a silent shriek upon contact with sunlight.
This youth harbors a secret. Chapter 19, Xiao Chen Stop.
At that moment, a figure clad in black suddenly emerged, his expression stern, revealing himself to be a practitioner of the profound realm. His cold gaze swept over Zhang Fatty and Xiao Chen.
"Zhang family, Xiao family, have you completely disregarded the regulations of the city lord's mansion?" Upon hearing the mention of the city lord's mansion, a flicker of apprehension finally crossed Zhang Fatty's face. Xiao Chen also quietly exhaled. The dark mist from his sleeves gradually dissipating into the air. Unaware that he had just danced perilously close to the gates of death. Zhang Fatty continued to speak with arrogance, "Very well, very well. Today, I shall spare the city lord's mansion some face. However, I have heard that the flying vessel carrying your fiancée who has called off the engagement is already on its way. Let's see how long you can keep up this bravado." With that, he turned and led his entourage downstairs. "Let us depart. Soon. At the foot of the drunken immortal pavilion. Thank you, brother." Regardless of whether that person is a protagonist of the waste material genre, he has nonetheless helped cover my expenses, Chen Changan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "It is no trouble. I see that you, sir, possess an admirable demeanor and are not a rogue. You must have simply overlooked this matter," he replied. Furthermore, he solemnly bowed to Chen Changan, saying, "Do not underestimate the youth in poverty, I shall remember your words." After another bow, he turned to leave. Watching the young man's retreating figure, Chen Changan narrowed his eyes. With his discerning vision, he could not ascertain the true nature of the youth before him. However, he fixated on the seemingly inconspicuous copper ring adorning the young man's index finger. As for the waste material genre, it should all be rather similar, he mused. A sudden thought struck him: if he were to take on a budding protagonist as his disciple, should he achieve success in the future? Wouldn't his retirement be assured? After all, who could refuse friendship with a young version of a figure like Mababa? With this thought, he chuckled softly. And once the young man's silhouette vanished completely from the street, he cast an invisibility spell and followed discreetly. As dusk settled, the sound of Xiao Chen's slightly heavy footsteps echoed on the cobblestone path. He lowered his head to gaze at the bronze ring on his index finger. The newly emerged patterns on its surface glimmered with an eerie sheen in the afterglow of the setting sun, as though some ancient rune was awakening. "Old Yao." The youth's lips moved slightly, his voice resonating only within the confines of his consciousness. "I do not perceive this gentleman as a villain." Suddenly, a wisp of dark green mist surged forth from the ring, coursing through Xiao Chen's meridians, bringing an odd sensation of intertwining pain and warmth. A hoarse voice echoed in his mind, "Kid, let's not rush to label him as a villain. However, this person is profoundly scheming, especially when you departed earlier." His gaze was clearly fixed upon the copper ring I am concealed within. He may have already sensed my presence. Xiao Chen pressed his lips together, his footsteps momentarily faltering. Clearly ambivalent regarding the judgment of the voice in his mind. This ring had been inadvertently acquired 5 years ago in the depths of the ancestral shrine. And it was only 2 months prior, on the night of the full moon, that this entity claiming to be Old Yao suddenly awakened. In that moment, he realized the truth behind his years of stagnation. This peculiar ring had been secretly devouring his spiritual energy. "You mentioned that beneath the realm of eternal life, no one could discern your presence." Xiao Chen pondered internally, his right hand unconsciously grazing the concealed dagger at his waist. "That gentleman." Thus, I assert that this individual possesses profound scheming. The voice of the elder Yao carried a hint of disdain. "Even I cannot see through his cultivation. Yet he feigns poverty in the tavern." The youth remained silent. At this moment, the puddle at the street corner reflected his gaunt visage. Over the past 5 years, this face had transformed from spirited youthfulness to a state of disheveled despair. With only those bright eyes remaining as vibrant as ever, though now they bore an indelible shadow of melancholy. Do not underestimate a poor youth. Xiao Chen found himself unconsciously repeating the phrase he had heard in the drunken immortal pavilion, his fingertips absently tracing the intricate patterns on the ring. This saying resonated deeply with his heart,
as if it articulated the anguish he had long suppressed, like a key that suddenly unlocked the door to his long-sealed emotions.
Yet, at that moment, Elder Yao abruptly warned in a stern voice, "Be cautious. Someone is following."
Xiao Chen instantly adjusted his breathing, his steps becoming unsteady and faltering, perfectly embodying the guise of a crippled individual. Faint footsteps echoed from the alley behind him. It was the unique, soundless footwork of the Xiao family's shadow guards. A sensation he had grown all too familiar with over the years.
"Young master!"
Suddenly, a blinding light flared at the corner. As the chief steward of the Xiao family approached briskly, a hint of malicious glee evident on his face, the family head urgently summons you to the council hall.
Xiao Chen knew without a doubt that this summons boded ill. Yet, he met the oncoming malice with unwavering resolve.
A cold smile gracing his lips as his gaze shifted to the steward's right hand.
There. The little finger was unnaturally bent, a result of the trap he had set 3 days prior.
Simultaneously, he discreetly turned the ring to the palm side,
subtly concealing a poisoned silver needle between his fingers.
Over the past 5 years, the Xiao family's attention towards him had indeed intensified, particularly in the last 2 years. Especially after his father ventured to the central continent in search of a healer and subsequently vanished without a trace.
"I shall go at once."
The youth stooped slightly, adjusting his faded azure robe.
As he turned, he cast one last glance towards the direction of the drunken immortal pavilion. The phrase "do not underestimate a poor youth" still echoing in his heart. Who was that gentleman who had so unexpectedly appeared before him?
Elder Yao chuckled darkly within the ring. "The Xiao family seeks you now. It is likely not for anything good. Fear not, as long as I draw breath, I shall ensure your safety."
"Thank you, Elder Yao," Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly, his left hand instinctively resting upon his chest. There lay a jade slip,
containing the first alchemical formula bestowed upon him by Elder Yao upon awakening. In the past 2 months, this mysterious entity had ceased to siphon his spiritual energy, even occasionally lending him a modicum of strength, yet he never forgot the agonizing nights of the past 5 years, each marked by the torment of lost energy.
However,
the individual ensnared in the web of fate, despite being the architect of his own misfortune, has diligently guided himself through these trying days,
remaining steadfast and unwavering in his resolve, thus providing warmth to the heart of the youth.
He is acutely aware that the seemingly spontaneous jibes within the drunken immortal pavilion today are likely orchestrated by certain individuals with meticulous intent.
Over the past 2 months,
although he has assimilated several rudimentary alchemical formulas imparted by the venerable Master Yao, coupled with a modicum of borrowed primordial energy, revealing a flicker of talent in the art of alchemy, the deeply ingrained prejudices cannot be easily overturned in such a brief span. The Xiao family harbors a multitude who would readily wish for his demise. Only through his death could a path be cleared, liberating more resources.
"Young master,
this old servant shall accompany you," the steward proclaimed, bearing a lantern that cast distorted shadows upon the cobblestone path, resembling a serpent poised to strike. Xiao Chen cast a profound glance at him, silently trailing in his wake.
After traversing 3 winding alleys, Xiao Chen abruptly halted. The steward, perplexed, turned back,
only to witness the youth extracting a delicate jade vial from his bosom. "I am grateful for the medicine you provided, esteemed steward," Xiao Chen said, offering a frail smile. "I have made some modifications to the ancient formula, and I present this vial of consolidation powder to you." The steward's pupils constricted sharply. This was precisely the toxin he had administered 3 days prior.
The seemingly innocuous smile on the youth's face appeared particularly unsettling in the flickering light.
If this young man can surmount this tribulation, he shall surely achieve greatness in the future. For reasons unknown, a sudden thought arose within the steward's heart, and the animosity he harbored began to inexplicably wane. With a rare sincerity, he spoke, "Rest assured, this journey is indeed at the behest of the family head."
"Oh?" Xiao Chen's eyelids fluttered, surprised as he regarded the steward's retreating figure.
He then lowered his head once more, continuing to walk silently ahead. Chapter 20, The annulment of engagement. Within the council hall of the Xiao family, several bronze lamps illuminated the room as brightly as day. As Xiao Chen crossed the threshold,
a voice, reminiscent of silver bells and laced with unabashed disdain, pierced the silence. "Is this my so-called fiancé?"
The hall fell into a profound hush. Xiao Chen lifted his gaze, and there stood a young lady dressed in a pale golden flowing skirt, to the left of the main seat. She was approximately 16 or 17 years of age. Her skin is smooth as jade, her brows resembling distant mountains, and her almond-shaped eyes brimming with scorn. A phoenix-shaped hairpin swayed gently in her hair as she turned her head, reflecting a dazzling light under the lamps.
Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes.
The young lady before him was none other than his betrothed, Lin Xingyue, with whom he had been engaged since childhood. A fleeting image of 10 years ago flickered in his mind. She had trailed behind him like a little shadow, incessantly calling him brother Xiao Chun. He sneered inwardly.
That image disintegrated in an instant.
Miss Lin, Xiao Chen greeted with a formal bow, his voice eerily calm.
It has been a while.
Do not speak so familiarly. Lin Xingyue retorted with a cold huff. I trust you are aware of my purpose for coming today.
Please, enlighten me, Miss Lin, Xiao Chen replied.
Maintaining his composure while casting a discreet glance at the various elders of the Xiao family surrounding them.
Most bore expressions of amusement,
as if they were mere spectators to a play.
Xiao Chen's gaze darkened, a bitter smile forming within. Ah, this is the Xiao family.
The lineage his father took pride in, one he would even willingly sacrifice himself for. Junior sister Qingyue, a clear voice resonated beside Lin Xingyue. Xiao Chen then noticed a young man clad in pristine white standing beside her. The man appeared to be in his early 20s, with a face as refined as jade. And a jade sword hung at his waist, its tassel swaying without wind.
Stepping forward, the young man,
adorned with golden threaded cloud patterns on his sleeves that glimmered under the light, introduced himself. I am Bai Mufeng, a true disciple of Tianyun sect.
Ranked 87th on the human ranking.
With each word he uttered, the expressions of the Xiao family members darkened further.
87th on the human ranking. Xiao Chen's pupils contracted,
and his fists clenched involuntarily. It had been 5 centuries since anyone from Qingzhou City had ascended the human ranking. And he, 5 years prior, had been hailed as the most promising genius likely to achieve such a feat. Xiao Chen, is it? Bai Mufeng surveyed the young man before him with an air of superiority.
Junior sister Qingyue has passed the entrance examination of our Tianyun sect. I am here today to annul your engagement.
With a sharp crack, an elder of the Xiao family shattered the armrest of his chair.
At that moment,
even the normally stoic elders of the Xiao family displayed visible anger. If Lin Xingyue's earlier insult had merely been perceived as playful banter among the younger generation, after all, as long as the head of the Lin family did not intervene, her words held no weight. This public announcement of the annulment by an outsider was a direct affront to the entire Xiao family.
The family head,
Xiao Yuanshan, Xiao Chen's grandfather, slowly rose to his feet, the oppressive aura of his peak-returning origin realm causing the candles in the hall to flicker ominously.
Young Master Bai.
This engagement was established by the head of the Lin family himself.
If it is to be annulled, it should be discussed personally by the head of the Lin family.
Bai Mufeng chuckled lightly, proclaiming, I am the current sect masteress disciple of the Tianyun sect, backed by a true immortal of the longevity realm.
Do you truly believe that our esteemed Qingzhou's premier sect could be overshadowed by a mere head of a second-rate family?
This was a blatant display of coercion. The members of the Xiao family instantly grew sullen. Xiao Yuanshan remained silent for a long while before turning to Xiao Chen. Chener, what is your perspective? If you refuse to call off the engagement, the Xiao family shall fight to the bitter end.
Xiao Chen smirked coldly within.
The old fox's maneuver of retreating to advance was clearly an attempt to shift the blame for offending the Tianyun sect onto him. Fine, since you disregard familial ties. Do not blame me for digging a deep pit for you. He stepped forward slowly, the hem of his azure robe still dusted with the remnants of his journey.
Grandfather need not feel troubled. The young man's voice rang clear. I consent to the annulment of the engagement.
The hall erupted in an uproar. Lin Xingyue displayed a triumphant smile, only to find Xiao Chen suddenly locking eyes with her. However, I wish to add a condition.
Bai Mufeng frowned. You.
10 years hence,
Xiao Chen articulated deliberately, I shall personally visit the Tianyun sect to seek guidance from Miss Lin.
Should I emerge victorious? His gaze swept through Lin Xingyue's hair. I shall claim this phoenix hairpin adorning your head as my prize.
Arrogance. Lin Xingyue's face flushed with anger.
To use a lady's adornment as a wager was a clear affront, particularly from a so-called waste who had made no progress in 5 years.
Yet, Bai Mufeng regarded Xiao Chen with keen interest, intriguing.
However, he suddenly pointed like a sword, and a streak of sword energy grazed Xiao Chen's left shoulder.
leaving a deep mark on the iron floor beneath. What assurance do you have that you will dare to keep your promise in 10 years? Blood seeped through Xiao Chen's azure robe, yet the youth did not flinch by this. He brought his fingers together, a surge of energy intertwining with the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao oath. Xiao Yuanshan's expression shifted, and Lin Qingyue furrowed her brow. Although she doubted Xiao Chen possessed anything that could truly threaten him, the sensation of being targeted left her feeling uneasy. Xiao Chen swore by the heavenly Tao that he would challenge Miss Lin in 10 years at the Tianyun sect. Should he fail to honor his word, he would perish under the five thunders. Wait. Bai Mufeng interrupted suddenly, if we are to gamble, let us raise the stakes. With that, he unsheathed a sword, standing it before him. This sword, named Xiansui, was a superb flying sword gifted by his master after he ascended the rankings recently. If you win in 10 years, this sword shall be yours. If you lose. His gaze turned icy, I shall claim the Xuantian Ding of the Xiao family. The members of the Xiao family turned pale. That Ding was the very foundation of the Xiao clan. Yet before they could react, Xiao Chen had already bitten his finger. Blood oath transforming into a red light that vanished into the void, it is a promise. Lin Qingyue disdainfully waved her sleeve and departed. While Bai Mufeng cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Chen, I hope that in 10 years, you can withstand a strike from my junior sister. After the Tianyun sect departed, Xiao Yuanshan finally erupted in fury, unfilial descendant. Who allowed you to wager our family's treasure? Grandfather, rest assured. Xiao Chen maintained a serene demeanor. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his grandson had his own plans. With that, he turned to depart, the echoes of the elder's furious curses following him. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Xiao Chen could no longer suppress a spurt of fresh blood, for him. Merely swearing an oath to the heavens had nearly cost him his life. The voice of the medicine elder resonated within the ring, good lad. You've now bound the entire Xiao family to your chariot of war, but you must consider carefully, the Tianyun sect is a premier faction guarded by the venerable Changsheng. Xiao Chen wiped away the bloodstains, revealing a satisfied smile. So what? I possess nothing to lose. In 10 years' time, should I emerge victorious, I shall reap great rewards. If I lose, I bear no regret. At that moment, a light chuckle suddenly echoed behind him. Lose? That is impossible. Who is it? Xiao Chen spun around abruptly, only to find the gentleman he had encountered at the tavern, leisurely seated in a chair, observing him with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 21, The Trial Defeat? Impossible. Chen Changan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the moonlight streaming through the window, casting a silver sheen upon him. Externally, he appeared composed and unruffled. Yet internally he was elated. Having concealed his presence moments ago, he had observed Xiao Chen speaking to himself. And it was evident that the latter indeed had an old grandfather by his side. Ah, this engagement cancellation, this betrayal. The old grandfather in the ring. Your protagonist's buffs are stacked to the brim. Do tell me how you could possibly lose? Sir. Xiao Chen cautiously retreated a step, his fingers discreetly clasping 3 poisoned silver needles. Do not be alarmed. With a flourish of his sleeve, Chen Changan produced a vial of Zhouzhuan Huihandan. He had indeed forgotten to bring spirit stones on this journey, but he had not neglected to bring anything else. The jade vial traced a graceful arc as it landed in Xiao Chen's hand. First, tend to your injuries. As Xiao Chen uncorked the vial, his hand trembled. Yao Lao cried out from within the ring, Zhouzhuan Huihandan? This is indeed the Zhouzhuan Huihandan. Zhouzhuan Huihandan? What is that? Sensing Yao Lao's excitement, Xiao Chen removed the jade stopper. Instantly, a captivating fragrance wafted through the air, a scent reminiscent of orchids and musk, initially refreshing like a spring breeze, then chillingly invigorating like a cold spring, calming the chaotic spiritual energy within him. It is truly astonishingly real. Yao Lao's voice quivered within the ring, causing the ring itself to tremble slightly in Xiao Chen's grasp. He cautiously poured the elixir into his palm. Before him lay a pill the size of a longan, glistening in a translucent hue, adorned with 9 naturally formed cloud patterns, radiating a spectrum of colors under the moonlight. Most astonishingly, within the pill, a liquid flame seemed to swirl languidly, each rotation sparking tiny electric arcs upon its surface. Xiao Chen, do you understand? Yao Lao's tone was unusually grave.
This pill, even during my prime, had less than a 30% success rate in its refinement.
Xiao Chen's pupils constricted. Through their days spent together, he had learned that Yao Lao was a master of alchemy at the longevity realm.
The Jiuzhuan Huihan Dan required the gathering of 9 types of millennium-old spiritual herbs as primary materials, supplemented by 81 rare ingredients. Yao Lao continued, his voice filled with reverence. The very first step, refining spirit, demands the use of otherworldly flames for continuous refinement over 49 days. Any deviation in temperature would render all efforts futile. Xiao Chen observed as the cloud patterns on the surface of the pill began to shift, casting a miniature star map illusion in the air.
Do you see those cloud patterns?
Yao Lao sighed,
they are the resonance of the Tao of heaven and earth invoked upon the pill's completion. It is said that each additional cloud pattern doubles the efficacy.
Jiuzhuan has already reached legendary status.
What is even more alarming?
Yao Lao's voice dropped further, the trajectory of the cloud patterns on this pill distinctly suggests heavenly calamity cloud patterns. This indicates that a calamity will be invoked upon the pill's formation.
Xiao Chen instinctively tightened his grip on the pill. He had heard of the calamity, the celestial phenomenon that only arises when a transcendent grade pill is born. Any pill capable of withstanding such a calamity is undoubtedly a divine treasure, capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bone.
The elder sighed deeply, even if but a fragment of his soul remained, consuming this could restore his corporeal form. In the realm of cultivation, such a treasure could incite a tempest of bloodshed. Could it truly be such a precious item?
Xiao Chen inhaled sharply.
Recorking the vial with great reluctance, and with a heavy heart, he cautiously returned the potion. One must not receive rewards without merit. I cannot accept such a generous gift from you, esteemed sir.
Generous gift?
Chen Changan waved his hand dismissively. This item is merely a triviality that the system churns out every few days. It's among the least valuable in the prize pool.
However, he soon reconsidered,
recognizing that this youth from a rural town had likely never encountered such things before.
After all,
even the patriarch of the Shao family was merely a practitioner at the returning origin realm.
Reflecting on this, Chen Changan felt a secret thrill. This was precisely the effect he desired. If the protagonist ascended to another realm, where would he find space to showcase his flair?
He continued to maintain an enigmatic demeanor, refraining from reaching for the vial and instead seized the moment to declare, Xiao Chen,
are you willing to take me as your master?
Before the youth could respond, the elder reminded him through the bracelet, this person's identity is unclear.
Be wary of deception. However, this time, Xiao Chen chose to disregard the elder's warning.
Do not underestimate the young. It was this very individual before him who reignited the flickering flame within his heart with those 5 simple words. Otherwise, he himself could not ascertain whether he had the courage to commit to a decade-long pact.
I am willing.
Suddenly, he knelt upon both knees, his swift action startling Chen Changan. Xiao Chen's expression was earnest. Master, please accept my bow, and I implore you to take me away from the Shao family.
Perhaps you are kneeling a tad too quickly. Now it was Chen Changan who was taken aback. Yet, why would he refuse a protagonist handed to him on a silver platter?
Instinctively, he was about to agree, but then he hesitated.
No, wait.
My current incarnation possesses only the cultivation of the profound realm. How can I guide him past the layers of scrutiny from the Shao family?
Chen Changan fell into contemplation. Should he be forthright? Certainly not. His persona was that of a transcendent sage. How could he falter over such trivial matters? However, to lead him away truly exceeded his capabilities. Should he summon his true self for assistance?
Amidst his inner turmoil, an epiphany struck him. This was the protagonist, after all.
Why should the onus of resolution fall solely upon me? He cast a glance at Xiao Chen.
Observing the sincerity and hope reflected in his eyes, if you are indeed the protagonist, you must first prove yourself to me.
With this thought,
Chen Changan sighed heavily and discreetly cancelled his transformation, for regardless of the outcome, he must maintain an air of grandeur.
In that case, I shall present you with a test.
His figure began to shimmer, becoming translucent as the moonlight pierced through his robes. Travel east for 1,000 miles from this place.
There lies an unnamed valley. I shall await you there. If you can arrive within 3 days, I will officially accept you as my disciple.
Before his words had fully settled, he had transformed into a cascade of starlight, vanishing into the night.
Xiao Chen stood frozen in place. Elder Yao gasped in astonishment. An exteriorized incarnation?
This is indeed the legendary supreme celestial art.
It seems that your humble master possesses remarkable prowess. No matter what, I must pass this trial.
As he listened to Elder Yao's words, Xiao Chen resolutely made up his mind.
Chapter 22, The Escape That Night. The darkness enveloping Jingning City was abruptly torn asunder by a shadow.
Xiao Chen glided over the fish-scale tiles, each footfall scattering fine gravel under the silvery moonlight. The black mist of the old pharmacist coiled around his legs like a living entity, leaving behind a web-like pattern of cracks on the rooftops with each exertion. Swish, 3 poisoned soul-chasing arrows whizzed past his ears, embedding themselves into a nearby chimney, their fletchings trembling violently.
Without needing to glance back,
Xiao Chen understood that the elite night owls of the Xiao family had already locked onto his presence.
Turn left.
The old pharmacist's voice pierced sharply through the air.
Xiao Chen abruptly twisted his body and darted into a narrow alley.
Flinging 3 dark projectiles from his sleeve, these were the mind-distracting smoke bombs he had concocted using the old pharmacist's formula.
Boom!
A dense violet smoke instantaneously filled the alley. The furious shout of the Dark Guard leader, accompanied by violent coughing, echoed, "Beware of the poisonous smoke."
Form the 3 talismans formation. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chen leaped onto the city wall.
The frigid battlements dug into his palms, drawing blood, while the old wound on his left shoulder, inflicted by Mufeng's sword aura in the Xiao family's council hall, burst open again, warm blood trickling down the rust-stained bricks.
Good, head east.
The old pharmacist's voice carried a hint of fatigue, as he continued to assist Xiao Chen in scouting for enemies with his spiritual sense.
Just as his words faded,
a silver chain hurtled through the air. Xiao Chen barely managed to tilt his head, the chain grazed his cheek, leaving a bloody mark on his cheekbone.
Below the wall,
3 dark guards had already formed a formation, the silver chain rising again like a venomous serpent.
Jump!
The old pharmacist commanded sharply. Xiao Chen leaped down from the Fai Zhonghai city wall, the black mist cushioning his fall, though it still jarred his internal organs.
In the distance,
the cries of the city guards grew louder, their torches rapidly approaching. Xiao Chen stumbled into the reed marsh by the moat. The icy river water soaked through his boots,
startling several night-dwelling waterfowl.
He examined his injuries under the moonlight. His left shoulder wound was deep enough to expose bone, while his right leg bore a large strip of skin scraped away by the silver chain. He tore a piece from his garment to hastily bandage himself, suddenly bursting into laughter.
"Kid, how can you still laugh at a time like this?"
The old pharmacist's voice emerged from the ring, laced with irritation. "Why shouldn't I laugh?" Xiao Chen wiped the river water from his face. "In 5 years I have never felt such exhilaration.
I wonder if that old Kuchao Yuanshan is so furious that he has shattered his teacup."
At that moment, in the main hall of the Xiao family, a green porcelain teacup indeed shattered on the ground.
"Useless. All of you are useless." Xiao Yuanshan's hair stood on end.
The oppressive aura of a peak returned to Origin Realm Expert, causing dust to fall from the wooden beams.
3 dark guards couldn't catch a single crippled waste?
The chief steward knelt on the ground, his right pinky oddly bent. "Master. It seems the young master has made some progress in his cultivation over the past 2 months." Nonsense. The 3rd elder slammed his palm on the table. That wretch hasn't advanced an inch in 5 years. How could he suddenly have an epiphany in these last 2 months? Suddenly, Xiao Yuanshan calmed. A glimmer of sharpness flashing in his murky eyes. "Send orders to the shadow guards, capture Xiao Chen alive at all costs." He caressed the dragon patterns on the armrest of his chair, since he wishes to sever ties with the Xiao family. "Let us bind him and send him to Tianyun sect, to safeguard the Xiantian cauldron of my Xiao family." In the pine forest before dawn,
Xiao Chen leaned against an ancient tree, gasping for breath.
He tore a strip from his garment to bind his wounds, but the blood quickly soaked through the coarse fabric.
"Someone is coming," Elder Yao suddenly warned. Xiao Chen rolled swiftly, narrowly avoiding a blade that split the tree trunk in 2.
12 shadow guards emerged from the mist,
all adorned with iron masks.
The leader flicked off wood shavings from his blade, saying, "Young master, the head of the family requests your return."
Xiao Chen sneered,
his right hand subtly reaching for his waist, where a delicate short sword rested like a gossamer wing.
Bang!
As the first smoke bomb detonated, Xiao Chen had already pierced the throat of the nearest shadow guard.
Black mist surged from his ring, transforming into dozens of fine needles aimed at the enemy. Beware of the poison mist,
the shadow guard leader shouted, retreating hastily, only to see Xiao Chen seize the opportunity to dart deeper into the dense forest. The youth's running posture resembled that of an injured wolf, leaving a long trail of blood behind him.
At dusk, Xiao Chen knelt by the banks of the Red Water River, retching.
Since his escape from Jingning City the previous night, he had not consumed a morsel,
relying solely on Elder Yao's black mist to sustain his breath.
Suddenly, the river stirred with unusual ripples. Instinctively, Xiao Chen leapt to the right, barely avoiding a water arrow that pierced the spot where he had just stood. True to form, 7 figures rose from the river, unmistakably the Xiao family's shadow guards. The leading man pointed his sword at Xiao Chen, declaring, "The head of the Xiao family commands your return, regardless of life or death."
Xiao Chen grinned, blood spilling from his mouth, regardless of life or death? Does that old man Xiao Yuanshan not fear that if I die, no one will attend the appointment he cherishes with the Xiantian cauldron in 10 years?
Just as he spoke, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and 7 flying swords shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at Xiao Chen.
With a flick of his sleeve, a small porcelain vial suddenly flew from his robe.
The vial spun rapidly in midair, releasing a burst of green powder from its mouth. Upon contact with the swordlight, the powder erupted into a cloud of verdant mist.
Beware of the poison?
Several shadow guards paled at the sight, hastily holding their breath, not daring to be careless.
However, amid the guards' panic,
Xiao Chen seized the moment and plunged into the river like a slippery eel. His movements were swift and agile, as if he had melded with the water,
vanishing from the guard's sight in an instant.
The river flowed rapidly, and he was carried downstream with the current.
By the dawn of the 3rd day, Xiao Chen finally ascended a towering cliff.
He was utterly fatigued, with half a broken sword embedded in his right leg, blood continuously seeping from the wound, staining his garments. His left eye was also matted with blood, making it difficult to open. Standing atop the cliff, he gazed into the distance, where swirling clouds enveloped the landscape,
resembling an ethereal paradise.
Deep within the mist, he could faintly discern a valley adorned with vibrant blossoms, lush trees, and the harmonious sounds of birds and flowers,
akin to an idyllic haven.
That place. Elder Yao's voice echoed in Xiao Chen's ears, intermittent like a candle flickering in the wind,
at any moment poised to extinguish.
Xiao Chen lowered his gaze and beheld the myriad of fine cracks adorning the ring of the medicine elder, a clear indication that he had expended an excessive amount of true essence in his endeavor to safeguard him. "Young one, the true essence I stored has been completely depleted. From here on, you must rely on yourself." The elder's breath grew increasingly faint, his voice barely a whisper.
Gritting his teeth,
Xiao Chen utilized his short sword as a makeshift crutch, laboriously supporting his injured form as he limped down the mountainside. Each step he took was fraught with difficulty, yet his gaze remained resolutely fixed upon the valley ahead. However, as he struggled onward, a sudden rustling erupted from the forest behind him.
Xiao Chen's heart tightened. He instinctively knew that the shadow guards of the Xiao clan were hot on his trail. Capture him. Do not let him enter the valley. Arrows whistled through the air,
piercing his back with a sharp pain. Stumbling several steps, he suddenly leapt off the cliff. Amidst the howling wind, the medicine elder summoned the last vestiges of his strength to conjure a cushion of black mist. With a thud, Xiao Chen plunged into a sea of flowers.
Was this the end?
In his blurred vision, he perceived a figure in a gentle yellow hue rushing toward him.
"Hey, big brother, are you hurt?"
The tender voice of a child resonated like a celestial melody. Xiao Chen longed to respond, but instead, he coughed up a mouthful of blood.
The final sensation before losing consciousness was the gentle embrace of someone cradling his head.
Chapter 23, Retreat at the break of dawn. A gentle mist enveloped the valley. An elderly man, his hair streaked with gray, leisurely swept the fallen leaves with a broom. Suddenly, several shadowy figures darted out from the woods, and the leader of the dark guard stepped onto the freshly swept pile of leaves.
"Old man."
One of the dark guards pulled down his mask, revealing a scarred face.
"Have you seen a wounded young man pass by here?" The old man was none other than Wu Bo.
He glanced at the dark guard before looking at the scattered leaves, now trampled and disheveled, and sighed with a twinge of sorrow.
Young man. Do you have any idea how long it takes me to clean this area? Old man. Show some respect.
One of the dark guards drew his sword, but was quickly stopped by the leader. An inexplicable sense of depth emanated from the seemingly ordinary old man, leaving the leader with a feeling of unease.
Old man.
The leader of the dark guards revealed the Shao family's token.
We are from the Shao family. We kindly ask for your cooperation. The Shao family?
Wu Bo chuckled lightly.
What is that?
Old man, you're courting death.
A chorus of blades unsheathed simultaneously. Stop.
The leader of the dark guards quickly intervened. As the only master among them who had reached the profound realm, he sensed that this elderly man was far beyond their capacity to confront.
Taking a deep breath,
the leader softened his tone. You may disregard the Shao family, but the one who fled is a criminal of the Tianyun sect.
Do you truly dismiss the Tianyun sect as well?
Wu Bo casually dug into his ear.
Tianyun sect? What kind of inconsequential sect is that?
The dark guards collectively gasped in disbelief. Even the leader began to question his judgment.
Were it not for the unfathomable aura surrounding the elderly man,
he would have thought him merely an ignorant villager.
One of the dark guards stammered, You don't even know about the Tianyun sect? Why should I? Wu Bo innocently retorted.
The guards exchanged glances, and one, with a sardonic grin, sneered, What the old man says holds truth, the Tianyun sect is merely a minor faction.
Their sect leader's cultivation is not impressive, barely reaching the realm of longevity.
He emphasized the words realm of longevity, eagerly anticipating the old man's reaction.
Wu Bo nodded.
Indeed, it is not impressive.
The dark guards?
How about this, Wu Bo said kindly. You should return and advise the sect leader of Tianyun to diligently practice his cultivation and not feel inferior simply because his sect leader has only reached the realm of longevity.
Old man, are you out of your mind? Do you know what the realm of longevity signifies?
Suddenly, Wu Bo ceased his sweeping, and the pressure of half a step into the realm of longevity erupted forth.
It means being slightly stronger than me?
Boom! A tidal wave of overwhelming energy surged from Wu Bo's hunched form. In an instant, the air at the valley's mouth seemed to solidify.
And the dark guards felt as though a colossal weight bore down on their chests, rendering their breaths labored and difficult.
This. The pupils of the dark guard leader contracted sharply beneath his mask, as he was horrified to discover that his legs trembled uncontrollably. Wu Bo maintained his benevolent smile. Yet a visible vortex of spiritual energy surrounded him. The leaves that fell within 3 feet of him disintegrated into powder, and the bluestone beneath his feet cracked inch by inch.
The realm of eternal life?
The dark guard leader gasped in disbelief, his long knife clattering to the ground. Although he did not comprehend the intricacies of the eternal life realm, he could discern that the elderly man before him was countless times stronger than his own family's peak return to origin master. Wu Bo leisurely stroked his beard, and with each stroke, the pressure he exerted intensified. By the 7th stroke, the weakest of the dark guards had already knelt on the ground, their foreheads pressed against the earth, devoid of any strength to raise their heads.
Now you understand what it means to be not high, don't you? Wu Bo inquired with a smile,
his voice resonating like thunder in the ears of all present. The dark guard leader strained to uphold his last shred of dignity, only to find that he could not even utter a word. The terrifying pressure had sealed his throat. Remember this, Wu Bo gently stamped his foot, causing the entire valley to tremble. Go back and tell your master, just say. He deliberately elongated his tone, watching the pain struggles of the dark guards,
feeling a sudden sense of tedium.
Just say that the fallen leaves in this valley are more precious than the face of the Shao family you speak of.
Whoever dares to tread.
Before his words could finish, 12 dark guards had already rolled and crawled 100 feet away, leaving behind a litter of weapons and a few suspicious puddles.
Wu Bo contentedly retracted his pressure, transforming back into the ordinary old man sweeping the ground.
He hummed a little tune, continuing to gather the fallen leaves as if nothing had transpired. He felt particularly cheerful these days, not merely due to escaping the oppressive environment of the Hong family. More importantly, having unraveled the knot in his heart, his bottleneck began to loosen.
presenting the possibility of stepping into the true realm of eternal life at any moment. Furthermore, he now had a formidable backing. The number one on the heavenly ranking. Is this the feeling of clinging to a powerful ally? Wu Bo mused with delight. Chapter 24, My master is actually ranked first on the heavenly list?
Morning light filtered through the window, casting mottled shadows upon the bluestone floor.
Xiao Chen's eyelids fluttered. And in a daze, he beheld a delicate face drawing near. Big brother, you're awake. The little girl, approximately 5 or 6 years old, sported 2 short pigtails. Her eyes sparkling like obsidian in a mountain stream. She clutched a piece of osmanthus cake, the sweet aroma mingling with the scent of herbs that lingered in the room. Xiao Chen suddenly widened his eyes as memories surged back like a tidal wave, blood battles, fleeing, cliffs. Instinctively, he reached for the short sword at his waist. But the movement tugged at his wounds, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Do not move, a gentle male voice resonated from the doorway. Bathed in backlight, Chen Changan entered. Holding a bowl of medicine, sunlight casting a golden halo around him. You have broken 7 bones and fractured 3 meridians. Surviving this is indeed a testament to your fate. Struggling, Xiao Chen rolled off the bed, and as his knees met the ground, his wounds tore open, blood seeping into his white garments. Master, please allow your disciple to pay his respects. Each word was imbued with fervor, yet fell with a resounding clarity. Chen Changan accepted the gesture with composure. But his gaze was drawn to the bronze ring nestled between Xiao Chen's fingers. With his profound cultivation, he effortlessly discerned the secrets enshrined within an ailing remnant soul of a longevity realm being curled within, laboriously drawing in stray spiritual energy from the air. This ring. Chen Changan abruptly raised his hand, a flash of golden light emanating. Before Xiao Chen could react, the ring levitated into Chen Changan's palm. Master! Xiao Chen exclaimed urgently, the elder Yao is not a malevolent being. I know, Chen Changan replied with a light chuckle, his fingertips emanating a spectrum of colors. The radiance, as if tangible, entwined around the ring, gradually sketching a human silhouette in the void. Amidst the starlight, the form of an elderly man in gray robes slowly solidified, his hair white as snow, visage gaunt, with pronounced furrows etched upon his brow. Elder Yao abruptly opened his eyes, incredulous as he gazed at his newly formed hands. Illusory, a creation of the void? He trembled as he reached for his heart, where the long-forgotten rhythm of a heartbeat resonated. Is this the means of the sacred realm? Xiao Chen stood frozen, astonished. Chen Changan nonchalantly waved his hand, and a tea table materialized within the room, 3 cups of spiritual tea emitting wisps of steam. I appreciate your care for my disciple during these past few days, he said, taking a sip of tea, the liquid remaining untouched. From now on, you shall accompany him in this new form. Elder Yao knelt, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, Sacred One, for bestowing this second chance. He discreetly pinched his thigh, the sensation of pain from his past life felt incredibly real. Even more astonishing was the fact that the essence flowing through this new body was indeed that of the longevity realm. Chen Changan observed the astonished expressions of the two with satisfaction. Inwardly, he reveled in his cleverness. Relieved that the protagonist of this novice map was easily astounded by a mere display of skill. Now, as long as he clung to the protagonist, he would no longer have to worry about his future. Meanwhile, sacred realm. Xiao Chen was indeed taken aback by Chen Changan's extraordinary ability to conjure from the void, especially a body of a powerful being from the longevity realm. It turned out that his master was, in fact, a sacred one. A sudden and immense surprise enveloped Xiao Chen, as if he were ensnared in a dream. What did it matter if it was the Xiao family or the Tianyun sect? Beneath the sacred realm, all were but mere ants. Yet, in the next moment, he recalled the heavenly rankings. If his master was a sage, then surely he was renowned within those ranks? Thus, he stammered, Master, who exactly are you? The room fell into an absolute silence. The chirping of birds and the whispers of the wind outside vanished, and even the light seemed to freeze in place. In this stilled realm, only a wisp of chaotic energy danced at his fingertips. Chen Changan. Chen Changan? The first of the heavenly rankings? My master is, in fact, the legendary first of the heavenly rankings? Xiao Chen was utterly dumbfounded, unable to suppress the smile creeping upon his lips. Yet, in the next moment, A small porcelain vial dropped into his embrace. This is the creation elixir. Your meridians are severely damaged, consume it and take ample rest. Chen Changan said as he turned to leave, waving his hand behind him. If there is anything else, consult Uncle Wu, he serves as my steward. Also, Xing Kai, it's time for your studies. Oh, I understand. Father. Days passed, and Xiao Chen stood amidst the morning dew in the valley. His fingertips grazing the now empty bronze ring. The rising sun elongated his shadow, as if it sought to forever pin the image of the disheveled youth who had fled in desperation to the past. 10 years, he murmured softly. A sharp curve gracing his lips. The visage of Lin Xingyue flashed in his mind, her proud face adorned with a golden phoenix hairpin that glimmered painfully under the sunlight. The little girl who once called him Brother Xiao Chen now scrutinized him with the condescending gaze of the Tianyun sect. How thrilling this was! Xiao Chen suddenly laughed, startling the sparrows perched in the branches. He flexed his wrist, the meridians reshaped by the elixir were now over 3 times broader, and as his spiritual energy flowed, it resonated like a roaring river. Old Yao approached, cradling freshly picked spirit fruits, and raised an eyebrow upon witnessing Xiao Chen's demeanor. Have you thought of something delightful? I was pondering. Xiao Chen seized a fruit and bit into it vigorously, heedless of the juice splattering on his clothing. Contemplating how he should kick open the gates of the Tianyun sect 10 years hence, aiming for a more striking pose. Old Yao burst into hearty laughter, his mirth startling Chen Xingkai, who was catching bugs in the herb field. The young girl skipped over, the wildflowers in her hair swaying. Which door is Brother Xiao going to kick? Xiao Chen bent down to lift her high above his head, eliciting peals of laughter from the little girl. I plan to kick the door of those who look down on others. In the morning light, the brilliance in the young man's eyes outshone the edge of a sword. He recalled the condescending gaze of Bai Mufeng, and the gloating expressions of the Xiao family. Rather than instilling fear, these memories ignited an eternal flame within his heart. My master said my innate talents are suited for the 9 heavens thunder sword. This sword technique requires the collection of all thunder laws to be integrated into oneself. Xiao Chen placed Xing Kai back on the ground and casually snapped a twig. Lightning danced across the rough surface of the branch, and in an instant, the withered stick transformed into a phantom sword entwined with thunderous light. Old Yao's pupils constricted. It has only been 3 days. A typical cultivator would take 3 months to even grasp the threshold of thunder-type sword intent. A decade later, Xiao Chen's wrist flicked lightly, and the thunder sword emitted a dazzling arc of light. I shall ensure that every member of the Tianyun sect remembers. The thunderous cry of the sword resonated through the valley, scattering the creatures of the forest in fright. Amidst the lingering echoes, the young man stood with his sword sheathed, his eyes ablaze with a rebellious fire. What manner of individual was the one they had once cast aside from their betrothal? Chapter 25, System Update. The afternoon sun poured down like melted gold leaf, lazily draping over Chen Changan's rocking chair. With his eyes half closed, he allowed the warmth to seep into every fiber of his being, even curling his toes in comfort. A gentle mountain breeze swept by, causing a few sycamore leaves to twirl down. One leaf landed perfectly on the tip of his nose, only to be blown away and flutter down to the ground. Squeak, squeak, the old rattan cherry emitted a languid rhythm, harmonizing with the distant gurgle of the stream. Ding! Welcome to the Supreme System of all realms. System notification, system update completed. Startled by the chime echoing in his mind, Chen Changan jolted, spilling half of the spirit tea in his hands. Frantically dabbing at the tea stains, he suddenly realized, wait. A system update? He quickly summoned the system panel. At that moment, he recalled that on the day he officially accepted Xiao Chen as his disciple, he had received a system notification indicating that an update was commencing. However, in the past few days, he had been preoccupied with training his new disciple, and had not paid attention to it. Ever since he had traversed into this world, this troublesome system had proven almost inconsequential, providing little more than daily sign-ins for a modicum of cultivation and some trifles. Now, it had undergone an update? Had he inadvertently triggered some pivotal point? Was the opportunity to assert his destiny as the chosen one once again upon him? Yet, in the next moment, he recalled that little black snake, and his spirits visibly plummeted. However, as the panel unfolded, excitement surged within him, almost causing him to tumble from his chair. Host detected as having accepted a disciple. Pet cultivation function unlocked? What in the world? Why would the two seemingly solemn words of accepting a disciple be associated with the phrase pet cultivation? Did they overlap? Chen Changan mentally scoffed.
Indeed, the previously barren system interface now featured an icon reminiscent of the Pokemon from his past life.
Trembling, he clicked on it,
revealing 4 empty slots for pets neatly arranged.
Am I to become a trainer?
He instinctively glanced towards the yard where Xiao Chen was practicing his swordsmanship.
With a mindset of curiosity, Chen Changan clicked on the first slot.
Immediately, a selection bar popped up with the option, Xiao Chen.
No way! I can actually accept a disciple as a pet? Without hesitation, Chen Changan selected Xiao Chen.
A detailed panel immediately unfolded. Xiao Chen, cultivation level, peak of object control realm potential, 98, peerless genius, destiny, 85, child of destiny, loyalty, 100, wholeheartedly devoted, personality, steadfast. Chivalrous skills, Xiao Clan basic techniques, mastered, 9 heavens thundersword technique, entry level.
This data. Truly befitting the template of a male lead from a marriage annulment narrative. Chen Changan marveled, continuing to peruse the system's descriptions.
Cultivation rules, binding conditions, target destiny value above 60, loyalty above 60. Benefit mechanism, for every major realm advancement of the pet,
the host may receive the pet's loyalty 100 times the cultivation enhancement. Slot limit, currently open slots 1-4. In addition,
the system has unlocked something called the achievement system. System prompt, legendary achievement discovered, I am Destiny. I am Destiny, collect 4 children of destiny in the pet bar, achievement progress, 1-4.
Achievement reward, random immortal artifact. Chen Changan's eyes widened in astonishment.
After years of signing in, he had never encountered the existence of an immortal artifact. It turned out to be waiting here all along.
Moreover,
he calculated with his fingers, if he were to gather 4 disciples like Xiao Chen, and they continued to grow stronger,
I would directly ascend right here.
He excitedly leapt from his rocking chair, a manic smile slowly spreading across his face, startling Chen Changan, who was blissfully enjoying spiritual fruits nearby.
Daddy?
The little girl tilted her head, her mouth stained with fruit juice.
Without hesitation, Chen Changan attempted to drag his daughter into the pet bar. Binding failed. Alas! It seems his daughter's aptitude is indeed concerning. However, Chen Changan crouched down, affectionately ruffling his daughter's little head. Xingxai. What do you think of your brother Xiao Chen? He treats me very well and tells me stories. I always wanted a brother like him. How about I find you 4 brothers like Xiao Chen?
Yes, yes. Chen Xingxai clapped her hands, they should be good looking.
Best if they are alike, Daddy.
Gazing at his daughter's innocent smile, Chen Changan suddenly realized, why should he grow stronger to raise his daughter?
Wouldn't it be better to find her 4 outstanding senior brothers?
It appears he had misjudged the system. This was indeed the correct approach to the strongest system of all realms.
After all, if he gathers all the children of destiny under his wing, who could dare claim he is not the strongest? He reclined back into his rocking chair.
Delightfully plotting, Xiao Chen counts as 1, just 3 more to go. With the marriage annulment trope in hand, should he follow other web fiction styles to seek?
Speaking of which, am I not transmigrating into a book?
With this thought, he glanced at the elderly pharmacist guiding Xiao Chen in sword practice.
If he is indeed transmigrating, so be it. Every flower represents a world, every leaf embodies a Bodhi. Zhuangzhou dreamed of a butterfly, the butterfly dreamed of Zhuangzhou. Which is the true reality, who can say?
He couldn't help but chuckle, continuing to envision the future. Once he gathers 4 children of destiny, he can finally relax. Anyone who dares to provoke him will face a swarm of 4 children of destiny. Just the thought is terrifying.
With that in mind, he resolved not to slack off any longer.
It would not be too late to rest once he has gathered the 4 children of destiny. With a shift in his thoughts, another incarnation appeared out of thin air at a certain location, quietly exiting the valley.
Chapter 26, Where is my esteemed brother Xiao Chen?
In the Xiao family's council hall, the atmosphere was tense and charged.
Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Xiao Yuanshan shouted,
his palm crashing down on a table crafted from a millennium-old ironwood, splintering it into fragments. The several dark guards kneeling below fell silent. The leader of the guards pressing his forehead to the ground, cold sweat soaking through his back.
Forgive me, patriarch.
The elder at the valley's entrance possesses unfathomable strength. And my subordinates were truly
unfathomable?
Xiao Yuanshan scoffed, his eyes gleaming with icy disdain.
A mere gatekeeper has frightened you so? What purpose does the Xiao family serve in nurturing you?
The leader of the Dark Guards gritted his teeth, mustering the courage to respond. That elder is at least at the brink of the longevity realm, perhaps even.
Nonsense! Xiao Yuanshan interrupted furiously.
A powerful being of the longevity realm would not stoop to guarding a door. You are clearly incompetent and dare to make excuses.
Elder Xiao Yuanha cleared his throat and stroked his grizzled beard.
Patriarch, please temper your anger.
In my humble opinion,
since Xiao Chen has managed to apprentice himself to a lofty master, it may not be entirely detrimental to our Xiao family.
Detrimental? Xiao Yuanshan's fury flared even more.
He has rashly made a 10-year wager with the Tianyun sect, with the stakes being our family's treasured Xin Tian cauldron.
If he loses, his master will bear the responsibility, Elder Xiao Yuanhai interjected with a sinister grin. Such exalted beings would surely not allow their disciples to perish, would they?
The hall's occupants exchanged glances, their expressions varied. Some displayed concern, while others reveled in schadenfreude. Xiao Chen had endured scorn within the Xiao family for years. And now that he had found a patron, many felt a bitter pang in their hearts. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall.
Brother Xiao Chen! Where are you, Brother Xiao Chen?
A melodious voice, bright as silver bells, approached, brimming with unrestrained joy. The doors to the council hall were flung open. And a young girl clad in a pale yellow dress burst in with fervor. The girl appeared to be around 16 or 17, her features exquisitely delicate. With bright and clear almond-shaped eyes that sparkled playfully, the corners slightly upturned, exuding a lively charm. A simple wooden hairpin adorned her hair, enhancing her ethereal beauty.
Linger? Xiao Yuanshan furrowed his brow. What brings you back?
Linger surveyed the room, her smile gradually faltering.
Grandfather, where is Brother Xiao Chen?
I searched the entire Xiao family and could not find him.
A heavy silence enveloped the hall. Xiao Yuanshan's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Elder Xiao Yuanha sighed. Linger?
Xiao Chen has left the Xiao family.
Left? Linger's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did he go? When will he return? Well. Elder Xiao Yuanha hesitated, glancing towards the patriarch.
Xiao Yuanshan snorted disdainfully. That wretch left home on his own accord, seeking refuge with outsiders.
Linger?
You should refrain from associating with him henceforth.
Linger felt as though struck by lightning, her body trembling. Impossible.
Brother Xiao Chen values loyalty above all, how could he? Suddenly, she sensed the tension in the hall, her gaze sweeping over the kneeling dark guards and then back to the patriarch's grim countenance.
An ominous premonition rising within her. What exactly transpired?
Her voice trembled slightly.
What has happened to Brother Xiao Chen? No one responded. Xiao Linger abruptly turned. Seizing a familiar maid by the arm. Shui'er, tell me.
The maid lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper.
Miss, young Master Xiao Chen was forced to withdraw from his engagement by the people of Tianyun sect and has been ostracized by the family. 3 days ago, he left home. What?
Xiao Linger felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her face paling instantly. She had only been away from the Xiao family for 2 years.
When she left, although Xiao Chen's cultivation had stagnated, as the legitimate son, the family still harbored great hopes for him. How could he have fallen to such depths? Tianyun sect called off the engagement.
She murmured to herself, suddenly raising her head, fire igniting in her eyes.
Is it that vile Lin Qingyue? Enough! Xiao Yuanshan bellowed.
Miss Lin is now a disciple of the inner sect of Tianyun sect, how dare you insult her?
Xiao Linger let out a cold laugh. Unafraid of her grandfather's authority. Grandfather, do not forget, my mother's surname is Ji. Those 5 simple words caused Xiao Yuanshan's expression to shift dramatically.
As if his throat had been constricted. The others in the hall also changed countenance.
Xiao Linger's mother, Ji Yunshan, hailed from the southern wilderness.
Her identity and background shrouded in mystery, but it was rumored she had some connection to the most enigmatic sacred master, Ji Wangsheng. When Ji Yunshang married into the Shao family, they had high hopes for her. Unfortunately, her beauty was short-lived, and shortly after giving birth to Shao Linger, she passed away. Yet, apart from Shao Linger, no one knew that her deceased mother was not merely connected to Ji Wangsheng. Her true identity was, in fact, Ji Wangsheng's daughter.
Linger. Xiao Yuanshan's tone softened. This matter is rather lengthy. Then let us keep it brief. Xiao Linger was unwavering.
I want to know what Brother Shao Chen has experienced over these past 2 years. Ultimately, through the narration of the third elder, Xiao Linger finally grasped the entirety of the situation. According to their accounts, Shao Chen's cultivation had remained stagnant over the last 2 years. Transforming from a genius into a complete failure, enduring scorn, 2 months ago, he had suddenly revealed a talent for alchemy but was subsequently framed, and 3 days prior,
he was coerced by Tian Yun's sect to withdraw from his engagement, leading to his departure from home. You. Xiao Linger trembled with rage upon hearing this. Is this how you treat Brother Shao Chen? Silence.
Xiao Yuanshan interrupted sternly. There is no need to revisit the past.
Xiao Linger took a deep breath, suppressing her fury. Very well, I shall not mention it again. But I must find Brother Shao Chen. Nonsense. Xiao Yuanshan slammed the table, rising angrily.
That scoundrel has now allied himself with a powerful being from the Eternal Life Realm, you.
Eternal Life Realm?
Xiao Linger suddenly laughed, a hint of pride in her smile.
Is that so impressive? She turned and walked towards the exit, not glancing back. Mo Lao, let us depart.
A grey shadow silently appeared beside her, an emaciated old man with murky eyes that nevertheless contained a glimmer of wisdom.
The old man slightly nodded to Xiao Yuanshan before following Xiao Linger out of the council hall.
The assembled individuals exchanged glances, and Xiao Yuanshan, in a state of despair,
sank back into his chair, appearing as if he had aged a decade in an instant. In the realm of eternal life, within the chambers of the delicate Xiao Linger, her maidservants hurriedly assisted her in packing her belongings. Miss, you have just returned, and now you are leaving again?
Her devoted attendant, Xiao Tao, inquired with teary eyes. Xiao Linger gently caressed her head. Be good, Xiao Tao.
I will return once I locate Brother Shao Chen. From her bosom, she retrieved an exquisite jade box and delicately opened it.
Inside lay a verdant elixir, adorned with 7 natural cloud patterns, emanating a captivating fragrance.
The life restoration pill.
Xiao Linger murmured. Grandfather mentioned that this potion can reconstruct meridians and heal all hidden injuries. Brother Shao Chen, you must wait for me 2 years prior. After exhausting all her efforts to aid Shao Chen in regaining his strength, she resolutely departed from home to seek her grandfather, Ji Wangsheng, in the vast expanse of the southern wilderness. The southern wilderness is boundless, and the whereabouts of the sage are elusive.
She endured countless hardships and spent 2 long years before finally locating her grandfather.
Miss, everything is ready, Xiao Tao said, holding the bundle while tears glistened in her eyes. Xiao Linger tucked away the jade box and smiled brightly. Do not cry, I shall return swiftly. As she stepped out of the door, she encountered Elder Mo, who awaited her in the courtyard. Miss, I have ascertained the whereabouts of young Master Shao Chen. Elder Mo bowed. He is headed east,
rumored to be apprenticed to a reclusive master.
The East. Xiao Linger gazed toward the rising sun, determination flickering in her eyes.
Brother Shao Chen, Linger is coming for you.
And as for that so-called reclusive master, a glint of fierce resolve flashed in her eyes as she recalled Shao Chen's tribulations within the Shao family over the past 2 years.
If you treat Brother Shao Chen well, all shall be well. But if not, do not blame me, Xiao Linger, for being ruthless.
Chapter 27, Encountering without recognition. The morning market in Fuan City is perpetually bustling, with the sounds of vendors calling out in lively harmony. Today, coinciding with the temple fair, the streets are thronged with people. At the most vibrant corner of the market, 2 new adjacent stalls have emerged.
To the east, there stands a fortune-telling booth,
adorned with a faded blue cloth draped over a rudimentary wooden table, upon which lie brushes, ink, paper, and an oracle stick. The proprietor, a man in his 30s clad in a worn blue gown, possesses an unremarkable face that one might easily forget, save for his eyes, which shine bright like stars. He introduces himself as Chen Changan, a wandering mystic, specializing in divination and fortune-telling.
Soon, his gaze lands upon a young gentleman dressed in exquisite garments. Might I suggest a character reading, young sir?
Chen Er calls out with a smile, assuring him that no payment is required if he finds it unworthy.
Intrigued, the youth,
under Chen Er's inviting gaze, eagerly writes the character Wang, evidently his surname. Chen Er glances at it and remarks, "Young sir, observe that the character Wang comprises a one and earth.
The one denotes solitude, while earth signifies stagnation.
Your fate resembles a solitary mound of earth, though you harbor aspirations, your foundations are rather feeble."
Preposterous. How can a fortune teller find no commendable words in 3 sentences? How could I possibly have weak foundations when my family boasts a lineage of prosperous merchants in this city?
The youth retorts, his face flushed with indignation.
Patience, young sir.
Chen Er replies with a chuckle. Consider the structure of Wang, 3 horizontal strokes and 1 vertical stroke. These 3 lines symbolize 3 formidable barriers constraining your future, while the single vertical line represents a solitary support that cannot bear such heavy impediments. The young man, unable to endure the blows to his pride, hurriedly departs,
his face still flushed and without leaving a single coin.
Chen Er remains unfazed, his intentions were never to profit. The character reading was merely a whimsical fabrication of Chen Er, yet it bore an element of truth, certified by the system, truthful to both young and old.
This Chen Er is none other than Chen Changan in disguise.
After leaving the valley, he altered his course, heading north to this quaint town named Fuan.
Unlike the grand city of Qingzhou, this is a realm predominantly inhabited by mortals.
Thus, he assumed the guise of a wandering mystic, seeking opportunities to discover a new child of destiny. Adjacent to him, to the west, there exists a stall selling an assortment of oddities, with various peculiar trinkets scattered across the ground. The proprietor, a woman shrouded beneath a wide-brimmed hat, has her face partially concealed by a veil, revealing only a glimpse of her fair chin. She introduces herself as Ali, a traveling merchant who arrived a few days prior.
Exquisite pearls from the South Seas,
spices from the western regions, don't miss out as you pass by. Ali's voice is melodious and crisp, yet carries a hint of languor,
suggesting a lack of fervor for her trade.
As fate would have it, at the very moment Chen Changan casts his gaze over the woman, she, too, turns her head. Their eyes meet briefly before quickly averting. With a friendly smile adorning his face, Chen Changan was about to greet his neighbor when he awkwardly scratched his cheek.
However,
his attention was soon captivated by a ragged yet bright-eyed youth lingering in front of the butcher's stall, who ultimately purchased only the cheapest pig offal.
Ah!
The adage rings true, from humble beginnings arise noble sons, it must be you.
Young lad, care to try your fortune?
Chen Er cheerfully beckoned. The boy hesitated and shook his head, replying, I have no money. Today, at the temple fair, the first fortune is free, Chen Er kindly assured him.
But didn't he and older brother just have his fortune told? The boy retorted innocently.
Chen Changan felt a sudden chill run down his spine, upon turning. He discovered it was the girl named Ali, who had accidentally knocked over a porcelain vase while arranging her goods, causing the liquid inside to flow in his direction. Be careful, young lady, Chen Er hurriedly attempted to steady his inkstone, but his clumsiness resulted in ink splattering onto Ali's shoes. They were exquisitely crafted embroidered shoes,
now marred by dark ink stains. The atmosphere became tense. Be a bit more careful.
The voice beneath the straw hat turned icy, yet no further actions were taken. I sincerely apologize, it was unintentional. Chen Changan stammered, frantically trying to wipe the mess, but inadvertently knocked over a basket of flowers from Ali's stall. Dried blossoms scattered across the ground, and in a moment of instinct, he reached out to catch them, only to press his ink-stained hand against Ali's skirt,
leaving a distinct black handprint.
A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, even the nearby candy sellers ceased their calls. Ali slowly lowered her gaze to the glaring mark on her pale blue skirt before gradually raising her head.
Despite the thin veil,
Chen Changan could feel her gaze piercing through him like a blade.
Are you looking for death? Ali enunciated each word deliberately, as if squeezing them through gritted teeth.
Cold sweat beaded on Chen Changan's forehead, instinctively sensing danger. This woman, seemingly an ordinary merchant, radiated an aura in that moment that made his very being tremble.
I am willing to compensate.
Chen Changan produced a piece of broken silver.
Ali let out a cold laugh. Do you think this paltry sum can?
Her words abruptly halted,
following her line of sight. Chen Changan realized she was fixated on the jade pendant hanging from his waist, a peace pendant meticulously carved from mountain spirit jade by Xing. This pendant.
Ali's tone suddenly shifted to something peculiar. Chen Changan instinctively covered the pendant, stating, "It was a gift from my family, I cannot part with it." Ali fell silent for a moment before abruptly turning to tidy her stall.
"Today is ill-fated, I shall not sell anymore." Chen Changan exhaled in relief. Just as he was about to continue addressing the youth, only to hear Ali coldly remark, "Fortune-telling, you mentioned it was free? Then I shall have one as well."
Unbeknownst to him, she had already positioned herself before the fortune-telling stall. Delicately dipping her slender fingers into the ink and inscribing a character on the paper, one that bore an ominous connotation.
Chen Changan's pupils constricted.
The character she had chosen was particularly challenging, one that even the most seasoned fortune-teller would likely hesitate to interpret. He lifted his gaze towards Ali. Just as a gust of wind swept by, lifting a corner of the delicate veil and revealing half of an enchanting visage.
In that fleeting moment,
the veil descended once more, yet Chen Changan had already taken in the sight with clarity. Her beauty was far beyond that of an ordinary woman.
And what astonished him even more was the faint sense of familiarity that lingered in her features. "What? Can't you discern it?" Ali taunted.
Chen Er steadied his thoughts and replied with a smile, "How could that be?" He then accessed the system, only to be drenched in a cold sweat.
Ali? Cultivation? Potential? Destiny? Loyalty? Character? What on earth is this? Could it be that this woman possesses the cultivation of a practitioner? Previously,
Chen Changan had tested the scanning function of this pet system, which was only effective on those without cultivation or with very low levels.
Nevertheless, refusing to be outdone, Chen Changan's mind raced. After all, women love to hear flattering words. A few crafted compliments could easily smooth over this predicament, couldn't they? Thus, he recited, "Ordinary folk fear the character Mo, unaware that within lies great fortune. Mo can be divided into Mangue, where Ma signifies complexity, and Gur represents elegance.
Your fate is woven like satin. With myriad threads destined by the heavens, your soul, akin to a celestial being, possesses a connection that resonates throughout the universe." Ali's body stiffened slightly, her expression contemplative. Chen Changan thought to himself, having already ventured into flattery, he recalled that brief glimpse and continued unabashedly, "Moreover, though the character Mo appears intricate, it conceals the character Lin within. Suggesting that your beauty resembles a jade forest, astonishing like a divine being." After a moment of silence, Ali's lips curled into a slight smirk. And she let out a soft huff, a swindler of the Jianghu. Yet, she no longer pressed him aggressively. Chen Changan maintained a composed demeanor, inwardly sighing, "Ah, women." Chapter 28, Conflict. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from afar. "A demon beast! A demon beast has invaded the city!" The crowd scattered in fright like a receding tide. Chen Changan and Ali simultaneously looked up to see a crimson demon wolf, its eyes a ghastly red, rampaging through the streets. With razor-sharp fangs, it smashed through stalls, sending goods sprawling across the ground. Chen Changan furrowed his brow, his fingers instinctively tapping the table. Though his current avatar was merely at the transcendence realm, it was more than sufficient to deal with such low-tier demon beasts. Casting a glance at the approaching city guards, he felt a momentary relief. He had no desire to reveal his identity. Beside him, Ali remained motionless, her gaze coldly surveying the demon beast from beneath her hat. She merely frowned slightly, showing no intention of intervening. The two had tacitly chosen to preserve their own safety. Around them, the ordinary folk screamed and fled. An old candy seller stumbled backward, knocked down by the panicking crowd, and his cart crashed to the ground, scattering translucent candy art everywhere. The demon wolf let out a low growl and lunged at a hapless peddler who had failed to escape in time. With a swipe of its claws, shredded. The peddler's basket was torn apart, fabric and thread flying in all directions. Terrified, he fell to the ground as the foul breath of the demon wolf washed over him, its gaping maw ready to bite down. Ali, still standing quietly, subtly flicked her fingertip. A wisp of dark red energy silently infiltrated the demon wolf's body. The beast's movement suddenly faltered, the bloodlust in its eyes dimming slightly, revealing a trace of confusion. But in the next moment, whoosh! An arrow whistled through the air, striking fiercely into the demon wolf's shoulder. The demon wolf howled in pain, its eyes once again filled with bloodlust as it turned to face the source of the arrow. The city guards had arrived, bows drawn and aimed.
Release the arrows. Quickly. A rain of arrows descended like locusts, yet the demon wolf evaded them with uncanny agility.
Then charged furiously towards the guards.
Boom!
It toppled an entire row of wooden racks, splintering debris flying everywhere. One soldier was sent flying by a claw, crashing heavily against a wall, blood spilling from his mouth. Amidst the chaos, a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, fell in the middle of the street,
her candied hawthorn rolling away.
She looked up in bewilderment, locking eyes with the demon wolf's crimson gaze.
Mother! Mother?
Her tender voice trembled,
clearly unaware of the looming danger.
The demon wolf's nostrils flared, catching the scent of fear, and it let out a low growl as it slowly advanced towards her. The little girl finally sensed danger, tears streaming down her face, yet she was frozen in place.
Roar! The demon wolf suddenly crouched low,
its hind leg muscles coiling like springs, and in the next heartbeat, the little girl, terrified, turned pale as Chen Changan knelt down and gently patted her head, reassuring her that all was well and urged her to find her mother. The girl nodded through her sobs and stumbled away. As Chen Changan sheathed his short sword and prepared to turn, he suddenly sensed a gaze upon him. He looked back to discover Ali standing by the corpse of the beast, her hat slightly lifted, revealing her cool, clear eyes.
Chen Changan nodded in her direction,
initially believing she had come to rescue the girl but had merely arrived too late.
However,
he watched in astonishment as she lowered her gaze to the lifeless wolf and gently stroked its head, murmuring, "Such a pity."
Chen Changan was taken aback and frowned. A pity? This creature nearly took a life, and instead of saving someone, you lament its demise?
Ali lifted her gaze, her expression indifferent. All beings possess a spirit.
How can you ascertain that it was not driven by humans to harm? Driven? Chen Changan scoffed.
A beast that harms others.
Is there a need to distinguish right from wrong?
You slay it merely because it posed a threat to the humans in your eyes.
Ali replied coolly. But what if it was merely forced into a frenzy? Chen Changan narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting I should allow it to continue harming others?
My point is, if you choose to save lives, do so. Why take a life without first uncovering the truth? Ali's tone was calm, yet her words pierced like ice.
In such actions, how are you different from those who indiscriminately decide life and death?
Chen Changan was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by her words. He scrutinized Ali, suddenly feeling that this woman was not only cold but also perplexingly so.
Ah, what a compassionate heart, he sneered. I hope that when a beast turns on you next time, you will continue to reason with it.
Ali ignored him, turning to leave, her silhouette as frosty as the winter's chill.
Chen Changan watched her retreating figure, an inexplicable agitation brewing within him. At that moment, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Make way. The city lord's guards are on duty.
A squad of armored city guards rushed forward,
the leader's sharp gaze sweeping the area before he approached Chen Changan directly. Did you do this? Chen Changan raised an eyebrow. I did, and what of it?
The leader snickered coldly. Arrest him.
Chen Changan was taken aback. What do you mean? In broad daylight, a beast attacks humans. The leader snapped. By law, he should be thrown into prison. Chen Changan's expression darkened.
The leader before him was merely at the profound realm, and considering he was currently just a projection, he felt no fear, nor did he wish to engage in argument with these men. However, as he contemplated simply abandoning this projection and dissipating it, he suddenly recalled Ali's earlier words, "You take a life without first uncovering the truth." A thought struck him, and he scanned the city guards, noticing their unusual expressions, and their readiness to label him guilty at the slightest provocation, revealing that something was amiss. How intriguing, he murmured, then lifted his head, feigning outrage. Absurd.
A beast harms, and I rescue, yet I am the one deemed guilty? Less talk. Seize him.
The city guards surged forward,
and Chen Changan made no effort to resist as they took him away.
Before departing, he caught a glimpse of Ali standing quietly at the street corner, her gaze contemplative beneath the brim of her hat. Their eyes met briefly before they turned away. Chapter 29, a nocturnal exploration of the Lord's Manor. The darkness of the death cell was so thick it seemed to be suffused with moisture. Chen Changan sat cross-legged upon the damp straw, the sealing chains coiled around his wrists and ankles emanating a faint, ethereal blue glow in the shadows. One must commend the great Zhou celestial dynasty, although this marked his second departure from the valley. He had gleaned a modicum of knowledge about this world from commoners during his previous visit to Qingzhou.
As it stands, the present Xianing continent is subjugated under the rule of the great Zhou dynasty, which suppresses all sects and noble families.
His impression of this unified dynasty of cultivation was not unfavorable. At the very least, it allowed ordinary mortals to lead a somewhat better existence. These specially crafted chains were designed to stifle the flow of spiritual energy in practitioners at the Transcendence realm, a potent tool employed by the Lord's Manor to confine cultivators. They truly regarded him with a measure of esteem. A sardonic smile played upon Chen Changan's lips. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the suppressed spiritual energy within him.
The sealing chains proved effective if he were indeed a genuine practitioner of the Transcendence realm.
Alas, this body was merely a fragment of his true self, while his original form had long ascended to the sacred realm. In the sacred realm, one could harness the energies of heaven and earth. Although this vessel could not command such forces with the finesse of his true self, even a mere whisper of that power would suffice to facilitate his escape. At that moment, a sliver of moonlight streamed through the palm-sized vent at the top of the cell, casting a silvery frost upon the ground. Chen Changan suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of silver flashing in his pupils. The time had come. He inhaled deeply, disregarding the dormant energy within him, and instead, he began to draw upon the lunar essence carried within the moonlight, allowing it to gradually seep into his being. The moonlight responded to his call, intensifying into a brilliant silver glow that entwined around Chen Changan's form like flowing water. The runes on the sealing chains began to flicker uneasily, emitting a faint sizzling sound.
Break! Chen Changan uttered a low command, and the accumulated lunar essence within him erupted with fervor.
One by one, the runes on the chains extinguished, and fine cracks appeared upon the dark metal. With a soft crack, the chains shattered. As Chen Changan flexed his wrists, a deeper smile graced his lips. He rose to his feet, his figure gliding like a specter to the prison door. The guard outside was dozing, utterly oblivious to the commotion within the cell. There was no need for malice toward a practitioner whose cultivation was so low that they could not even wield the object manipulation mirror.
Sweet dreams, he thought,
as his fingertip flicked, sending a thread of spiritual energy into the guard's brow, ensuring their slumber deepened. Having effortlessly dealt with the guard, Chen Changan liberated the keys from the man's waist but hesitated to unlock the door. He closed his eyes once more, allowing his consciousness to ripple outward,
absorbing the entire structure of the death cell into his mind.
3 guards were positioned to the east, 5 to the west,
and there were 2 patrolling at the end of the corridor.
To his surprise, some of the patrolling guards possessed the cultivation level of the object manipulation mirror. Chen Changan constructed a comprehensive map of the guards' distribution in his mind. The front door was not an option, so he turned his gaze toward the vent. A passage too narrow for an ordinary person to traverse posed no challenge for him. Chen Changan's form suddenly became indistinct, transforming into a wisp of smoke as he floated out through the vent. The architectural complex of the Lord's Manor cast irregular shadows under the moonlight.
Chen Changan's silhouette danced between the rooftops, as light and silent as a falling leaf.
The manor was vast. Recalling the route he had memorized during his escort earlier that day, he chose a guarded room at random and stealthily entered. After searching 2 rooms with no success,
he finally arrived at a heavily guarded chamber.
Outside, 2 sentinels stood, both masters of the spirit manipulation realm, yet they posed no threat to Chen Changan. With a flick of his fingers, 2 strands of spiritual energy silently struck the guard's sleep points, causing them to collapse instantly.
Pushing the door open, Chen Changan was taken aback by the mountain of scrolls before him.
It turned out to be a study. He casually picked up the most recent booklet on the table and began to peruse it. The ink was still fresh, indicating that the owner had just departed. A record of medicinal herb procurement.
This appears to be an account book? Chen Changan furrowed his brow, noting the monthly procurement of vast quantities of blood spirit mushrooms and moonlit grass.
His own supplies were primarily acquired through daily system sign-ins. Yet that did not prevent the system from inundating him with a plethora of knowledge about the cultivation world. allowing him to recall that these two herbs were primarily used for healing wounds and replenishing blood.
In this prosperous celestial dynasty, where peace reigned supreme and even the demon clans that once contended fiercely with humanity had retreated after the defeat of the demon sovereign, he had heard no whispers of war on the Xianing continent. Thus, what purpose could these medicinal materials serve? Setting down the account book, Chen Changan swiftly began rummaging through other scrolls, though most contained trivial matters of the city, yielding little of significance. After a moment's contemplation, he lightly tapped the tabletop with his fingertips, and his consciousness rippled outward, probing every inch of the study. Suddenly, his gaze halted upon a carved pillar on the right side of the desk. There lay an almost imperceptible fine seam, detectable only by his keen awareness. A mechanism? He reached out to caress the pillar, his fingertip brushing against a slightly raised pattern, which he gently pressed. With a soft click, a wooden panel on the side of the pillar silently slid open, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside lay a black-bound booklet, quietly waiting. Chapter 30 Blood Refinement of Demon Crystals. In the fourth batch, the survival rate is nearly 20%, the purity of the bloodline is insufficient. More Wolf King's blood is needed. In the seventh batch, the survival rate is only 30%, the purity of the bloodline is lacking. Additional Wolf King's blood is required. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chen Changan's eyes as memories of the woman named Ali resurfaced in his mind. Had he truly been biased from the outset? He cast a glance over the contents of the ledger, letting out a soft sigh. Indeed, they were engaged in unsavory dealings. As he closed the ledger, intending to return it to its hidden compartment, he suddenly sensed an unusual wave of spiritual energy. This ledger had been ensnared with a tracking restriction. In that very instant, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the study, accompanied by the clanking of armor. Someone was intruding into the study. Quick! Chen Changan sneered softly, flicking his fingertip to silently erase the restriction with a wisp of spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, drifting through the window's crevice. Outside, the moonlight poured like water, drenching the eaves of the Lord's residence. Meanwhile, within the study, the black-bound ledger lay undisturbed in its hidden compartment, as if it had never been touched. The night breeze was cool, and Chen Changan descended upon the roof of the Lord's study like a feather caught in the wind. He bent low, his breath stilled to its utmost. Even his heartbeat slowed to a faint whisper, as he melded into the darkness of the night. Hurry! There's movement in the study. Chen Changan narrowed his eyes slightly, observing a steward clad in a black brocade robe, hastening towards him, flanked by dozens of elite soldiers. Among them, two commanding officers exuded a profound aura. Their surroundings subtly charged with circulating spiritual energy. Indeed, they were two practitioners of the Xian realm. I once thought this was merely an ordinary city. Yet it seems the depths run deeper than I imagined. Chen Changan mused silently, feeling an impulse to retreat to the valley and disregard the events unfolding before him. Though he had resided in this realm for over 5 centuries, the education he received in his youth was rooted in the modern society of Blue Star. While he had long been psychologically prepared for the harshness of this cultivation world that emphasized individual prowess, he had no intention of becoming one of its ruthless denizens. This was also one of the primary reasons he preferred the comfort of his home, despite sensing that his cultivation here was not as lacking as he once thought. On the other side, the steward in black swiftly entered the study, soon emerging with a darkened expression, holding the black-bound ledger. Someone has tampered with the hidden compartment. His voice was icy as he ordered, seal all exits of the residence and conduct a thorough investigation of any suspicious individuals. The two Xian realm commanders exchanged glances. One of them solemnly inquired, "Should we report to the Lord?" The black-robed steward shook his head. "The Lord is currently in seclusion and must not be disturbed." His gaze was sinister. "Search first. If we capture anyone, they are to be directly imprisoned in the dungeon." The soldiers swiftly dispersed to search, while the black-robed steward hastily departed with the two commanders. Chen Changan's gaze flickered as he glided down from the rooftop like a wraith, silently following in their wake. The black-robed steward moved rapidly, traversing through numerous courtyards until he finally arrived at the most secluded corner of the Lord's residence, a seemingly abandoned pavilion. The attic, long neglected, bore the marks of time. The wooden door was weathered, and cobwebs clung to the window panes, creating an unmistakable impression that it was a place devoid of visitors. Yet,
The steward clad in black entered without hesitation, followed closely by two commanders. Chen Changan refrained from pursuing them directly and instead concealed himself within the gnarled branches of an ancient tree outside the attic,
extending his consciousness like fine threads to probe inside. Indeed, something peculiar was afoot. The moment his consciousness grazed the interior, he detected a faint ripple of restrictions, a phenomenon that, had it not been for the extraordinary capabilities of his incarnation, would have gone unnoticed. Inside the attic, the black-clad steward approached a wall, channeling spiritual energy through his fingertip to inscribe a complex rune upon its surface. With a quiet click, the wall silently slid open, revealing a deep, shadowy passage. The trio swiftly entered, and the wall closed behind them as if it had never been disturbed. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Chen Changan's eyes. How fascinating. He swiftly maneuvered into the attic, reaching the very wall. The restrictions posed no challenge to him. With a delicate tap of his fingertip, a wisp of moonlight energy permeated the rune, instantly dismantling the barrier. The wall opened once more, unveiling the dark passage. Chen Changan did not rush in. Instead, he first employed his consciousness to investigate. The passage wound downward, seemingly endless, its walls adorned with eerie blood-red runes that exuded a sinister chill. Blood symbol sealing array? Chen Changan furrowed his brow. Such formations were typically employed to subdue malicious entities. After a moment's contemplation, he suppressed his aura and stepped into the passage. Inside, the air was dank and cold, tinged with a faint scent of blood. Chen Changan moved silently, his consciousness unwaveringly tracking the black-clad steward and his companions ahead. After approximately 15 minutes, a bronze door emerged at the passage's end. Its surface intricately carved with the visage of a ferocious wolf, its eyes a vivid crimson, lifelike in detail. The steward produced a token and pressed it against the wolf's forehead. With a thunderous sound, the bronze door creaked open, releasing a wave of intense bloodiness. In an instant, Chen Changan's consciousness captured the scene beyond the door, a vast blood pool. Blood surged within, and at its edges stood dozens of stone pillars, each binding a comatose wolf demon. Their claws slashed open, blood trickling into the pool. At the center of the blood pool, a massive blood-colored crystal floated, within which a faint wolf-shaped phantom could be discerned, greedily absorbing the essence of the blood pool. Blood refinement demon crystal? Chen Changan quickly recalled the concept, his pupils contracting in shock. They were actually concocting such a thing. The blood refinement demon crystal was an ancient malevolent technique, requiring the blood of demons for its cultivation. Once successfully refined, it could bestow upon its wielder terrifying transformative powers. The black-clad steward knelt reverently beside the blood pool, speaking with deference. "My lord, the blood sacrifice record has been tampered with. I suspect an intruder has entered the estate." The demon crystal in the blood pool trembled slightly, and a hoarse voice emerged from within. "No matter, in just 10 days, the blood crystal will be perfected. At that time." The voice abruptly paused, turning chillingly cold. Someone is following you." Chen Changan's heart sank. He had been discovered. Almost simultaneously, the demonic crystal within the blood pool erupted with a blinding crimson light, and a blood-colored wolf shadow roared forth, charging directly towards Chen Changan's position. Boom! Chapter 31, The White Wolf King. The blood pool surged, its metallic scent overwhelming the air. In an instant, as the crimson wolf shadow lunged towards Chen Changan, his figure became indistinct, akin to a leaf scattered by a tempest, narrowly evading a strike potent enough to rend a practitioner of the transcendence realm. Boom! The place where he once stood was obliterated by the force of the blood-colored wolf shadow, causing the stone wall to crumble and debris to scatter. How audacious for a mere transcendence realm to covet this place! The man in the blood pool spoke with a hoarse voice, laced with condescension. Chen Changan steadied himself, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This marked only the second time since his arrival in this world that he had engaged in combat. Yet, compared to his earlier battle with the Black Serpent, the current assault felt feeble and juvenile, as if a child were playing house. The instinct to dominate surged within him, prompting Chen Changan to mock. "What of the returning essence realm? To slay you, I need not be of the same realm." As his words faded, he extended his right hand, conjuring a transparent longsword formed from pure essence. The blade bore no edge but radiated an enigmatic aura. The sword of resisting heaven. The man from the blood pool snorted, and the blood-colored wolf shadow lunged once more, its claws slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Chen Changan stood firm,
drawing a perfect arc with his long sword before him.
Clang!
The sound of metal striking metal rang out as the wolf shadow's claws were firmly halted by the seemingly fragile light arc, unable to advance even an inch.
What? The man's pupils constricted.
Chen Changan's wrist flicked, and the sword's momentum flowed like water, precisely intercepting each of the wolf shadow's assaults. His swordplay exuded no murderous intent.
Yet it formed an invisible barrier, repelling the relentless onslaught effortlessly. This sword technique. The black-clad steward's expression shifted dramatically. It was the legendary sword of resisting heaven. It was said that when perfected, it could withstand all attacks from opponents of the same realm.
A glimmer of apprehension flashed in the Bloodpool man's eyes,
quickly replaced by a sinister grin. Alas, I am a formidable warrior of the returning essence realm. What does it matter how strong your defense is?
I wonder how long you can endure. He formed seals with his hands, causing the blood within the pool to seethe and morph into dozens of blood arrows,
launching towards Chen Changan from all directions. Faced with the deluge of blood arrows, Chen Changan's sword momentum remained unyielding.
Ding ding ding, the sword light acted as a curtain,
deflecting each blood arrow.
However, the profound spiritual energy of the returning essence realm was immense, and each collision sent a jolt through Chen Changan's arm.
I cannot engage in a war of attrition.
His thoughts raced. This incarnation possessed merely the cultivation of the transcendence realm,
and prolonged combat would surely lead to defeat.
Suddenly, he feigned a weakness, allowing a blood arrow to pierce through his sword barrier, driving painfully into his shoulder.
Poof!
Blood sprayed forth as Chen Changan stifled a groan, staggering backward.
Is that all?
The Bloodpool man laughed heartily.
Pursue. Do not let him escape. Clutching his wound,
Chen Changan turned to flee, his speed notably diminished. In his haste, he accidentally toppled several wooden crates around a corner, appearing utterly disheveled. The black-clad steward and two commanders immediately gave chase, while the Bloodpool man transformed into a shadow of blood, relentless in his pursuit.
Within the secret chamber, silence swiftly returned.
Moments later, a figure appeared silently beside the Bloodpool, none other than Chen Changan. Indeed, he had been deceived. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, showing no sign of injury. Indeed, the blood arrow had struck him, but at the moment of impact, he had conjured an illusion with his spiritual energy, making the wound appear tenfold more severe than it truly was.
A gaggle of fools, merrily chasing after a mere doppelganger. He scoffed, yet his gaze fell upon the stone wall behind the pool of blood. From the onset of the battle, his consciousness had detected an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy there. Behind the wall lay a concealed passage. After all, it was merely an external avatar. Its destruction would not cause him distress.
Without hesitation, Chen Changan approached the stone wall, concentrating the power of moonlight at his fingertips,
and inscribed a rune of unraveling upon its surface. With a soft click, the wall silently slid open, revealing a dark and narrow passageway.
A chill wind emanating from its depths, carrying a scent of decay.
Chen Changan inhaled deeply and stepped inside.
The passage wound downward, growing ever deeper. The walls were inscribed with ancient runes, some barely discernible, yet Chen Changan recognized several. These were prohibitions from antiquity used to seal malevolent entities.
What secrets lay hidden beneath the Lord's manor?
His heart brimmed with vigilance. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the path opened up before him. Chen Changan's pupils constricted sharply. At the end of the passage was a vast underground cavern. At the center of the cavern stood a bronze altar, upon which was imprisoned a massive, white wolf. Its fur, once as white as snow, had mostly withered and fallen away, revealing skin marred by scars beneath. 9 chains, etched with runes, pierced its limbs and spine, binding it tightly to the altar. Most chilling of all, a blood-red crystal column was embedded in the wolf's chest, a counterpart to the demonic crystal from the pool outside. As if sensing the presence of a living being, the wolf slowly raised its head, revealing a pair of golden vertical pupils. Human, have I not already stated? The wolf spoke, its voice hoarse and commanding yet tinged with humiliation and resignation. My lifespan wanes. I have no blood left to draw? Chen Changan did not respond, merely gazing intently. The white wolf lay upon the altar. Its body as imposing as a mountain yet now crumpled, its once snowy fur now withered like autumn grass, large patches fallen away to expose its wrinkled, grayish skin. Its breathing was labored and slow. With each breath, its emaciated ribs protruded like brittle branches, as if they might snap at any moment. Its eyes, those golden vertical pupils that once commanded the submission of all beasts, now appeared murky like dust-laden amber, their brilliance dimmed and their pupils dilated. Its eyelids drooped heavily, seemingly requiring all its strength just to remain open. The 9 chains penetrated its body, the wounds long ceased to bleed, leaving only dark red scabs, like a parched riverbed. Its claws, once capable of rending mountains, now lay broken and yellowed, akin to withered roots. Most striking was the blood-red crystal column embedded in its chest. The flesh surrounding the crystal had long since rotted, revealing stark white bones, yet it had not the strength to feel pain, only twitching occasionally as a testament to its continued existence. Its breath was so faint that it was nearly imperceptible, akin to a lamp on the verge of extinguishing,
swaying in the wind, ready to be snuffed out at any moment.
As Chen Changan drew closer, the white wolf slowly lifted its head,
its movements sluggish like those of an elderly soul nearing the end of its days. A low, mournful whimper emanated from its throat, the voice raspy and fragmented. "You are not one of them."
Its teeth were loose and had fallen out, allowing the air to escape as it spoke, while dried blood froth lingered at the corners of its mouth.
Chen Changan could sense that the flame of its life flickered feebly,
as fragile as a candle in the wind, poised to be entirely extinguished at any moment.
Chapter 32, The Past Within the Dimly Lit Underground Cavern.
The White Wolf King atop the bronze altar gradually raised his head. His golden vertical pupils, clouded like dust-laden amber, still bore a hint of lingering majesty. Chen Changan stood before the altar, his gaze calm as he regarded this once mighty demon king.
"You are not one of them?"
The White Wolf King's voice rasped,
fragmented like the sound of dry leaves rubbing together. "No," Chen Changan replied, shaking his head. "I am an enemy, not a friend, of the people of this Lord's manor."
The White Wolf King chuckled softly, his laughter tinged with a trace of mockery. "Humans are indeed fond of infighting.
Whether human or demon. Good and evil have never been defined by race," Chen Changan remarked coolly. "I have but one question: what is the matter with the blood-refining demon crystal?" The White Wolf King's pupils subtly constricted.
After a moment of silence, he began to speak slowly. "It matters not who you are.
What difference does it make to tell you? Since you have managed to come here, you must have seen the blood pool outside." Chen Changan nodded gently. The White Wolf King's voice dropped, imbued with a sense of desolation.
"More than 20 years ago, as my lifespan drew to a close, I departed from the northern borders, wishing to witness the world one last time,
only to inadvertently fall into a human ambush." Chen Changan furrowed his brow.
"The people of this Lord's manor?"
"No, not them," the White Wolf King shook his head.
"It was a group of black-robed cultivators, sinister in their methods,
specializing in hunting high-ranking demon clans. They sold me to the Lord's manor."
His voice grew softer, as if recalling those painful memories.
"The Lord's manor
used my blood to cultivate new wolf demons, and then fed the blood-refining demon crystal with the blood of those wolf demons.
20 years.
A full 20 years. A flicker of anguish crossed the White Wolf King's eyes, but it quickly settled into tranquility. "I have long been in the 5 declines of the celestial, my cultivation plummeting from the realm of longevity to the realm of return.
Now, I am even inferior to those in the mystic realm."
The 5 declines of the celestial.
Chen Changan recognized this term, knowing it to be the most despairing tribulation for cultivators, symbolizing the inevitable end of the path to immortality. No matter how powerful a cultivator may be, if they cannot transcend, they will ultimately succumb to the dust beneath the celestial will. It is both a heavenly tribulation and a fate,
signifying the tragic downfall of a cultivator from their peak, heralding the end of their lifespan. In an instant, Chen Changan grasped the sequence of events.
For reasons unknown,
the image of the woman named Ali, with her indifferent and cold gaze, resurfaced in his mind. All things possess spirit.
How can you know they are not driven by humans, intent on causing harm?
In hindsight, it became clear that he had indeed erred.
After a moment of silence, Chen Changan suddenly spoke. "I can rescue you." The White Wolf King was taken aback, then laughed heartily. "Rescue me? You?"
His gaze swept over Chen Changan, though weakened. He could still discern the latter's cultivation nearly at the mystic realm.
"You might not even survive to leave, yet you speak of saving me?" Chen Changan remained unperturbed. Responding calmly, if I could silently infiltrate this place, I surely possess the means to take you away. The White Wolf King scrutinized him, seemingly weighing the truth of his words. Why? At long last, it spoke, I am of the demon clan, and you are human. Why would you risk your life to save me? Chen Changan fell silent for a moment, then replied nonchalantly, someone once told me that all things possess a spirit. And seeing is believing. Moreover, upon reflection, it is true that there are both virtuous and wicked individuals among humans, just as there are good and malevolent demons. For instance, the people of the City Lord's mansion, who unleash demons to commit heinous acts and practice dark arts, are hardly nobler than the demon clan. Chen Changan spoke earnestly. The White Wolf King was taken aback. Its murky golden vertical pupils fixed intently on Chen Changan, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. After a long pause, it suddenly burst into laughter, a hoarse yet hearty sound, as if it had heard the most absurd and delightful jest in the world. Ha ha ha. Splendid. What a marvelous assertion, humans possess both good and evil, and so do demons. I never imagined that before my demise, I would encounter such a remarkable person. For years, I have heard the maxim those who are not of my kind must harbor ill intentions. Truth be told, many demons have cultivated for millennia yet lack your profound insight. As the laughter subsided, the White Wolf King shook its head. However, I appreciate your goodwill. I shall not depart. Chen Changan furrowed his brow. Why not? A glint of coldness flickered in the White Wolf King's eyes. For the past 20 years, my blood has been gradually drained, my power steadily siphoned. Yet, I am not entirely unprepared. Its voice was low and tinged with a hint of ferocity. I have infused the aura of the 5 declines of heaven and man into my demonic blood. In 10 days, when the blood refinement demon crystal is complete, it shall mark their demise. If I were to leave now, would that not arouse their suspicion? Chen Changan's pupils constricted. The 5 declines of heaven and man is an omen that appears when a cultivator's lifespan nears its end, once tainted. It can lead to regression in cultivation or even obliteration. The White Wolf King had infused its own declining aura into the blood refinement demon crystal. You. Chen Changan found himself at a loss for words. Yet the White Wolf King laughed, a hint of relief in its smile. In any case, my lifespan is nearly at an end. If I can take a few with me in death, it is not in vain. The cave fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Chen Changan suddenly spoke, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? The White Wolf King paused, seemingly taken aback by the question. Unfulfilled wishes? It echoed softly, its golden vertical pupils momentarily lost in thought. It has been 20 years. I have not tasted wine in 2 decades. Its voice grew nostalgic, as if recalling distant memories. If I could have a jug of fine wine, I would have no regrets in death. System notification, Epic Series Achievement detected, Youth Journey, 1-4, Youth Journey, Part 1 A Promise with Spring Wine. Riding the Wind to Deliver the White Wolf. Completing the Youth Journey series achievement rewards him with other mountain jade, to elevate the rank of a supreme immortal technique. However, this time, Chen Changan ignored the system's prompt and looked at the White Wolf King, suddenly nodding. Very well. Tomorrow night, I shall return, bringing wine for you. The White Wolf King paused for a moment, then shook its head with a wry smile. There is no need. Your arrival here has already been a perilous endeavor, why take further risks? Moreover, it hesitated, its voice falling to a somber tone. I can no longer afford to wait. Chen Changan offered no further words, simply turning to depart. The White Wolf King gazed at his retreating figure, a flicker of complex emotion shimmering in its golden slit pupils. It harbored little belief that Chen Changan would return. For a practitioner of the profound realm to infiltrate this place was already a miracle, how could he possibly risk returning with wine? Yet, it bore him no grudge. To encounter a human willing to engage in equal dialogue during its final moments of existence was sufficient. Chen Changan's silhouette faded into the depths of the secret passage. Within the cave, only the White Wolf King remained, lying solitary upon the altar, chains piercing through its form. A crimson crystal column steadily siphoning away its last vestiges of vitality. It slowly closed its eyes, its breath feeble to the point of being nearly imperceptible. Wine. It murmured softly, as if lost in a dream. If only it were fine spirits, how delightful that would be.
Chapter 33. Intoxicated for 1,000 autumns, the night was as dark as ink, and the death cell within the city lord's manor lay in utter silence. After bidding farewell to the White Wolf King, Chen Changan's figure drifted like a specter through the vent, silently returning to his cell. With a flick of his fingers, the severed spirit-binding chain coiled back around his wrist, the clasp clicking shut, the surface runes shimmering, appearing as pristine as before. Now the entire city lord's manor was searching for him. Paradoxically, the most perilous location had become the safest refuge. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, a sudden movement caught his ear. Footsteps. Steady and powerful, each step resonated with the unique fluctuations of spiritual energy characteristic of a profound realm practitioner, drawing closer to his cell. Chen Changan's gaze sharpened. He swiftly reclined back onto the damp straw, closing his eyes to regulate his breath, which became long and even, as though he had never awakened. The cell door creaked open. A tall figure stood at the threshold, silhouetted against the flickering torchlight of the corridor, casting a shadow. It was the profound realm captain he had seen before. Chen Changan's consciousness subtly sensed every move of the individual. The captain's gaze was sharp as a blade, slowly sweeping across the cell, ultimately landing on the spirit-binding chain around his wrist. He took 2 steps closer, bending down to inspect the chain. His fingers brushed against the runes engraved on the links, confirming their integrity, though his brow furrowed slightly. Could it be my suspicion was unwarranted? Chen Changan maintained a steady breath, even controlling his heartbeat to a languid pace, as if truly ensconced in slumber. The captain scrutinized him for several moments before suddenly letting out a cold chuckle. Consider yourself fortunate. He straightened up and turned to walk out of the cell, his boots thudding heavily against the stone floor. Bang! The cell door slammed shut, and the footsteps receded into the distance. Exhaling slowly in the darkness, Chen Changan gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of cold resolve flashing within. He gently released a breath, seated himself cross-legged, and closed his eyes to meditate. Although merely a projection of himself, the exertion from infiltrating the core area of the manor twice had been considerable. Furthermore, he needed to ensure that his actions went unnoticed by the manor's inhabitants. Blood refinement demon crystal. Completion in 10 days. The image of the White Wolf King's murky yet commanding golden vertical pupils flickered in Chen Changan's mind. The backlash of the 5 decays of heaven and man could indeed slay the city lord, but that old wolf would also be left in utter disarray. He opened his eyes, a flicker of determination crossing his gaze. I must devise a plan to re-enter the secret chamber without alerting the city lord's manor. The following morning, within the study of the city lord's manor, a guard rushed in a flurry, clutching a note, his voice trembling. My lord! At the entrance to the secret chamber. This was discovered. Seated in a zeatonwood chair, the middle-aged man, city lord Zhao Tianheng, furrowed his brow as he took the note. The note contained only a few terse lines. Since our parting last night, I have missed you dearly. Tonight, beyond the north gate, I seek but a duel. Should you fail to arrive, the matter of the blood refinement demon crystal shall be known to all. At the bottom, a simple sketch of a small wolf was drawn. Zhao Tianheng's expression darkened instantaneously, his fingers clenching into a fist, reducing the note to dust. How was this letter delivered? Investigate. His voice was chilling, and he commanded that no suspicious individuals within the manor be spared. The guards promptly departed, while Zhao Tianheng's gaze drifted towards the window, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. On this night of the full moon, beyond the northern gate? He let out a cold chuckle. Last night, I allowed you to escape a calamity. I shall see if fortune favors you this time. As evening fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, Chen Changan sat cross-legged in his cell, yet his consciousness quietly expanded, sensing the movements within the lord's manor. Indeed. A faint smile graced his lips. A large contingent of elite guards had been dispatched from the manor, and even the 2 leaders of the Transcendence realm had vanished without a trace. Most notably, the once formidable guards near the Bloodpool secret chamber had been reduced by more than half. The plan was working. With a flick of his fingers, the binding chain snapped once more, and his figure slipped like smoke through the ventilation shaft. This time, he exhibited no hesitation, making straight for the secluded attic where the secret chamber lay. Inside the attic, silence reigned. Chen Changan skillfully unraveled the dark door's restrictions and stepped into the secret passage. Unlike the previous day, the passage was devoid of life, and even the metallic scent of blood had significantly waned.
It appeared that the blood pool had indeed gone to the northern gate to await him. He chuckled softly. Retrieving a wine pouch from his robe, this was a fine spirit he had stealthily acquired during the day when he went to deliver a message from the best tavern in the city. Known as Drunken Autumn, its flavor sharp as a blade, with a potent afterkick. It should suit that old wolf's palate. At the passage's end, the bronze door remained tightly shut, yet the guards were nowhere to be found. Chen Changan effortlessly deciphered the door's enchantments and pushed it open. The blood pool still churned. But the crimson crystal stones had dimmed considerably, seemingly lacking the control of their master. The White Wolf King upon the altar appeared even frilier than the day before, struggling to lift its head. "You." The White Wolf King laboriously opened its eyes, shock reflected in its golden vertical pupils. "You truly have returned?" Chen Changan strode confidently to the altar, shaking the wine pouch in his hand, and smiled. "A man of honor speaks, and his word is unbreakable." With that, he tossed the pouch in a graceful arc, landing it neatly before the White Wolf King. The king stared at the wine pouch in disbelief, as if struggling to accept its reality. After a long moment, it extended a front paw, laboriously nudging the cork aside. Instantly, a rich aroma of alcohol wafted through the air, diluting even the scent of the blood pool. "What sort of wine is this?" The White Wolf King's voice trembled as it lowered its head to sniff, a glimmer of moisture appearing in its murky eyes. "Drunken Autumn. A fine spirit." It raised its head, hoisting the wine pouch high, as the liquor cascaded down like a waterfall into its mouth. Gulp, gulp, the liquid flowed down its jaws, dampening its parched fur. Once the pouch was emptied, the White Wolf King let out a long breath, its eyes regaining a spark of vitality. "What a delight!" It laughed heartily, the sound hoarse yet joyous, as if transported back to its glorious past. Chen Changan stood with arms crossed, a smile playing on his lips. "So, I did not deceive you, did I?" The laughter of the White Wolf King gradually subsided, its golden slit pupils fixating intently on Chen Changan, suddenly transforming into a visage of utmost seriousness. "Human, who exactly are you?" "A mere practitioner of the transcendence realm, yet you have infiltrated this place twice. You are no ordinary cultivator." Chen Changan nonchalantly shrugged. "A name is merely a moniker. What truly matters is," he gestured towards the wine pouch. "The wine is quite good, isn't it?" The White Wolf King regarded him with a piercing gaze, then abruptly grinned, revealing its jagged fangs. "Ah! What a delightful remark about the wine. Had I been a few thousand years younger, I would surely wish to call you my brother." Chen Changan chuckled lightly, poised to respond, when suddenly his expression shifted. His spiritual sense detected a flurry of hurried footsteps approaching from outside the secret passage. "Someone is coming." The White Wolf King's ears perked up, whispering, "It's that fellow from the blood pool, he has returned." Chen Changan swiftly retracted his aura, retreating into the shadows. "I must take my leave," he murmured. "I shall return in 10 days. The White Wolf King shook its head. "There is no need, in 10 days. All will come to an end." Its gaze grew profoundly tranquil. "To have savored a pouch of fine wine in these final moments, I harbor no regrets." Chen Changan wished to say more, but the footsteps grew ever closer. He cast a lingering glance at the White Wolf King before vanishing into the shadows of the secret passage. The White Wolf King watched the direction of his departure, a flicker of complex emotion shimmering in its golden slit pupils. It lowered its head to lick the remnants of wine from the pouch, murmuring softly, "Humans. Truly fascinating." At that very moment, a chilling voice unexpectedly echoed in its ear. "Ah, after so many years. Who would have thought that the esteemed White Wolf King would find intrigue in a mere human?" Chapter 34, Old Friend. After Chen Changan's figure vanished at the end of the secret passage, the blood pool chamber once again fell into silence. The White Wolf King slowly lowered its head, the golden vertical pupils reflecting the remnants of liquor on the wine pouch. A slight smile playing at the corners of its mouth, as if savoring the long-forgotten taste of strong wine. At that moment, after so many years. Who would have thought that the illustrious White Wolf King would harbor interest in a mere human? A cold voice suddenly echoed in its ears. The White Wolf King's ears pricked up, its murky pupils abruptly constricting, and its fur bristling with shock. This voice. It gradually raised its head, directing its gaze toward the source of the sound. In the void, the bell at the end of a jade hairpin gently swayed. Subsequently, the surrounding shadows receded like a tide, revealing a slender figure. She was clad in a flowing white robe, embroidered with silver serpentine patterns at the hem. Her dark hair was loosely gathered with a jade pin, with a few strands cascading down her pale cheeks. A conical hat shaded her face, a light veil obscuring it, revealing only a pair of deep, cold eyes reminiscent of a tranquil pool. Yet with just a glance, the White Wolf King could not divert its gaze. Saint. Saintess? The voice of the White Wolf King trembled almost out of tune, struggling to rise, the chains clinking loudly, but its frail limbs faltered, nearly causing it to collapse. Ali, or rather, Ji Hongli, gently raised her hand, a wisp of dark red demonic energy supporting its swaying form. There is no need for formalities. Her voice remained cold, yet bore a trace of imperceptible softness. The title of Saintess is a relic of the past, now. I am but an itinerant cultivator. The White Wolf King stared intently at her, the golden pupils glistening with moisture. My old master, surely I am not dreaming? Ji Hongli approached the altar, lightly touching it with her fingertip, causing the runes on the 9 chains to silently dissolve. The White Wolf King was finally able to move its body slightly. Yet it did not rise, instead humbly bowing its form, just as it had during the days in the northern frontier. Saintess, you have returned. Its voice was hoarse and filled with emotion. Yes, I have returned. Ji Hongli gazed at the aging white wolf before her, an unknown light flickering deep within her eyes, followed by a gentle sigh. You have returned. Is it to lead the demon race in once again contending with humanity for the Xianing continent? She shook her head. This era is one of human prosperity. She raised her hand, a wisp of dark red demonic energy blooming in her palm, intertwined with a faint glimmer of gold. In my recent cultivation, I have glimpsed a fragment of the scenery beyond the Saint Realm and have come to understand a semblance of heavenly will. If the demon race wishes to endure, we can only retreat to the northern frontier, remaining mutually indifferent to humanity. The White Wolf King was taken aback for a moment, then quietly replied, since the Saintess has spoken thus, it must surely be correct. There was no trace of disappointment in its eyes, only unwavering loyalty. It is enough that you have returned. The folks in the northern frontier miss you dearly. Ji Hongli's gaze stirred slightly. How is everyone faring? The tail of the White Wolf King gently swayed, reminiscent of the days when a little wolf followed closely behind her. That little fox who once trailed you daily has now attained the sacred realm, becoming a new saint of the demon clan. Its voice gradually became fluid, as if returning to the spirited years. Recounting the transformations in the northern frontier over the years, 3 great demons had emerged from the Qingqiu Fox clan. The divination techniques of the Bai Zhe lineage had grown increasingly exquisite, and although the old demon of Black Mountain remained as irascible as ever, he had managed to govern his territory with utmost order. Ji Hongli listened quietly, refraining from interruption. It was only when the White Wolf King spoke of its reason for departing the northern frontier that her brow furrowed slightly. In truth, it was the demon king Bai Zhe who sent me forth, the White Wolf King murmured, stating that he dreamed I would encounter an individual of paramount importance concerning the survival of the demon clan. Ji Hongli's gaze sharpened. Did you meet him? The White Wolf King offered a bitter smile. I disappointed him. Shortly after my departure from the northern frontier, I was captured by humans, and have been imprisoned ever since. The scent of blood within the secret chamber seemed to dissipate, replaced by an unnameable silence. After a long pause, Ji Hongli finally spoke. Come with me. Her voice was soft yet carried an undeniable insistence. I shall escort you back to the northern frontier. The White Wolf King shook its head, a flicker of resolve flashing in its golden vertical pupils. Saint Master, this old servant is beyond saving. It lowered its gaze to its withered form and then lifted it to meet Ji Hongli's, revealing a hint of reconciliatory smile in its eyes. The White Wolf clan repays kindness and avenges grievances. This torment over the past 20 years, this old servant shall cleanse with his own demise. Ji Hongli gazed at it in silence, ultimately sighing. You remain as stubborn as ever. The White Wolf King grinned, exposing its jagged fangs. Are you not the same, Saint Master? Back then, you declared your intent to challenge the 10 greatest sacred realms of humanity alone, and no one could dissuade you. A rare smile flickered in Ji Hongli's eyes, but it vanished almost instantly. I will not return to the northern frontier. She turned towards the secret passage, at least not now. Since you are unwilling to depart, let us each find our own peace. The White Wolf King made no effort to retain her, simply bowing its head respectfully. Take care, Saint Master. Ji Hongli paused slightly. And you? Do you have any unfinished wishes? The White Wolf King pondered for a moment, then suddenly chuckled that human earlier brought this old servant a pouch of wine. I am quite content.
Ji Honli remained silent, her figure dissipating like smoke into the shadows.
In the secret chamber, the White Wolf King lay alone upon the altar.
Gazing in the direction where Ji Honli had vanished, its golden pupils reflecting the faint light of the blood pool. The corners of its mouth curled upward, revealing a satisfied smile. In a moment of reverie, it seemed to return to a time long past when it was but a little wolf. Its fluffy tail swirling like a windmill, merrily trailing behind the Saint Master, racing across the snowy plains of the northern frontier. The sun bathed the snow in golden light, casting a shimmering world. The Saint Master turned back to glance at it, rarely displaying a hint of a smile. Run slower, be careful not to fall. At that time, it was carefree and untroubled, believing that no matter how vast the world might be, it was merely a sweep of the Saint's robe away.
The Saint,
murmured the White Wolf King, gradually closing his eyes. The runes on the chains glowed once more, and the demon crystal within the blood pool trembled slightly,
as if on the brink of unleashing a cataclysmic eruption.
Yet, on the face of the White Wolf King, there was only a serene smile. Chapter 35, the conclusion and departure. As Chen Changan emerged from the dark passageway, the horizon was already tinged with a pale light. He stood upon the high walls outside the Lord's manor, casting a backward glance at the structure that had imprisoned the White Wolf King, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With the agreement of the White Wolf King fulfilled, he had no intention of returning to the dungeon.
Yet, he was not inclined to depart the city just yet.
10 days, he murmured softly, let me see to what extent you can achieve.
The morning breeze rustled his robes as Chen Changan took a deep breath, feeling the flow of spiritual energy within him.
Although this avatar at the profound realm held limited power, under the control of saint-level true essence, it was far beyond what an ordinary profound realm practitioner could compare to. He leaped gracefully, his figure descending like a falling leaf from the high wall, vanishing into the morning mist.
As dawn broke,
the morning market of Fuan City bustled with life. Dew from the previous night clung to the bluestone pavement, while vendors set up oilcloth tents,
their shouts rising and falling like a symphony.
A tofu seller pushed a wheelbarrow, the wheels creaking over the stone seams.
At the corner, a tea stall exhaled steam,
with several porters squatting on benches, cradling coarse porcelain bowls filled with steaming tea. The sizzling of oil for frying dough sticks filled the air, while the sweet aroma of roasted chestnuts wafted far and wide, drawing the eager gazes of children clutching coins. As the morning light brightened, the clamor of the marketplace became increasingly vibrant, enveloping the entire street in the lively atmosphere that Chen Changan cherished. At this moment, he donned a simple cloth garment,
blending into the crowd with unremarkable presence.
His gaze traversed the throng, landing upon a familiar grocery stall. Ali was arranging her goods, her profile beneath the bamboo hat appearing particularly serene in the morning glow. Standing at the stall's front, he blocked the sunlight that fell upon her. What would you like to buy? Ali inquired without lifting her head. I am not here to purchase anything, Chen Changan replied, I have come to apologize. Ali's movements paused, and she slowly raised her head, surprise flickering in her eyes beneath the thin veil. You were right last time, Chen Changan said earnestly. All things possess spirit, I should not have formed preconceived notions. Ali's pupils narrowed slightly. She set down her goods and scrutinized the man who had once argued with her. Her expression softened a fraction. What have you seen? Chen Changan smiled without replying. The sunlight illuminated his face, and his eyes seemed to harbor a brilliance that set him apart from the surrounding crowd. For some reason, Ji Honli suddenly recalled her amusing neighbor in her true form. It felt as if there were some uncanny similarities between them. Ji Honli began to understand why the White Wolf King regarded this human with such distinction. With a soft huff, she turned her head in a half-smile. So now you acknowledge your mistake? To recognize one's error and amend it is a great virtue, Chen Changan replied, adopting the tone of a fortune-teller.
Smooth-tongued?
Ji Honli retorted, though a secret smile tugged at her lips, I forgive you. After parting from Ali's stall, Chen Changan made his way directly out of the city. He was aware that the Lord's mansion would soon discover the disappearance of the prisoners from the death row, and at that point, the entire city would be placed under martial law. He set up a makeshift shelter beneath an ancient locust tree 3 miles outside the city gate.
This location offered a clear view, allowing him to observe the movements at the gate while ensuring a swift escape if necessary. On the first day, everything at the city gate seemed routine. By the third day, he noticed the guards from the Lord's mansion beginning to interrogate pedestrians at the entrance. On the fifth day, news spread within the city that they were in pursuit of an escaped convict. By the seventh day, the scope of the guards' search had extended beyond the city walls. Each day, Chen Changan would alter his disguise, sometimes appearing as a woodcutter, at other times as a peddler, yet he never ventured far from the confines of Fuan City. He observed that the vigilance of the Lord's mansion grew increasingly stringent, yet the faces of the guards betrayed an unmistakable fear. On the night of the ninth day, Chen Changan stood atop a high slope, gazing into the direction of the Lord's mansion. Under the moonlight, the building loomed like a slumbering beast. Yet he sensed something ominous brewing within. Tomorrow would mark the 10th day, he murmured to himself. At dawn on the 10th day, the sky above Fuan City was cloudless. Chen Changan arrived early at a tea stall outside the city gate. He ordered a pot of green tea, savoring it leisurely while his gaze remained fixed on the direction of the Lord's mansion. At midday, an unexpected change occurred. The ground began to tremble slightly, causing ripples in his teacup. Suddenly, a crimson cloud began to gather above the Lord's mansion, deepening in color until it transformed into a disquieting dark red. "Look! What is that?" a patron at the tea stall exclaimed. Chen Changan set down his cup. Sensing a familiar aura, a blend of the power of the White Wolf King intertwined with a more ancient and violent energy. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from within the city. A blinding red light suddenly erupted from the location of the Lord's mansion, expanding instantaneously and engulfing the entire estate. The shockwave swept through, causing the stones of the city gate to tremble. The patrons at the tea stall scattered in panic, yet Chen Changan remained seated. He gazed at the towering crimson pillar of light, a slow smile creeping across his lips. "Well done," he murmured. The pillar of light persisted for approximately a quarter of an hour before gradually dissipating. When the dust settled, all that remained where the Lord's mansion once stood was a vast, deep pit, surrounded by the ruins of nearby structures. However, just as the crimson light faded, a grotesque figure suddenly surged forth from the debris. "Ha ha ha!" The sound of maniacal laughter echoed across the land, revealing the lord of the city, drenched in blood. His garments tattered, yet his body entwined with strange blood-red runes, his aura far more formidable than before. "Did you think I would die so easily?" He hovered in mid-air, his eyes a blood-red hue, gazing down at the devastated city with a frenzied expression. Chen Changan squinted, his figure flashing as he ascended into the air, confronting the Lord from a distance. "Indeed, I did not anticipate this," he replied coolly. "You are far more resilient than I imagined." The Lord sneered, "So it is you? The one who spied upon me at the blood pool that day? Do you truly believe that beast can bring about my demise? I have long connected my spirit with the blood sacrifice array. As long as the array endures, I shall remain unscathed." Chen Changan's gaze swept over the ruins of the city below, and indeed, he discerned blood-red patterns flickering amidst the debris, an indication that the formation had not yet been entirely destroyed. Understanding dawned upon him as he nodded, then, "In honor of my old friend, I shall slay you once more." Before his words had fully escaped, Chen Changan's longsword was already unsheathed. The Nine Heavens Thunder Movement sword technique, Heavenly Punishment. In an instant, dark clouds gathered above, and lightning surged like dragons. A brilliant sword beam, imbued with overwhelming celestial might, descended upon the city lord. The city lord's complexion shifted dramatically as he retreated hastily. "You shall not." Yet, just as he was about to evade, buzz! A crimson light suddenly shot forth from the ruins, coiling around the city lord like chains, anchoring him firmly in place. "What?" In terror, the city lord turned, only to behold Ali, clutching a damaged red crystal, directing it towards him, emanating an ancient aura that suppressed all. "My demon crystal?" he shrieked in disbelief. "Impossible. How can you wield it?" Ali merely smirked, remaining silent as the crystal in her grasp radiated a brilliant glow. In that fleeting moment, Chen Changan's sword light had arrived. "No!" The city lord's desperate howl echoed as the sword light descended like divine retribution, engulfing him entirely. As the lightning subsided, the sky cleared. The city lord's form had been reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Chen Changan sheathed his sword and gracefully descended. He turned to Ali, who now held a dim demon crystal, seemingly drained of its power. "Thank you," he expressed sincerely. Ali shook her head gently, responding, "It is what I ought to do." Her gaze fell upon the ruins of the city lord's estate, a flicker of complexity flashing in her eyes. The surviving citizens of the city began to emerge from their hiding places, gazing at the remnants of destruction, their faces a mixture of fear and relief. Chen Changan knew that the tribulations of this city had finally come to an end. System notification, Epic Series achievement completed, Youth's Journey, 1-4, Youth's Journey, Part 1. A promise carries spring wine, riding the wind to send off the white wolf. 100,000 do not hesitate, vengeance is but a step away. Closing the system panel, Chen Changan brushed off non-existent dust from his clothing. Rising to his feet and casting a final glance at the city. In a moment of reverie, he spotted a striking young man in white, with flowing white hair. Standing atop the city wall, waving farewell. Chen Changan smiled faintly, humming a tune, and turned away with no lingering sentiment. Days later, in the direction Chen Changan had departed, 500 miles away, a small sect known as at Elephant Gate was conducting a grand entrance examination. This minor sect represented the very bottom rung of the cultivation world in the Xianing continent, yet even so, it remained the sole path for countless ordinary mortals yearning for immortality. At this moment, a youth named Han Yu cleverly shrinks his frail figure into the corner of the small square, all the while surreptitiously observing the other boys who have come to partake in the assessment. Chapter 36, The Young Han Yu Beneath the Scorching Sun. The stone square at the foot of the Eight Symbols sect was teeming with youths gathered for the entrance examination. Han Yu nestled in the shadows at the edge of the square, his slight frame appearing almost to meld into the stone wall. He licked his parched lips, his eyes darting with keen awareness. He noticed that the youths, himself included, had unconsciously formed three distinct groups. The first group consisted of several elegantly dressed youths at the center of the square. There were about 7 or 8 of them, all adorned in luxurious garments. The leader among them, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age, wore a piece of smooth white jade at his waist, glimmering softly in the sunlight. He engaged in light-hearted banter with his companions, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just audible enough for those around to hear. "Zhang, I heard your father specially invited a master from Qingyang City to help you refine your meridians?" inquired a youth in blue, seeking to curry favor. The boy addressed as Zhang nodded with a measure of restraint. "It's merely a trifling method. My father says that with my aptitude, joining the Eight Symbols sect is more than sufficient. I am merely going through the motions this time." Han Yu listened intently, his grip on his garment tightening. His coarse cloth robe, worn for 3 years, had frayed at the cuffs and bore patches at the elbows. Compared to those gilded youths, he felt as though he belonged to an entirely different world. The second group consisted of a number of youths, slightly less opulent yet still neat and tidy, who clustered around the elegantly dressed boys. Clearly, they hailed from well-off families, having grown up in towns where they inevitably learned to read the room and navigate their surroundings with some degree of cunning. Thus, they surrounded the leading youth, addressing him as young master and brother, titles he seemed accustomed to, though his youthful pride enjoyed the attention. The final group, reminiscent of Han Yu himself, comprised impoverished children from the countryside, scattered in small clusters around the periphery of the square. Most, like him, observed their surroundings with caution, akin to sparrows that had inadvertently wandered into a gathering of cranes. "Hey, did you come here alone?" a timid voice emerged from beside him. Han Yu turned to see a boy even smaller than himself, his face still bearing the innocence of youth. My uncle brought me," Han Yu replied, instinctively straightening his posture to appear less shabby. His uncle was a notable figure in their village, the only one to have ventured beyond their small hamlet. Rumor had it he held a respectable status, though Han Yu was unaware of the specifics of his uncle's endeavors. The boy's eyes lit up. "I'm Lin Xiaoshu, the son of a hunter from Niujia village." "And you?" "Han Yu," he replied succinctly, his gaze once again drifting towards the group of elegantly clad youths. Lin Xiaoshu followed his gaze and exclaimed, "Those must be the sons of wealthy families. I've heard that they bathe in spirit herbs from a young age and cultivate their ancestral techniques. How can we poor kids ever compete with them?" Han Yu remained silent.
His uncle had advised him before leaving that the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges, yet it was not without opportunities. Although the Eight Elephants sect is a modest sect, it adheres to its own traditions, which do not solely depend on one's familial background.
As I pondered this, a commotion suddenly arose in the square ahead.
An elderly man clad in a flowing gray robe approached with measured steps, followed by several young disciples. The old man had a gaunt visage, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, and as he walked, his garments billowed gracefully, exuding a celestial demeanor.
"It is Elder Wang!" someone exclaimed.
Han Yu immediately perked up, urging Lin Xiaoshu forward. The young men in splendid attire ceased their conversations and stood respectfully. Elder Wang ascended to the high platform at the center of the square, his gaze sweeping over the multitude of youths below. As his eyes briefly lingered on the group of richly dressed young men, he nodded slightly towards a middle-aged man standing beside them.
"Manager Li.
It appears the candidates from Qingyang City this year are commendable," Elder Wang remarked with a smile. The middle-aged man quickly returned the gesture. "Elder Wang, you flatter me. They are but unrefined youths. I hope the Eight Elephants sect will nurture them well." This exchange weighed heavily on Han Yu's heart. It seemed these affluent youths were already connected to the sect, and the entrance examination would likely be.
"Silence!"
Elder Wang's voice suddenly rose, and the square fell into an immediate hush.
"Today marks the triennial entrance examination of the Eight Elephants sect.
The rules are straightforward." Elder Wang gestured towards the towering mountain behind him. "From this point to the gates of our sect, there are a total of 700 stone steps. Those who can ascend to the summit before sunset through their own perseverance shall be granted entry into our sect for cultivation."
Upon hearing this, murmurs erupted throughout the square. Is it truly that simple?
I expected a test of spiritual roots.
700 steps, won't that be exhausting?
Elder Wang seemed to perceive the thoughts of the crowd and smiled gently. The path of cultivation prioritizes one's character.
No matter how great the talent, without perseverance, one cannot achieve greatness.
Han Yu gazed up at Golden Serpent Mountain, swallowing hard. When his uncle mentioned that the Eight Elephants sect was established on Golden Serpent Mountain, he thought it was merely a grandiose name for an ordinary peak. He now realized the truth in its name. The mountain resembled a colossal serpent coiled upon the earth. Its main peak steep and erect like a serpent's head, while the ridges extending on either side resembled a serpent's tongue. Most astonishing was the color of the mountain stones, appearing a dark green akin to ancient bronze from afar, yet upon closer inspection, they bore intricate golden patterns.
As the sunlight struck them, the entire mountain shimmered, as if animated by a gentle wave of light. "These are no mere stones," Han Yu murmured,
unable to resist reaching out to touch the exposed rock face at the mountain's base.
The cool, slick sensation beneath his fingertips felt akin to the scales of a serpent,
causing him to retract his hand abruptly, a shiver racing down his spine.
"Startled, are we?"
Unbeknownst to him, his uncle had suddenly appeared at his side,
puffing on a pipe and squinting towards the mist-clad peak. Golden Serpent Mountain is said to be the manifestation of an ancient spirit serpent.
Legend has it that the very stones are infused with demon blood. Just as Han Yu was about to inquire further, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. Following the direction of the commotion, he finally beheld the fabled stairway to ascend to 700 azure stone steps that curled like a celestial ribbon from the mountain's base to the unseen clouds above. The lowest 300 steps are relatively gentle, but as one ascends, the incline becomes increasingly steep, nearly vertical at the waist of the mountain. The surface of the stone steps, weathered by millennia of wind and rain, is riddled with indentations, some of which still hold the remnants of last night's rainwater, sparkling under the sun like scattered shards of glass.
"Is this truly meant for walking?"
Lin Xiaoshu's voice trembled beside him. He pointed to a protruding cliffside halfway up the mountain, where a stretch of about 20 steps hung precariously in midair,
supported only by iron chains embedded in the rock.
As the mountain wind swept by, the entire staircase swayed slightly. Han Yu's gaze followed the stone steps upward, but was abruptly obstructed by a rolling sea of clouds at the mountain's waist. The milky white mist seemed alive, coiling around the mountain, occasionally revealing a few solitary steps,
only to engulf the entire path once more.
As he gazed, a gust of wind suddenly parted the cloud curtain, revealing a striking vermilion archway, with 8 stone beasts of various forms perched on its eaves, flickering in and out of view amidst the mist.
The 8 Elephants Gate. Han Yu's heart raced.
Behind the archway, a cluster of blue-tiled buildings floated in the sea of clouds like a mirage. Yet before he could discern further, the fog closed in again. As if the fleeting vision had been nothing but an illusion. "Stop looking." His uncle tapped the back of Han Yu's head with a smoking rod, reminding him that they needed to conserve energy for the ascent, which would commence at noon. Meanwhile, 100 miles away from Jinshi Mountain, Chen Changan set down his coarse porcelain teacup, causing the tea at the bottom to ripple slightly. He surveyed his surroundings. Only a few hunched old farmers ambled along the dirt road of Qingyo village, while the laughter of children playing by the threshing ground rang out with an unusual clarity. Odd, he thought, stroking his chin, as he turned to inquire of the tea stall owner, why there wasn't a single young lad in sight in this village. The elder, wiping the table, chuckled at his question, a knowing smile etched into his wrinkles. "You must be an outsider, sir. Today is the grand opening ceremony of the 8 Elephants Gate, and the youths from the surrounding villages have flocked to the foot of Jinshi Mountain before dawn." The 8 Elephants Gate? Chen Chanan's eyes brightened, the teacup spinning in his fingers. A sect of immortals? Indeed. The elder filled his cup from a copper kettle, lowering his voice amidst the rising steam, saying that every young person in the village yearns for transcendence. Moreover, if one achieves enlightenment, even their livestock may ascend. Chen Changan's eyes glimmered as he contemplated the undulating mountains in the distance. "Elder, how does one reach this 8 Elephants Gate?" "Follow the official road east for 60 miles. And you shall find Jinshi Mountain," the elder replied, gesturing with a sweat-drenched cloth towards the distant peaks shrouded in mist. "Below the mountain lies Qingyang City, 100-fold more bustling than our village. If you wish to seek your fortune in the realm of the immortals, it is best to arrive before noon." "Ah." Before he could finish, a piece of silver had already appeared on the table. When he looked up again, the figure of the traveler in green had vanished down the official road, leaving only the tea awning swaying gently in the wind. Chapter 37, The Sect Assessment at Golden Snake Mountain, 8 Elephant Sect. Han Yu rubbed his temples and withdrew his gaze, only to find the shadow beneath him twisting in a bizarre manner. He blinked, realizing it was no illusion. The golden patterns on the stone steps undulated in the sunlight, resembling true serpentine scales, as if the entire mountain path was inhaling and exhaling. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he staggered back 2 steps until he steadied himself against an ancient pine tree. This was the living scale effect of Golden Snake Mountain. His third uncle, unfazed, exhaled smoke rings, noting that those lacking sufficient cultivation would have their souls drawn away if they gazed too long. "Look at the fissures on either side of the steps," he suggested. Han Yu pressed his temples and shifted his focus. To his astonishment, clusters of thumb-sized blue-purple flowers thrived within the rocky crevices, each petal adorned with silver star-like speckles. Even more astonishing, these star-patterned blossoms scattered fine glittering powder in the mountain breeze, creating an ethereal trail of light upon the stone steps. "Those are guiding starflowers. They illuminated night," his uncle explained, "but you'd best reach the summit before dark. I've heard that at night, unsavory creatures emerge from the steps." Just then, a silver shadow darted through the fissures above them. Han Yu caught a glimpse of a fluffy tail before it vanished into the underbrush beside the stone steps. "A cloud mist marten," a well-informed youth exclaimed. "I've heard their fur can ward off all poisons." The crowd stirred, and several wealthy young scions signaled their servants to capture it. At that moment, a deep, resonant bell tolled 3 long notes from the mountain's peak, causing the starflowers to tremble. All chatter ceased abruptly. Elder Wang of the 8 Elephant Sect had somehow appeared on the first level of the stone steps, his gray robe billowing in the mountain wind like a sail. 2 sword-bearing youths followed him, each adorned with a jade token etched with python patterns at their waists. "Noon has arrived." Elder Wang's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every ear. "Those who reach the summit before sunset may enter the walls of the 8 Elephant Sect." Han Yu inhaled deeply, again gazing at the celestial ladder that vanished into the clouds. At that moment, the sunlight illuminated the mountain's midsection, and the nearly vertical steps reflected blinding golden light, resembling the jagged teeth of a giant python's gaping maw. He suddenly comprehended why his third uncle had mentioned that every year youths participating in the assessment went missing. This was no celestial ladder, it was evidently a perilous path leading to a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. "Are you frightened?" His uncle pressed a coarse cloth bag into his hand. "Take this, chew on a piece at a critical moment." Han Yu felt a hard object within the bag and caught the earthy scent of ginseng. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, a sudden cheer erupted ahead. The group of elegantly dressed youths, with their attendants clearing a path, surged toward the stone steps, their opulent garments fluttering like colorful banners in the wind.
Remember,
his uncle said, giving his shoulder a final pat, the trial of the celestial ladder tests not the legs, but the heart. His rough fingers pointed to Han Yu's chest. As the bell tolled again, Han Yu was swept along with the crowd towards the mountain's base. When he finally stood before the first level of stone steps, he realized that each step was twice the height of an ordinary one, and the surface of the bluish stone was marred with countless impressions made by feet, interspersed with remnants of bloodied rags that had not been properly cleared away. Gazing upwards, the 2,700 stone steps emerged from the mist, resembling a celestial jade belt leading to the heavens. At the pinnacle, the vermilion mountain gate was shrouded in the swirling clouds, as if it had never existed. Han Yu swallowed hard and placed his foot upon the first stone step.
Time passed slowly.
Han Yu's knees had been scraped raw, and his palms bore the scars of the rough stone. He gasped for breath, his throat feeling as though it were filled with burning coals,
each inhalation tainted with the metallic tang of blood. Looking up, the cloud-enshrouded mountain gate remained tantalizingly out of reach. Meanwhile,
the group of elegantly dressed youths had already reached the summit, standing atop, surveying the still struggling crowd below. Their garments remained pristine, and some even wore smiles, as though this trial was merely a formality for them. Han Yu gritted his teeth, his nails digging into the crevices of the stone steps,
dragging his weary body upward once more.
Indeed, they were right. I should have anticipated this. Those affluent youths had consumed elixirs from a young age, practicing ancestral techniques that rendered their bodies robust, their stamina far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. For a destitute youth like him, reaching even halfway was already an extraordinary feat. The surroundings had long since emptied, most had given up midway. Lin Xiaoshu had collapsed at the 800th step, weeping as the servant disciples helped him down the mountain. Now, on the entire celestial ascent, Han Yu was the sole figure still grappling with solitude. As the sun sank lower, the mist in the mountains grew denser, a chill seeping into his bones. Han Yu's vision began to blur, his arms trembled, nearly unable to support his weight. 2,000 steps, just a little longer. He was uncertain why he clung to this determination. Perhaps it was a sense of unwillingness, or perhaps a refusal to concede defeat. Finally, as the last rays of sunlight vanished beyond the summit, Han Yu reached the 2,000th step. He could move no more, collapsing onto the cold stone, his breath growing faint.
The examination concluded. Elder Wang's voice resonated from above, echoing through the mountains. Those who reached the summit would enter the inner sect.
Those who did not, yet ascended beyond halfway, could enter the outer sect, practice martial arts, and attempt again the following year. Han Yu suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes.
The outer sect, there remains a chance.
He struggled to prop himself up, surveying his surroundings, only to discover that aside from the elegantly dressed youths who had already reached the peak, there was but one other individual who had ascended beyond halfway. It was a slender youth, his countenance stern, and his gaze sharp as a blade. He bore scars akin to Han Yu's, yet his back remained straight, resembling an unsheathed sword.
Li.
Han Yu vaguely recalled that this person bore the surname Li, taciturn and silent, having never engaged in conversation with anyone. Elder Wang's gaze swept over the two of them, nodding slightly. Han Yu, Li Hanzhou, you two shall report to the outer sect tomorrow. Han Yu finally exhaled a sigh of relief, the tautness in his nerves abruptly relaxing as he sank down to the ground. Chapter 38 An unexpected opportunity. Han Yu discovered that he and the other youths had been gathered once more at the original square. Those who had successfully passed the trials were escorted away by an elder with an ethereal demeanor.
In contrast,
the eliminated youths were tearfully received by their waiting families at the foot of the mountain. At last, only he and Li Hanzhou remained. He had just informed his third uncle about his impending entry into the outer sect. While his uncle expressed his pride, he also handed Han Yu a heavy cloth bag, urging him to practice diligently and strive to enter the inner sect in next year's assessment. After bidding farewell, Han Yu stood at the base of the 8-elephant gate, gazing at his uncle's receding figure, his heart a tumult of excitement and apprehension.
Third uncle, I will make a name for myself. He clenched his fists, silently vowing.
Beside him, Li Hanzhou remained silent, his stern expression betraying no emotion.
At that moment,
Elder Wang approached, stroking his beard, and said with a smile, "Come, I shall escort you to report to the outer sect." However, just as they took a few steps, a hoarse voice called out from behind, "Wait." Han Yu turned to see an old man clad in black robes striding towards them. His gaunt figure and forbidding visage were marked by eyes as sharp as an eagle's, seemingly capable of piercing into the depths of one's soul.
Elder Mo? Elder Wang paused. Then smiled. "What brings you here in person?"
The old man in black, known as Taoist Mo, snorted disdainfully, his gaze sweeping over Han Yu and Li Hanzhou. "My medicinal garden is in need of 2 disciples, I will be taking these 2. A flicker of surprise crossed Elder Wang's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, nodding.
Since Elder Mo has spoken, it is certainly no issue. He then turned to Han Yu and Li Hanzhou, saying, "You are fortunate. Elder Mo is the master of our 8-elephant gate's medicinal garden. To cultivate under his guidance is a rare blessing."
Han Yu's heart soared with joy.
And he hurriedly bowed, "Thank you, Elder."
Li Hanzhou remained taciturn, merely nodding slightly.
Once Taoist Mo led the 2 away.
Elder Wang watched their departing figures and suddenly shook his head with a sigh. "They have just recruited a few disciples, it seems they barely lasted 6 months. I hope these 2 youngsters can endure a bit longer."
Taoist Mo's medicinal garden lay deep in the back mountains of the 8-elephant gate.
Shrouded in mist, with the air thick with the fragrance of herbs. A refreshing aroma enveloped him as he inhaled deeply, feeling the essence of the flora fill his lungs, dispelling the exhaustion from his earlier climb. Before him, the garden was built against the mountainside, with tiers of spiritual fields sprawling like a verdant tapestry. Among the furrows, various spiritual herbs grew in a delightful disarray. Some leaves shimmered like emeralds, others bore fiery red stems, and some bore fruits the size of thumbs, glimmering faintly in the morning light.
Are these all spiritual herbs?
Han Yu had never encountered such a plethora of rare flora, and he was momentarily dazzled.
He crouched down, curiously touching a silvery-leaved herb at his feet.
As his fingertip brushed the edge of the leaf, it recoiled slightly, as if imbued with a spirit of its own.
"Do not touch recklessly."
A cold voice emanated from behind him. Han Yu turned around and noticed Li Hanzhou standing at a distance, his gaze fixed upon a patch of silver-leaf grass. This was the cold heart grass, whose serrated edges could cause a tingling sensation upon contact with skin. Han Yu quickly withdrew his hand, offering an awkward smile. "Thank you for the reminder, Senior Brotherly."
The other appeared to be a year or 2 older than him,
and thus he felt justified in addressing him as such. Li Hanzhou did not say more, turning to follow the Taoist Mu deeper into the medicinal fields. The 2 were soon brought to a humble wooden cabin, where Taoist Mu halted his steps. In the next moment, Han Yu felt a weight in his palm. He looked down to find that the sorcerer had tossed them 2 yellowed tomes, his voice cold as he declared, "For the next few days, you need only to cultivate this longevity technique. After 7 days, I will assess your progress. Those who fail will be sent back to the outer sect." With that, he turned and left, his black robe rustling in the wind, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the herb garden, unwilling to spare even a moment for the 2. However, Han Yu could not dwell on this. Cradling the books, he felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. He opened the longevity technique and discovered it contained fundamental breathing methods, stating that mastering it could extend one's life and provide a solid foundation for embarking on the path of immortality. 7 days. I must succeed. After a brief discussion with Li Hanzhou, they shared a cramped wooden cabin, furnished only with a single wooden bed and a low table. Once the door was closed, Han Yu eagerly settled into a cross-legged position, adjusting his breath as instructed in the book, attempting to sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. However, as time ticked away, he felt only fatigue and numbness, devoid of any inkling of the energy sensation described in the text, which left him somewhat disheartened. He recalled the well-dressed young men from earlier. Surely, they had already achieved success in their cultivation. Yet, in the next moment, a stubborn resolve surged within him. Han Yu resolutely cast aside the distracting thoughts and resumed his practice. By midnight, just as he was on the verge of giving up again, a faint warmth suddenly surged within him, meandering through his meridians.
Energy sensation. Is this the sensation described in the book? Overjoyed, Han Yu dared not let his guard down until the warmth stabilized, at which point he exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. I did it! In his excitement, he attempted to stand, only to find his legs numb from sitting too long, causing him to plop back down onto the hard wooden bed with a jolt of discomfort. Yet, in that moment, Han Yu was in high spirits and paid no heed to the discomfort, considering it merely a need to stretch his limbs. Once the numbness subsided, he finally stood up, pushed open the door, and stepped out of the small cabin. The night was deep, and the herb garden lay in silence. Only the occasional chirping of insects breaking the stillness. Under the moonlight, Han Yu wandered alone around the garden, careful not to tread on the beds, fearing he might inadvertently disturb the precious medicinal herbs. The once lively spiritual fields were now reduced to the sound of rustling insects, with the night breeze occasionally sweeping through, causing the herbs to whisper softly. The cool moonlight barely illuminated his path, and Han Yu carefully avoided the uneven spots along the trail. Suddenly, a crack. Han Yu stumbled forward, and in a moment of disorientation, he caught sight of a dark object lying across his path. What on earth is this? Furrowing his brow, he bent down and reached out to touch it. Hard and firmly embedded in the mud, its surface cloaked in dried muck, it initially resembled a stone. However, when he tugged at it with force, the muddy shell shattered, revealing a lustrous jade beneath. What is this? Han Yu's heart raced as he hastily wiped away the grime with his sleeve. As the mud fell away, a delicate jade gourd gradually unveiled itself, its entire body a soft blue-white, smooth as jade, with intricate patterns faintly etched on its belly, glimmering subtly in the moonlight. Is this a treasure? Han Yu's breath caught in his throat. His uncle, during his occasional visits to the village, would regale him and the other children with tales of the immortal realm, often featuring protagonists who stumbled upon protective artifacts and serendipitous opportunities. Yet, how could this jade gourd be buried in the medicinal herb garden? Instinctively, he glanced around. The night wind wailed, and a shadow appeared to flit among the herbaceous plants. In the distance, the abode of the ink-clad Taoist had extinguished its lights, enveloping the entire medicinal garden in darkness, with only the jade gourd in his hand radiating a gentle warmth, as if responding to his touch. Best to stow it away for now. Chapter 39. The new chosen one. On the bustling East Market Street of Qingyang City, a man had set up a humble wooden table adorned with yellowed rice paper, beside which stood a crooked wooden sign that proclaimed, "Divination and fortune-telling, 10 tales for adults, free for youth." Passers-by cast peculiar glances, some stifling laughter, muttering, "Another charlatan from the streets, targeting children, how novel." This man was, of course, Chen Changan, who had recently arrived in the city. He paid no heed to the murmurs surrounding him, instead methodically grinding ink. At that moment, he was clad in a faded blue robe. His appearance lean and seemingly in his early 30s, yet his eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness, as if they could peer into the depths of one's soul. "Sir, is it truly free?" A timid boy of about 12 or 13 stood before the table, his small frame betraying a sense of hesitance. Chen Changan looked up with a warm smile. "Indeed, it is genuine. What character would you like to inquire about?" I wish to learn about the character study," the boy stammered, biting his lip as he awkwardly inscribed the character on the paper. Chen Changan gazed at the character, and before him materialized a translucent system panel visible only to his eyes. Zhao Xiaolu, cultivation, mortal potential, 5, ordinary standard, destiny, 25, perhaps a minor official in the future? Loyalty, 0, stranger, personality, diligent. Steady, he sighed softly. Not only was this boy not a destined child, but he was also the 7th child of the day devoid of any cultivation talent. "You are diligent and eager to learn, you shall surely achieve great things in the future." Chen Changan uttered this kind-hearted falsehood, retrieving a piece of malt candy from his sleeve and offering it to the boy. "Remember, it is always beneficial to read more." The boy scampered off, elated. Chen Changan watched his retreating figure, contemplating. The talent for cultivation in this world was more scarce than he had imagined. However, he soon recalled that such talent was largely hereditary, concentrated within noble families and sects, alongside the vast unified cultivation empire of the Great Zhou. Thus, exceptional talents among mortals were indeed rare. His current efforts felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, having endured 5 centuries in solitude within the valley, Chen Changan was not a man lacking in patience. Moreover, with the system he possessed,
he was akin to a grandfatherly figure to these fated children. Perhaps they would be drawn to each other, he mused contentedly. As noon approached, the foot traffic on the street began to swell. A group of elegantly dressed youths surrounded a young gentleman in splendid attire as he emerged from an opulent tavern. This young master appeared to be around 16 or 17. Adorned with a jade pendant at his waist and wielding a folding fan, his demeanor haughty. "Young Master Zhang, look over there, a fortune teller offering free readings for children." One attendant pointed in Chen Changan's direction with a grin. Young Master Zhang squinted, intrigued.
"Oh, how unusual. Let us go take a look." The crowd parted to create a path. Chen Changan looked up to find a young gentleman in splendid attire surveying him from an elevated stance. If Han Yu were present, he would surely recognize this young Master Zhang as the very same noble youth he had encountered during the recent sect examination. "I have heard that your divination is remarkably accurate?" Young Master Zhang's tone was laced with palpable disdain. "Go ahead and predict for me."
Chen Changan's gaze lingered on the youth's face for a moment before the system panel unfurled. Zhang Mingho, cultivation, initial stage of object manipulation potential, 25, inferior water spiritual root, fate, 0, trapped in despair. May fortune smile upon you, loyalty, 0, stranger, personality, confident, arrogant. Please inscribe a character, Chen Changan urged, pushing forward the paper and brush.
With a scornful chuckle,
young Master Zhang hastily scribbled the character Zhang. The strokes were vigorous yet imbued with a hint of malice.
Observing the character, Chen Changan slowly remarked, "The character Zhang can be deconstructed into Bao Anlong. The bow is fully drawn, the arrow poised to fly, yet its target remains unknown. Young master, you may soon encounter a calamity.
It would be wise to remain secluded and cautious."
Utter nonsense.
Young Master Zhang slammed the table, causing the inkstone to leap, splattering ink across the rice paper.
"I am the legitimate heir of the Qingyang Zhang clan. Who would dare to harm me? You charlatan, attempting to frighten me into parting with my money?" Laughter erupted among the attendants. One lanky individual derisively remarked, "Young master, does such lowly trickery truly deserve your attention?" Calmly,
Chen Changan wiped the ink from his hands and replied, "The divination is free, whether you believe it or not is entirely your choice." With a cold snort, young Master Zhang tossed his sleeves as he departed, kicking over the water jug that Chen Changan had placed nearby. Water spilled everywhere, reflecting the shattered sky.
"Never mind.
There is no point in quarreling with a dead man," Chen Changan sighed, tidying the disordered table.
"People are inherently this way.
Even the most irritable among them can show unusual leniency towards someone suffering terminal illness."
Moreover,
he had little interest in young Master Zhang's supposed doom. His previous encounter in Fuan City had been troublesome enough, and he was averse to complications. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the streets grew increasingly desolate.
Chen Changan put away his brush and paper, preparing to conclude his day's divination. At that moment,
a figure appeared before him, blocking the last rays of sunlight.
"Sir, may I request a character to be divined?"
The voice was clear and brimming with youthful vigor.
Chen Changan looked up to see a boy of approximately 15 years.
His features were unremarkable, his attire ordinary, yet his eyes shone brightly, imbued with an indescribable brilliance. Something stirred within Chen Changan, and he unfurled the rice paper anew.
"What character would you like me to divine?"
The boy pondered for a moment before inscribing the character Han. As the character settled on the paper, Chen Changan's system panel suddenly flickered violently. Golden text flowing like a stream. Hanyu, cultivation, mortal, recently developed a sense of qi, potential, 28, inferior 5 elements spiritual root, fate, 100, child of destiny. Turning misfortune into fortune, loyalty, 0, stranger, personality, resolute, cautious. Chen Changan's hand trembled slightly, ink dripping onto the paper, spreading a dark stain. He took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and looked up at the seemingly ordinary boy. The fading sunlight cast a warm glow upon the boy, outlining him in a golden silhouette. Chen Changan understood that the child of destiny he had been desperately seeking had finally emerged.
Moreover, even his most accomplished disciple, Xiao Chen, possesses nearly an aptitude of 85. While the youth before him astonishingly embodies the pinnacle of destiny. As for potential, one can only assert that in the face of absolute fate, everything is subject to transformation. Albeit with the necessity of traversing a few more winding paths.
Yet, Chen Changan is precisely inclined to assist this destined child in circumventing numerous obstacles. The only prerequisite is that the other party must become his next disciple.
Chapter 40, The Divination, Sir?
The voice of the youth, filled with confusion,
drew Chen Changan back to reality.
He inhaled quietly, forcing himself to maintain composure as his gaze fell upon the character Han that the boy had just inscribed. The strokes were neat and powerful, yet the transitions bore a hint of restrained brilliance, much like the seemingly ordinary boy who was destined for greatness.
The character Han is composed of Wei and Gon. Chen Changan began to speak slowly, his mind racing while intentionally lowering his voice.
Wei signifies a mature leather.
Shaped through countless trials, Gon represents a shield, capable of warding off external threats.
The one who writes this character must be someone who has endured hardships yet remains resilient.
A flicker of surprise crossed Han Yu's eyes, quickly replaced by calm.
Chen Changan noted this, feeling a surge of delight. Truly, he was the chosen one. Even his ability to conceal emotions far surpassed that of his peers.
However, Chen Changan deliberately paused, circling the Gon on the right side of the character.
Observe this stroke. While it begins strong, it concludes abruptly, foreshadowing potential difficulties ahead. Han Yu furrowed his brow, instinctively touching the jade gourd hidden within his sleeve. Chen Changan's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, caught this subtle movement. It seemed the boy had discovered his own chance to defy fate. Yet there was no need for concern.
With a mysterious smile, he continued, the overall structure of the character suggests that difficulties precede ease. You are destined to have noble benefactors assist you through this tribulation,
ensuring a future of boundless potential. As he spoke, he discreetly glanced at the pet section of the system interface, where the gray, bind, button tempted him. Once loyalty reached 60, he could recruit this future unparalleled powerhouse. Alas, Han Yu's current loyalty stood at a mere 0, an utter stranger.
Oh, wait.
It had just increased to 5 slightly favorable feelings from a stranger.
Thank you for your guidance, sir, Han Yu said, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture.
His tone neither servile nor arrogant. He then hesitantly reached into his sleeve, asking, "May I inquire how much?" Immediately regretting. He realized that such foresight likely came at a cost, and had he known, he might not have acted so impulsively.
Yet in the next moment,
a gentle breeze swept through, and when Han Yu looked up, the table was devoid of the divination master. Only the sheet of rice paper inscribed with the character Han remained, pressed beneath a piece of green stone, trembling slightly in the setting sun. Where did he go?
Han Yu's pupils constricted as he swiftly scanned his surroundings.
The market was alive with sounds, the calls of vendors and the laughter of children echoing.
Yet the divination master was nowhere to be found.
He reached out to touch the rice paper. The ink was still wet, confirming that his recent experience was not a mere figment of his imagination.
Had he encountered a sage as mentioned in his uncle's stories? Han Yu murmured to himself,
carefully folding the rice paper and placing it close to his heart. Though initially skeptical of such wandering mystics, his heart now surged with tumultuous waves. He had not truly believed that he would face difficulties soon, especially since he had just joined the 8 Elephants sect, brimming with ambition and vigor.
However,
Chen Changan's sudden disappearance immediately alerted him, prompting him to quietly note Chen Changan's words. Unbeknownst to him, just 30 paces away, Chen Changan leaned against the railing of the second floor of the tea house, silently relishing the sight of Han Yu standing in stunned disbelief, a smug smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This was precisely the effect he intended to achieve. The youth before him was evidently the archetype of an ordinary protagonist, characterized by resilience, yet cautious in his dealings, making it difficult for him to easily trust others.
Nevertheless,
he was still merely a 14 or 15-year-old boy, and Chen Changan resolved to remain by his side for the time being, biding his time. Directly subduing him would be unwise, as it could easily breed resentment. After all, even those destined for greatness harbor a touch of pride within their hearts. Even his own eldest disciple had been unwittingly influenced by a classic line from a web novel he had once encountered, which he had taken to heart,
leading to his subsequent success. Thus, rather than becoming his master outright, it would be wiser to first become a noble benefactor in his fate. Casting a glance at Han Yu,
who had now mingled with the crowd, Chen Changan silently recited an invisibility incantation and deftly vaulted over the railing, landing without stirring a speck of dust, and followed him stealthily.
As evening descended, Han Yu reflected on the day's encounters, his thoughts a tumultuous sea.
Though he faced difficulties, he would surely need a benefactor. Hanyu murmured softly, his fingers unconsciously caressing the jade gourd nestled in his bosom. Ever since he acquired this jade gourd, he had been at a loss as to how to utilize it, often merely toying with it in his hands.
Never mind, the assessment would take place tomorrow.
And the immediate priority was to diligently practice the longevity formula to pass Master Mo's evaluation. Despite their few exchanges since their initial meeting, Hanyu held deep gratitude for the elder who had generously shared his cultivation techniques, thus privately referring to him as Master Mo. Hanyu soon resumed his cultivation. But this time, perhaps distracted by the events of the day, he forgot to stow away the jade gourd. At this moment, the youth sat cross-legged on a mat, following the instructions from the text, his hands forming seals, his breath long and silken. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a faint azure glow upon his brow. As he circulated his inner energy, the pores of his body gently opened, and as he inhaled and exhaled, wisps of white mist coalesced into tiny dragon shapes, dancing 3 inches before his nostrils before vanishing in an instant. He remained entirely unaware that, at the same time, 3 feet away on a wooden table, a jade gourd stood facing the full moon. The jade stopper at the gourd's mouth had inexplicably loosened, and a stream of silvery light, as if alive, surged inside. As the surface of the gourd gradually revealed intricate patterns, the hidden runes illuminated one by one, refining the moonlight into glistening droplets of jade dew, which gathered within the gourd's belly, emanating a crisp, ethereal glow.
Chapter 41, The Rescue the following day. Hanyu abruptly opened his eyes.
The morning light outside had cast a slanted shadow of the window frame upon the bed.
He propped himself up, his body aching, and felt his temples thumping. How many cycles had he practiced before succumbing to sleep last night?
His memories were like muddied water, and he could not recall when he had collapsed onto the bed.
Oh no!
He hastily threw off the thin blanket, and as his gaze fell upon the wooden desk, it suddenly froze. There stood the jade gourd, solitary in the morning light, its surface still glistening with a few droplets of undried dew.
Frustrated,
Hanyu struck the bed with his fist. He had clearly intended to put it away last night. Barefoot, he rushed to the desk. But as his fingertips brushed against the gourd, he froze. An enchanting tinkling sound emanated from within, akin to half a flask of clear spring water.
Hanyu's heart raced,
and he carefully cradled the gourd. Through its translucent jade walls, he could faintly see a silvery liquid flowing slowly inside.
How could this be?
He murmured to himself. Just as he was about to uncork it for a closer inspection, a distant chime rang out, resonating through the air.
Hanyu shuddered, suddenly remembering that today was the day of the examination by Elder Mo.
In a flurry, he tucked the gourd beneath his pillow, but feeling uneasy, he then concealed it in his clothing pocket. Upon stepping outside, he found Li Hanzhou indeed waiting at the door.
"Good morning, Senior Brotherly," Hanyu greeted awkwardly,
to which Li Hanzhou merely nodded in acknowledgement. Hanyu felt no irritation. He had grown accustomed to it. These past days, he and Li Hanzhou had spent much time together, and he had come to discern that beneath Li Hanzhou's chilly exterior lay a warm heart.
"Senior Brotherly, what do you think Elder Mo will assess?"
Hanyu asked in a hushed tone, glancing furtively toward the entrance of the herb garden. Li Hanzhou pressed his lips together, his voice slightly hoarse. "It should involve evaluating the level of our cultivation techniques. Your innate talent surpasses mine, there is no need for concern." They had previously exchanged thoughts,
and Li Hanzhou was well aware of Hanyu's progress in cultivating his energy perception.
Detecting the hint of melancholy in his words, Hanyu momentarily struggled to find the right words of comfort.
Just as he was about to speak, Li Hanzhou's expression suddenly sharpened. "They're here."
No sooner had he spoken than a chilling wind swept across the herb field, and the figure of Elder Mo, clad in black robes, appeared before the stone platform. His gaunt face betrayed no emotion, only those hawk-like eyes scanning the two of them.
"Let us begin," Elder Mo's voice rasped, akin to sandpaper on wood,
embodying an unwavering focus on the task at hand. He gestured toward Li Hanzhou. "You go first."
Li Hanzhou stepped forward, extending his right hand. Elder Mo's skeletal fingers rested upon his pulse point, and an icy aura surged into his meridians. Hanyu observed as Li Hanzhou's brow momentarily furrowed,
but he quickly regained his composure.
"Channel the longevity technique," Elder Mo commanded.
Li Hanzhou closed his eyes, beads of fine sweat gradually forming on his forehead. After a brief moment, Elder Mo withdrew his hand, a clear displeasure etched upon his countenance.
Do you have the energy perception? Disciple.
Has yet to feel the spiritual energy entering the body. Li Hangzhou's voice remained steady, yet Han Yu noticed his fingertips trembling ever so slightly. The fleeting disappointment on the face of the Taoist priest, Mo, quickly vanished, replaced by a cold snort as he turned to Han Yu. Maintaining an unperturbed tone, "It is your turn." Han Yu inhaled deeply and extended his wrist.
As Mo's spiritual energy penetrated his body,
he distinctly felt the warm current in his dantian begin to circulate, flowing slowly along his meridians.
Time trickled by. Unlike Li Hangzhou, Mo's fingers lingered on Han Yu's pulse for a full 3 breaths.
The bony, eagle-like fingertips suddenly trembled, and the sleeves of his black robe stirred as if stirred by an unseen wind. Beneath the elderly man's gray brows, his murky eyes abruptly constricted to the size of pinpricks, reflecting the faint azure light pulsing from the youth's wrist. "This is..." The hoarse voice caught in his throat, with the veins on Mo's neck bulging like writhing earthworms. He abruptly grasped Han Yu's chin, his nails nearly piercing the flesh, commanding,
"Circulate the energy. Now." Han Yu, though blinded by pain, dared not disobey.
As he guided the warm current through his Ren meridian,
Mo suddenly released his grip and stepped back.
The elder's body beneath the black robe heaved violently, as if swarms of insects crawled beneath the fabric.
"Good. Very good." Mo concealed his twitching mouth with his sleeve, his knuckles cracking with tension. "Indeed, there is an energy sensation. Furthermore, it can now circulate on its own within the meridians." Han Yu looked at Li Hangzhou in astonishment, who nodded slightly in return,
his eyes betraying both pride and a hint of concealed disappointment. "Han Yu, from this day forth, you shall be my direct disciple." A rare smile broke across Mo's gaunt face as he reached out to pat Han Yu's shoulder, only to retract his hand suddenly,
as if fearing to shatter a precious gem. "Starting tomorrow, I will personally guide your cultivation." Direct disciple. Han Yu was momentarily overwhelmed by immense joy.
He had learned in recent days that the disciples of the 8 Elephant sect were categorized into outer disciples, inner disciples, and direct disciples. To ascend directly from outer disciple to direct disciple was akin to soaring to the heavens.
"Thank you, Master Mo."
Han Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Even the most mature of youths could not conceal his excitement at that moment.
"As for you." Mo turned to Li Hangzhou, his smile vanishing instantaneously. "Come.
I shall take you to meet Elder Wang and have him arrange your matters in the outer sect."
Li Hangzhou bowed respectfully. "Yes, Elder." Mo, unusually patient,
imparted some instructions regarding cultivation to Han Yu before departing with Li Hangzhou. Han Yu gazed at their retreating figures, feeling both exhilarated and somewhat uneasy.
"Senior brotherly,"
he suddenly called out, "I will come find you later." Li Hangzhou turned back, giving a gentle nod, his eyes flashing with a complex expression. On the mountain path, the mist thickened.
Following behind Mo, Li Hangzhou grew increasingly uneasy.
"Elder, this is not the way to the outer sect." He swallowed hard, halting his steps and scanning the surroundings warily. Mo slowly turned around, the wrinkles on his face appearing particularly menacing in the shadows.
"Of course not."
As his words hung in the air, his gaunt hand suddenly emanated a strange green light, striking towards Li Hangzhou's chest. "Although you lack spiritual roots,
your physical aptitude is commendable.
I was just about to cultivate a corpse puppet, and you shall serve as its vessel."
Li Hangzhou's pupils constricted, and his body instinctively recoiled. Yet the speed of the ink Taoist was swifter, that green-glowing hand was already within inches of him. In this critical moment, a beam of azure light descended from the heavens, precisely interposing itself before Li Hangzhou. The ink Taoist's hand struck the azure light with a resounding thud,
dispersing the surrounding mist with the force of the impact.
"Who dares?"
The ink Taoist bellowed in fury, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance.
However, in the next moment, the azure light nearly enveloped Li Hangzhou and vanished from sight in an instant.
Chapter 42. The cold journey. Chen Changan carried Li Hangzhou and soared for over 100 miles before finally pausing at a cliffside.
Li Hangzhou's complexion was pale.
Still displaying a lingering fear, despite his usual calm demeanor, he was, after all, merely a youth of 16 or 17. Yet, his reaction to the sudden assault from the Mo Taoist had been nothing short of remarkable. The debt of gratitude he owed to his senior would remain etched in his heart forever. After regaining his composure, Li Hanqiu knelt on one knee, raising his clasped fists above his head, his knuckles turning white from the strain. "It's nothing, I merely happened to pass by and lent a hand," Chen Changan replied casually, as if he truly had just been a passerby. However, Li Hanqiu's voice emerged as a strained whisper, trembling with suppressed emotion.
"Might I request my senior to escort me back to the place where I was just attacked?" "Oh?" Chen Changan leaned against the azure stone, observing the faint scar on the boy's nape. Had he been a mere 0.01 seconds slower, the boy would have already met his demise. His body claimed to be transformed into a corpse puppet. He was not without fear. The morning light cast a glow that illuminated the tension in his back, trembling beneath his coarse garments. Though he had a fair idea of what the answer might be, Chen Changan asked with genuine curiosity, "Why?" Li Hanqiu's hands trembled subtly as he replied, "That demon elder dared to strike me in secret. He is no benign character. I have a junior disciple still in his clutches, and I must ensure my junior comprehends his true nature before the elder can inflict harm." "Such loyalty!" Chen Changan nodded appreciatively. He then lightly tapped the air with his fingertips, causing the system panel to unfold before him. Li Hanqiu, cultivation, mortal potential, 15. Though lacking in cultivation talent, he possesses extraordinary physical qualities. Destiny, 040, surviving great peril. Must there be future blessings? Loyalty, 60, gratitude for saving his life. Personality, cold exterior, warm interior, deeply values loyalty and righteousness. Despite Li Hanqiu's potential being merely 15 and his destiny 40, rendering him unqualified to be a disciple, Chen Changan was nonetheless moved by his sense of loyalty and wished to grant him a favorable outcome. In the blink of an eye, he had formulated a plan, though it would have to wait until the matter with Han Yu was resolved. "You are indeed a loyal friend," Chen Changan sighed. "But what can you achieve by rushing back, aside from courting death?" Li Hanqiu clenched his fists until they turned white, veins protruding at his knuckles. "I cannot simply stand by and watch as Han Shidi is slain by that old demon. Actually, you need not worry excessively. I have a notion of his intentions," Chen Changan suddenly stated. "Please enlighten me, senior." Li Hanqiu's eyes brightened. He was no fool, and if he could enlist the aid of the elder who had saved him, his junior would surely be safe. Chen Changan spoke thoughtfully. "During our earlier confrontation, I sense that although he retains the cultivation of the transcendence realm, his lifespan is nearly at an end. He seeks both you and your junior disciple likely to seize a body with innate spiritual roots for the purpose of soul transference and rebirth." "What? Soul transference?" Li Hanqiu's face went ashen, exclaiming in disbelief. It was a term he had only encountered within the pages of fantastical novels. Chen Changan gently patted him on the shoulder, assuring him, "Rest assured, the act of seizing another's body and being reborn is not a trivial endeavor. One must at least attain the mastery of the object control stage to withstand the trauma of soul transfer. I observe that you possess no cultivation. It seems you and your junior apprentice have only just embarked on your journey. That old sorcerer is unlikely to act swiftly. Please, senior, I implore your assistance. I am eternally grateful. In this lifetime, Li Hanqiu vows to repay your kindness." Li Hanqiu knelt once more, bowing deeply to Chen Changan. "Very well. Saving one is akin to saving two. I detest those who harm others for their own gain." Chen Changan nodded with restraint, then spoke with righteous indignation. "You may depart for now, but remember to tread lightly and avoid alarming the serpent. Await me in Xingyang City. When the time is right, I shall come to assist you in rescuing your junior apprentice." "Thank you, senior," Li Hanqiu exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and joy in his voice. He bowed again to Chen Changan before turning to leave. As he watched the young figure fade into the mist, Chen Changan murmured to himself, "Indeed, as the system indicated, his talent is mediocre, but he possesses a profound sense of loyalty." As dusk settled, Han Yu, guided by the returning demon's instructions, concluded a day of cultivation and finally returned to the modest cottage within the herb garden. The wooden door creaked softly behind him as he sat down at the humble wooden table, retrieving the jade gourd. He caressed it, feeling its smooth texture with his fingertips. Yet a pang of emptiness lingered within him. Li Shixiang must have reached the outer sect by now, he murmured, sensing a wave of solitude wash over him. In the dim glow of the oil lamp, the jade gourd emanated a faint, ethereal light as if it were breathing. "Never mind, if I achieve success in the future, I shall take good care of Li Shixiang.
He inhaled deeply, grasping both ends of the gourd. Pressing his thumb against the jade stopper with all his might, yet it remained utterly immovable. How peculiar. He frowned, shifting to various angles to try again. Even resorting to biting the edge of the jade stopper, but all he received in return was a chilling sensation on his tongue. The chirping of insects outside grew louder. And beads of sweat began to form on Han Yu's forehead, glistening in the light. A half brick in the corner caught his attention. Han Yu picked it up but halted just before bringing it down. After all, the gourd was made of jade, breaking it would be a grave loss. With a sigh, he set the brick down. This is the last time. Han Yu steeled himself, clenching his teeth as he firmly gripped the jade stopper, channeling all his strength into his thumb. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as his right hand slipped, crashing painfully against the edge of the table. Hiss. Han Yu inhaled sharply, noticing a slender cut forming at the joint of his thumb, blood slowly oozing out. Just as he reached to wipe it away, the drop of blood inexplicably fell onto the gourd's opening, vanishing in an instant as it was absorbed by the jade. The jade gourd suddenly became scalding hot, nearly slipping from Han Yu's grasp. To his astonishment, the stubborn jade stopper began to loosen on its own, and with a barely audible pop, a small gap opened. At that moment, the moonlight penetrated the paper window, illuminating the silvery glimmer at the gourd's opening. Han Yu held his breath, gently pulling out the jade stopper. Chapter 43: The Emergence of Celestial Artifacts. In the Hall of Heavenly Mechanisms, an elderly man with white hair and beard held a whisk, guiding two disciples in the interpretation of divination symbols. His voice was deep and resonant, like a tranquil ancient well, while the two disciples remained utterly engrossed, their gazes fixed upon the tortoise shell and coins on the table, striving to decipher the secrets of the heavens. Suddenly, boom! A thunderous chime reverberated through the skies, causing the entire hall to tremble. The old man, caught off guard, staggered and nearly fell, his whisk flying from his grasp. Who dares to strike the heavenly mechanism bell so recklessly? He bellowed, his white brows standing on end. Master! A grave matter has arisen. A middle-aged man rushed in, his face ashen, disregarding formalities as he exclaimed, "The celestial artifact catalog has been updated." What? The old man's pupils constricted, his anger instantly freezing on his countenance. An additional celestial artifact has been recorded. The middle-aged man's voice trembled as he continued, "It ranks 10th, the celestial gourd." Upon hearing this, the old man wasted no time. He transformed into a fleeting shadow and darted towards the forbidden area of the hall, the star observation platform. On the star observation platform stood a colossal stone tablet, its surface like a mirror, inscribed densely with golden characters, "The Celestial Artifact Catalog." The old man's gaze swept across it, and indeed, he spotted the newly added line at the very top, 10th, celestial gourd, emerging. The celestial gourd, the old man murmured, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Master, this. The middle-aged man followed closely, his expression grave. The old man inhaled deeply and spoke solemnly. Not long ago, that Chen Sovereign emerged, claiming the top spot on the heavenly rankings. Now, with a celestial artifact appearing in the world, I fear chaos is imminent. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Master, the Great Zhou is currently flourishing, with peace reigning across the seas. The major sects and families are all quiet. Where lies the chaos? The old man scoffed. That is precisely because the sects and families are conspiring over a monumental affair. Originally, this event was destined to unfold on the day of the Heavenly Tablet's revelation. But that Chen Sovereign unexpectedly appeared, ascending to the top of the rankings, and his temperament remains unknown, causing the major factions to hesitate in their actions. Now, with the Saint Sovereign yet to show himself, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the sects and families will soon resume their plotting. The old man raised his gaze to the heavens, a shadow of concern flickering in his eyes. The tides are about to change. The middle-aged man felt a jolt in his heart, on the verge of inquiring further, when the old man raised his hand, fingers forming intricate gestures, and closed his eyes to divine. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, retrieving a piece of yellow paper, swiftly inscribing several lines with his finger as if it were a pen, before handing it to the middle-aged man. This outlines the general location of the celestial artifact's emergence. You are to investigate. Remember, whether this artifact resides in the hands of a sect, a family, or the Great Zhou royal family, do not intervene.
The middle-aged man took the paper, hesitating for a moment before asking, "What if a rogue cultivator fortuitously acquires it?"
The old man fell silent for a moment. Then slowly replied, "Should a rogue cultivator obtain it," his gaze turned profound, akin to a child holding gold in a bustling market. "You must make your own judgment." After a brief pause, he added, "Heavenly treasures belong to those who are virtuous."
The middle-aged man nodded, tucked the note away, and turned to leave.
The elder stood alone on the stargazing platform, gazing at the deepening twilight on the horizon, murmuring to himself, "The immortal gourd has manifested.
When shall that venerable Chen appear again? Alas, this world is destined for chaos."
Meanwhile, within the 8 Elephants sect, in the herb garden.
At this moment,
Han Yu held the jade gourd, his hand trembling slightly. The thin line of silver light at the gourd's opening appeared particularly mysterious under the dim glow of the oil lamp. He cautiously tilted the gourd, and a drop of crystal-clear spiritual liquid slowly descended, hovering at the edge, on the verge of falling.
"What could this possibly be?" Han Yu murmured,
his gaze sweeping across the humble wooden table, suddenly landing on a few wilted seedlings in the corner. These were wild grasses he had casually picked from the outskirts of the herb garden a few days prior, intending to add some vitality to the desolate little room. After a moment of hesitation, he let a drop of the spiritual liquid fall onto the root of the smallest seedling. With a barely perceptible sound, the seedling, which had previously only 2 tender leaves, suddenly began to tremble violently. Han Yu widened his eyes as he watched the tender green stem shoot upwards at a visible pace,
the leaves unfurling layer by layer, swiftly growing to over half a foot tall. How is this possible?" he exclaimed, quickly covering his mouth and glancing warily at the tightly shut door.
His heart raced as he trembled, tilting the jade gourd once more.
A second drop of spiritual liquid fell, the edges of the seedling's leaves shimmering with a silvery glow, the stem becoming sturdier. When the third drop fell,
the entire plant suddenly blossomed with 7 serrated leaves, faint spiritual light coursing through the veins.
7-leaf spirit ginseng? Han Yu gasped in astonishment.
This was precisely the rare spiritual herb cultivated with countless spiritual stones in the forbidden area at the heart of the herb garden. It was said that a mature 7-leaf spirit ginseng could enable a practitioner at the transcendence realm to break through a minor boundary. He trembled as he counted the seedlings on the table and glanced at the remaining spiritual liquid in the jade gourd.
Estimating, if he were to use it all,
he could likely cultivate a dozen such herbs. Suddenly, the moonlight outside was obscured by dark clouds, plunging the room into darkness.
Han Yu jolted awake, hastily sealing the jade gourd. In a flurry, he uprooted the 7-leaf spirit ginseng and shoved it into a hidden compartment beneath the bed. Then crushed the remaining half-grown seedlings and tossed them out the window.
After completing these actions, his back was already drenched with sweat. Clutching the jade gourd tightly, he recalled the sinister gaze of the ink-clad Daoist and the wooden sign outside the forbidden area warning of death for intruders. This item, he swallowed hard, his voice dry and unlike his own, absolutely must not be discovered. Carefully concealing the jade gourd in a hidden pocket close to his body, Han Yu checked the doors and windows 3 times before extinguishing the oil lamp and lying down. In the darkness, his eyes shone with a fierce light, his mind already racing with plans on how to exploit this serendipitous discovery. Chapter 44, Suspicion. Days passed, and on this particular day, Han Yu descended the mountain, treading carefully on the azure stone steps. Ever since he had become the direct disciple of the Ink Master, aside from his daily practice of the longevity technique, the Ink Master had forbidden him from engaging in any other extraneous activities. It was not merely that Han Yu envisioned himself learning to identify spiritual herbs or concocting elixirs. Even the act of purchasing supplies required several requests before the Ink Master reluctantly acquiesced. He truly seemed intent on having Han Yu devote himself to cultivation from dawn till dusk. Han Yu assumed this was simply the Ink Master's strict demeanor and thought little of it. At the foot of the mountain, the marketplace bustled with activity, filled with the sounds of vendors calling out. As Han Yu approached a shop selling sundries, he suddenly heard someone shout his name from behind Han Yu. He turned around to see a boy clad in a rough homespun disciple's robe, waving at him with a familiar smile.
"Lin Xiaoshu?" Han Yu exclaimed in surprise. "You have also become a disciple?" Lin Xiaoshu chuckled, patting the emblem of the 8 Elephants sect on his chest. "What do you think? Did you not expect this?"
Han Yu scrutinized him, noting that Lin Xiaoshu had grown considerably sturdier since their last meeting, and his gaze appeared much more spirited, clearly indicating that he had fared well in the outer sect.
Weren't you?
Han Yu recalled that Lin Xiaoshu had barely managed to ascend the 800 steps.
And logically, he should have been eliminated.
Lin Xiaoshu glanced around and lowered his voice. Come, let us find a quiet place to talk. The two sought refuge in a tea shop, where Lin Xiaoshu began to explain with an air of mystery. In truth,
the criteria for entering the outer sect are not as stringent as one might think.
As long as one climbs to at least 500 steps and pays a sum of silver, one can gain entry.
Silver? Han Yu was taken aback.
50 taels. Lin Xiaoshu extended 5 fingers, clicking his tongue.
My father sold 2 of our cows just to gather that amount.
Han Yu fell silent. Recalling his own days of barely scraping by, for families like theirs, 50 taels was an astronomical sum. Lin Xiaoshu, sensing his thoughts, chuckled. Do not worry. Those of us who paid our way in are regarded as a tier lower than those who passed the rigorous assessments. If I wish to remain in the outer sect next year, I will need to accumulate enough merit.
Han Yu nodded,
refraining from mentioning his own status as a true disciple. His uncle had once warned him, human hearts are inscrutable, some things need not be overtly declared.
What are you cultivating now?
Han Yu shifted the topic. Lin Xiaoshu's eyes brightened. Elder Wang teaches us to temper our muscles and bones, saying that to cultivate for the long haul, one must first enter the path through martial practice, honing the physical body to perfection. This way, the soul and body can harmonize, making future cultivation far more effective.
Han Yu pondered this deeply.
The ink master had never broached such topics with him, instructing him solely to focus on the longevity technique. By the way, Lin Xiaoshu leaned in closer, speaking conspiratorially. Elder Wang mentioned a text called the Tao Sutra, which discusses the fundamental principles of cultivation. Unfortunately, we outer sect disciples have no access to it. Elder Wang said that after we accumulate enough merit, we can borrow it from the inner sect. Once read, it will elucidate many principles of cultivation. Han Yu felt a flicker of intrigue within, quietly committing this name to memory.
After 3 rounds of tea, Han Yu suddenly inquired, Is there a disciple among you by the name of Li Hanzhou?
Lin Xiaoshu pondered for a moment and shook his head. Among the new entrants, it's just us few, and we are quite familiar with one another.
There is no one by that name.
Han Yu's finger trembled slightly,
causing tea to spill onto the table.
What is wrong? Lin Xiaoshu asked, puzzled. It's nothing, Han Yu replied with a forced smile. Yet he could not shake the haunting image of Mo Doran's sinister eyes and the sight of Li Hanzhou being taken away. A recollection surfaced in his mind of the time he had tested a character in Xingyang City. A mysterious man had warned him of impending danger. This thought filled Han Yu with an inexplicable sense of unease. The day is wearing on, I must take my leave. He rose to bid farewell. As they parted, Lin Xiaoshu waved, remember to find me next time you descend the mountain. Han Yu nodded and turned toward the mountain gate. The mountain breeze brushed against him, and he instinctively touched the jade gourd in his bosom, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Where could senior brother Li have gone? Upon returning to his small dwelling in the herb garden, Han Yu sat cross-legged on the mat but found it impossible to focus on cultivating the longevity technique. Lin Xiaoshu's words echoed in his mind, entering the Tao through martial arts, honing the physical body. He suddenly recalled an incident during his training when he accidentally opened his eyes and met the profound gaze of Mo Daoran. That look. It was not one of a mentor observing a disciple, rather, it was as if he beheld a treasured possession. A shiver coursed through Han Yu, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on his garment. No, this cannot be right. Mo Daoran had never permitted him to practice any technique beyond the longevity technique. Nor had he even taught him the most rudimentary martial skills. Whenever Han Yu inquired, Mo Daoran would merely smile ominously. One cannot chew more than one can swallow. First perfect the longevity technique before considering anything else. The Tao scripture. Han Yu suddenly remembered catching a glimpse of this tome at Mo Doran's abode. Taking a deep breath, he glanced outside at the waning light. The dusk had passed, and Mo Daoran was likely tending to several shadowy herbs deep within the garden. Unlikely to return for at least half an hour. I shall take a chance. Han Yu gritted his teeth and stepped outside. Mo Doran's residence lay deep within the herb garden. It was a small courtyard adorned with dark tiles and green bricks, surrounded by soul-eating vines that emitted a faint, fishy odor, reputed to consume the essence of living beings that drew near.
Ever since Mo Doran took him as a direct disciple,
he had instructed Hanyu to seek him for any cultivation-related inquiries.
Suppressing his discomfort, Hanyu approached the courtyard gate and deliberately raised his voice. Master Mo?
Your disciple has questions regarding cultivation and has come to consult you.
No response came.
After calling out twice more and confirming that no one was inside, he cautiously pushed open the courtyard door. Silence enveloped the courtyard, broken only by the faint flicker of a few green lanterns swaying in the breeze, casting a dim glow. Hanyu hurried through the front hall, making his way directly to the study.
Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the musty scent of aged ink mingled with the fragrance of certain herbs.
In the study, shelves were abundant. Yet the most striking was a quaint tome resting upon a small central shelf, the Tao Sutra.
Hanyu's heart raced,
and he took a deep breath to impose calm upon himself. He then hurriedly advanced, leaping forward to open the book. On the first page, several vigorous characters caught his eye. The mortal realm is akin to a sea of suffering, boundless and deep. To cultivate immortality is to reach the far shore. The cultivator must use the physical form as a raft, diligently refining it. The sturdier the raft, the farther one can travel. Hanyu's pupils constricted. This echoed precisely what Lin Xiaoshu had spoken. He hastily flipped through the pages, eager to uncover more records regarding cultivation. However, just then, tap, tap, tap.
Outside the door, footsteps suddenly resonated.
Hanyu froze, as if his blood had turned to ice. The footsteps were unhurried. Yet each step felt as though it were pressing upon his very heart. Chapter 45. After all, he is a future disciple.
What harm is there in taking advantage of him?
The footsteps drew ever closer, and Hanyu's heart raced as he hastily shoved the Tao scripture back into place.
Alas!
The spine was facing inward, while the back cover was outward. It was incorrectly placed. Yet, the creaking of the door hinge had already sounded. He had no time to adjust and could only force himself to remain calm as he swiftly approached the entrance.
The ink Taoist pushed the door open.
His emaciated figure cloaked in black resembling a shadow. His piercing gaze swept over Hanyu, and his brow furrowed slightly.
What are you doing here?
Hanyu promptly bowed in greeting, his voice filled with respect. Disciple encountered a bottleneck while practicing the longevity technique and has come to seek guidance from Master Mo. The ink Taoist did not respond immediately but instead slowly walked into the study, surveying the room. Hanyu's back broke out in a cold sweat. Yet he dared not lift his gaze, fearing his eyes would betray his unease.
A question regarding cultivation?
The ink Taoist finally spoke, his voice hoarse.
What is the problem? Hanyu's heart tightened. He was utterly unprepared.
In a moment of desperation, he could only muster the courage to say,
it concerns the stagnation felt in the Danzhong acupoint during qi circulation. The ink Taoist's eyes suddenly turned icy.
Did I not just explain this to you the day before yesterday? The air seemed to freeze. Hanyu's fingertips trembled slightly, but he displayed a look of shame. Lowering his head to murmur, disciple is dull-witted. I failed to comprehend it thoroughly at the time, and despite ruminating on it since returning, I remain perplexed and have no choice but to shamelessly seek your counsel once more. He secretly raised his eyes to gauge the ink Taoist's reaction.
Indeed.
Upon mentioning the longevity technique, the ink Taoist's expression softened slightly. With a cold snort, he ultimately retained his patience and reiterated the principles of qi manipulation. Hanyu feigned a look of sudden understanding, nodding repeatedly, and finally, with tears of gratitude, bowed deeply.
Thank you, Master Mo, for your guidance.
I shall return and practice diligently.
The ink Taoist waved his hand, signaling him to withdraw.
Hanyu felt as if he had received a great reprieve. As he turned to leave, his steps were steady, though his palms bore the marks of his nails digging into his flesh. Only upon exiting the courtyard did he dare to release a long sigh. He had finally managed to evade detection. However, just as he relished his narrow escape, within the study, the ink Taoist's gaze suddenly fell upon the bookshelf. The Tao scripture, with its back cover facing outward, lay quietly in its place. The ink Taoist narrowed his eyes, his withered fingers slowly gliding over the spine. A cold, enigmatic laugh echoed hauntingly in the empty study. Upon returning to his small room, Han Yu immediately locked the door behind him and slid down against it, his back pressed firmly against the wooden barrier. His fingertips still trembled, and cold sweat had thoroughly soaked his inner garments.
What exactly was the ink Taoist scheming? He clenched the hem of his clothing, replaying the image of those sinister eyes in his mind.
A mere farm boy, without even a fragment of a spirit stone.
How could he attract such particular attention from an elder?
Even if his life were at stake, the ink Taoist would gain nothing from it.
Suddenly,
Han Yu recalled the warm current flowing through him during the practice of the longevity technique. Each time he cultivated, the ink Taoist would stand in the shadows, his eyes gleaming with a disturbing fervor.
He could no longer continue his practice. He resolved to pursue this singular technique, believing it to be the only means to alter his fate. In the past 2 days, he indeed sensed a glimmer of breakthrough opportunity, which should have been cause for celebration. However, reflecting upon it now, it seemed that this might be precisely the moment awaited by the enigmatic figure of the dark path. He could not assure himself of what dreadful events might unfold should he succeed in overcoming this hurdle. Of course, perhaps nothing would occur. But Han Yu's inherently cautious nature compelled him to avoid wagering his life on another's goodwill. Outside the window, a blood-red moon loomed high in the sky. Han Yu retrieved the jade gourd from beneath his pillow. Its icy touch brought him a modicum of calm. Suddenly,
he recalled the words of the fortune-teller from Qingyang City: "A noble benefactor will assist you, allowing you to overcome this tribulation and forge a boundless future."
A noble benefactor?
Han Yu chuckled bitterly, with a knife poised at his throat. Where could such a benefactor be?
No.
He could not simply resign himself to fate. Regardless of whether that so-called benefactor appeared, he must devise a means to survive, ideally uncovering the true desires of the dark practitioner.
Exhausted, he lay down,
tossing and turning until sleep gradually enveloped him, entirely unaware that on the roof above him, his benefactor reclined lazily in white garb against the eaves.
"Ah, thinking of me, are you?" Observing the loyalty meter rise from 5 to 10, a trustworthy stranger.
Chen Changan smirked, then lifted the wine jug to take a swig. The potency of this wine was considerable, reminiscent of the erguotu he had tasted in his previous life, evoking a sense of nostalgia for his homeland. Thus, when departing from Fuan City, Chen Changan had taken the liberty of procuring some.
In this moment, he swayed the jug, allowing the moonlight to dance between his fingers. Indeed, the moonlight in these mountains was far purer than that in the city.
His sight pierced through the roof tiles to glimpse the slumbering youth, a smirk tugging at his lips. Should I say he truly is the child of destiny, able to perceive anomalies so swiftly? However, the jug swayed, and a drop of amber liquid fell, shattering into a blossom of wine upon the black tiles. What your master Mo desires is not your life. Yet, recalling his impending actions, a flush crept across his aged visage, making him ponder if he was being somewhat hypocritical. But then he reconsidered. After all, this was his future disciple. What harm was there in leading him astray a little? As the night breeze brushed past, Chen Changan's figure dissipated like smoke, reappearing moments later within the room. Han Yu's acute awareness of the dark practitioner's issues was advantageous for him, yet it posed a dilemma for his future master. If the child of destiny resolved the matter independently, how could he take him as a disciple? How could he enhance loyalty? Thus, observing the unconscious Han Yu roll over in his sleep, Chen Changan offered a faintly apologetic smile, then gently pressed a finger to the youth's brow. Soon, his own formidable essence, under exquisite control, quietly entered Han Yu's sea of qi. Subsequently, it assisted the youth in completing the final hurdle during his slumber. Welcome to the realm of cultivation. Chen Changan mouthed silently, offering his unspoken congratulations, before vanishing once more, leaving only the soft sounds of the boy's breathing in the room. The following morning, seated upon the bed, Han Yu felt the qi sea within him, which had already formed its own cycle, and displayed an expression of utter bewilderment. Chapter 46 Confrontation. A fine sheen of cold sweat instantly broke out on Han Yu's forehead. He lowered his gaze to his trembling palms, feeling a torrent of true essence surging within him, an entirely different sensation from the night before. This. He instinctively reached out. Whoosh. The teacup on the table soared into his grasp, not a single drop of tea spilled. Manipulating objects in mid-air. This is what the books describe as the realm of object manipulation. Han Yu's pupils dilated, his heart racing.
Had he truly broken through overnight? He murmured to himself. Could it be that I am a genius?
Yet in the next moment, his complexion turned ashen.
The Taoist Mo would come every morning to assess his cultivation progress. Now, with this sudden breakthrough, wouldn't it reveal his anomaly?
Outside the window, the sky began to brighten, with at most half an hour remaining before Taoist Mo's arrival.
No! He must conceal it.
Gritting his teeth, he sat cross-legged, forcefully suppressing the flowing true essence within him, striving to revert it to the slow circulation of the previous day. The meridians screamed in agony from the forced contraction, cold sweat soaking his garments. Half an hour later, Han Yu let out a long sigh, his face pale as paper. The true essence within him was finally brought under tenuous control, appearing outwardly as if he had yet to break through.
It was a gamble.
He wiped the sweat from his brow. Just as he had tidied his clothes, a familiar sound of footsteps echoed from outside, thud, thud, thud. The emaciated figure of Taoist Mo appeared at the door, his piercing eyes fixated on Han Yu, the corners of his mouth curling into a peculiar smile.
Han Yu, how was your cultivation yesterday?
Han Yu forced himself to maintain composure, bowing respectfully, replying to Master Mo, the disciple diligently practiced, not daring to be negligent.
That is good.
Remember, cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you do not advance, you will fall back. Han Yu nodded obediently, a bitter smile forming in his heart.
Taoist Mo approached, his bony fingers resting on Han Yu's pulse gate.
In an instant, Han Yu felt a chilling spiritual force invade his body.
Slithering like a venomous snake in search of information.
His heartbeat nearly ceased, cold sweat trickling down his back.
Will I be discovered?
What Han Yu did not know was that, had it not been for the meddling of a certain unscrupulous individual, he would have slowed his cultivation progress according to the original trajectory. Utilizing the resources obtained from the Jade Gourd for 3 months to plan his retreat and engage in a battle of wits with the demon Taoist.
But now,
he had no room for maneuver. Taoist Mo's fingers gradually withdrew from Han Yu's pulse gate, his murky eyes shifting slightly, a strange smile creeping onto his lips.
Not bad.
Not bad, he rasped, patting Han Yu on the shoulder.
In the path of cultivation, perseverance is paramount. You must continue to strive.
The tension in Han Yu's nerves eased slightly, and he quickly bowed his head. The disciple will remember Master Mo's teachings.
Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. Farewell, Master Mo. Finally, Han Yu's heart settled back into his chest. However, just as he reached the doorway, slap.
Taoist Mo's bony hand suddenly clamped down on his shoulder, fingers digging in like iron hooks, sending a jolt of pain coursing through Han Yu's body.
Master Mo. What is happening?
Han Yu's face paled as he stammered.
Do you truly believe? The cold, sinister voice of Master Mo whispered ominously in his ear. That you can deceive me?
Han Yu suppressed the terror swelling within him and feigned confusion. If I have erred in any way, I implore you, Master Mo.
Please enlighten me.
With a mocking smile, Master Mo pressed his other hand firmly atop Han Yu's head, a chilling surge of spiritual energy brutally invading his meridians, probing recklessly.
You reached a bottleneck just yesterday, and today you can break through?
Greed glinted in Master Mo's eyes.
You must possess a great secret. Han Yu trembled uncontrollably, yet dared not resist, allowing the energy to wreak havoc within him.
However, after an extensive search, Master Mo found no abnormalities and, with his coarse hand,
began to rummage over Han Yu's body.
Fortunately, the Jade Gourd is hidden in the secret compartment beneath the bed. Han Yu's heart steadied slightly, though he maintained a facade of fear and unease. Frustrated at the lack of findings, Master Mo furrowed his brow and finally scoffed, "Very well, perhaps you truly are gifted." Yet, in the next moment, a thought struck him, and he erupted into a harsh, raspy laugh that sent chills down Han Yu's spine.
Ha ha ha! Is this not divine assistance? Come, I shall take you to a place.
Before Han Yu could respond, Master Mo's sleeves billowed, and a gust of ominous wind enveloped them,
causing them to vanish in an instant.
When the scenery shifted abruptly, Han Yu stumbled a few steps but managed to steady himself, only to find himself in a dim cavern. The stone walls were etched with eerie crimson runes, and at the center stood a bronze alchemical furnace, its ghostly green flames casting a ghastly glow upon Master Mo's visage.
"Master, where are we?"
Han Yu asked, his unease barely contained.
Master Mo did not answer but instead murmured, "Han Yu, how have I treated you?"
Han Yu's throat tightened as he mustered the courage to respond, "Master. You have guided me in my cultivation, dispelling my doubts daily. Your kindness is as weighty as a mountain."
"Excellent," Master Mo grinned, revealing his stark white teeth.
"Today, I wish to borrow something from you, if you would permit it."
"What is it?" "I will do my utmost."
Of course, Master Mo approached slowly, his voice hauntingly soft. "I wish to borrow your body." Han Yu's pupils constricted, and his blood seemed to freeze in his veins. The glimmer of madness sparkled in Master Mo's eyes. "My lifespan is waning, and for years I have lingered in this 8 trigram sect, desperately seeking a suitable vessel. Yet, heaven has shown mercy, delivering you to my doorstep, a body with innate spiritual roots, perfect for my needs." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he suddenly raised his hand, and a crimson talisman shot straight towards Han Yu's forehead.
"It's over."
Han Yu closed his eyes in despair. Chapter 47, The Slaying of the Ink Taoist. At the moment when Han Yu closed his eyes, awaiting death,
a furious roar erupted like thunder, echoing through the air. "Old thief!
The cycle of life and death, the natural order of the heavens. You cultivate heretical powers and seek to usurp a body, you shall undoubtedly suffer divine retribution."
"Senior brotherly."
Upon hearing that familiar voice, Han Yu's eyes flew open in disbelief as he gazed toward the cave entrance. Indeed, it was Li Hanzhou. He remained clad in coarse robes, his eyes ablaze with wrath as he fixed an intense gaze upon the Ink Taoist.
Perhaps overwhelmed by emotion, his chest heaved violently, and he spoke through labored breaths.
The Ink Taoist was initially taken aback, but upon recognizing the visitor, he burst into maniacal laughter. "Ha! I thought who it was, turns out to be you. This useless wretch. Your escape that day was merely fortuitous, yet you dare to come here seeking death? How delightful! I am in need of a puppet, today brings double joy." Moreover, with a flourish of his sleeve, a chilling wind surged forth. "You speak of divine retribution? I have toiled for a century, day and night. Yet I remain trapped in the realm of comprehension, unable to advance a single step. My lifespan wanes. If there truly exists a heavenly path, then it is most unjust. Senior brother, flee." Han Yu's eyes brimmed with tears, yet he understood that Li Hanzhou was no match for the Ink Taoist, urgently calling out. "Suddenly, I know not whether there exists a heavenly path above, but it is certain that the world does not lack for justice." A languid voice drifted through the air, and a figure clad in white descended like a flowing cloud, landing gracefully before Han Yu. He turned to Han Yu, winking with a smile. "My young friend, did the divination prove accurate?" Han Yu's heart raced, nearly rendering him speechless with excitement. "Yes, sir, is it truly you?" The Ink Taoist's expression darkened. "It seems you were the one who rescued that useless wretch that day."
"And what of it?"
The Ink Taoist seethed with resentment. "We have never met, so why do you repeatedly thwart my plans?" "Why, I wondered." Chen Changan feigned contemplation. "Did I not say? There exists justice in this world, however, it may also be due to your exceedingly unattractive appearance." The Ink Taoist, appearing almost deranged, felt the impending collapse of his ambitions drive him to madness. "Justice? What is justice?"
"Since you have sincerely inquired, Chen Changan."
Hearing the persistent notifications in his mind of Han Yu Loyalty 5, Han Yu Loyalty 5, felt his spirits lift, and he laughed heartily. Clang!
The sword was drawn, its cold light illuminating the cave. "I shall graciously enlighten you, listen closely."
With a flick of his finger, the sword's edge sang with a clear,
resounding tone like a dragon soaring through the heavens. "What do you think of my justice?"
Then, the sword light flashed like lightning, aimed directly at the Ink Taoist's throat, carving a blinding arc through the dim cave. Thunder roared in the heavens. Chen Changan seized the initiative, aware that his current incarnation was far removed from his true self, and could only barely unleash the initial might of the realm of comprehension. Among the supreme celestial arts he possessed, the sword of resistance was the foremost in defense. Yet in terms of offense, none surpassed the 9 heavens thunderclap sword technique. The Taoist priest, convinced he had discerned the essence of Chen Changan, let out a sinister laugh. His emaciated form twisted like a specter, and as his black robe billowed, dozens of tendrils of dark energy coalesced into venomous serpents, hissing as they lunged at Chen Changan.
"How dare a mere novice in the initial stage of the profound realm act so brazenly before me?"
Chen Changan swiftly retreated, his sword sweeping horizontally,
unleashing a crackling lightning that obliterated the black serpents.
Yet, to his astonishment, the dissipated dark energy reformed midair into a colossal ghostly claw that came crashing down.
Boom!
The ground fissured, stones scattering. Chen Changan narrowly evaded, but the claw grazed his clothing, instantly corroding a charred hole. A chill coursed through his heart. Yet he maintained his composure, even managing a light chuckle. "Old ghost Mo, your decaying flesh suits your sinister arts quite well." Furious yet mocking, the Taoist retorted, sharp-tongued. "Soon. I shall extract your soul and see if you can still speak so boldly." Internally, he lamented the loss of a potential host. This young man would undoubtedly surpass that Hanyu. Alas, upon reaching the profound realm, the flesh and spirit had almost fused, making it nearly impossible to separate them. He clasped his palms together, and the crimson runes within the cave flared to life, with viscous blood seeping from the ground, quickly rising to his ankles. "Did you think I was unprepared?" Even before Li Hanzhou was rescued, I had anticipated this moment, which led to the arrangement of this cavern. Blood prison of the immortal array. Rise! The blood surged, transforming into countless tendrils that ensnared Chen Changan's legs. Simultaneously, a bone dagger shot from the priest's sleeve, shrieking as it aimed directly for Chen Changan's heart. "Sir, be careful!" Hanyu exclaimed from behind. Chen Changan's gaze sharpened, his internal energy surging wildly as the lightning on his sword intensified. Thunder of the nine heavens, divine punishment! Crack! A genuine lightning bolt erupted from the sword's edge, shattering the blood tendrils and colliding violently with the bone dagger. In the blinding flash of white light, the dagger shattered into fragments. But the Taoist seized the opportunity to close in, his withered hand emanating an eerie green glow as it struck toward Chen Changan's dantian. "Perish!" In a moment of peril, Chen Changan formed a seal with his left hand, shooting forth a beam of golden light from his sleeve. Clang! A small bronze shield blocked the Taoist's strike. Yet the tremendous force still sent Chen Changan staggering back several steps, forcing him out of the cave as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Seeing his opponent wounded, the Taoist pressed his advantage, pursuing him outside. However, in the next instant, Chen Changan bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto his sword. Thunder of the nine heavens, heavenly realm! In an instant, dark clouds gathered around the cavern, and 9 bolts of lightning descended like furious dragons. Impossible! The Taoist's expression shifted. "How can you summon heavenly thunder?" He hastily summoned a black banner, unleashing countless vengeful spirits that formed a dark cloud above him. The clash of thunder and shadow blinded all in attendance momentarily. When vision returned, the Taoist knelt on the ground, his black robe charred and tattered, while the black banner lay reduced to ashes. Coughing violently, he spat out black blood. Glaring up with a fierce countenance, "What a divine retribution, but do you think this is the end?" He tore open the front of his garment, revealing a withered chest etched with runes. "With my blood, I summon the corpse demon. Are you prepared to fight to the death?" Chen Changan scoffed. "Old wretch! Do you think I risked injury to lure you out of your lair for no reason?" At the sound of Chen Changan's voice, the sorcerer felt a sudden jolt of unease. A blood-red beam shot into the sky, causing the ceiling of the cave to collapse with a thunderous roar. Amidst the dust, a massive, dark claw slowly emerged. Chen Changan took a deep breath, raising his sword towards the heavens, as the thunder from above descended like a swirling vortex, weaving a net around him. The heavens trembled, endless calamity. In the next moment, Chen Changan transformed into a bolt of lightning, merging with his sword, and thrusting it directly into the left chest of the sorcerer. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced through, and the sorcerer's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the gaping wound in his chest. "You!" His vision began to blur. Simultaneously, he felt his very soul shattering, like a parched clay figure, peeling away bit by bit. Am I to die? The thought was so absurd it almost made him laugh. After hundreds of years of cultivation, forsaking humanity, slaughtering his peers, and even seizing the bodies of disciples in pursuit of immortality, yet he was to perish at the hands of an inconspicuous sword cultivator? In that moment, countless memories flickered before his eyes like a lantern show. In his youth, he was a child from a mountain village, brought into the immortal sect due to his spiritual root aptitude. His master, patting his head, proclaimed, "This child possesses exceptional talent. Within a century, he shall attain enlightenment." In his youth, he devoted himself to arduous training, earning the title of a path-obsessed scholar among his peers. Yet one day, he watched helplessly as a junior brother, far inferior in talent, stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter, effortlessly breaking through the realms and leaving him far behind. In middle age, he took a life for the first time. The victim was an innocent rogue cultivator, simply possessing a mystic herb that could aid in breakthrough. The memories continued to surge. He gradually became enamored with murder and treasure-seeking. Yet no matter how many spiritual herbs he consumed, the bottleneck of the Enlightenment realm loomed before him like an insurmountable chasm. Thus, he began to study the art of corpse puppetry and blood refinement, even going so far as to transform himself into a half-human, half-ghost being. His peers branded him a demon, and his master, with tears in his eyes, expelled him from the sect. The final image froze in time, his last gaze fell upon Hanyu, a boy still shaken, with a youthful face, yet possessing the very young flesh and future he so desperately coveted. How could this be? The sorcerer opened his mouth, black blood seeping from the corners. The heavens are the way of. Before he could finish his words, his body shattered like fragile pottery, and the yet-to-manifest corpse demon, with an unwilling roar, dissipated into the void. Chapter 48, Mastering Thunder. Deep within the valley, Chen Changan let out a yawn, gradually opening his eyes while reclining in his chair. With the true essence of his doppelganger depleted, he decided to sever the connection. Given the temperaments of those two youths, it was unlikely they would leave him abandoned in the wilderness. Rising to his feet, he stretched his shoulders. This doppelganger was still too feeble. He sighed softly, rubbing his temples. The distance was too great, limiting the transmission of spiritual energy. The doppelganger's strength could barely match that of a newly ascended practitioner of the profound realm, at best resembling a severely injured novice on the verge of collapse. Were it not for the control afforded by the true essence of the sacred realm, he would likely be unable to withstand even a single strike from the Ink Taoist. How wonderful it would be to swiftly achieve the epic accomplishment of youthful journey, he murmured to himself, vowing to elevate the art of external manifestation to its zenith. Yet, this accomplishment held no guidance, leaving him unsure of how to proceed, forcing him to set it aside for now. With his doppelganger incapacitated, he stood and pushed open the door, intending to check on the cultivation progress of his eldest disciple and daughter. However, he soon learned from Wu Bo's indulgent tone that his daughter had gone to play with her little black teacher today. In the clearing, only Xiao Chen stood alone, sword in hand, with faint arcs of lightning flickering along the blade. Observing from a distance, Chen Changan couldn't help but nod slightly. Truly, as a system-certified prodigy, Xiao Chen had already made remarkable progress in the Nine Heavens Thunder Sword technique within just a few days. With a flick of his wrist, he angled the blade, and in an instant, a thread-thin bolt of lightning erupted from the sword tip, tracing a brilliant arc through the air. Following this, he turned his body. Accelerating the sword's momentum, the lightning coiled around him like a celestial dragon, scorching the air with faint charred marks wherever the blade passed. Boom! With a final downward strike, the ground was gouged, revealing a shallow trench carved by the lightning. Excellent, Chen Changan praised. He was not originally from this world. Having traversed realms, equipped with a system and memories of his past life, he remained perplexed about how to fulfill the role of a master in this realm of cultivation. After much contemplation, he resolved to approach it in the most straightforward manner, as if he were raising a son. After all, he had raised his daughter, Chen Xingxai, in much the same way. Thus, whenever his true self found leisure, he would personally prepare a nourishing chicken soup infused with spiritual herbs, steam fluffy, sweet spiritual rice cakes, and brew a pot of warm spiritual tea, delivering it to the bamboo cottage where Xiao Chen practiced. After all, sword training was arduous, one must first nourish oneself. Initially, Xiao Chen felt somewhat reserved, even startled by such attention. Having been labeled a genius since childhood, with a father often away at war and a mother long deceased, he had been held in awe by his family. Yet, stripped of the halo of genius, he had also endured the coldness of familial ties. Just the other day, while practicing swordplay, he had inadvertently cut his arm. Without hesitation, Chen Changan grasped his wrist, gathering a wisp of spiritual light at his fingertips to gently caress the wound. Does it hurt? Xiao Chen was taken aback. He suddenly recalled his childhood, when he first injured himself while practicing swordplay and sought his father's comfort. His father had merely cast a fleeting glance and remarked, for a cultivator, such minor injuries are inconsequential.
His master, Chen Changan,
furrowed his brows and carefully retrieved a vial of ointment from his sleeve, gently applying it to his hand while murmuring, "This sword technique is domineering, as a novice. Do not push yourself too hard." Xiao Chen lowered his head, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. In this secluded valley, he felt a long-lost sense of home emanating from Chen Changan. At that moment, upon hearing Chen Changan's praise, Xiao Chen sheathed his sword and stood. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. However, Wu Bo, standing beside him, shook his head and sighed, "Master, while this sword technique is formidable, merely practicing the sword moves is insufficient."
Chen Changan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Wu Bo stroked his beard and elaborated. The Nine Heavens Thunder Movement sword technique is a treasured secret of the esteemed sect, the Nine Heavens Thunder Pavilion, on the Xianying continent.
Its true power lies not in the sword moves themselves, but in the thunder law. To achieve greatness with this technique, one must gather the divine thunders of the world and integrate them into the sword intent.
However,
these divine thunders are either closely guarded secrets of various sects and families or concealed within perilous forbidden zones.
With Xiao Chen's current strength, recklessly seeking them would be akin to courting death. Upon hearing this, Chen Changan pondered. He recalled the scene when he executed the Nine Heavens Thunder Movement sword technique. Due to the system's influence, he had already unconsciously gathered all the divine thunders of the world. And the thunder law had long since merged with the sword technique, making it impossible to separate them. Nonetheless,
he suddenly remembered the tribulation lightning that had been summoned during his battle with the Ink Taoist.
Wu Bo, he thought with a smirk. Could the tribulation lightning be considered a form of thunder law? Wu Bo was taken aback but quickly nodded, "It certainly counts. The tribulation lightning, born of heaven and earth, possesses power far exceeding that of ordinary thunder laws. If one can master it, it would undoubtedly be the key to perfecting the sword technique." Chen Changan smiled. "Then it shall be simple."
Both Xiao Chen and Wu Bo turned to him, their eyes filled with curiosity. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Changan's gaze deepened. "Since divine thunders are difficult to find, why not gather the tribulation lightning first?" With just a thought, the next moment, within the valley, dark clouds surged, and flashes of lightning danced like dragons within the clouds, emitting a deep, thunderous roar. Chen Changan stood tall, his robes billowing, as he gazed up at the ever-lowering thunderclouds, a smile gracing his lips. "Xiao Chen, observe closely," he declared, pointing skyward as if wielding a sword.
"Nine Heavens Thunder Movement, tribulation, come." In an instant,
a bolt of purple-golden tribulation lightning, as thick as a water barrel, rent the sky asunder, descending with a cataclysmic force. The blinding flash illuminated the entire mountain peak as a wild pressure forced all creatures within a 100-mile radius to cower in fear.
"Master, no."
Wu Bo's complexion changed drastically as he rushed forward to intervene, only to see Chen Changan unfazed. Raising his hand to grasp the terrifying tribulation lightning that could obliterate a transcendent realm cultivator, transforming it into a docile, purple-golden serpent that coiled around his fingers,
even affectionately nuzzling against them.
"This." Wu Bo's eyes widened, his beard quivering. "Is this the might of the sacred realm?" Xiao Chen stood nearby, his eyes brimming with awe and admiration. He had never anticipated that the fearsome thunder of the heavenly tribulation, which sent countless cultivators into a state of dread, would appear as docile as a pet cat in the hands of his master. With such a master, the sense of security is simply overwhelming. Chen Changan turned to Xiao Chen and offered a slight smile. "Come, give it a try." With a flick of his finger, the purple-golden lightning serpent began to gracefully slither toward Xiao Chen. Although it had been tamed, the serpent still emitted a disconcerting aura. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen extended his hands. The moment the serpent touched his palms, it transformed into countless tiny arcs of lightning that surged into his meridians. The intense pain elicited a muffled groan from him, and beads of cold sweat instantly formed on his forehead. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, channeling the Nine Heavens Thunder Sword technique to guide the lightning energy into his dantian. Chen Changan stood nearby, safeguarding him. Noticing Xiao Chen's pale complexion, he gently placed a hand on his back. His profound spiritual energy flowed like a gentle spring rain, soothing the tempestuous lightning force within. Gradually, faint purple-golden lightning patterns began to emerge around Xiao Chen, and as he opened and closed his eyes, tiny bolts of lightning flickered within them.
He had succeeded.
Elation surged within him as he gazed at his palm, and with a mere thought, a strand of purple golden lightning danced at his fingertips. Chen Changan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, the quality of this tribulation lightning is exceptional, it will serve you well in the returning origin realm. After a rare stretch of his muscles, a wave of lethargy washed over him, and he yawned before departing.
Once Chen Changan had left, Uncle Wu approached Xiao Chen.
Marveling, in my several hundred years of life, this is the first time I have witnessed someone wield the heavenly tribulation with such ease.
Your master is truly unfathomable.
Meanwhile, the young man was stirred within. The sight of Chen Changan single-handedly subduing the celestial might was indelibly etched in his mind.
Is this truly my master, Xiao Chen?
Chapter 49, Annihilation. Chen Changan, the doppelganger, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze gradually focusing on the rudimentary wooden beams of the inn.
This is an inn?
He slightly tilted his head and noticed that Han Yu and Li Hanzhou were seated at a table, engaged in a hushed conversation, their expressions grave and furrowed with concern. With a flicker of thought, the system panel unfolded automatically. Han Yu, cultivation, early stage of object manipulation potential, 28, inferior 5 elements spiritual root, destiny, 100, child of destiny.
Turns misfortune into fortune, loyalty, 70, savior, personality, resolute, cautious. Han Yu's favorability had surprisingly surpassed 70? Well, my efforts have not been in vain.
He cleared his throat in feigned awakening, gradually propping himself up.
Sir has awakened.
Han Yu was the first to react, hurrying over to lend support. A flicker of joy gleaming in his eyes.
Li Hanzhou also approached swiftly, though he remained silent, the tension in his shoulders visibly eased.
Chen Changan rubbed his temples,
pretending to be weak, and inquired, "How long have I been unconscious?
Where is this place?"
"It has been a day and a night," Han Yu replied, handing him a cup of warm water in a low voice. "This is the inn in Xingyang City." "Indeed, it is an inn." Chen Changan accepted the cup, casting his gaze over the two men, and deliberately asked, "Why the long faces?"
Han Yu and Li Hanzhou exchanged a glance, their expressions growing even graver.
"The ink Taoist
is now missing." Han Yu bit his lip. "The Eight Symbols sect will inevitably trace this back to me and Senior Brotherly."
"So, this is what concerns you." Chen Changan understood internally, though he feigned confusion.
"You are merely newly initiated cultivators, even if the ink Taoist is no longer present.
They would not suspect you." "You do not understand, sir.
The ink Taoist managed the medicinal garden, holding significant power within the Eight Symbols sect, while Senior Brotherly and I are of little consequence."
"If the Eight Symbols sect insists on laying blame, we would possess no means of resistance," Li Hanzhou interjected suddenly, his tone resolute.
"Moreover, the fact that the Eight Symbols sect accommodates a rogue like the ink Taoist suggests they harbor their own issues."
The two did not elaborate further,
but the implication was clear: neither wished to entrust their fates to others any longer. In truth, after the demise of the ink Taoist, the two had boldly burned his body to ashes, suppressing their disgust. Subsequently, Han Yu returned to the medicinal garden as if nothing had happened, retrieved the jade gourd,
and then reunited with Li Hanzhou to bring Chen Changan, the doppelganger, to this inn.
Such meticulous planning, indeed. He is worthy of being the child of destiny among mortals.
Chen Changan admired inwardly. In reality, Han Yu's suspicions were accurate.
Based on the information he had gleaned during his time concealed within the Eight Symbols sect, this seemingly small sect was not as harmonious as it appeared to the outside world. Dark currents had long been surging beneath the surface.
Particularly, the sect leader had long been at odds with the guest elders like the ink Taoist. Once the news of the ink Taoist's death was confirmed,
the local faction would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to purge dissenters, and Han Yu and Li Hanzhou, the last disciples to have seen the ink Taoist, would likely be scapegoated. "You have acted wisely." Chen Changan nodded slowly, his tone grave. "Indeed, returning now would spell disaster."
Upon hearing this, Han Yu's taut nerves finally relaxed somewhat. Yet he furrowed his brow anew. "But what shall we do next?"
"I actually have a suggestion," Chen Changan interjected.
The other party, now cornered,
having tasted the vast skies of the immortal realm, would hardly be willing to return to the depths, living like a caged bird. With the right timing, location,
And harmony among people, when else would there be a better opportunity to take in disciples?
As Han Yu gazed at him with a glimmer of hope. Chen Changan was about to speak when suddenly he frowned.
In the next instant, boom! The entire inn shook violently. The teacup on the table shattered with a loud crack.
The window frames trembled violently, and dust rained down from the beams above. Downstairs, patrons gasped in shock, and the street erupted in chaos with barking dogs and whinnying horses.
The Earth Dragon has turned. Run! The building is about to collapse. Yet, Chen Changan remained unperturbed, calming the equally flustered Han Yu and the others.
He then abruptly looked out the window, toward the direction of Golden Snake Mountain.
Little did Han Yu know.
It was precisely due to his cautious nature that he and Li Hanzhou narrowly escaped calamity once more. Half an hour earlier, at the summit of Golden Snake Mountain, within the Grand Hall of the Eight Elephants sect, the air was so thick it felt as if it could be wrung for blood.
A middle-aged man, clad in a dark brocade robe,
sat imperiously on the jade throne that belonged to the sect leader. His fingertips lightly tapped the armrest, each sound resonating like a hammer against the hearts of those below. I shall ask one final time, he narrowed his eyes, his voice hissing like a serpent, where is that immortal artifact? The sect leader of 8 elephants was drenched in cold sweat, his back thoroughly soaked. He forced himself to bow and replied, Elder Wang, please be aware. Our 8 elephants sect has stood for 1300 years, and we have never encountered any immortal artifact.
This man was none other than Wang Songzhou, one of the elders of the prestigious Wang family in Qingzhou. Ha! Wang Songzhou suddenly chuckled. He leisurely retrieved a jade slip engraved with the words Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion from his sleeve. With a surge of spiritual energy, the jade slip projected an image, a topographical map of the area within 500 miles of Golden Snake Mountain, with a certain location radiating blinding golden light. This is the result of the Heavenly Mechanism S divination, indicating that several days prior, an immortal artifact S aura manifested here. Wang Songzhou lightly tapped the light projection.
And the indicated position was precisely shrouded by your 8 elephants sect's protective array. The law enforcement elder beside him could no longer withstand the pressure emanating from Wang Songzhou's longevity realm. He fell to his knees, banging his head against the ground.
Elder! There have been no unusual occurrences within the sect recently. Even if there were, how could our 8 elephants sect, being so small and weak, dare to privately conceal an immortal artifact? Enough noise! Wang Songzhou flicked his finger. With a muffled thud, the law enforcement elder's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering the nearby alchemy elder with crimson and white. In an instant, the entire hall descended into a state of panic and oppression. My patience is limited.
The man pulled out a pristine white handkerchief, leisurely wiping his fingers.
I only believe in the divinations of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. You will either hand over the immortal artifact, or, I assure you, from this day forth, the 8 elephants sect will cease to exist. Wang Songzhou. The leader of the 8 elephants sect glared fiercely, his eyes filled with rage, and suddenly let out a deafening roar. Even though the Wang family is a prestigious lineage in Qingzhou, should you annihilate my entire clan? It would be a direct violation of the laws of the Great Zhou Celestial Dynasty. The inspector of Qingzhou shall undoubtedly not remain indifferent. The laws and regulations? Wang Songzhou appeared as if he had just heard a delightful jest, bursting into a hearty laugh. Amidst his laughter, with a mere flourish of his sleeve, an unceasing cacophony of anguished cries erupted from beyond the palace doors. Through the entrance, the onlookers beheld with terror hundreds of Wang clan cultivators had, unbeknownst to them, encircled the mountain gate, mercilessly slaughtering the fleeing disciples of the 8 elephants sect. As the light of swords flashed, dismembered limbs rained down like a torrential downpour. In Qingzhou, Wang Songzhou gradually rose to his feet, his dark brocade robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. My Wang clan embodies the law, he proclaimed, raising his hand in a gesture of authority. Boom! The entire hall's floor suddenly collapsed. 3 Zhang, Zhao Wuyo and the esteemed elders were struck as if by a bolt of lightning, blood seeping from all 7 orifices. What was even more terrifying was their realization that their entire cultivation had been sealed by some enigmatic force, rendering them incapable of even self-detonation. Since you are so obstinate. Wang Songzhou stepped gracefully through the air, each footfall resulting in the shattering of an elder's skull. Then, let them take their secrets down to the underworld. As the final transmission elder was crushed, Wang Songzhou descended effortlessly back to his jade throne. Humph, the inspector of Qingzhou indeed poses quite a nuisance. In that moment, he gazed upon the grotesque remnants of flesh and bone scattered throughout the hall. Suddenly, he formed a gesture with his hands and intoned an incantation. The universe inverts. Mountains shall be moved. The entire Golden Snake Mountain trembled violently. The sea of clouds between the mountains surged, and the earth's veins emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable weight. Amidst the lamentations of countless birds and beasts, this ancient peak, standing for millennia, gradually sank into the depths of the earth. As the smoke dissipated, all that remained was an unfathomable abyss. Wang Songzhou stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the depths of the pit with a cold sneer, before commanding, "Go and search." Here, in the nearby mortal town, celestial artifacts have manifested in Qingzhou. It is my Wang family's divine mandate to unearth them, even if it requires delving 30,000 feet into the earth. Indeed. Countless royal cultivators dispersed in every direction. In the distance, a fortunate crane from the 8 Elephants' Gate soared into the sky, lamenting with a mournful cry, its feathers still stained with droplets of blood. Wang Songzhou, barely glancing in its direction, effortlessly unleashed a beam of sword light, reducing it to a mist of crimson. Chapter 50, The City Lockdown. Gather your belongings and leave Qingyang City at once. Chen Changan made a decisive choice. Although the perception range of this avatar was limited, the unique ability of the sacred realm known as whimsical inspiration informed him that the current events likely pertained to the three of them. No, to be more precise, it was undoubtedly related to Han Yu. Without questioning why, and without even exchanging glances, Han Yu swiftly grabbed the bundle from the bed and began to pack, while Li Hanzhou kicked open the window to survey the streets below. In just the span of a tea's brew, the two youths stood on either side of Chen Changan, their waists laden with bulging bundles, revealing half-eaten provisions. A flicker of appreciation passed through Chen Changan's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by gravity. "We shall exit through the south gate," Chen Changan declared. The sudden turn of events necessitated a postponement of his plans to accept disciples, however. If he could successfully guide the youth before him back to the valley, he believed that the prospect of taking on disciples would be nearly assured. Given the current trust that Han Yu and Li Hanzhou placed in Chen Changan, neither had any objections. After departing from the inn, the trio made no effort to conceal themselves, boldly blending into the throng of people as they made their way towards the city exit. Approaching the city gate, Chen Changan abruptly grasped the shoulders of his companions. "Wait!" He peered into the distance, and the scene before the city gate was far worse than he had anticipated. Several cultivators clad in dark robes had appeared, blocking the exit, each adorned with a jade token engraved with the character Wang. Even more ominously, a few cultivators were laying down crimson talismans at the base of the city walls, seemingly constructing a formation to seal the city. What shall we do now? To stay or to leave? Just as Chen Changan wrestled with his uncertainty, a furious roar erupted ahead. "Why do you obstruct me?" An elderly man in grey robes, at the late stage of the profound realm, was in a heated argument with the city guards. "I am an officer of the Qingzhou Loose Cultivators Alliance." A token flew from his sleeve, only to be brutally swatted to the ground by the leading dark-robed cultivator. By order of the family head, the leading cultivator spoke arrogantly, "From this day forth, all cultivators are permitted to enter but forbidden to leave." When did the Wang family become so brazenly tyrannical? The old man, in a fit of rage, summoned his life-s treasure, only to find himself frozen in place the next instant. No one witnessed what transpired. All that could be seen was a pale hand emerging from the shadows atop the city wall, gently pressing down upon his crown. Crack! The sound of shattering skull echoed sharply, sending chills through the onlookers. "Apologies." The leading cultivator sneered as he kicked the old man's lifeless body towards the crowd attempting to flee the city. A vast void materialized among the throng. Faces etched with terror, filled with anger but silenced by fear. It was only at this moment that the leading cultivator coldly declared, "The Wang family has always been this audacious." Back to the inn. Chen Changan felt as though his voice emanated from a distant place. Upon returning to the inn, the three remained silent. Han Yu sat on the edge of the bed, his fingers absent-mindedly caressing the jade gourd in his arms. The gourd felt warm to the touch, as if resonating with his racing heartbeat. For reasons unknown,
he felt a vague sense of foreboding, as if those cloaked cultivators were approaching with a specific intent towards him.
With this thought in mind,
he couldn't help but steal a glance at Chen Changan, who was gazing out the window. The sunlight sculpted the contours of the man's figure, his fingertips rhythmically tapping on the window frame, each knock resonating within his taut nerves.
"Sir, in truth, I."
The words lingered on the tip of his tongue but were swallowed back. Hanyu recalled the greedy glint in the eyes of the ink-clad man and the tales his uncle had recounted, stories of murder and treasure hunting, making his throat involuntarily constrict. Chen Changan turned his head, his gaze as clear as crystal, seemingly able to penetrate the depths of one's heart.
In that fleeting moment,
Hanyu suddenly realized that this enigmatic cultivator, capable of vanquishing the ink-clad man with a single sword strike, seemed to have discerned his secret.
I.
The youth clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, overwhelmed with a sense of shame.
Just as he resolved to speak again,
intending to barter the jade gourd for the safety of the three, Chen Changan suddenly smiled.
He approached Hanyu, as if he could see through the boy's thoughts,
gently placing his hands on the youth's trembling shoulders. Opportunities, you see, when bestowed by heaven and not seized, may lead to one's downfall.
Fear not.
We have yet to reach the juncture where you must make a choice.
The boy tightly pressed his lips together and then earnestly nodded. Chen Changan patted his shoulder once more. Hanyu's loyalty increased by 10.
Ignoring the system notification in his mind, he decided to observe for a couple more days.
As Chen Changan pondered, he finally resolved that if all else failed, he would personally intervene.
He only hoped that he wouldn't provoke a greater force after dealing with the lesser one.
Days passed.
Through careful observation over these few days, Chen Changan had discerned the patterns of the cloaked cultivators. Initially, they meticulously scrutinized every individual leaving the city, even resorting to soul-searching techniques. However, as time progressed, their focus gradually shifted. Low-tier cultivators and ordinary citizens no longer captured their attention.
Indeed,
whatever they were undertaking was of such magnitude that it would be beyond the reach of mere fledgling cultivators like those newly entering the realm of practice. Standing by the window, Chen Changan's gaze swept over the patrolling cultivators of the Wang family, a slight smile gracing his lips.
Has the Sir formulated a strategy? Hanyu, noticing Chen Changan's expression, couldn't help but inquire in a hushed tone.
Yes, I've observed that they currently exhibit little vigilance towards low-tier cultivators in the realm of object manipulation.
Chen Changan replied without hesitation.
Hanyu nodded, though a twinge of disappointment flickered within him. He had naturally noted this detail over the past few days. Yet, in the next moment, he witnessed Chen Changan suddenly break into a mischievous grin, then strike his own energy center with a palm.
"Sir! Senior!"
Both Hanyu and Li Hanzhou exclaimed in shock, but it was already too late. With a soft grunt, Chen Changan felt a trickle of fresh blood escape from the corner of his mouth, as his spiritual power ebbed away like retreating tides, causing his aura to plummet to the mid-stage of the material control realm.
"What have you done?"
Li Hanzhou's voice quivered, his eyes wide with disbelief.
"Do not panic,"
Chen Changan replied, wiping the blood from his lips, his tone as casual as if he had merely stumbled.
He had only temporarily forfeited his cultivation to facilitate their exit from the city.
Hanyu's eyes reddened, his fists clenched tightly, turning his knuckles pale.
"Sir! Why must you go to such lengths? We can devise another plan." Li Hanzhou's expression mirrored that of someone on the verge of tears.
With a sharp clap, Chen Changan raised his hand and lightly struck one of the boys, the force not heavy, yet it momentarily stunned them.
"We are all grown men. Yet you behave in such a manner for whom?" He chided with a smile.
"Rest assured, my current state is but temporary.
A few days of recuperation will suffice for recovery."
Hanyu and Li Hanzhou exchanged glances, their hearts still laden with doubt, yet they ultimately refrained from further protest, silently burying their shock and gratitude deep within. For their sake, the Sir was willing to cripple his own cultivation. The three of them gathered their belongings and strode confidently towards the city gate. Indeed, the guards from the Wang family merely cast a cursory glance at them. Noticing their diminished auras, they couldn't be bothered to conduct a thorough inspection and simply waved them through. "It seems it worked," Hanyu murmured, his taut nerves beginning to ease. Li Hanzhou also discreetly exhaled in relief, but just as they were about to step beyond the city gates, "Stop!" A cold, commanding voice abruptly rang out from behind them. Chapter 51, Companions. A sharp voice sliced through the air like a blade, causing Chen Changan and his companions to halt abruptly. A practitioner clad in dark robes strode forward, the jade token in his waist jingling with each step. His gaze swept over the trio. A sneer curling upon his lips. Wandering cultivators, are we? Indeed. Chen Changan deliberately rasped his voice. These are my 2 inept disciples, I hope you might show some leniency. The practitioner let out a cold snort, casually toying with a soul-searching jade. He bore no particular disdain for the trio, rather. He was merely seeking diversion and suddenly felt the urge to test his soul-searching technique on someone, curious if it might reveal anything intriguing. Whether you are wandering cultivators is not for you to decide, he declared, raising the soul-searching jade. This is what truly matters. As he approached, Chen Changan sighed inwardly. It appeared that, regardless of the circumstances, he would have to manifest his true self today. Just as he began to gauge the distance his true form would need to traverse, a thunderous explosion erupted. The entire Qingyang city seemed to tremble at that moment. A brilliant azure light erupted from the city gates, tearing through the sky like an enraged dragon, transforming into a dazzling streak that shot toward the distant mountains. Someone is forcing their way through the gates. Quick, pursue them! More than a dozen dark-robed practitioners shouted fiercely, their swords soaring skyward. Akin to a pack of wolves pouncing on their prey, racing toward the direction from which the azure light had vanished. Quick! Inform the elders. One dark-robed practitioner swiftly shattered a communication talisman, his figure morphing into a shadow that vanished in an instant. Chaos ensued at the city gates. The previously tight blockade suddenly torn open by force. The practitioner who had been interrogating Chen Changan also changed countenance, disregarding the trio as he transformed into a streak of light, hot on the heels of the chase. Only then did the 3 companions exhale deeply in relief. Chen Changan, however, remained fixated on the direction from which the azure light had dissipated. Within that fleeting brilliance, he faintly discerned a figure, and in a moment of haze, a flash of red at the waist caught his eye. Whether it was an illusion or not, he could not shake the feeling that the figure had cast a glance in his direction. But this was not the time for such thoughts. Let us go, he urged. Gripping the 2 youths firmly, his voice lowered to a whisper. We shall discuss matters outside the city. The trio blended into the panicked crowd and surged through the city gates. It was not until they had traveled 10 miles beyond the city that Li Hanzhou finally caught his breath and inquired, Sir, what was that just now? Ah! Someone forced their way through the gates, inadvertently aiding us, Chen Changan replied casually. Yet, it was evident that the practitioner had made such a grand display to divert attention, shrouding their movements in secrecy. He rubbed his dantian, still aching from the self-inflicted depletion of his powers, silently grateful that he had not truly manifested his true self. Otherwise, entangled in such murky waters, he would have likely found himself in peril. The trio continued along the mountain path for several hundred miles until the sun dipped low in the west, casting the distant, towering mountains in a dark golden hue. Han Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, finally unable to contain his curiosity. Sir, where shall we go next? Chen Changan's footsteps momentarily paused as his gaze swept across the system panel. Hanyu, cultivation, initial stage of object manipulation potential, 28, inferior 5 elements spiritual root, destiny, 100, child of destiny. Turning misfortune into fortune, loyalty, 80, complete trust, character, resolute, cautious. It is time, Chen Changan mused. He turned around and spoke earnestly, Young Han, actually I. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice resonated from the woods, interrupting his words. The 3 turned towards the sound and beheld the rustling leaves of the forest, as a figure clad in white gracefully stepped onto the golden carpet of fallen leaves. It was a young gentleman in white attire, with a visage like jade and eyes like cold stars, a single lock of long hair framing his snow-like complexion. A simple long sword hung at his waist, its scabbard adorned with dark silver patterns, and as he walked, his garments fluttered without a speck of dust clinging to him. What a striking individual! The 3 marveled simultaneously in their hearts. The young gentleman in white halted 3 paces away, a slight smile gracing his lips as he clasped his hands in greeting. The mountain breeze swept by, causing the jade ribbon binding his hair to dance lightly, rendering him akin to an ethereal being from a painting. Pardon my intrusion. May I inquire if the 3 esteemed friends are traveling south? Chen Changan narrowed his eyes, pondering the implications.
He simultaneously activated the system? Cultivation? Potential? Destiny? Loyalty? Character? Well, what purpose does this malfunctioning system serve? Yet, despite the inability to discern the stranger's background,
encountering such a dashing young man in a tavern, tea-house, or even on the streets of the city or amidst the courtesans would be entirely commonplace.
Yet here they were, in the wilderness. Strange occurrences often herald hidden dangers. How fortuitous. A glimmer of delight flickered in the young gentleman's eyes. I too wish to head south. But this path is rife with ferocious beasts. Traveling alone could invite unforeseen perils. He paused, his tone sincere. Might I accompany you for a stretch of the journey? Han Yu and Li Hanzhou exchanged wary glances, but they remained silent, their attention shifting to Chen Changan. Naturally, Chen Changan contemplated, regardless of the circumstances, it was best to decline first. Thus, he immediately replied, of course, suddenly. A system notification erupted in his mind. System notification, Epic Series Achievement detected, Youth Journey, 2-4. Youth Journey, Part 2. The Jade Ribbon binds the azure strands, safeguarding the cloud journey for 1,000 miles. Completing the Youth Journey series achievement rewards him with Yushan Jade, elevating the level of a supreme immortal technique. Oh, has this triggered now? A jolt coursed through Chen Changan's heart, though his expression remained impassive. He instinctively swallowed the words not possible that were on the verge of escaping his lips, and instead said, very well. At that moment, the mountain wind blew, slightly lifting the white-clad gentleman's garments. Chen Changan's gaze sharpened, landing precisely on the red sachet hanging from the gentleman's waist. So it was him. Chen Changan suddenly smiled. Since we are traveling the same path, it is naturally no trouble. The young gentleman's eyes flashed with surprise, as if he had not anticipated such a prompt acceptance from the other party. He solemnly bowed. Thank you, fellow traveler. I am Ling Zhanxue. May I inquire your name? You may simply call me Mr. Chen, Chen Changan replied. I am Han Yu. Li Hanzhou. The two youths hastily introduced themselves upon hearing Chen Changan's response. Ling Zhanxue. Not only does he possess a delicate appearance, but even his name is rather effeminate. Chen Changan inwardly scoffed, then turned to continue his journey. As the day was waning and it was time to press on, Han Yu quickly caught up, lowering his voice. Sir, this person has an unknown background. Do not worry, Chen Changan replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Behind them, the young man in white observed the trio's retreating figures, his fingertips unconsciously stroking a crimson sachet, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in his eyes. Chapter 52. Farewell. The night enveloped the landscape like ink, with the flickering campfire casting shadows in the dilapidated temple nestled among the mountains. Li Han and Han Yu, two youths, curled up on a pile of hay, were already deep in slumber. After a day filled with trepidation and traversing rugged terrain, even their breaths echoed with profound fatigue. Only Chen Changan and Ling Zhanxue remained by the campfire. Leaning against a weathered temple pillar, Chen Changan intermittently raised a wineskin to his lips, tilting his head back to indulge in its contents. Even though his cultivation had fallen to the realm of object manipulation, the physique of a cultivator seldom succumbed to drunkenness. Yet, the exquisite taste of this drunken autumn wine ensnared him. Its mild intoxication and the familiar flavor reminiscent of his homeland's brew always evoked a wave of indescribable emotions. What kind of wine is this? Ling Zhanshua's voice pierced the stillness, cold as frost. Drunken autumn, Chen Changan replied, shaking the wineskin. I brought it for a friend. He prepared quite a bit, but he has only had it once. Ling Zhanshua's lips curled into a subtle smile. He must be a very good friend. Not quite. He is merely an acquaintance I have met twice. Chen Changan shook his head, then inquired, would you care for a taste? Ling Zhanxue nodded with restrained elegance. Chen Changan tossed the wineskin toward him. The young man in white caught it, but upon seeing the opening of the wineskin, he frowned slightly. With a hint of disdain, he wiped the mouth of the wineskin with his sleeve. After a moment's hesitation, he opted not to drink directly. Instead, he produced a delicate silver cup from his robes, pouring the wine into it before taking a small sip. How pretentious, Chen Changan scoffed. Ling Zhanxue, undeterred, savored the wine thoughtfully before finally declaring, indeed, it is fine wine. The crackling fire filled the air with warmth,
its flickering glow illuminating their faces in a dance of light and shadow.
Chen Changan gazed into the flames and suddenly posed a question. What is your purpose in heading south?
To seek someone, Ling Zhanxue replied coolly, twirling the silver cup delicately between his fingers.
Have you found them? Ling Zhanxue fell into a lengthy silence before eventually nodding. I have found them. Chen Changan smiled silently.
Over the course of 2 more days, the 4 companions traveled together. By day, Ling Zhanxue maintained his ethereal demeanor, clad in white, exuding an air of nonchalance and ease. Yet, as night descended and only he and Chen Changan remained by the campfire, the seemingly carefree gentleman exhibited a peculiar fastidiousness, refusing to drink directly from Chen Changan's wineskin,
insisting instead on using his exquisite silver cup.
You, during the day, affect an air of celestial grace, yet by night, you become so particular, Chen Changan teased, tilting his head back to drink deeply from the drunken autumn. Ling Zhanxue meticulously wiped the rim of his cup and replied, it is merely a matter of cleanliness.
Cleanliness? Chen Changan raised an eyebrow.
Yet you have followed us through these ruins, sleeping in dilapidated temples and consuming dry rations without complaint. Ling Zhanxue shot him a glance, choosing not to respond, and poured more wine into his cup, taking a delicate sip.
Chen Changan erupted in laughter.
Such exchanges became a nightly ritual.
Until the final evening.
As the distant outline of a valley began to materialize, Chen Changan halted, turning to the young man in white beside him.
We are almost there.
Ling Zhanxue nodded slightly, as if he had anticipated this moment all along. The mountain breeze gently caressed his tied hair, enhancing his ethereal demeanor. Thank you, Chen Changan suddenly said with earnestness. If it weren't for your covert assistance that day when we left the city, we might not have departed safely. Ling Zhanxue's eyes flickered momentarily, after a pause.
He finally admitted, you recognized me. Chen Changan merely glanced at the fragrance pouch at his waist.
Ling Zhanxue instantly understood and let out a soft laugh,
lightly patting his waist. Indeed, you are the most inquisitive.
There was a hint of mischief in his words, sending a shiver down Chen Changan's spine.
This brother. Surely he is not a trickster. Yet, in the next moment, Ling Zhanxue's expression turned serious. Are you not curious about my identity, Brother Chen?
Of course I am, Chen Changan replied without reservation. Ling Zhanxue nodded and finally confessed, in truth, I am the inspector of Qingzhou. The destruction of the 8 elephants sect in a single night was suspected to be orchestrated by the Wang family, yet there was no substantial proof.
However,
their demeanor clearly indicated they were in search of something. His voice was calm, yet every word resonated clearly. Later, I discovered that Han Yu and Li Hanzhou were the only 2 disciples to escape from the 8 elephant sect, leading me to surmise that the object of their search likely resides with them.
Chen Changan was unfazed and simply inquired, why not take action? Fate is predetermined.
It is futile to force matters, Ling Zhanxue replied, gazing at the 2 youths admiring the scenery in the distance, a softness flickering in his eyes.
Throughout this journey,
I merely wish to ascertain the character of those 2 young men, hoping that such serendipity does not fall into the hands of nefarious individuals.
What do you think of them? Chen Changan probed. Ling Zhanxue smiled but offered no answer. Yet Chen Changan understood that such a demeanor was, in itself, an answer. One final question, Chen Changan raised a finger. Since you have already discerned their character, why have you accompanied us thus far?
Of course, it is to protect you. Ling Zhanxue replied with a bright smile. As the official of Qingzhou, it is my duty to safeguard the people. Now that we have journeyed together and have not encountered any Wang family cultivators, it seems you are safe, so it is time for me to bid farewell. He turned to Chen Changan, the corners of his lips lifting slightly.
Drunken autumn truly is fine wine. Chen Changan couldn't help but smile in return.
As the mountain breeze began to rise and dusk enveloped the surroundings, Ling Zhanxue stood upon the bluestone path, his white garments tinged with a delicate golden-red hue by the evening glow. He turned to face the 3, his jade belt fluttering in the wind, the long sword at his waist shimmering with a cold light in the twilight. Let us part ways here, he said, his voice as clear and refreshing as water flowing over stones. Han Yu and Li Hanzhou exchanged glances, their youthful faces betraying their reluctance. Over the past 2 days, The seemingly aloof young man in white had been attentive to them in every way, quietly draping a coat over their shoulders during night watches and subtly positioning himself on the outer edge during perilous passages.
Senior Ling.
Han Yu clasped his fists in salute, his throat tightening. Ling Zhanxue raised a hand to halt him, retrieving 2 jade talismans from his sleeve.
These are Qingxin talismans, wearing them closely can ward off miasma. Li Hanzhou accepted the talismans, feeling the lingering warmth of the talismans against his fingertips, and suddenly bowed deeply. Thank you.
Chen Changan stood nearby with his arms crossed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The inspector is indeed generous. Ling Zhanxue chose to disregard his jest, unfastening a plain white pouch from her waist and tossing it towards him. This is for you.
Chen Changan caught the pouch, feeling its surprising weight.
Upon opening it, he discovered it was brimming with spiritual tea, the leaves a vibrant green as if freshly plucked,
faintly imbued with the essence of frost and snow. Drink it sparingly, Ling Zhanxue remarked indifferently, consider it a parting gift.
Before her words could fully settle, the sudden crackling of withered leaves echoed from a distance. The 4 of them simultaneously changed expressions, with Ling Zhanxue's right hand instinctively resting on the hilt of her sword, only to witness a mountain sparrow fluttering past the treetops. The previously tense atmosphere relaxed abruptly, yet Ling Zhanxue furrowed her brow. For the 8 trigram sect indeed harbored remnants. A sinister voice suddenly pierced the air, slithering into their ears like a venomous serpent.
It is no wonder I chose to track this personally.
A gaunt figure emerged slowly from the shadows of the forest, clad in a grey robe, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. It was none other than Wang Songzhou,
the patriarch of the Wang family.
Beside him stood a middle-aged man, the very individual who had previously been at the side of the master of the heavenly mechanism pavilion.
Chapter 53, Shielding the heavenly mechanism. Ling Zhanxue's countenance changed abruptly as a streak of azure light erupted from his sleeve, unfurling into a translucent glass umbrella that enveloped Chen Changan and his companions.
As the ribs of the umbrella rotated, countless runes flowed, forming an impenetrable spiritual barrier.
Let us depart.
In the split second he turned, his white garments billowed without wind, and his sword, unsheathed by 3 inches, emitted a chilling gleam that reflected the intense killing intent etched between his brows.
To annihilate a sect is already a grave sin, yet you dare to ambush an inspector? Does the Wang family truly fear the laws of the Great Zhou?
Wang Songzhou's emaciated figure emerged from the shadows of the forest, and upon hearing this,
he laughed heartily towards the heavens. Fear? Of course we do.
His laughter abruptly ceased, revealing a fierce glint in his eyes. But should the inspector fall here?
His body vanishing without a trace, how would the court pursue us?
Humph! Ling Zhanxue scoffed coldly as his sword was fully drawn, the clear ringing of the blade startling the birds from the mountains.
Do you truly believe that the national master of Great Zhou, Xian Tianjun, is merely a decoration?
The sword tip pointed skyward. That individual ranks among the top 10 on the Earth list, a master of celestial divination unmatched in the realm.
Only the head of the heavenly mechanism pavilion can rival him. Do you think your actions today can go unnoticed? Ha 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 ha.
Wang Songzhou suddenly burst into laughter, stepping aside to reveal a middle-aged man beside him, clad in a star-patterned robe and holding a bronze compass, the surface of which displayed the 28 lunar mansions rotating on their own.
Inspector Ling, what a pleasure to see you. Venerable Star River?
Ling Zhanxue's pupils constricted sharply.
As the foremost among the 4 astrologers of the heavenly mechanism pavilion, he was actually colluding with the aristocracy?
His voice turned increasingly frigid.
The heavenly mechanism pavilion has always maintained neutrality, which is why it holds such status in our dynasty. Do you comprehend that your current actions have breached a significant taboo? Once the rumors spread, neither the heavenly mechanism pavilion nor the Great Zhou will spare you.
The venerable Star River expressionlessly spun the compass, causing 7 beams of starlight to descend from the heavens, forming the Big Dipper formation above their heads.
Do not attempt to extract information. Moreover, as Elder Wang mentioned, should Inspector Ling fall here, who would know who is responsible? He cast a derisive glance at the 3 individuals under the glass umbrella. Do you truly think these 3 worthless beings can pose a threat?
With a decisive click, the compass froze in place, and suddenly the entire valley plunged into darkness,
as if an invisible hand had severed it from the world. With this heavenly deceit star apparatus in play, do not even think that Xian Tianjun let alone the strongest in the world, can deduce the causal relations here. Attack!
Wang Songzhou shouted fiercely, his claw-like hands expanding to 3 times their size.
Nails transforming into dark, sharp blades aimed directly at Ling Zhanshue's throat.
Simultaneously, the venerable Star River's compass emitted a brilliant starry light, which morphed in midair into chains that ensnared Ling Zhanshue's sword. Ling Zhanshue's white garments fluttered as the long sword in his hand radiated a piercing cold light,
deflecting the starlight. Without hesitation, he swung towards Wang Songzhou, where the air itself crystallized into fine shards of ice. The clash of sword and nail resonated with a metallic clang. Truly the frosty moonlit sword technique of the Ling family. Regrettably, despite being a top-tier aristocracy, they chose to become the lapdogs of the court. Wang Songzhou pressed forward again, his nails shrouded in a dense black aura. On the other side, the Star River Sovereign once again unleashed a myriad of resplendent starlights from the compass in his hand, intertwining with Wang Songzhou's assault to form a torrential downpour of attacks. I, Ling Zhanshue, seek only to remain true to my heart. Even serving the court as a dog is preferable to consorting with you wolves, who regard human lives as mere chaff. Ling Zhanshue moved like lightning, weaving through the barrage of strikes, each swing of his sword conjuring a chilling crescent of moonlight. Human lives? To me, mere mortals are but ants. I never imagined that the esteemed Ling Inspector, a figure of longevity, would still concern himself with the lives of the common folk. It is utterly preposterous. Paths that diverge do not conspire together. Ling Zhanshue scoffed. Yet his heart plummeted. Both Wang Songzhou and the Star River Sovereign were seasoned powerhouses of the longevity realm, and his chances in this battle were slim. His only opportunity lay in a desperate assault on the Star River Sovereign, seeking to dismantle his artifact that obscured the heavenly mechanisms. Thus, both would surely be apprehensive. Consequently, he altered the trajectory of his sword, bypassing Wang Songzhou to unleash a myriad of sword shadows towards the Star River Sovereign. Star River, you of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, who pride yourselves on being transcendent, today you ally with such vermin. Do not blame me for cleansing the gate of your pavilion. Unabashed arrogance. The Star River Sovereign snorted coldly, the astrolabe in his grasp spinning rapidly, transforming 7 brilliant star beams into chains that constricted towards him. Each chain bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, warping the space through which they passed. Seizing the moment, Wang Songzhou struck, his gaunt form suddenly swelling into a monstrous figure towering 3 zhang high. His jet-black claws tore through the air, laced with a miasma that corroded all. Reaching towards Ling Zhanshue's back, Ling Inspector, come and meet your demise. Excellent. With no avenue for evasion, Ling Zhanshue felt not a shred of fear. He let out a long howl, the edge of his sword erupting in blinding white light. He charged headlong into the lethal strikes of the 2 formidable adversaries. Frosty sky, moonfall. In that instant, the world fell into silence. A luminous sword beam, as radiant as the moon, cleaved through the heavens. Colliding with the starry chains and the venomous claws in a thunderous X, the frost sky sword suddenly trembled violently. Countless fine cracks appearing along its blade. He was actually going to self-destruct his life sword. This is bad. Retreat quickly. The Star River Venerable's expression changed dramatically. At that critical moment, a figure clad in azure unexpectedly materialized behind Ling Zhanshue, gently pressing down on his sword-wielding hand. That seemingly casual gesture instantly quelled the impending eruption of sword energy. Rest for a while. The familiar voice echoed in his ears. And Ling Zhanshue felt himself falling into a warm embrace, the faint aroma of wine enveloping his senses. In his fading consciousness, he saw Chen Changan's face, usually marked by a playful nonchalance, now etched with an unsettling chill. Leave the rest to me. You are. Sleep now. A thread of spiritual power entered Ling Zhanshue's body, not only temporarily suppressing the injuries within him but also guiding his consciousness into a gradual descent into darkness. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Ling Zhanshue felt an unprecedented sense of safety, as if he were a child exhausted from play, nestled in his father's arms. He could not help but drift into a deep slumber, a serene smile gracing his face. Gently laying the young man down on the ground, Chen Changan then regarded the 2 individuals hovering above with a smirk that danced between amusement and intrigue. Even the mightiest of the age would find it impossible to unravel the causal threads at play here. A satisfied smile spread across his lips. How splendid! Chapter 54. The end of the battle. Han Yu and Li Hanzhou stared wide-eyed, their gazes shifting back and forth between the 2 Chen Changans before them.
One stood in front of them, clad in flowing azure robes, exuding an air of tranquility. The other stood at a distance, hands clasped behind his back, a smile playing on his lips. This. Hanyu's throat felt parched, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words.
In the next instant,
the Chen Changan before them winked, and his figure dissipated into the air like a wisp of smoke.
Meanwhile, Wang Songzhou's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on the remaining Chen Changan. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Why meddle in affairs that do not concern you?"
His heart was filled with uncertainty. Just moments ago, this person had effortlessly thwarted Ling Zhenshua's self-detonation, yet he bore no trace of spiritual energy, appearing as an ordinary mortal.
However, the very lack of power made him all the more formidable. "Me?"
Chen Changan brushed his sleeve and replied with a smile, "I am merely a wandering cultivator residing nearby."
"Whoever you may be," Wang Songzhou barked, his voice laced with feigned bravado, "do you comprehend the consequences of offending the Wang family? You cannot bear the repercussions." "What consequences?" Chen Changan's smile deepened as he retorted, "Your demise here bears no consequence for me. Even if I were responsible, who would know?"
He gestured toward the astrological instrument held by the Star River Elder.
"Have you not already obscured the heavenly secrets? Surely, you would not resort to deception?" Wang Songzhou and the Star River Elder exchanged glances, a glint of malice flashing in their eyes. "Seeking death?"
Wang Songzhou roared, his figure darting forth like a wraith, his emaciated hand transforming into a dark claw aimed directly at Chen Changan's throat. Yet, with a light sound, Wang Songzhou's movement came to an abrupt halt. He slowly lowered his gaze to find that Chen Changan had, at some point, pressed a finger to his brow. "You." Before he could finish his words, Wang Songzhou's body crumbled like sand, dissipating into ash carried away by the wind. Chen Changan stood silently in place, reflecting on the sensation of taking a life for the first time. It felt not dissimilar to slaughtering a chicken. Perhaps it was the absence of bloodshed? Or maybe these individuals were even less than beasts? The Star River Elder's expression changed drastically. He had yet to unleash the starry brilliance in his hand, and his companion had already met their end amidst laughter and cheers. A spark of realization ignited in his mind, and he promptly sought to deactivate the astrological instrument. However, in the next moment, he felt a sudden lightness in his hand. My astrological instrument? There it was. Chen Changan toyed with the exquisite instrument, his eyes filled with admiration. Is this trinket capable of obscuring the heavenly secrets? What a marvelous treasure! Yet, the next instant, the bronze compass trembled restlessly in his palm. The 28 constellations illuminating one after another, the star trails on the surface twisting and writhing as if they were living creatures struggling to escape his grasp. The astrological instrument is one of the treasured artifacts of my heavenly mechanism pavilion. It would never easily submit to a mere mortal. The Star River Elder exclaimed, breathing a sigh of relief, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Is that so? Chen Changan's fingers tightened slightly, a wisp of chaotic energy seeping through the gaps. The astrological instrument emitted an ear-piercing hum, the star patterns on its surface flashing wildly, akin to a startled beast making its final stand. Silence. Chen Changan casually grasped the device. With a crisp sound, the clear note resounded through the valley, and the previously restless astrolabe suddenly froze in place. The agitated star tracks on the dial obediently rearranged themselves, and the once cold bronze surface glimmered with a lustrous sheen, akin to a dust-covered pearl finally meeting an astute connoisseur. Most astonishingly, the pattern of the Big Dipper at the center of the compass extended delicate star-like rays that gently entwined around Chen Changan's fingertips, emitting a faint, almost servile tremor. Chen Changan flicked the edge of the compass lightly, causing the astrolabe to emit a joyful hum, with the star patterns of the 28 lunar mansions illuminating in sequence, projecting a miniature starry sky in the palm of his hand. This is impossible. The Star River Sovereign felt his attempt to remotely control the astrolabe thwarted, as the spiritual artifact disdainfully scattered his true essence and unhesitatingly severed all ties with the heavenly mechanism pavilion's mark within him. It felt akin to a former girlfriend of a wealthy suitor ruthlessly severing all contact, leaving the Star River Sovereign with a chilling sensation. In the next moment, without uttering a word, he turned to escape, only to find himself unable to move. Who exactly are you? I have already said, I am merely a passing wanderer. Chen Changan smiled gently, raising his hand to grasp once more. Poof! The figure of the Star River sovereign dissipated into nothingness. The valley returned to an eerie silence.
After concluding the encounter, Chen Changan did not rush to explain to the two bewildered youths.
Instead, he approached Ling Zhanshua's side. At present, Ling Zhanshua bore severe injuries. Although he had temporarily stabilized his condition, without timely treatment, he risked enduring lasting repercussions. Chen Changan knelt beside him, lowering his gaze to inspect the star chain wound that pierced through his chest. Ling Zhanshua had regained consciousness. Yet his pallid face and furrowed brow indicated he was still enduring excruciating pain.
Bear with it. Chen Changan spoke in a calm tone, reaching out to grasp the half-embedded star chain. MMM.
Ling Zhanshua stifled a groan, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet he stubbornly refrained from voicing his discomfort. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Changan swiftly extracted the star chain, drawing forth a streak of dark crimson blood. He immediately raised his hand, concentrating spiritual energy in his palm, preparing to invoke a healing spell. However, the moment his palm pressed against Ling Zhanshua's chest, the sensation was amiss. Instead of the expected firm muscle, he encountered a soft, delicate texture.
Chen Changan froze instantly, his pupils constricting, as if struck by lightning. He slowly lowered his gaze, observing the space between his palm and Ling Zhanshua's chest, and then gradually raised his eyes to meet Ling Zhanshua's, whose eyes glistened with pain and a hint of panic. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Chapter 55, Apprenticeship. Chen Changan's hand remained suspended in mid-air, the lingering softness in his palm causing his ears to flush with warmth. Having lived a solitary existence until now, he was experiencing the sensation of a woman's body for the first time, and it was unexpectedly fragrant and tender. A surprise. This was all a surprise. He fervently chanted in his mind, striving to steady his thoughts. During their recent interactions, he and Ling Zhanshua had shared drinks and engaged in lively conversations, having come to regard each other as kindred spirits. Yet, who could have anticipated that this elegant and ethereal young masterling was, in fact, a young lady in disguise? A friend had inadvertently transformed into a sister. He inhaled deeply, turning his face away, his voice tinged with tension. I apologize. Ling Zhanshua's delicate face flushed, her eyelashes fluttering. Yet she responded with a soft in acknowledgement. She was acutely aware of her injuries. Any further display of shyness would only seem pretentious. Chen Changan reined in his distractions, channeling his spiritual energy as he carefully placed his palm over her wound. The warm ethereal light seeped into her skin, eliciting a muffled groan from Ling Zhanshua as her fingers instinctively clenched the hem of her garment. Just bear with it, it will be over soon. He spoke in a gentle tone, yet his touch was exceptionally meticulous. After a brief moment, the wound finally healed. Chen Changan retrieved a life restoration pill from his bosom and offered it to her. Take this, it has quite a good effect on healing. Upon seeing the pill, Ling Zhanshua's pupils constricted. What did he mean by quite a good effect on healing? The life restoration pill was a rare treasure capable of reviving the dead. Several years prior, the master of the Apothecary Valley had even regressed his cultivation to concoct a single batch, retreating 3 ranks on the stone tablet. She lifted her gaze to Chen Changan, a flicker of complexity passing through her eyes. However, she had already been seen and touched by him. Biting her lip, she resolutely accepted the pill and tilted her head back to swallow it whole. The pill dissolved instantly upon entry, and the overwhelming medicinal power surged through her limbs, restoring a hint of color to her pale complexion. Thank you, she murmured, her voice considerably softer than usual. Chen Changan cleared his throat, feigning calmness as he waved his hand. No need for formalities among friends. At his words, Ling Zhanshua's lips curled slightly in an almost imperceptible smile, though she quickly reverted to her usual aloof demeanor. Yet, the lingering blush on her ears betrayed her current emotions. Soon after, the two who had conversed so joyously the previous night found themselves momentarily speechless. In the distance, Hanyu and Li Hanzhou crouched beneath a tree, whispering, "What's up with the atmosphere between the gentleman and Miss Ling? It feels rather odd." "Shoo! Don't ask too many questions, be careful not to get hit." "How do you know so much, Senior Brotherly?" "I've been on the receiving end before." The air of ambiguity lingered for a moment. Suddenly,
Ling Zhanxue cleared her throat, straightened her back, and a stern expression characteristic of an inspector returned to her brow, gently caressing the fragrant pouch at her waist. She spoke in a low voice, although Wang Songzhou and the Star River Elder have been dealt with. The collusion between the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and the aristocratic families is a matter of great importance. I must set off immediately to report to Zhangzhou. As she spoke, she stole a glance at Chen Changan, only to find him idly tugging at his hair, clearly disinterested in the political strife and continental affairs. Ling Zhanxue pressed her lips together, her previously solemn expression softening unexpectedly. She unconsciously twisted the sleeve of her garment, her voice instinctively lowering, "Brother Chen, if there are matters in the future, you may come to Qingyang City to find me." "Absolutely," Chen Changan replied with enthusiasm, grinning widely. "When I have the time, I shall certainly visit you in Qingyang City for a drink." "Drink?" Ling Zhanxue paused at his words, biting her lip in a moment of daze, before she burst into laughter. Beneath the setting sun, her eyes sparkled with mischief, devoid of any trace of the inspector's authority. Resembling a little girl who had clandestinely savored honey. "Then I shall await your arrival," she declared hastily, turning with her garments fluttering, the jade hairpin in her hair tracing a luminous arc. In a few graceful leaps, her figure clad in white vanished into the vast twilight, leaving behind a faint, lingering fragrance that still danced around Chen Changan's nostrils. System notification: Epic Series Achievement completed. Youthful Journey 2-4. Youthful Journey Part 2. The jade belt binds the green silk, safeguarding the journey across 1,000 miles. Completion of the Youthful Journey series achievement grants the reward of Shanshan Jade, to elevate the level of an unparalleled celestial technique. Han Yu and Li Hanzhou peeked from behind the tree, their faces etched with confusion. "Sir, why did young Master Ling leave so suddenly?" Chen Changan gazed in the direction she had departed, rubbing his nose. "Who knows? A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean." "A woman?" the two youths exclaimed in unison. "Otherwise?" Chen Changan regarded them with a knowing smile. With his cultivation level, he could easily discern their whispered exchanges. "Oh. We thought, slap. Slap." A hand landed on each of their heads, fair and just, without any deceit. "You little rascals. Focus more on your cultivation in the future." "Yes." With that, Chen Changan turned and strode towards the valley. Behind him, Li Hanzhou cast a glance at Han Yu. "I wasn't mistaken. It seems we're bound to get scolded, aren't we?" The three soon traversed the narrow valley entrance. Han Yu and Li Hanzhou trailed behind, their hearts racing involuntarily, though Chen Changan had said nothing, after witnessing his ability to reduce foes to ashes with a mere snap of his fingers. An undercurrent of anticipation had already taken root in their hearts. After passing through a dense forest, the scenery opened up before them. A myriad of flowers swayed gracefully in the morning light, ethereal butterflies flitting amongst them, while a distant stream babbled softly, reminiscent of a hidden paradise. Amidst this floral expanse stood a few quaint wooden cottages, their eaves adorned with wind chimes that tinkled gently in the breeze. "Father!" A clear, youthful voice suddenly rang out. A little girl, around 6 or 7 years old, dashed from the flower thicket, her cherubic face alight with joy. Clad in a pale yellow dress, with a delicate pink flower tucked in her hair, she resembled a jubilant little butterfly. Chen Changan let out a hearty laugh, bending down to catch the small figure as she leapt into his arms, twirling her in the air several times. "Daddy, did you just whoosh away to fight the bad guys?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she tilted her head, her round, glistening eyes shifting to Han Yu and Li Hanzhou. Meanwhile, two figures approached from the direction of the wooden cabin. One was a valiant youth of 16 or 17, with striking brows and bright eyes, a venerable sword hanging at his waist. The other was a sprightly old man, holding a bamboo staff, his smile warm and benevolent. As the curious gazes of several onlookers fell upon them, Chen Changan gently placed his daughter down and turned to face Han Yu. The sun's waning rays illuminated his smiling features, his voice soft yet earnest. "Young Han, would you be willing to take me as your master?" A profound silence enveloped the valley. Han Yu trembled, his eyes suddenly welling with emotion. He gazed at the enigmatic yet approachable man before him, recalling the life and death bonds forged over the past days, the unparalleled grace with which he vanquished foes, and the tenderness in his eyes while holding his daughter moments ago. "I am willing." The youth knelt with a thud, fervently bowing 3 times, declaring, "Disciple Han Yu, paying respects to my master."
observing Han Yu's successful apprenticeship.
Li Hanzhou could not conceal his disappointment, forcing a smile as he clasped his fists. Congratulations, Junior Han, on finding an esteemed mentor.
With that, I shall take my leave.
Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Changan raised a hand. Hold on. Li Hanzhou paused, witnessing Chen Changan standing with hands clasped behind his back. His garments fluttering in the evening breeze. You possess no spiritual roots, making you ill-suited for my cultivation methods. With a shift of tone, he gestured towards Elder Wu, however.
This Elder Wu is in need of a disciple, would you consider it? Me?
Elder Wu's previously jovial demeanor suddenly froze.
His bamboo staff sinking 3 inches into the ground with a crack.
He looked up to meet Chen Changan's calm gaze.
His murky old eyes quivering with surprise, while Li Hanzhou wore an expression of uncertainty, unsure of how to respond. Ha! Observing Li Hanzhou's predicament, Elder Wu,
who had been internally grumbling, suddenly burst into laughter, his stooped back gradually straightening. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers,
he slowly raised his frail right fist and struck gently towards the most resplendent fiery cloud on the horizon. Boom! The force of his punch surged like a dragon,
causing the sky to erupt in a spectacular explosion.
The once vibrant sunset was suddenly hollowed out in a 3-zhang radius, revealing the azure expanse behind it.
The aftershock sent a tremor through the mountains, rustling the flowering trees, while petals fell like rain.
Li Hanzhou stood frozen,
the thunderous sound of the shattering clouds echoing in his ears. Mechanically, he turned to see Han Yu nodding vigorously at him, eyes brimming with encouragement.
Disciple Li Hanzhou.
The youth suddenly lifted his garment and knelt heavily, his forehead pressed against the flower-petal-strewn earth, proclaiming, "Paying respects to my master." Chapter 56, Chen Changan yearns for leisure. As the morning mist lingered, Han Yu had already stood in the courtyard for a full 2 hours. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, yet the wooden sword in his grasp remained as steady as a rock,
its tip quivering slightly as it traced intricate trajectories in the air.
"Not quite right," came Chen Changan's voice from behind. He lounged lazily in a rattan chair,
cradling a cup of steaming tea.
The technique of the Heaven's Resilient Sword emphasizes concealing the edge within defense. Your swordplay is too soft. Han Yu gritted his teeth and adjusted his wrist, the momentum of his sword suddenly becoming sharper. Still incorrect, Chen Changan shook his head.
Too rigid and it may break.
This sword technique requires a balance of hardness and softness.
Dejected, Han Yu lowered his arms. Master, am I too foolish? Chen Changan took a sip of tea,
narrowing his eyes as he examined his disciple, whose destiny was abundant yet whose innate talent was rather mediocre. Although Han Yu possessed a destiny score of 100, his natural aptitude was indeed lacking, leading Chen Changan to believe that defense would be more practical for him than offense. Thus, he had chosen to impart the Heaven's Resilient Sword to him first. Your comprehension is not lacking, it is merely your foundational essence that, well, leaves something to be desired. He set down his teacup and casually picked up a twig. But do not despair. There are surely numerous ways to enhance your foundational essence in this world. For now, observe closely. The twig in his hand seemed to come alive. With a gentle stroke, it left an indelible mark in the air. A sword scar that lingered. Though the motion appeared slow, it contained the profound principles of the universe, and amidst the interplay of yin and yang, a perfect taiji symbol subtly emerged. The Heaven's Resilient Sword can defend against myriad techniques. While it is resolutely defensive, it harbors lethal potential, allowing one to launch surprise attacks when the enemy is unprepared. With a flick of his wrist, the twig transformed into a streak of light, striking a distant boulder that shattered upon impact. Have you remembered? Yes, Master, Han Yu replied, captivated, but just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed Chen Changan reclining back into the rattan chair, tossing him a sword manual. Practice on your own, I need to rest. Master. Wu Bo. Chen Changan called toward the house. This lad is entrusted to you. Wu Bo emerged from within with a warm smile. Rest assured, Holy One, I shall teach him diligently. In recent days, Wu Bo had come to appreciate the generosity of the Holy One. Precious elixirs like the Life Transformation Pill and Heavenly Return Pill were given without hesitation. Even more astonishing was the other day when he merely mentioned needing to purchase some daily necessities, and Chen Changan had casually handed him 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Thank you, Wu Bo, Han Yu said respectfully, bowing.
Wu Bo patted his shoulder. Come, let us go to the back mountain to practice swordsmanship.
Though I am not adept in swordplay, I am more than capable of guiding you. Before they departed, Wu Bo hesitated, then asked, Holy One,
I must venture out of the valley tomorrow. Is there anything you need me to bring? Chen Changan, eyes closed, waved his hand dismissively. Remember to be cautious of snakes. Snakes? Wu Bo was taken aback.
Yes, snakes, particularly the black ones. Chen Changan rolled over, seemingly having fallen asleep.
Wu Bo scratched his head, filled with curiosity as he led Han Yu away.
The mountain stream gurgled melodiously as Chen Xingcai joyfully bounded to the familiar cave dwelling.
Master Xiao He, I have arrived.
The stone door of the cave slowly creaked open, revealing a vision clad in pure white. Ji Hongli, today adorning a rare snow-colored long gown, leaned gracefully against the jade table,
delicately pondering over a game of chess.
Upon hearing the voice, she glanced up with a gentle smile, the vermilion mole at the corner of her eye appearing even more vivid against the backdrop of her white attire.
Wow! Chen Xingcai's eyes sparkled. Master Xiao He looks stunning in white.
Ji Hongli paused in her movements, resting her forehead with a soft sigh. It seemed that the moniker Master Xiao He was one she could never shake off.
Here.
Chen Xingcai eagerly produced a book from her storage pouch. The golden embossed title I Am Captivated by the Cold and Distant Saint Volume 3 shimmering brightly on the cover. She had finished this tome quite some time ago.
Why was the fourth volume delayed?
Ji Hongli's lips curved into a subtle smile, and with a graceful sweep of her wide sleeves, a pristine volume of traditional binding appeared on the table.
The fourth volume? Chen Xingcai clutched the book tightly, her cheeks flushing with excitement.
Master Xiao He is the best.
How did you manage this?
Quite simple, Ji Hongli replied nonchalantly, adjusting the chess pieces.
During my recent excursion,
I happened to capture that author named Mo by Shang Hua.
What? Chen Xingcai's eyes widened in disbelief.
He was locked in a small room for half a month. With a flick of her finger, a chess piece landed decisively on the Tianyuan position. He was required to write at least 30,000 characters a day or go without food.
Chen Xingcai gasped. Of course, Ji Hongli added.
He was later rewarded with spirit stones as compensation. Master Xiao He truly is the best. The young girl cheered, leaping into her embrace, only to suddenly catch a whiff of blood.
Ha!
Why is there blood on your sleeve? You must be mistaken. Ji Hongli swiftly gathered her sleeves, steering the conversation elsewhere.
What level have you reached in the dancing like a frightened swan technique? Chen Xingcai immediately deflated, twisting the hem of her garment. Well, my father has recently taken in 2 elder brothers. So, from now on, I will have elder brothers to protect me.
She boldly raised her little face, declaring,
I can take it easy now. The term taking it easy, how was it even coined? Ji Hongli felt a mix of amusement and exasperation.
Her gaze swept over the faint shadows beneath Chen Xingcai's eyes, and she noticed the subtle creases on the book's corners. This girl had likely spent several nights sneaking peeks at the book, neglecting her training. Had she been her disciple back in the northern frontier, she would have surely been hung from a tree and chastised with willow branches.
Enough. Suddenly, Ji Hongli reached out and pinched Chen Xingcai's cheek. Starting tomorrow, you are to come to the cave every morning at dawn. Why? Because, Ji Hongli leaned down,
whispering softly in her ear, I also possess the manuscript for the 5th volume.
If you wish to see it.
Morning light filtered through the wisteria trellis in front of the cave, casting long shadows of the master and disciple. Meanwhile, in a distant small town, a best-selling author, confined for over 10 days, sat tearfully counting spirit stones. Chapter 57, Little White. Suddenly, Ji Hongli seemed to recall something, her delicate hand lightly clapping, and immediately the sound of quick, lively footsteps echoed from deep within the cave. A fluffy, snow-white figure tumbled forth like a cloud, a small wolf dog. Its coat as pristine as fresh snow, entirely devoid of blemish. Its ears stood erect, and its amber eyes sparkled brightly, while its tail wagged like a tiny windmill.
Wow! Chen Xingcai's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement as she squatted down, arms wide open. The little white dog leaped into her embrace, its damp nose affectionately nuzzling her cheek, prompting the young girl to erupt into peals of laughter.
It was named Little White. Ji Hongli observed the playful interaction between the girl and the dog. A subtle smile gracing her lips.
Do you like it?
Like it?
I absolutely adore it.
Chen Changan exclaimed, burying her face in the fluffy fur of Little White.
Overwhelmed with joy.
Not far away, the gray bear, which had been dozing, suddenly perked up its ears, its round, bean-like eyes wide with disbelief. It glanced between its excited little master and the unexpectedly appeared bundle of white fluff, its face a canvas of incredulity.
What is going on here?
Its instincts warned that the position it once deemed unassailable was now facing unprecedented challenge. With a plaintive growl, the gray bear ambled over,
pressing its large head against Chen Changan's back.
But I was your first furry companion.
Ji Hongli cast a sidelong glance at it.
The bear instantly froze,
its clear eyes reflecting Ji Hongli's half-smiling expression.
Quietly, it withdrew its paw and obediently sat beside her, adopting a simple and honest demeanor of submission. Little White is entrusted to your care, Ji Hongli gently tousled Chen Changan's hair, reminding her to look after it well.
Yes. I will groom it daily, feed it treats. And play with it. Chen Changan declared, cradling Little White with her left arm while embracing Little Gray with her right. From now on, we are a family of 3.
The gray bear.
No, I was here first.
As they bid farewell, Ji Hongli leaned against the cave entrance, the shadows of wisteria flowers cascading over her snow-white dress. Remember, she said, lightly tapping Chen Changan's forehead, come to the cave at dawn each day.
Or else undesirable events may unfold.
Got it, got it. Chen Changan exclaimed, bouncing away with Little White in her arms. Don't worry, Master Black. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Ji Hongli shook her head gently. Her fingers caressed the spine of the book titled I Am Captivated by the Aloof Sacred One. Volume 3, and she sighed softly. This girl likely hasn't taken the warning to heart at all. Then, a mischievous smile crept across her face as she pointed her finger, a wisp of green light quietly following Chen Changan before vanishing into her storage pouch. On the mountain path, the gray bear trailed closely behind its little master, stealing glances at the small white dog nestled in her arms. Little White suddenly turned its head and playfully stuck out its tongue at the gray bear. The gray bear. This life is unbearable. As the sun set, its golden rays bathing the courtyard, Chen Changan sat at a stone table, pouring himself a drink. Chen Changan bounced in, cradling a fluffy, snow-white ball in her arms. Father! You see, Master He has gifted me this little white one. Chen Changan lifted his gaze, his attention landing upon the entirely white little wolf dog. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the creature, particularly regarding its pair of amber eyes, as if he had encountered them somewhere before. Quite adorable, he remarked casually, pouring himself another glass of Zhuai Qianxiu. At that moment, the little white dog suddenly wriggled free from Chen Changan's embrace. Darting to Chen Changan's feet, gazing up at the wineglass in his hand, its pink tongue incessantly licking its nose, and its tail wagging like a small windmill.
Chen Changan raised an eyebrow. Do you wish to drink?
The little white dog barked in response, its front paws pawing at his trousers, its yearning evident in its eyes.
Smack! Chen Changan playfully swatted the dog's head. Little one, how old are you to desire wine?
Daddy Chen Changan immediately chimed in, her big, watery eyes pleading.
Just let it have a tiny taste.
Chen Changan glanced at his daughter's hopeful expression and then at the little white dog beneath him, its tail wagging furiously. With a resigned sigh, he conceded, well, this is the first time I've encountered a dog with a penchant for alcohol.
He retrieved a small cup,
pouring a shallow layer of Zhuai Qianxiu into it and placing it on the ground. The little white dog eagerly lunged for it, its pink tongue lapping up the drink,
quickly finishing every last drop. Woo! The little white dog, still unsatisfied, continued licking the cup, its tail wagging even more enthusiastically. Ha ha ha!
Among the trio of boys who had just returned from training, Han Yu was the first to burst into laughter. This dog has become quite the character.
Xiao Chen couldn't help but chuckle as well. Its drinking style is more adept than that of certain individuals. Li Hanzhou rarely displayed a smile,
but he reached out to pat the little white dog on the head. It seems we have a little drunkard here.
After finishing its drink,
the little white dog staggered a few steps before plopping down with a thud, letting out a massive yawn, its eyelids beginning to droop.
Is it drunk?
Chen Changan crouched down, poking the little white dog's nose. The dog gave a dazed whimper, rolled over onto its back, exposing its fluffy belly, and soon began to snore softly. The onlookers erupted into laughter at this sight, and Chen Changan found himself unable to suppress a smile. However, as his gaze fell upon the little white dog once more, that inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him.
Could this dog truly be just an ordinary one?
He shook his head, raising his wineglass and downing the contents in one gulp.
Well, since it was gifted by Ji Hongli, there should be no cause for concern.
In the courtyard, the sounds of laughter mingled with the evening breeze. The inebriated little white dog dreamed away, occasionally kicking its legs and smacking its lips,
as if reliving some delightful adventure.
Chapter 58, the day of Chen Xingsai's suffering. As the first light of dawn broke, the sky outside began to glow faintly. Chen Xingsai rubbed her weary eyes and reluctantly tucked away "I have been captured by the cold and distant Saint Lord," Volume 4 into her storage bag.
Had Hua Qianlei truly forgiven the Saint Lord?
She murmured to herself, stifling a great yawn. The fleeting pleasure of hurting a spouse would inevitably lead to the fiery trials of courting. She deserved it. Her eyelids felt as heavy as if laden with lead. Over the past couple of days, she had clandestinely indulged in novels during her training breaks, relying on Uncle Wu's leniency to snatch a brief hour of slumber. As for the daily visits to the cave-dwelling mandated by her instructor, Mr. Hay, those had long been cast aside. However, if she continued to forego sleep,
even her normally oblivious father would surely notice something amiss.
She collapsed onto her soft bed and instantly succumbed to deep slumber.
Unbeknownst to her,
the opening of the storage bag subtly quivered. The book "I have been captured by the cold and distant Saint Lord," Volume 4 silently drifted out,
its pages fluttering as if caressed by invisible hands.
It hovered above Chen Xingsai, the gilded patterns on its spine glimmering with an eerie sheen in the morning light. Upon awakening, Chen Xingsai groggily stretched her limbs. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a chill creeping along her back, as though something was watching her.
Odd.
She glanced around, finding her room empty except for Little White, sprawled out in a deep slumber. Before the bronze mirror, she scrutinized the increasingly prominent dark circles under her eyes and nervously touched her face. Thankfully, it was still within the realm of insomnia that could be brushed aside. Pushing open the door, the morning sun poured into the courtyard, filling the air with a refreshing vibrancy.
"Xingsai, good morning."
Her senior brother, Xiao Chen, stood nearby. Clad in a jade-green robe, his demeanor as gentle as jade. He was her favorite brother after her father, always kind and never scolding her for her laziness.
"Brother Xiao Chen!" she exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards him. Yet, his gaze upon her bore an oddity.
He furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes lingering for a moment above her head, before his pupils dilated in shock, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary.
"Xingsai, did you rest well last night?"
His voice carried a hint of stiffness.
"Quite well."
She tilted her head, puzzled.
"Why?"
Xiao Chen swallowed hard, hesitating to respond.
Ultimately,
his gaze averted past her shoulder, his complexion suddenly paling.
I just remembered I have some unfinished homework, I must be off."
With that, he turned and hurried away, his footsteps betraying a hint of panic.
Brother Xiao Chen? Chen Xingsai stood there, bewildered.
Instinctively, she glanced behind her only to find emptiness. The morning breeze rustling through the treetops with a soft whisper.
What was that all about?
With her mind swirling in confusion, Chen Xingsai kicked at the pebbles as she made her way to the living room, where she encountered Hanyu and Li Hanzhou walking side by side.
"Brother Hanyu." "Brotherly." She greeted them with a bright smile and a wave. Although Brother Hanyu may not possess the gentleness of Brother Xiao Chen,
he often regales her with amusing tales from the outside world.
Conversely, Brother Li Hanzhou, typically reticent, exudes a mature demeanor and meticulous thoughtfulness,
allowing her to sense the softness within his heart. At that moment, Hanyu was cradling a freshly picked spiritual fruit when he abruptly halted upon seeing her,
nearly dropping his basket.
Li Hanzhou's back stiffened, a rare flicker of panic flashing across his usually composed eyes.
"Star, Sheng Kai."
Hanyu chuckled awkwardly, his gaze uncontrollably drifting towards her head, noting the splendid weather.
Chen Xingkai tilted her head. "Why do you seem so strange?" "Ah. Haven tea, you noticed?"
That is undoubtedly because, before he could finish, Li Hanzhou swiftly covered Han Yu's mouth, applying enough pressure to elicit wide-eyed surprise from the latter. We just remembered that we haven't practiced the sword techniques our master assigned us, Li Hanzhou's voice was taut, resembling a bowstring drawn to its limit. As he pulled Han Yu away, bidding farewell. Wait! Chen Changan stamped her foot. What on earth are you two? But her words were cut short as they slipped into the bamboo grove, faint sounds of Han Yu's struggle echoing, oldly. What are you doing? Clearly, The latter part of her sentence dissolved into muffled protests. What is happening? Chen Changan scratched her head, but soon cast her confusion aside. After all, as the queen of the valley, everyone adored her, and the concept of trouble had never resided in her little mind. Unbeknownst to her, just 3 inches above her head, the book I Am Captured by the Aloof Saint Master, Volume 4 was quietly suspended in the air. Father! Chen Changan bounced into the living room, her skirt creating a jingling sound as it swayed. Chen Changan, who was brewing tea, turned upon hearing her voice, his smile abruptly freezing in place. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to grasp something, revealing a look of sudden enlightenment, followed by a hint of a dangerous smile. Come here, he set down the teapot. Oblivious to the looming danger, Chen Changan approached with a puzzled expression. Then, Chen Changan crouched down, his fingertips gently brushing over the dark circles under his daughter's eyes. Tell father, why has your progress with the graceful as a flying swan technique been stagnant recently? Because. Chen Changan's gaze instinctively drifted upward, then she forcibly stilled it, because it's just too difficult. She tugged at her father's sleeve. The meridian pathways are so convoluted that they make my head spin. Chen Changan squinted, then what about these dark circles? Because I've been obsessively pondering the techniques, leading to sleepless nights. Her voice suddenly rose, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Amidst the fragrant tea, Chen Changan leaned closer to his daughter's hair, taking a sniff. Could it be? He leisurely plucked a piece of golden foil from her locks. You've been staying up late reading some inexplicable book, resulting in your insomnia? Father, I haven't been reading anything. Her words trailed off. Chen Changan's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched her father's hand, like a butterfly flitting through flowers, reach above her head. He had effortlessly retrieved the book I Am Captured by the Aloof Saint Master, Volume 4. The pages continued to flutter as if an invisible hand were engrossed in the captivating passage where the revered master pressed Hua Qianlei against the jade steps. Could you elucidate? Chen Changan shook the book, its cover depicting the entwined protagonists shimmering under the sunlight. Why does it hover 3 inches above your head? I am unsure how it. Chen Changan's face flushed crimson as she suddenly caught sight of her 3 senior brothers peering curiously at the door. It became clear why they were all present today. Xiaochen swiftly withdrew his head, while Han Yu's cough resonated from behind a pillar. And Li Hanzhou discreetly carried away the little white dog, eager for the spectacle. It seems I have been too indulgent with you of late. A flicker of azure flame ignited at the tip of Chen Changan's finger. This nonsensical book. Do not burn it. Chen Changan leaped forward to grasp his arm. Master, it took a great deal for me to. Realizing the implications of her words, she faltered. Ji Hongli? Chen Changan's temple throbbed ominously. Very well. Should the opportunity arise, I shall personally extend my thanks to her. The book, suspended in midair, suddenly snapped shut and trembled as it drifted toward the door, only to be halted by a beam of golden light. Chen Changan lifted his daughter by the scruff of her neck. Wu Bo. Yes, came Wu Bo's voice from outside, eerily subdued. From this day forth, ensure Xingcai practices the dance like a frightened swan 30 times daily. Understood, master. As he weighed the gilded book in his hands, a smile emerged that sent shivers down the spines of the 3 disciples. I shall first take good care of this for you, good care of it. As for what follows. Outside the window, the gray bear, having been a reluctant eavesdropper throughout, quietly covered its eyes with a paw. Subsequently, the once assertive valley tyrant, Chen Changan, found herself seized by her father and soundly spanked. Chapter 59, Nightmare. The sunlight lazily draped over the lawn in the valley as Xiaochen reclined on his back. A tuft of foxtail grass held delicately between his lips, its tip swaying gently with his breath. In the cerulean sky, a few white clouds drifted leisurely, reminiscent of those he had observed in his childhood in the backyard of the Shao family.
Ah, the Shao family.
He found himself momentarily lost in thought, his mind wandering back to the past. In those days, he had fallen from grace. Not only was he overlooked and ridiculed by the outside world, but within his own family, he was often met with scorn. During the Clan S assessments, he could feel the gazes filled with either pity or mockery.
Yet now,
his master, Chen Changan, treated him like a beloved son. The newly arrived junior brother Han Yu showed him great respect,
and even the usually aloof Li Hanzhou sought his guidance during sword practice.
Such days felt almost too beautiful to be real.
What was Linger doing now? Suddenly,
the image of Shao Linger surfaced in his mind, the cousin who always encouraged him, one of the few in the Shao family who genuinely cared for him. Having departed 2 years ago, she must have joined a sect by now. With her talent, she must be shining brightly.
Senior brother.
Han Yu's voice called from a distance, interrupting his reverie. Shao Chen turned to see Han Yu waving at him from the hillside.
It's time for our studies. I'm coming.
He sprang up with a nimble leap, brushing off the grass clippings from his clothes, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. The shadows of the past had long dissipated. He now had a new family and a fresh beginning.
Linger, I hope you are faring well too. He hastened towards Han Yu, their figures gradually disappearing into the lush valley, leaving behind the chewed foxtail grass swaying gently in the breeze. Meanwhile, amidst the tranquility of the valley, far away in the imperial city of Zhengzhou. Ah!
Ji Lingxiu suddenly sat up from her gilded bed. Her snow-white nightgown soaked with cold sweat, the translucent fabric clinging to her delicate curves. The brocade blanket had slipped down to her waist, revealing a pair of long,
jade-like legs, skin glowing with a porcelain-like sheen under the light of the night pearl. Faint pink impressions from sleep marked her knees. Princess?
A palace maid on night duty hurriedly lifted the silk curtains, only to find her mistress lost in thought, clutching at her chest. Moonlight streamed through the intricately carved window, perfectly illuminating the segment of thigh that peeked from beneath her nightgown, as if gilding a piece of mutton-fat jade with a silver edge.
Even the seasoned palace maid, accustomed to the beauty of the court, could not help but hold her breath. This startled demeanor was even more bewitching than her usual dignified appearance. Leave, this palace is unscathed.
Ji Lingxiu raised her hand to sweep her disheveled hair behind her shoulder, the motion causing her nightgown to slip further open. As her right leg subconsciously bent, the knee pressed against the edge of the bed, creating an alluring indentation, while the line of her calf extended into the shadows. At the moment her toes touched the ground, the arch of her foot formed a breathtaking curve.
Dismissing the maid, the splendid princess of the Dezhou dynasty,
adored by many, now gasped for breath, her slender fingers gripping the brocade blanket tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. She had just experienced an exceedingly long dream, in which her formidable ancestor unexpectedly perished during his own birthday banquet. Subsequently, the coalition of sects and noble families seemed to launch a premeditated assault, converging upon the capital city of Tianjing. Despite her mind now being clear, the ghastly scenes of bloodshed from the dream lingered vividly before her. The city ablaze, the anguished screams of the royal family. Most notably, she herself, having narrowly escaped Tianjing, fell victim to the treachery of her most trusted maid, meeting a tragic end on the journey to Qingzhou. Ji Lingxiu stared blankly at her trembling hands. This dream was all too real. Suddenly, she leaped barefoot from her bed, disregarding her attire, and rushed toward the palace doors. Upon pushing open the vermilion doors, she collided with the hurried figure of the Grand Steward, Wei Qing. Steward Wei. She grasped the sleeve of this elderly man who had served her father in the Great Zhou for much of his life.
What time is it now? Wei Qing,
taken aback by her sudden gesture, replied, Your Highness, it is the 4th month of the 171st year of the Changping era.
Have you forgotten?
Tonight marks the birthday of His Majesty the Grand Emperor.
Tonight?
Her voice turned sharply piercing.
What of father?
His Majesty is in the Zicheng Hall receiving an inspector from Qingzhou, who claims to have urgent matters to report in person.
Before he could finish, Ji Lingxiu felt as though struck by lightning. The Qingzhou inspector.
Memories surged like a tidal wave. This was the very person. Everything began to unfold with the arrival of that inspector from Qingzhou. Prepare the carriage. Immediately to the Zicheng Hall. She spun around and dashed back to her chamber, her bare feet feeling the coldness of the golden bricks beneath her. Suddenly, she realized a shocking truth: this was not a dream. She, Princess Jilingxiu of the Great Zhou, had been reborn. "Your Highness, your shoes." A palace maid hurried after her, holding a pair of embroidered shoes. Yet Jilingxiu had already snatched a scarlet palace gown from the screen.
There is still time. It must not be too late.
As she burst out of her chamber, the eastern sky was already brightening. In the morning mist, she seemed to catch a glimpse of the maid who had betrayed her, lairs. Jilingxiu's fingertips dug deep into her palm, blood seeping through her fingers, yet she felt no pain.
Lairs.
The images from her memories pierced her mind like a sharp blade: the maid who had grown up alongside her, her apricot-shaped eyes always filled with gentle smiles, never pulling her hair painfully while grooming. During their flight, it was that delicate hand that draped a final dry cloak over her on a stormy night. "Your Highness, have a sip of hot soup." The voice from her memories echoed in her ears, only to transform into the chilling sound of a dagger being unsheathed. Jilingxiu pressed her hand to her chest, where the cold ache still lingered. She vividly recalled how, when the torches of the pursuers illuminated the rainy night, lairs had whispered softly behind her, "Do not be afraid, Your Highness," and then, she had plunged the poisoned dagger inch by inch into her heart. This time, she was acutely aware that the formidable presence of her grandfather, who had dominated the celestial monument for millennia, was beyond her capacity to challenge. Yet, a glimmer of determination flickered in Jilingxiu's eyes. "No. Even if it meant sacrificing everything, I must prevent this from happening." Chapter 60, Inside the Purple Hall. Father. Jilingxiu abruptly pushed open the gilded doors of the Purple Hall, her crimson palace attire swirling around her like blood with each hurried step. Her gaze instantly fixated on the figure clad in azure robes, Ling Zhanxue, the inspector of Qingzhou's Qingyang city. Yet, in the next breath, her pupils constricted in disbelief. This was not right. This was entirely wrong. The Ling Zhanxue from her memory should have been grievously wounded, his left arm severed at the shoulder, hastily bandaged chest still seeping blood, and his complexion as pale as that of a corpse. However, the person before her, Ling Zhanxue, turned at the sound of her voice. His long hair, tied with a jade crown, impeccably arranged, and his countenance as strikingly handsome as cold jade. As he saluted, his official robe shimmered with silver threads like flowing waves, and the jade token suspended at his waist glistened with a warm translucence in the sunlight, revealing not a trace of injury. "Your humble servant pays respects to the princess." His voice was as crisp and clear as the sound of pines after snowfall. A stark contrast to the hoarse and dying tone she remembered. Jilingxiu's fingertips dug deep into her palm. Could it be that my rebirth is merely an illusion? Just a nightmare of my own making? Doubt began to creep back into Jilingxiu's mind. Lingxiu? Emperor Changping set down his vermilion brush, a hint of confusion in his eyes. If any other prince had barged into the Purple Hall, he would have been reprimanded immediately. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction towards his daughter standing before him. "Father." Jilingxiu swiftly gathered her thoughts, a delicate smile gracing her lips, as if the previous lapse had never occurred. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, the tassels of her ornate gown cascaded, and she transformed back into the proud and noble princess adorned in exquisite finery. "I merely wished to consult with you on a trivial matter." Unaware that the esteemed inspector was in session, and thus I have intruded. She slightly curtsied, the flowing tassels enhancing her regal demeanor. Seeing her composed expression, Emperor Changping relaxed his brow and spoke gently, "No matter, since you are here, you might as well listen in." Jilingxiu nodded, gracefully taking a seat beside the imperial desk, her gaze discreetly landing on Ling Zhanxue. He remained unperturbed. Continuing his report, Elder Wang Sonzhou of the Wang family in Qingyang City has annihilated the Eight Symbols sect. However, this is not the most crucial matter. The most significant revelation is that during my investigation, he conspired with the Star River Elder of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, attempting to deceive the heavens with an astrological instrument and orchestrate an ambush against me. What? Is this true? The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion has also taken part in this? While Emperor Changping maintained a calm demeanor upon hearing about the Wang family's massacre of the Eight Symbols sect, he could no longer remain composed upon learning of the collusion with the aristocracy. The Great Zhou could restrain all aristocratic families and sects of the Xianying continent not merely through the oversight of inspectors across various regions, but also due to the unparalleled strategies of the national master Xian Tian and the neutrality of the heavenly mechanism pavilion. This ensured that the aristocratic families and sects dared not recklessly disrupt the established order, otherwise, facing the might of 1,000,000 celestial soldiers, even the formidable Wang family could easily be reduced to dust. At that moment, Ji Lingxiu lightly tapped her fingers on the table and suddenly spoke, "Esteemed inspector.
There is a matter I find perplexing."
Ling Zhanshu erased his gaze. "Please, speak, princess."
Wang Songzhou and the Star River Elder are both seasoned experts who have delved deeply into the realm of longevity for many years. Yet you have only recently entered this realm. How is it that you managed to escape unscathed from their ambush? Her voice, gentle yet unmistakably sharp, enveloped the hall in an immediate silence.
Even the Emperor Changping cast a curious glance. Ling Zhanshu momentarily faltered, and for the first time, a rare embarrassment flickered across his features, his ears subtly tinged with crimson. Clearing his throat softly, he replied, "Your Highness, I indeed found it difficult to extricate myself. But I encountered a friend along the way, one of considerable expertise, who aided me in vanquishing the two."
Friend? Ji Lingxiu raised an eyebrow.
Intrigued by the identity of this eminent individual capable of so effortlessly defeating two formidable Longxing realm warriors, Ling Zhanshu's gaze briefly flickered, as if grappling with words, ultimately murmuring, "He prefers to remain inconspicuous."
"I hope your Highness can understand."
Ji Lingxiu scrutinized his slightly flushed face. Her heart swirling with questions. Ling Zhanshu had always been stoic and composed. When had he ever revealed such emotion upon mentioning someone? Who could this friend be? Was he, like herself, someone who had been reborn? She lowered her gaze to conceal her curiosity, yet a faint, elusive smile graced her lips. It seemed that the esteemed inspector had indeed forged an extraordinary friendship. When Ling Zhanshu departed, the palace doors gradually closed behind him, leaving the Zichuan hall enveloped in tranquility. The Emperor Changping set down his vermilion brush and looked toward Ji Lingxiu. "Speak, what has compelled you to such urgency?" Ji Lingxiu inhaled deeply, her fingers tightening around her sleeve. "Father, I had a terrible dream last night." "Oh?" The Emperor raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "My illustrious princess. When did you become so easily disturbed by mere nightmares?" "I dreamt that," her voice grew somber, "tonight, during the Grand Ancestor's birthday celebration, an assassination attempt occurs. And the Grand Ancestor falls on the spot." Before she could finish, the Emperor erupted into laughter, the sound reverberating through the hall and causing the candle flames to flicker. "Absurd! The Grand Ancestor has dominated the celestial rankings for years. The foremost cultivator in the realm." Suddenly, as if recalling something, his voice softened, and he added, "Even if he is not the absolute strongest, he is certainly among the top 2 of this age. How could anyone possibly assassinate him? Moreover, do you think our national master, Xian Tianjun, is merely a figurehead?" Ji Lingxiu's gaze sharpened as she replied softly, "What if the Tianji Pavilion supports them? What if they assist in concealing the heavenly secrets?" The Emperor shook his head, a glimmer of profound meaning in his eyes. "The head of the Tianji Pavilion would never side with the aristocratic families. You will inevitably learn the truth of this matter in due time. As for what Inspector Ling reported, it is undoubtedly the personal act of that Star River venerable from the Tianji Pavilion." Rising, he swept his dragon robe sleeves across the table. "I shall discuss this matter with Xian Tianjun, you need not worry." Ji Lingxiu gazed at her father's retreating figure, remaining silent, her heart heavy with disappointment. Chapter 61, The dragon's armor unraveled. The 6 saints usurped the sovereign. Ji Lingxiu stood before the copper mirror in her chamber, her reflection still exuding an air of opulence, her brocade gown accentuating her porcelain skin. Yet, her eyes betrayed a chilling coldness. Slowly, she raised her hand, the tips of her fingers coalescing with a thread of spiritual energy, feeble as a flickering candle in the wind. "The realm of saints." Merely contemplating those 2 words suffocated her with an overwhelming sense of pressure. In the presence of true powerhouses, her proud cultivation and noble lineage felt as fragile as that of an infant. "Ha!" A sudden laughter escaped her, tinged with unprecedented self-mockery and bitterness. "Indeed. I am so utterly weak. The spiritual energy at her fingertips dissipated abruptly as she clenched her fist, her nails digging painfully into her palm, blood trickling through her fingers, staining the golden embroidery of her sleeves. If she could not change her fate, then at the very least, she must leave a glimmer of hope for the great Zhou. Turning towards the inner chamber, she retrieved a storage pouch from a concealed compartment. Methodically collecting vital items, an amulet bestowed by her ancestor, a jade tablet inscribed with royal secrets, and the dragon-patterned jade pendant that validated her identity. "Princess?" A gentle voice called from behind, causing Ji Lingxiu's spine to stiffen. Lear stood outside the beaded curtain, holding a teacup, her almond eyes filled with concern, maintaining her usual demeanor of obedience and grace. "I have brewed a calming tea for you." Ji Lingxiu slowly turned, her gaze landing on Lear's familiar yet loathsome face. It was this very hand. She could almost feel the icy touch of the dagger piercing her back, a phantom pain tugging at her chest. A surge of murderous intent threatened to shatter her composure. She longed to seize Lear by the throat, to make her taste the agony of betrayal. Yet ultimately, she merely accepted the teacup with a calm demeanor, her fingers betraying not a hint of tremor. "Place it here, I shall drink it later." Lear bowed and retreated, her back still exuding the same reverence. Ji Lingxiu's gaze bore into the cup of tea, her eyes icy with resolve. "I cannot act." To kill her now would only alert the others. She had briefly considered feigning madness, rushing before her ancestor to unveil the truth. But then she pondered, who would believe a deranged princess? In the eyes of those exalted beings, her words would hold no weight. Ultimately, it was her weakness that bound her. For the first time, she felt an intense hatred for her own frailty. Outside the window, the cold wind wailed, seemingly mocking her impotence. Ji Lingxiu closed her eyes, burying all her resentment deep within her heart. Since she could not alter the outcome, then at the very least, she must survive until the end. That night, the imperial city shimmered as if it were day. Countless glass lanterns illuminated the night sky. Ji Wuqing sat high upon the 9-tiered jade platform, draped in a robe of dark gold, his white hair cascading like snow, yet his visage retained the extraordinary handsomeness of youth. 6 myriad years had left no mark upon him, save for the depths of his eyes, which held a weight capable of suppressing the entire Xianian continent. In reverent celebration of the eternal life of the great founder, amidst the thunderous shouts of adoration, the envoys of various sects lowered their heads, concealing the resentment and fear that simmered beneath. No matter the depth of their animosity, they were compelled to kneel before the revered figure who had subdued an entire era. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the tiles before the jade steps shattered, and a dark shadow erupted from the earth like a specter. As the pitch-black blade pierced the air, time itself seemed to freeze within the grand hall. The blade was entwined with a bizarre gray mist, and wherever it passed, even the fabric of space began to decay and shatter. This was not merely an assassination, but a meticulously orchestrated act of regicide centuries in the making. Almost simultaneously, 5 seemingly inconspicuous attendants from the guest seats sprang into action, their blood-red artifacts weaving together to form a net that obscured the heavens and covered the sun. The threads of this net were composed of countless tiny dragon scales, each etched with an intricate array of curse runes. The celestial formation, heavenly dragon disarmament. The shocked exclamation of the national master, Xian Tianjun, was drowned out by the cacophony of collapsing laws. Who could have imagined that such formidable beings from the Holy Realm would willingly lie in wait beneath the earth for 100 days? Even going so far as to seal their own powers and masquerade as dead men? Moreover, the other 5 shamelessly pretended to be attendants, smiling as they served wine and tea to the guests. Yet, these 6 figures were draped in black cloaks, their faces concealed from view. The golden Dao fire suddenly ignited upon Ji Wuqing's ceremonial robe, but to his horror, the net's threads became even more crimson upon contact with the flames. Under the horrified gazes of all present, Ji Wuqing, who was renowned as the invulnerable Xiantian's sacred body, began to shed his defenses as though they were mere shells. A muffled thud echoed as the obsidian blade penetrated his chest. With a resounding crash, the blood-soaked formation enveloped the entire imperial city in tremors. Death. Ji Wuqing seethed with fury, utterly unprepared for the audacity of these individuals to lay an ambush during his birthday, at the very heart of the Dazhou power structure. Ignoring his internal injuries, he unleashed a punch that reverberated through the void, a towering dragon shadow roaring forth to confront one of the black-clad figures.
The individual hastily raised his palm to receive the blow but was forced back 100 yards, the black veil torn at the edges by the force of the wind, revealing a pale jawline with a trickle of golden blood at the corner of his mouth. The chains of the heavenly dragon disarmament formation ensnared Ji Wuching, dimming the golden radiance of the Xiantian sacred body to the flicker of a dying candle, yet his offensive surged with even greater ferocity. The 6 holy beings found themselves momentarily unable to approach. His sacred form had been compromised, and he could not endure for long. Another holy figure shouted coldly, the black blade once again thrusting toward Ji Wuching's heart, its edge entwined with decaying laws that tore apart the very fabric of space. With a disdainful snort, Ji Wuching's battered Xiantian sacred body quaked fiercely, and he brazenly met the blade with his chest, his right hand clawing tightly around the assailant's wrist. What pretentiousness to claim the title of sacred! Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as the holy figure emitted a muffled groan, his wrist crushed. The black blade slipping from his grasp, yet still drawn by the laws, it once more plunged into Ji Wuching's chest. Blood spewed forth, but Ji Wuching appeared oblivious, retaliating with a powerful punch that sent the third assailant hurtling away, crashing through several palaces amidst a cloud of dust. Continue the formation. Trap him. 6 revered saints simultaneously channeled their energies, and the blood-red chains of the heavenly dragoness disarmament array tightened abruptly, coiling around Ji Wuching's limbs like a venomous serpent, restraining his every movement. Concurrently, 6 distinct laws of the sacred realm intertwined to form a net that sealed the heavens and earth, severing all avenues of retreat. Bloodied and battered, Ji Wuching's Xiantian sacred body began to fracture, yet his gaze grew ever more piercing. Do you truly believe you can usurp the throne? He bellowed, casting his head back in a fierce cry. The remnants of the ancestral dragon's power within him erupted forth, enveloping him in a golden radiance akin to a blazing sun. And he forcefully severed half of the chains binding him. Burial of the heavens. He struck the earth with a colossal fist, causing the very veins of the imperial city to surge, an infinite torrent of dragon energy ascending skyward, transforming into a cataclysmic flood that swept towards the 6 saints. Poof! The 6 revered saints simultaneously spat blood and staggered backward, their veils torn asunder by the fierce winds, yet they still concealed their true visages with secret arts, though the terror in their eyes was unmistakable. Do not fear. He is but a dying ember, this is his final strike. The 6, no longer holding back, unleashed their most formidable attacks, their laws intertwining into a beam of annihilating light that pierced straight towards Ji Wuching's brow. Boom! The golden light erupted, and the Xiantian sacred body finally shattered completely. Ji Wuching remained standing, his chest pierced by a dark blade, a crimson fissure carved into his brow. Yet his form remained unyielding. So it is you, so it is thus, he chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over the 6, filled with a blend of reluctance, regret, and hatred. Then, his body began to disintegrate inch by inch, dissolving into a cascade of golden light. The 6 revered saints, undeterred, awaited until the golden radiance had fully dissipated. One among them slowly raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and murmured, "Leave." Shadows flickered, and the 6 vanished in an instant. The events unfolded with alarming rapidity. It was not until this moment that the sounds of screams, wails, and collisions erupted chaotically. The ancestor has fallen? A minister collapsed to the ground, his jade cup shattering into 1,000 pieces. Run! Flee! The guest area was thrown into disarray. The jeweled hairpins of elegantly dressed noblewomen scattered, trampled by the panicked crowd, emissaries of various sects overturned wine tables, exquisite liquors splattering across the crimson carpet. Resembling a river of blood spreading forth, several elderly members of the royal family stumbled forward, only to be jostled about by the fleeing throngs. Protect the sovereign! Protect the sovereign! The commander of the Imperial Guard shouts were drowned in the cacophony of chaos. Suddenly, a deafening crack reverberated from the eastern corridor. The remnants of the holy battle had fractured a supporting pillar, causing the entire glass ceiling to collapse with a thunderous crash. Amidst the flying shards of tile, the wails continued unabated, and from outside the city emerged a relentless chorus of battle cries, swelling like a tide, shaking the dilapidated palace walls. The general, clutching his tiger talisman, felt his pupils constrict, his sword at his waist emitting a disquieting clang. Those once inscrutable power brokers now drained of color. The air was thick with an oppressive tension, rendering even the slowest of palace maids frozen in place. Unanimously,
All gazes turned towards the direction of the city's outskirts, as a dreadful consensus exploded within each heart. After this night, the world would change. Chapter 62, a game of chess with you. Regardless of the turmoil engulfing the Xianing continent outside, at this moment, within the heart of a certain esteemed saint, only a small valley could occupy his thoughts. At present, Chen Changan paced back and forth before Ji Hongli's cave dwelling, having done so countless times. His brow furrowed and his fingers instinctively opening and closing. This could not continue. The image of his daughter, Chen Xingxai. Clutching the book, I was captivated by the aloof saint. Volume 4 surged in his mind, causing a vein to throb at his temple.
What a nonsensical book. As a teacher, how could he allow his daughter to indulge in such content?
At this moment, he had come to confront Ji Hongli.
Taking a deep breath,
he steeled himself. Today he must have a serious discussion with Ji Hongli.
If she remained stubbornly unyielding, then he would revoke her qualifications as Xingxai's teacher. I, Chen Changan, am, after all, a saint.
Indeed, Chen Changan felt a swell of pride. He recalled his recent journeys, where those once daunting cultivators of this world seemed no longer so formidable.
Thus, the black serpent must have been an anomaly. Perhaps he himself was unexpectedly strong.
His lost confidence gradually resurfaced, while it did not propel him to burst forth from the valley proclaiming, "The heavens did not give birth to one like me, Chen Changan." At the very least, he believed he could manage a rural woman, even if she were to be a tad more beautiful. The crux of the matter was to cease poisoning his daughter's mind.
Finally, he took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and was about to call out. But at that moment, "You have been pacing back and forth for half an hour, is there something you wish to discuss with me?"
A voice,
cool yet tinged with curiosity, resonated from behind.
Chen Changan stiffened, slowly turning around. Ji Hongli, clad in flowing white garments, lazily leaned against an ancient tree beside the cave, her fingers toying with a strand of hair, regarding him with a half-smile. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon her, accentuating her snow-like complexion and picturesque features.
When did she arrive? Why was there no sign of her presence in my spiritual perception? Chen Changan furrowed his brow,
only to be captivated by the enchanting scene before him. An adage states that one must be filial to appear charming. Draped in a sheer white gown that fluttered in the breeze, Ji Hongli appeared a stark contrast to the alluring dark attire he had previously witnessed. The white fabric, as pure as snow, complemented her skin, which seemed as translucent as cold jade, yet the slight curve of her upturned lips exuded an air of languid allure. Her bare feet, delicate and pale, were lightly crossed at the ankles, the tips barely grazing the ground, as if teasing the earth. The shape of her feet was exquisite. The arch of her instep resembled a fine bow, with faint veins visible beneath her skin. Her toes, like pearls, were unadorned yet radiated a natural blush,
reminiscent of freshly bloomed peach petals.
Occasionally, a breeze would sweep by, lifting her flowing garment to reveal a glimpse of her snowy calves,
their lines as smooth as a masterful painting.
Though her soles bore traces of earth and grass, it only enhanced her ethereal presence, adding a touch of otherworldly grace. She casually swayed her feet, the silver bells adorning her ankles chiming with a clear, melodious sound, resonating in the tranquil forest, a delightful contrast to the surrounding stillness. Chen Changan felt a tightness in his throat, as the carefully prepared words suddenly faltered.
Damn.
It dawned on him that he seemed to have very rarely found himself alone with women, especially someone like Ji Hongli, exceedingly beautiful yet exuding an air of danger. Yet perhaps it was the sense of responsibility that accompanied fatherhood that compelled him to reluctantly redirect his gaze. He opened his mouth, his voice inexplicably dry.
"I am here to discuss matters regarding Xingxai." A slight arch of Ji Hongli's brow accompanied the gentle parting of her crimson lips. "Oh?"
With just that single word, Chen Changan felt his confidence diminish significantly.
No. This cannot continue. Just as he hesitated on how to proceed,
his eyes fell upon the chessboard beneath the ancient tree, the very gift he had crafted and presented to Ji Hongli earlier. A spark of inspiration ignited within him.
"How about, before we continue, we engage in a game of chess?"
he proposed with feigned calmness, hoping to assert some authority over her in this manner. Ji Hongli raised an eyebrow, a playful curve gracing her lips. "Very well." They took their seats on opposite sides of the chessboard. While the board appeared ordinary, it concealed profound secrets, and the pieces were meticulously crafted spiritual artifacts by Chen Changan.
However,
His intention was never to engage in a serious match with Ji Honli, thus, at this moment, he refrained from taking the pieces. Instead, he summoned his spiritual energy, forming a jet-black piece that materialized out of thin air and landed with a decisive thud in the center of the board. "Please," he said, his gaze intense, revealing a hint of pride. To his surprise, Ji Honli smiled faintly, her delicate fingers lifting as a piece of pristine white jade formed at her fingertips, settling steadily onto the board. Chen Changan's pupils constricted, yet he soon relaxed again. "All right, let's see how long you can hold out." The sound of their moves, seemingly ordinary, belied the fierce clash of their spiritual energies. Each piece that fell bore the weight of immense spiritual pressure. After a considerable time, Chen Changan, who had initially felt at ease, was abruptly forced to retreat step by step. How could this be? Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his once fluid spiritual energy began to wane. In stark contrast, Ji Honli remained composed, even taking the leisure to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Finally, with the last piece placed, Chen Changan lost by the narrowest of margins. He sat dazed before the chessboard, his heart tumultuous with a storm of disbelief. Just a quarter of an hour ago, he had regained his confidence after 2 outings, only to have it shattered to pieces by Ji Honli's deft hand. The black serpent was a coincidence, but surely Ji Honli could not be a mere happenstance as well? It was one thing to encounter a boss-level black serpent, but could he truly stumble upon a neighbor who was also a boss? Yet, why was it that those outside appeared so weak? Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. Another terrifying thought emerged in his mind, indeed. As he recalled from the novels he had previously perused, during the early stages when protagonists were still feeble, high-level combatants were generally quite rare. Just like a cultivator in the nascent soul stage could be revered as a nascent soul ancestor. However, as the protagonists gradually grew stronger, an array of hidden powerhouses would inevitably emerge. The balance of power would swiftly collapse, ushering in an era where extraordinary beings were commonplace and the sacred realms were deemed worthless. Thus, it was precisely because the current heirs of destiny, his 2 disciples, were still in their infancy that he could showcase his prowess without restraint. Once those prodigies began to mature, at that point, it would not be long before celestial beings were abundant, and the sacred realms would be considered less than trivial. Yes, it must be so. Foolishness. Chen Changan. Is it not better to bide one's time? Why rush out to meet death? Ji Honli observed the man before her, his expression shifting like the wind, and let out a soft chuckle. "Shall we continue?" Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon her exquisite visage. Yet it could not penetrate Chen Changan's currently frigid heart. Chapter 63, Chen Changan's determination to strive. He grows stronger once more. Gazing at the chessboard, where victory was claimed by the narrowest of margins, Ji Honli sighed inwardly. Had she not glimpsed a hint of the grandeur beyond the sacred realm in recent years? She might very well have found herself the one defeated today. The illustrious figures of humanity from 100,000 years ago flitted through her mind. Yet none possessed the extraordinary talent of the man before her. Fortunately, he was not an adversary of the demon clan, Ji Honli mused. Meanwhile, Chen Changan took a deep breath, finally managing to suppress the feeling of defeat from their recent match. With great effort, he resisted the urge to flee and fixed his determined gaze upon Ji Honli. "Miss Ji, the reason I sought you today is for another matter." Ji Honli regarded him with a questioning look. "It concerns Xingsai," he said, his voice low and earnest. Memories of Chen Xingsai's large, panda-like eyes invaded his thoughts. "The books you provided her are still too advanced. She is but a child, easily lost in those texts, and her thoughts may be led astray." He paused, a fatherly concern and sincerity glimmering in his eyes. "I hope you can promise me that you will refrain from lending her those books in the future." Ji Honli was momentarily taken aback. She observed the man before her, typically so carefree, and sensed the genuine intent behind his words. A fleeting emotion stirred within her. Is this what they call paternal love? A vague figure flashed through her mind. "From now on, you shall be called Ji Honli." Lowering her gaze to conceal the fleeting loneliness, she nodded gently, her voice unusually soft. "I promise you." Chen Changan's tense shoulders finally relaxed, a hint of relief gracing his smile. "Thank you."
The atmosphere abruptly fell into silence.
In that case, I shall take my leave, he said, feeling a sense of lightness as he set aside the earlier setback and rose to depart. Ji Hongli nodded, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of the chessboard. Just as Chen Changan was about to disappear into the woods, she hesitated for a moment and suddenly murmured, "Playing chess with you is quite enjoyable." Her voice was a mere whisper, tinged with a rare shyness.
"I hope we can do it again next time."
With that, she transformed into a wisp of mist, vanishing without a trace.
In stark contrast, Chen Changan, who had just felt buoyant, was struck as if by lightning, standing frozen in place.
The wooden door creaked shut behind him, and Chen Changan slid down to the floor, leaning against the door. He stared at his trembling palm, where remnants of his spiritual pressure from the match with Ji Hongli lingered. He had never anticipated that, in their parting moment, Ji Hongli would deliver such a poignant blow.
Was she mocking me? Surely she must be.
A chill enveloped Chen Changan's heart, and amidst his despair, he lost track of how he had made his way back.
This scene feels oddly familiar.
Ah, yes, it resembles the day over 70 years ago when I encountered that dark serpent. After I stepped outside with a resounding cry to the heavens, I returned to this room in much the same manner.
Outside the window,
the sounds of martial practice echo, as Master Wu instructs 3 young disciples in fundamental sword techniques, while Chen Shingsai, with a furrowed brow,
reluctantly repeats the tedious movements of the body technique. Painful memories begin to surge forth.
This cannot continue. Suddenly, a spark of determination ignites in his eyes. Although he had ventured out twice and taken on 2 fated children as disciples, he had intended to rest for a while.
However,
the recent game against Ji Hongli has rekindled a profound sense of crisis within him.
Resting is indeed essential. But not at this moment.
The fated children have yet to mature, and the world's elite forces lie dormant in the shadows. This is the perfect opportunity for him to enhance his own abilities. Should he wait until the later stages when the sacred realm becomes utterly insignificant, even his efforts would be in vain. The hardships endured today pave the way for future repose. Taking a deep breath, he calls forth the system interface. A pale blue light screen unfurls before him.
The PET system is undoubtedly fundamental for his future of leisurely retirement, yet the whereabouts of the remaining 2 fated children remain unknown. However,
when it comes to rapidly enhancing his strength on the screen, the achievement bar for Youth's Journey glimmers with subtle light. The system prompts Epic Series Achievement Completed, Youth's Journey 2-4. Youth's Journey, Part 1. A promise carries spring wine, riding the winds to deliver the white wolf. Youth's Journey, Part 2. A jade belt binds the green silk, safeguarding the clouds over 1,000 miles. Completing the Youth's Journey series grants him the reward of Mountain Jade, which elevates the level of a supreme celestial technique. This reward is undoubtedly the most effective tool for enhancing his strength at present.
Chen Changan narrows his eyes, reflecting on the 2 achievements he previously triggered. Beneath the seemingly random surface lies an evident pattern.
The poem of Youth's Journey speaks of the hardships faced by others, the weight of a promise, the necessity of vengeance, and the obligation of gratitude, a heroic spirit of chivalry. As long as he seeks within this realm, opportunities to trigger achievements will undoubtedly arise. Moments later, a shadow swiftly darts across the valley.
"Father?"
Chen Shingsai abruptly halts her movements, gazing curiously toward the valley's exit. Yet, all that greets her is the falling leaves, as if the fleeting shadow was merely an illusion.
Master Wu, stroking his beard, suddenly pauses,
a glint of clarity flashing in his murky eyes before he bows his head once more.
Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in a dilapidated temple,
Ji Lingxiu hurriedly erases all traces of her stay from the previous night.
Chapter 64, in the ruined temple in the corner of the dilapidated sanctuary.
The headless statue of the mountain deity allowed rays of sunlight to seep through its hollow neck. Indeed, all had come to pass. Ji Lingxiu murmured to herself, cautiously nudging aside the decaying offering table, indifferent to the startled swarm of gray mice. With a gentle flick of her finger, she swiftly incinerated both the table and the meditation cushion upon which she had spent the entire night, reducing them to a handful of ash. Having grown up in the palace as a half-disciple of Xuantiangu, she was acutely aware that as long as she could obliterate any trace of her existence, even the most skilled divination would struggle to pinpoint her exact whereabouts. The hidden lines buried before her departure from the palace had already been triggered last night. In her dreams, the scene of the six saints slaying the emperor and the fall of the imperial city replayed vividly.
Indeed.
With the exception of the unexpected presence of Ling Zhanxue, everything unfolded along the trajectory she had foreseen in her dreams, down to the precise timing.
Suddenly,
Jilingxiu burst into laughter, her mirth startling the crows that roost beneath the eaves. She had prayed countless times that the nightmare was but a figment of her imagination. And now she was spared the effort of self-deception. Qingzhou, she squinted, meticulously recalling the details of her dream. In her previous life, as the imperial city fell, she had fled to Qingzhou with Lear, akin to a stray dog, under the last protection of her father, the emperor. This was because the Ling Tian army, one of the 8 pillars of the Great Zhou, was stationed there. Moreover, Fu Yunlan, the commander of the Ling Tian army, was her betrothed, a union arranged since childhood. The Great Zhou was indeed thriving, with its profound heritage, even after the fall of the founding emperor.
It was certain to surpass ordinary clans and sects once it regained its strength. Even if it could no longer unify the Xianing continent as before, it would still manage to form a dominant force amidst myriad powers upon this land. It could be said that even with merely 30,000 iron cavalry of the Ling Tian army remaining, the Great Zhou could still assert itself as a formidable tiger in its territory. This was no ordinary cavalry composed of mere mortals, but a grand formation of 30,000 cultivators. Commander Fu Yunlan was even a peak celestial realm powerhouse, ranking among the top 10 on the Earth list. With her assistance, the future might not be devoid of the possibility of ascending to the sacred realm and rebuilding the immortal dynasty. However, in her previous life, she had never encountered Fu Yunlan. He had sent his personal guard captain to escort her, and at the time, she had given it little thought. Yet now, reflecting on it, numerous suspicions arose. Given her status, whether as the illustrious princess of the Great Zhou or as Fu Yunlan's fiancée, he ought to have come in person. Yet, until the moment of her demise, Fu Yunlan had never made an appearance. Thus, regarding Qingzhou, should she go this time, or refrain? Jilingxiu sighed, for in truth, she had little choice left. According to her memories from her past life, the strongest and most loyal to the royal family of the 8 pillars, the Imperial Guard, had perished in the battle against the allied forces of the sects and clans last night. The generals of the other 6 pillars were kin to her brothers, and in light of the current situation, her reckless venture might lead to a fate even more tragic than falling directly into the hands of the clans and sections. Therefore, in the end, she had no option but to take a gamble. As long as one can establish a foothold in Qingzhou, the remnants of the imperial power will gradually coalesce around oneself, leveraging the prestige accumulated over the past years. The Great Zhou's national master, Xian Tianjun, is still among them. In my previous life, I never heard of Xian Tianjun's misfortune. Perhaps it is indeed so. Even if temporarily obscured from the heavenly machinations, someone as astute and calculating as he would undoubtedly find ways to avert calamity and escape peril. Should Xian Tianjun choose to support me, even if Fu Yunlan initially feigns indifference, he may later re-evaluate the situation and become a force in my favor. With this thought, Jilingxiu's eyes regained their determination. After casting a final, lingering glance at the path behind her, she resumed her swift journey toward the direction of Qingzhou. In the capital city of Tianjing, the smoke of battle had yet to dissipate. The once resplendent palace city now lay in ruins, with scorched beams and pillars jutting askew amidst pools of blood, and lifeless bodies sprawled upon the jade steps, their eyes forever closed. The wind swept through, heavy with the scent of blood, stirring the tattered banners that emitted a mournful sound. In a partially collapsed side hall, a middle-aged man paced back and forth in a furious frenzy. How could Jilingxiu have departed so suddenly? And without even bringing you along? He demanded in a voice laced with ire, his eyes ablaze with fury directed at the figure before him. Standing before him was a gentle-faced woman, none other than Jilingxiu's personal maid, Lairs. She stood quietly, her gaze lowered, her lips adorned with the usual soft smile, as if the enraged man before her were merely a foolish jester, unworthy of her concern. "I do not know," Lairs replied softly, her voice as soothing as a spring breeze caressing the willow, delicate to the point of seeming insincere. "Princess Ji has always had her own opinions, and not everything is discussed with me." "Nonsense!" The man, in a fit of rage, kicked over a nearby low table, splintering wood flying in all directions. "We entrusted you to Jilingxiu when you were but 3 years old. To her, you are not merely a servant, but a sister. How could she possibly keep secrets from you?
He advanced menacingly, grasping Lairs' chin to force her gaze upwards, his eyes filled with murderous intent.
It must be you, you wretched creature, who has developed feelings for her and secretly let her go, am I right?
Lairs, compelled to look up, remained unperturbed.
Her smile unwavering.
She neither struggled nor defended herself, simply observing him with calm, water-like eyes, as if watching a poorly executed play.
The man, further incensed by her demeanor,
violently released her, grinding his teeth in rage.
Very well. You think that by remaining silent, I cannot uncover the truth?
Lairs stumbled slightly but regained her composure. Gently touching her reddened chin, still smiling in silence. The man, in a fit of fury, swept away with a flourish of his sleeve, slamming the hall doors behind him, causing the shattered window frames to rattle ominously. Once his footsteps faded into silence, Lairs slowly approached the window, gazing at the palace city still ablaze in the distance. A flicker of genuine emotion finally surfacing in her eyes. "Your Highness," she murmured, her voice so soft it was almost carried away by the wind. "In my absence, you must take care of yourself." After a brief pause, her fingertips unconsciously tightened around the window frame, her knuckles turning pale. Yet her voice remained as gentle as flowing water. "Please, please, do not go to Qingzhou, do not seek out Fu Yunlan." Chapter 65, Mountain Bandits. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the wheat fields flanked by the official road swayed gently in the evening breeze.
In the distance,
wisps of smoke rose from the village, while a group of children frolicked, their laughter ringing sweetly in the air. Lingxiu sat in the merchant caravan's cart, her fingertips delicately parting the fabric curtain, gazing upon the mundane world, yet her eyes reflected an abyss of cold desolation.
The great Zhou has fallen. How long can these mortals maintain their tranquil, blissful lives?
She recalled the tumultuous era chronicled in the Great Zhou annals, where cultivators regarded commoners as mere insects, effortlessly slaughtering entire villages with a single sword stroke, rivers running red with blood, and no one daring to question. Now that the Great Zhou has crumbled and Tianjin City has transformed into a hellscape, these common folk remain blissfully unaware, continuing their daily routines of laboring at dawn and resting at dusk. Ignorance, at times, is a form of happiness. It had been 10 days since her departure from Tianjin City. Those searching for her must be closing in soon. This was precisely why she had disguised herself as a commoner.
Lingxiu lowered the curtain,
unconsciously caressing the jade bracelet on her wrist, an artifact gifted to her by Xin Tianjun, capable of completely concealing a cultivator's presence.
Were it not for this, she would not dare to mingle with the common merchant caravan as she journeyed south. "Miss, we are approaching Haesong Ridge, which has recently become quite perilous. Please do not alight," the head of the guards urged softly as he rode closer. Lingxiu nodded slightly, lost in thought, when suddenly a commotion erupted from the woods ahead. In an instant, dozens of bandits wielding knives and axes charged out, their ferocious demeanor blocking the caravan's path. "This road is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to live, leave behind your toll," the scar-faced leader sneered. The guards, naturally, did not waste words but swiftly formed a defensive line, drawing their weapons and using the cargo as a shield while positioning the cart in the center. Clearly, they had encountered such situations before. The atmosphere grew taut with tension. Bandits, indeed.
Lingxiu's gaze turned icy, her fingers quietly gathering a thread of spiritual energy. If it came to dire straits, she would not hesitate to intervene.
However, just as she hesitated, whoosh!
A figure clad in azure swept past like the wind, the gleam of the sword as pure as snow,
sweeping through the air in an instant.
With a splatter, blood erupted forth. The bandits did not even have time to scream before they all collapsed, each throat marked by a fine, hair-like gash. One sword strike silenced them, swift enough that even the wind could not react. The members of the caravan stood agape,
while the azure figure sheathed his sword, standing resolutely in the center of the road. It was a man dressed in blue. He was tall and upright like a pine, yet bore a certain languid ease.
Beneath his brows were profound eyes, the corners lined with subtle wrinkles, adding to his mature charm. His nose was high and straight, with a defined jawline. A hint of an enigmatic smile lingered at the corners of his lips, as if he had seen through the world yet was too indifferent to care. What drew the eye most was his casually tied black hair, with a few rebellious strands falling across his forehead, not appearing disheveled but rather enhancing his carefree demeanor.
"Thank you for your assistance, young sir."
The head of the guards immediately approached, presenting a hefty bundle. Yet Jilingxiu soon shifted her attention away from the man's appearance. She noticed, what a swift sword. Not even in that fleeting moment could she fully discern it, only catching a glimpse of the cold glimmer as the man sheathed his blade. He must be a practitioner at the Transcendence realm, his strength likely on par with her own.
Who could he be? Might there be a way to leverage him?
Jilingxiu quickly made her assessment and began to scheme in her heart. However, the next moment revealed this man dismissively waving his hand, outright rejecting the chief guardian's overtures.
Instead, he scratched his head absent-mindedly, murmuring to himself, "Strange, this is the 5th wave, yet I still haven't completed the achievement?" Jilingxiu.
The man stood close beside the carriage, and she could hear him distinctly.
Achievement? What achievement?
She discreetly scrutinized the young man in green once more.
Indeed. He was handsome, but wasn't his gaze a tad too clear?
It seemed he had sensed her scrutiny. As he turned to glance at her, suddenly his eyes brightened. And he strode over with purpose.
"This young lady," he beamed, his tone warm, "is there anything I can assist you with?" Jilingxiu.
She retracted her earlier thoughts.
Surely, this man couldn't he be a fool? Chen Changan was certainly no fool. Since departing the valley and heading north, he had deliberately chosen routes frequented by mountain bandits.
When the bandits rushed forth to pillage the convoy, he would immediately step up to act as a hero.
Initially,
he held back, but after witnessing the bandits' deeds, he swiftly began to deliver fatal blows. Naturally, all of this was to fulfill the achievements within the Young Hero series.
However, after dispatching wave after wave of bandits, the achievement page on his system interface remained utterly unchanged. After rescuing the convoy that Jilingxiu was part of, Chen Changan sheathed his sword, a look of utter disinterest on his face. After declining the chief guardian's reward, he sighed inwardly, realizing he had perhaps underestimated this wretched system.
Indeed, if the system were not so dreadful, would he not have already claimed the title of the world's greatest?
As he mentally grumbled, preparing to depart,
his peripheral vision caught sight of a woman within one of the merchant carriages.
Ah!
His eyes brightened. The woman, clad in plain garments, appeared ordinary at first glance. Yet to Chen Changan, she shone like a pearl in the night. He instantly saw through her facade of being at the pinnacle of the Transcendence realm, her exquisite beauty.
How intriguing!
Chen Changan stroked his chin, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was not that he harbored any particular thoughts about beautiful women. After all, his neighbor had already reshaped his aesthetic sensibilities, elevating them to an absurd level.
However,
encountering such an enchanting woman in these desolate mountains, it was as conspicuous as the yellow exclamation mark above an NPC's head in a video game. Chen Changan's eyes sparkled as he straightened his attire, adopting an air of a reclusive sage, and approached the merchant convoy. "This young lady," he began with a radiant smile. Jilingxiu regarded the suddenly appearing young man in green with caution, alarm bells ringing in her heart.
Her disguise had never been penetrated.
Yet the gaze of the person before her unmistakably revealed that they had seen through everything. Chapter 66, Legendary Achievement: The Mountain Breeze Caressed. And Jilingxiu's sheer veil fluttered gently, revealing a pair of eyes as deep as a cold pool. She gazed at the gentle smiling man in green before her. Yet her mind raced with fragmented memories from a past life, overturned courts, blood-stained palace steps, and Lairs' icy dagger piercing her heart. Those images pierced her like toxic thorns, instinctively tightening her nerves. In this world, no one was worthy of trust.
However, just as she was about to decline, an inexplicable thought flashed through her mind: what if he were a stranger? A complete unknown, someone entirely unfamiliar? Could he potentially alter the course of her journey?
This notion struck her as peculiar, particularly for a princess raised under her father's teachings of power and schemes. Yet, once this thought emerged, it rolled over in her heart like a feverish obsession. The road ahead was long, and her enemies would undoubtedly anticipate her movements. Thus, she truly required an ally to accompany her through the perilous unknown that lay ahead. Perhaps, at a crucial moment, she could even push him forward as a shield, thereby increasing her own chances of escape. "I wish to travel to Fengwu City, situated at the southernmost point of Qingzhou." Her voice was calmer than she had anticipated.
If you are willing to escort me, I shall offer a generous reward.
As her words fell, Chen Changan was about to respond when suddenly, his eyes brightened. The system panel, which had remained still for days, finally flickered to life. Jilingxiu, cultivation, pinnacle of the transcendence realm potential, 95, a natural talent, destiny, 95, reborn, loyalty, -100, paranoia, during this state.
Trust in all individuals is reduced by 100 points, personality, proud, persistent, another child of destiny?
Chen Changan was simultaneously astonished and elated. Truly, the most arduous paths often yield the simplest rewards.
However, the red paranoia debuff beneath Jilingxiu's name was rather unsightly. It seemed that winning over this child of destiny would require far more effort than dealing with Hanyu.
While Chen Changan pondered this, the system continued to surprise him. A flash of golden light appeared on the system panel, followed by a notification: new achievement branch discovered. Please make a further selection. System notification: legendary achievement discovered, supporting the Great Zhou. Supporting the Great Zhou, in a time of national peril, loyal ministers sharpen their swords. With blood, they mend the heavens, and one person bears the weight of the 9 tripods.
System notification: complete the legendary achievement, supporting the Great Zhou.
And receive a trace of innate primordial energy, granting a glimpse into the splendor beyond the sacred realm. This was the second time Chen Changan had encountered a legendary achievement. Previously, the quest to gather the Children of Destiny title I Am Destiny was also of legendary status.
However, the reward for I Am Destiny was an immortal artifact.
This time, the reward, a trace of primordial energy, promised a glimpse into realms beyond the sacred realm.
Indeed, there were levels beyond the sacred realm. Amidst his astonishment,
Chen Changan found it only fitting. After all, he had originally speculated in such a manner.
Concurrently,
he felt a renewed sense of gratitude for not recklessly venturing into the world. Otherwise, in his ignorance and fearlessness, he might have encountered some ancient monster, only to be effortlessly dispatched with a single slap, leaving him with no recourse for justification.
In light of this, should he perhaps express his gratitude to that black serpent?
Chen Changan found himself inexplicably pondering a myriad of chaotic thoughts. However, to return to the matter at hand, although the rewards for legendary achievements are indeed substantial, merely gazing upon the name of this particular achievement led Chen Changan to envision an immense predicament.
To uphold a unified celestial dynasty that had dominated the Xianing continent for millennia? Who granted him such audacity? Even if the system offered abundant rewards, one must possess the means to seize them. Taking a deep breath,
Chen Changan swiftly suppressed his avarice and continued to peruse. System notification: Epic Series achievement discovered, The Journey of Youth, 3-4. The Journey of Youth, Part 3. Sending the bright moon on its way, Frost Blade guards the peace. Completing the Journey of Youth series achievement rewards him with Hishanyu, which elevates the level of an unparalleled celestial technique.
Excellent, straightforward, and unambiguous. Without hesitation, Chen Changan opted for the second choice.
Yet, in that very moment of his decision, the golden legendary achievement seemed to possess a soul of its own, letting out a profound sigh before vanishing from Chen Changan's system panel. Meanwhile, in a distant realm unknown to Chen Changan, even after the fall of Ji Wuqiu, the dragon energy that had spiraled above Tianjing City, having protected the Great Zhou dynasty for countless years, suddenly transformed into a cascade of golden rain, before ultimately dissipating into the vast sky above. Chapter 67, speaking of which, I am no longer weary. The Chosen One has willingly presented herself.
How could one possibly forfeit such a fortuitous opportunity?
Chen Changan promptly nodded in agreement. The leader of the merchant caravan, elated by the news that this formidable warrior, who had single-handedly vanquished bandits, was willing to accompany them, hastily arranged for the two of them to be provided with a spacious,
intricately carved Nanmu carriage overnight.
The copper bell hanging from the yoke jingled melodiously with each bump, offering a far more comfortable experience than the creaky old cart they had previously used.
2 days passed in silence. Most of the time, Chen Changan leaned by the window, dozing. In reality, he was engaged in educating his daughter and 2 disciples, his slumber so profound that it left Jilingxiu in awe. On the 3rd day, as dusk fell, the silhouette of the city walls finally emerged on the horizon.
Chen Changan abruptly opened his eyes from his feigned slumber.
Your timing is impeccable, Jilingxiu remarked dryly.
Chen Changan feigned ignorance, his gaze drifting through the ornate window lattice. The three gilded characters of Xihua City glimmered under the setting sun at the city gate. At the gate, a throng of carriages and horses surged like a dragon, porters with burdens and merchants clad in resplendent attire jostled for space. The caravan slowly entered the city, flanked by shops lining the streets, where pedestrians flowed like a tapestry, the sounds of haggling and laughter intertwining. A group of children chased one another with candied hawthorn skewers, nearly colliding with the carriage before being playfully pulled back by their parents. Inside the carriage, Jilingxiu gently lifted the curtain with her fingertips, gazing at the bustling marketplace with a somewhat dazed expression. "What do you think of the lives of these mortals?" she suddenly inquired, her voice serene. "Are you addressing me? Who else?" Chen Changan, leaning against the yoke while munching on a wild fruit, turned his head and smiled broadly. "It is delightful, quite lively." After a brief silence, Jilingxiu, unusually, continued in a hushed tone, "Actually, it wasn't always like this before the Great Zhou dynasty." "Oh? And what was it like?" Chen Changan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "In earlier times, these mortals were subjugated to the nearby sects and noble families, treated as their chattel, to be disposed of at will, even beneath the status of slaves." Her voice was soft yet cold as ice. It was only after the establishment of the Great Zhou that these practices were abolished. Jilingxiu sighed. If the Great Zhou were to fall, would these mortals still enjoy their current way of life? Chen Changan nodded thoughtfully. His favorable impression of the Great Zhou primarily stemmed from Ling Zhanshui. But observing Jilingxiu's demeanor, combined with the recently emerged legendary achievement, he surmised that trouble might be brewing for the Great Zhou. And this young lady was likely deeply entwined with it. He took a bite of the fruit, its juice bursting forth, a delightful blend of sweetness and tang. "There are no eternal dynasties in this world," he remarked casually, his gaze sweeping over the frolicking children, akin to the natural cycle of the sun rising and setting, and the moon waxing and waning. "Should this Great Zhou fall, perhaps there will be a Great Xia or Great Ming in the future, who can say?" Jilingxiu's brow furrowed, her eyes suddenly turning perilously sharp. "The Great Zhou is currently ablaze with vitality. Why do you so confidently predict its decline?" As she spoke, her hand unconsciously moved to her waist. A slip of the tongue. Chen Changan silently chastised himself, realizing that excessive words often lead to missteps. It seemed that something significant had transpired in the Great Zhou, and in mentioning it, he inadvertently positioned himself as an informed individual. However, if his true self were present, and the opponent possessed a cultivation level superior to his own, he might have felt a sense of intimidation. Alas, he was merely a worthless avatar at present. And the overwhelming aura emanating from Jilingxiu affected him less than the tantalizing aroma of the roast chicken wafting in from the window. Nevertheless, failing to respond appropriately could lead to misunderstandings. Losing even an avatar was trivial, but failing to achieve his goals would be troublesome. Especially since no one knew if the boy's accomplishments were limited to these four. The various discourses he had encountered from political and economic commentators in his previous life, along with his debates on a certain platform, began to meld in his mind. Just as Jilingxiu hesitated about whether to take action, Chen Changan suddenly spoke. "In my view, the decline of the Great Zhou is inevitable." "Oh?" Jilingxiu narrowed her eyes, her fingers nearly brushing against the storage pouch at her waist. "What leads you to that conclusion?" Chen Changan appeared oblivious to the precarious atmosphere surrounding him. Raising a finger and speaking confidently, "Firstly, while the Great Zhou may dominate the four corners, it does not represent all strata of the Xianing continent." "What?" Jilingxiu was momentarily taken aback. She had braced herself for the other's clever rebuttals, yet she was utterly unprepared for such statements from Chen Changan. The tension within the carriage shifted to an odd dynamic. "Look at that," Chen Changan, invigorated, settled cross-legged. Although the Great Zhou afforded ordinary mortals and loose cultivators some respite from the pressures of powerful families and sects, in reality, the imperial family and major clans monopolized nearly all cultivation resources, leaving the lower strata of loose cultivators with no hope of advancement. Ultimately, the most exceptional among them often became part of these families and sections. Meanwhile, the protected mortals remained feeble, dependent on the whims of the families and sects even for the most basic qualifications to cultivate. He began to enumerate with his fingers. This was akin to, well, thus the Great Zhou bore no substantial difference from the families and sects, rather, it resembled a monopolistic enterprise destined to be strangled by emerging forces. Jilingxiu was left in a daze. Concepts like monopolistic enterprises and class conflicts, previously foreign to her, struck against her cognitive barriers like hammers.
Secondly, Chen Changan grew increasingly animated, his eyes sparkling. After years of traversing this realm, he had longed for the joy of engaging in debate with others beyond the screen. The Great Zhou's strategy of governing the nation through martial prowess was fundamentally misguided, merely a superficial remedy rather than a solution to underlying issues. Do you understand what foundational stability means?
The Great Zhou appears powerful, yet it lacks a clear foundation for its rule.
Wait. Jilingxiu finally regained her voice. What do you mean by foundational stability?
Although it was her first encounter with the term, she instantly grasped its essence. Our Great Zhou's 8 pillars shatter the chaos, and then what?
Chen Changan suddenly leaned closer, so near that he could discern the flutter of her eyelashes. Can military might truly crush dissenters and sway the hearts of the people? Have the noble families and sects acquiesced?
Jilingxiu was rendered speechless. Chapter 68, a talent of extraordinary merit. Jilingxiu's pupils contracted slightly as her fingertips unconsciously stroked her sleeve. From a young age, she had practiced the art of kingship, learning the principles of governance from esteemed scholars in the court. Yet, never had she encountered anyone like Chen Changan, who dissected the rise and fall of dynasties with such profound insight, directly addressing the core issues while startlingly unconventional in his assertions.
How could this seemingly youthful individual, with merely a modest cultivation level, possess such remarkable wisdom? Could he be a disciple of some reclusive master? Moreover, his apparent fondness for the Great Zhou made her ponder whether she could enlist the aid of the esteemed figure behind him. Suppressing her inner tumult, she allowed a flicker of light in her gaze as she intentionally probed, if you were the ruler of the Great Zhou, what would you do? Chen Changan, upon hearing her question, smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated it. He leaned back casually, raised 3 fingers, and spoke with a nonchalant tone, as if discussing the weather. First, for those ordinary folk and wandering cultivators without connections, establish an educational system and promote the imperial examination. Imperial examination?
Jilingxiu furrowed her brows in confusion.
What does that mean?
The examination, you see, Chen Changan carefully chose his words, is a means of selecting talent.
However,
the Great Zhou also has its methods of talent acquisition.
How is that different?
It is different because the foundation of the imperial examination is education. Talent does not simply sprout from the ground. The Great Zhou must establish martial arts academies and schools across the land to identify gifted children.
Then, through rigorous selection,
we can cultivate them for our own use. This ensures a steady stream of talent, while simultaneously turning the vast number of ordinary folk and wandering cultivators into loyal supporters of the Great Zhou. This is the true foundation. Whoever wins the hearts of the people wins the world.
Chen Changan smiled, envisioning a future where talented commoners could practice martial arts, cultivate immortality, or enter officialdom.
If the aristocratic families monopolized cultivation resources, then let them pursue an alternative path, becoming the fresh blood of the Great Zhou. Whoever wins the hearts of the people wins the world.
Jilingxiu's gaze flickered, deep in thought.
Secondly, do not simply suppress the aristocratic families and sects, rather, seek to win over some while suppressing others.
Divide and conquer? She inquired. Precisely, Chen Changan nodded.
The aristocratic families and sects were deeply intertwined. Annihilating them all was impractical.
Instead, support those who comply and suppress those who do not. Incite internal strife among them, rather than allowing them to unite against imperial authority.
Jilingxiu felt a jolt within her. Lastly, write books, narrate stories, and establish core values.
Tell stories?
Jilingxiu was genuinely taken aback this time.
Yes, tell stories. Chen Changan replied with a smile. What is the purpose of the Great Zhou's existence? Why should commoners and cultivators support it? Relying solely on military force is insufficient. We must encourage them to willingly embrace the ideals of the Great Zhou. For instance? She prompted. For instance, cultivators across the realm should take it upon themselves to protect the common folk, rather than viewing them as mere ants. Chen Changan shrugged,
asserting that if the stories were compelling enough, the people's hearts would naturally gravitate towards them.
Especially for the prominent families and sects.
Establishing academies in Tianjin City ostensibly provides ample benefits and resources for their youth to cultivate.
In reality, it subtly indoctrinates them, instilling correct values and perspectives on life,
while promoting concepts such as human rights and democracy. Over time, as this generation of youth matures, they will naturally become allies of the Great Zhou. Jilingqiu remained silent for a long while before suddenly letting out a light laugh. If those old conservatives in the court were to hear your words, they would surely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Chen Changan chuckled heartily. Thus, I would never accept the position of the emperor of the Great Zhou. It would be far too exhausting. Outside the carriage, the lights of Qixia City drew near, the sounds of bustling voices echoing. As Jilingqiu gazed at the vibrant streets outside the window, an unprecedented torrent of thoughts surged within her. What if the emperor of the Great Zhou had heard these words sooner, and truly acted upon them?
Would the outcome be different now?
Nevertheless, one certainty had crystallized in Jilingqiu's mind: this individual undeniably possessed extraordinary talents.
No matter the cost, she must find a way to win him over.
However, reflecting on her own precarious situation, she sighed softly within.
Currently,
she was akin to a clay Buddha crossing a river, barely able to protect herself, yet still contemplating the recruitment of talent.
Now, with nothing to her name, did she truly intend to use herself as bait?
She held extreme confidence in her appearance and grace. On the other side, Jilingqiu, cultivation, pinnacle of the profound realm potential, 95, heavenly genius, fate, 95, reborn, loyalty, -70, paranoia, during this state. Trust in all individuals is reduced by 100 points, personality, proud, persistent. Casting a discreet glance at the system panel, Chen Changan felt a sense of satisfaction. His efforts had not been in vain.
If he could eliminate the paranoia debuff, her trust would surely soar.
Within the carriage, this pair of individuals, each with their own thoughts,
fell into silence once more. However, the atmosphere inside was evidently different from before. As dusk deepened, the caravan slowly approached the inn in Qixia City.
Chen Changan stretched lazily, pondering which tavern to visit to savor the local delicacies when, suddenly, dazzling rays of light streaked across the sky. Figures flying through the air vanished in the southern horizon in an instant. Jilingqiu's gaze sharpened, and she spoke softly. It seems that the path ahead, we shall have to tread alone.
Oh? Chen Changan raised an eyebrow. And we must not delay.
Her tone grew slightly cold. If we wait too long, it will be too late once they seal the city.
I see. Chen Changan mused.
Stroking his chin, are they searching for you? Jilingqiu took a deep breath and met his gaze directly. What if I say yes?
Would you regret it?
As the night breeze swept by, the lanterns by the street swayed, casting flickering shadows across her icy countenance.
Chen Changan suddenly smiled. What difference does it make?
He casually retrieved 2 straw hats from his storage bag, handing one to her. I am a man of my word, once spoken, it cannot be retracted. Jilingqiu paused for a moment, and as she accepted the bamboo hat, her fingertips inadvertently brushed against his palm, warm and dry, devoid of any tremor or hesitation. At the city gate, the guards had commenced their scrutiny of the pedestrians. The two lowered their hat brims and mingled among the merchants exiting the city,
gradually moving with the tide of people. Shall we continue south?
Chen Changan inquired casually, as if merely discussing the breakfast for the following day.
Indeed. Then let us proceed, she replied.
He chuckled lightly, and soon their figures melded into the vast, shadowy night beyond the city.
Jilingqiu glanced back at the receding city gate,
where the brightly lit Qixia city slowly faded into the distance behind them, much like the grand yet ephemeral dream it represented to her. A resolute glimmer flickered in her eyes once more as she turned to match Chen Changan's pace.
Chapter 69, Fengwu City. Days passed,
and as the last rays of twilight painted the clouds in hues of crimson, Chen Changan and Jilingqiu found themselves standing before the gates of Fengwu City. Their journey had been far smoother than anticipated. Although the occasional streaks of light from passing cultivators graced the sky, those lofty figures had never cast a glance upon the 2 mere mortals below. Wow! Chen Changan tilted his head and could not resist whistling. The city before him loomed grandly, its azure stone walls reaching for the heavens, while the iron-carved characters Fengwu above the gate exuded a sharp brilliance. Even more astonishing was the scene within the city, broad streets thronged with people, flanked by towering buildings with eaves that soared, their glazed tiles shimmering in golden red hues under the setting sun, evoking a sense of modern urban splendor from afar. This place is quite intriguing, Chen Changan mused, stroking his chin with a spark of interest in his eyes.
Ji Lingxiu cast him a sidelong glance, inquiring, "What is it?"
Nothing much, just find these tall buildings. He paused, smiling, rather impressive. Ji Lingxiu remained non-committal, merely stating, Fengwu City is the heart of Qingzhou, a hub of commerce. Naturally, it differs from ordinary cities. As they mingled with the crowd entering the city, the streets were lined with shops, the air filled with the cacophony of vendors peddling their wares. There were sellers of spiritual herbs, purveyors of magical artifacts, and even establishments catering to mortals with tea houses and taverns, all bustling with life.
Chen Changan glanced around and suddenly pointed at a 7-story building, asking, "What is that place?"
That is the Tianji Pavilion, Ji Lingxiu replied, following his gaze.
Her expression turning complex.
It is also the largest intelligence trading venue in the Xianing continent.
And the one next to it? He inquired. That is a brothel. She clarified. I see. I seem to have taken a wrong turn.
As night deepened over Fengwu City, lanterns lit up along the streets, illuminating the faces of passers-by. Ji Lingxiu walked alongside Chen Changan, her gaze subtly shifting as she casually asked, "Brother Chen, with your remarkable cultivation and far-reaching insights, what are your plans for the future?"
Chen Changan, with a sugar-coated hawthorn stick in his mouth, mumbled, "Plans? Perhaps find a nice place to have a good meal first?"
Ji Lingxiu paused, her patience tested. "Given your talents, if you were to join a sect, you would surely earn the favor of the elders. Should you align with a prominent family, you could secure a position of honor." Chen Changan swallowed his treat and waved his hand dismissively. "Too troublesome, too many rules, not comfortable at all." Ji Lingxiu furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "Then
what about establishing your own sect and gathering disciples?"
"Even more exhausting," Chen Changan sighed. "Managing a group of disciples is enough to give one a headache."
Ji Lingxiu remained silent for a moment before finally asking, unable to restrain herself, "Then what is it that you truly desire?"
Chen Changan halted his steps, turning to face her with a lazy smile in his eyes. "As for me, I simply wish to live freely, to enjoy the scenery, savor delectable food,
and occasionally act as a hero. Well, that's about it."
Ji Lingxiu found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She initially believed that Chen Changan was merely biding his time or had some hidden agenda. However, after a series of tests, she was compelled to concede this man was utterly devoid of ambition. To phrase it more elegantly, he was free-spirited. To put it more bluntly, he was simply languishing in complacency.
Yet, paradoxically, he possessed such remarkable talent and insight. Ji Lingxiu took a deep breath, suppressing the inexplicable irritation within her,
and remarked lightly, "Brother Chen seems to live quite freely."
Chen Changan chuckled heartily. "You flatter me." The two continued onward,
the lights of Fengwu City casting elongated shadows behind them.
Ji Lingxiu gazed ahead, her eyes deep and contemplative. Could such a person truly be of use to her? Meanwhile,
Chen Changan remained lazily humming a tune, seemingly oblivious to everything around him.
As the night deepened, under Ji Lingxiu's guidance,
the streets of Fengwu City gradually fell into a serene hush. They walked until they reached a grand estate, where Ji Lingxiu halted.
Chen Changan looked up,
noting the imposing presence of 2 massive stone lions illuminated by the lanterns.
Shortly thereafter,
he witnessed the woman before him retrieve a weighty pouch of spirit stones from her sleeve and gently toss it toward him.
"Here we are."
"This is the general's residence of the Ling Tian army," Ji Lingxiu announced calmly, though her gaze flickered slightly.
"Thank you, Brother Chen, for escorting me all this way. This is your reward."
The pouch arced gracefully through the air, yet Chen Changan did not reach out to catch it, allowing it to thud against the ground instead. Ji Lingxiu furrowed her brow. "You delivering a Buddha to the west," Chen Changan replied, arms crossed, lounging with a lazy smile. "I must ensure your safety upon arrival before considering my task complete."
Ji Lingxiu was taken aback, a ripple of emotion stirring within her. Was he genuinely concerned for her?
She lifted her gaze to Chen Changan, observing his calm demeanor and the hint of nonchalance in his smile, her heart inexplicably quickening. "You need not be so," she said softly. "The general's residence is quite secure. Moreover, General Fu Yunlan of the Ling Tian army is." She hesitated, ultimately refraining from uttering the last few words. "That's uncertain," Chen Changan shrugged.
"What if you were captured the moment you stepped inside? That would render my efforts futile."
Ji Lingxiu pressed her lips together,
momentarily at a loss for words.
She had assumed Chen Changan was merely interested in a reward, yet it now appeared he genuinely cared for her safety.
Did this mean she had successfully garnered his interest? As a princess of the realm, raised amidst the adulation of countless subjects, Jilingxiu possessed an unwavering trait: absolute confidence. Thus, regarding Chen Changan's unexpected kindness, her thoughts inevitably wandered. However, she remained unaware at that very moment. Chen Changan was contemplating, why hadn't he the system prompted the next achievement yet? Surely, I can't abandon this midway. If I leave now and fail the task, it would be a tremendous loss. Each harbored their own thoughts, exchanging a moment of silent gazes. Ultimately, Jilingxiu sighed softly. Very well, do as you wish. She turned and walked towards the grand gates of the general's residence, while Chen Changan leisurely followed behind with his hands tucked into his sleeves. His gaze occasionally drifting towards the system panel, pondering to himself, what a troublesome achievement, to what extent must it be fulfilled to be deemed complete? Chapter 70, Enigmatic Intricacies. As Jilingxiu and Chen Changan stepped through the threshold of the manor, they were met by a soldier brandishing a halberd, barring their passage. With an impassive expression, she retrieved a jade token from her sleeve and presented it. Deliver this to your general. He shall come to meet me. Her voice was cool, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The soldier, upon seeing the token, immediately stiffened, accepted it, and hastily departed. Chen Changan stood idly by, surveying the layout of the manor with disinterest, exchanging idle banter with Jilingxiu. She proceeded to enlighten him about the esteemed Ling Tian army of the Great Zhou. Pride flickered in her eyes as she spoke, her tone growing solemn. The Ling Tian army is the most elite cavalry of the Great Zhou, with each knight possessing at least the cultivation of the profound realm. Moreover, Jilingxiu continued, when they charge, they form intricate battle formations, their energies intertwined, resonating with one another, as if they were one. Oh, that sounds rather impressive, Chen Changan replied, his interest waning. A horde of profound realm cultivators charging forward is akin to a multitude of Chen Qingsai rushing into battle. How formidable can that truly be? Will they defeat their foes with sheer cuteness? He envisioned the scene, suddenly finding it oddly amusing. Noticing Chen Changan's dismissive demeanor, Jilingxiu was about to elaborate further when, all at once, her breath hitched. What is it? Sensing her unease, Chen Changan glanced over, only to see her complexion drain of color, her delicate frame trembling slightly, as her nails dug painfully into her palm, drawing forth droplets of blood. Jilingxiu offered no response, her gaze fixed ahead. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. A middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe strode towards them, a smooth smile plastered across his face, yet his eyes glinted with a cunning reminiscent of a fox. He halted before them, suddenly kneeling on one knee in a show of deference. I greet you, Princess Lu Su. Jilingxiu's heart nearly ceased to beat. In her previous life, it was this very man who, under the banner of Fu Yunlan, had come to her aid at the moment of her demise, yet had never appeared when Li Er betrayed her at the crucial moment. At the time, she had felt no suspicion, but in hindsight, the inconsistencies became glaringly apparent. Memories of her past life surged within her, a tide of fear and resentment, causing her fingertips to nearly pierce her palm. Who are you? Struggling to suppress the tumult of emotions, Jilingxiu's voice trembled imperceptibly. I demand to see Fu Yunlan. Bring him forth. Lu Su raised his head, a flicker of inscrutable emotion crossing his features before he quickly resumed his obsequious smile. Princess, having traveled from afar, you must be weary. Perhaps you could rest for a moment? I am the captain of General Fu Yunlan's personal guard, and the general is currently occupied with urgent matters. I have already dispatched someone to notify him. Chen Changan observed silently, his gaze shifting between the two. The night breeze rustled through the air, casting shadows from the torches that danced across Lu Su's face, rendering his smile increasingly sinister. The wind stirred fallen leaves, creating a soft rustling sound as it swept over the stone steps of the general's manor. It was indeed General Lu. Jilingxiu fixed her gaze upon Lu Su's face, which was plastered with a facade of insincere smiles, her fingertips tightening slightly within her sleeve. Taking a deep breath, her tone grew frigid. General Lu, I have urgent matters to attend to and require an immediate audience with General Fu Yunlan. For a fleeting moment, Lu Su's smile faltered, only to be replaced by an even more obsequious demeanor. Princess, please temper your anger. The general is currently burdened with military affairs and is not in the residence at this moment. Then where is he? I shall seek him out myself.
The general has issued orders that his whereabouts must remain undisclosed, and the commands of the Ling Tian army are as steadfast as mountains. I hope the princess can forgive this oversight. I have arranged the finest accommodations for you, and you may temporarily reside here until the general returns to meet you.
Lu Su's response remained impeccably evasive. Is that so?
Jilingxiu replied with a cold laugh, her gaze slicing through Lu Su's countenance like a blade. I shall not stay in the general's residence. Given my relationship with him, it would be prudent to avoid any appearance of impropriety.
Since he is absent,
I shall take up temporary lodgings within the city and visit him upon his return. With that, she turned and strode forward, her sleeves billowing like a fierce wind. Chen Changan raised an eyebrow and leisurely followed, dutifully playing the role of a competent mute guard. Lu Su made no attempt to stop them,
merely watching their figures gradually fade from view.
Subsequently, he remained rooted in place, the smile on his face slowly dissipating, a glimmer of malevolence flashing in his eyes. Once they had walked a fair distance from the general's residence, Jilingxiu's pace slightly slackened. Her fingertips still trembled. The composure she had forced herself to maintain nearly exhausting her entire reserve of strength.
That Lu. Chen Changan finally spoke. His tone as casual as if discussing tonight's supper. Do you have a conflict with him?
Jilingxiu closed her eyes. I do not know. Her voice was scarcely audible, laced with confusion. In this new life, it seemed she had changed nothing. Events continued to spiral far beyond her control. The night breeze swept past, causing the lanterns along the street to sway, elongating the shadows of the two figures.
Chen Changan stroked his chin. Deep in thought, so where do we go now?
First, we need to find a place to stay. Jilingxiu inhaled deeply, a flicker of resolve igniting in her eyes.
Fu Yunlan must be seen.
I have a premonition that Lu Su's obstruction is, in itself, a signal. Chen Changan smiled, refraining from further inquiries. The two walked side by side into the profound darkness of Fingwu City, unaware that several shadowy figures were stealthily trailing them. Jilingxiu, burdened with thoughts, was uncertain if she had been detected. Chen Changan had, but it mattered little. Upon reaching the city center, the night had deepened, and the lanterns in the streets extinguished one by one, leaving only scattered glimmers of light. They found lodgings at an inn named Qianju, requesting 2 adjacent upper rooms. The innkeeper, ever attentive, led the way, while Jilingxiu's brow remained furrowed in discontent amidst the flickering candlelight. Best to rest early, Chen Changan leaned against the doorframe,
languidly suggesting, let us discuss matters in the morning. Jilingxiu nodded, yet the vigilance in her eyes showed no sign of abating. Until the door on Chen Changan's side was forcefully shut, she suddenly realized he was surprisingly unfazed by her identity as a princess. In the stillness of midnight, with the world enveloped in silence, Chen Changan lay in bed, his hands resting behind his head, indulging in a moment of tranquility. Suddenly, his ears twitched slightly. Barely perceptible footsteps echoed from the rooftop, detectable only due to his keen senses. Ah, they have indeed come,
he murmured softly to himself, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Almost simultaneously, Jilingxiu in the adjacent room jolted awake, her hand instinctively grasping the short sword beside her pillow.
Assassins!
In the next heartbeat, several dark figures burst through the window, their gleaming blades aimed directly at the bed. Jilingxiu's figure flickered, her sword unsheathed, and with a swift, lethal arc, she severed the throat of one assassin. Blood splattered, staining the gauzy curtains. At that very moment, Chen Changan's door was kicked open, and 3 men clad in black surged in, weapons drawn. He languidly stretched, then, like a specter, darted forth, delivering a powerful palm strike to one assassin's chest. The man was sent hurtling backward, crashing through the window frame. Disturbing one's peaceful slumber in the dead of night is rather unacceptable, Chen Changan remarked nonchalantly, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. The assassins clearly had not anticipated the formidable resistance posed by the two, their assault faltering momentarily.
Seizing the opportunity, Jilingxiu's sword gleamed like a comet, and another assassin fell. The remaining assailants exchanged glances, suddenly discarding a few smoke bombs, and amidst the rising fog, they hastily retreated. Chen Changan waved his sleeve, dispersing the smoke, yet showed no inclination to pursue. Not pursuing? Jilingxiu furrowed her brow in inquiry. What is there to pursue?
Chen Changan shrugged, reasoning that there was little to be gleaned from the situation, and it would be futile to expend effort. Jilingxiu fell silent for a moment. Her gaze fixed on the lifeless body of the assassin, her expression growing increasingly grave. The matter was far more intricate than she had initially surmised.
Lu Su's obstruction.
The ambush by the assassins, all of this suggested that the waters of Fengwu City, or rather, the Ling Tian army, ran deeper than she had anticipated. Chapter 71, Betrayal. The following morning, as Jilingxiu and Chen Changan exited the inn, the streets of Fengwu City had already begun to bustle with activity. Upon reaching the gates of the military governor's residence, the soldiers on duty exchanged glances upon seeing the two, their expression shifting slightly, yet they dared not obstruct their path.
Hastily entering to relay the news.
Before long, Lu Su emerged, his face adorned with a broad smile. "Your Highness, you have arrived so early." He greeted with a respectful bow, his demeanor as reverent as ever.
"Did you find rest in the city last night?"
"Not particularly well," Jilingxiu replied, her gaze turning frosty. "General Lu, I encountered an assassin at the inn last night."
Lu Su's expression faltered for a moment, quickly giving way to surprise.
"Such a thing occurred? Fengwu City has always maintained excellent security, how could an assassin dare to disturb your Highness?" He shook his head, sighing, his tone sincere.
"Surely. Your Highness has misunderstood, those must merely be reckless thieves seeking to pilfer."
At this, Jilingxiu's lips curled into a sardonic smile.
"Oh? Those thieves seem rather discerning. Targeting us specifically."
Lu Su chuckled awkwardly.
"Your Highness jests, thieves possess no discernment, merely a fortunate coincidence."
Jilingxiu regarded him silently, her fingertips lightly tapping the armrest of her seat.
"Is that so?
Yet those thieves wielded their blades with remarkable skill and coordination, resembling trained assassins." Lu Su, his expression turning serious,
said, "Your Highness, you may be overthinking this matter.
Should there truly be an assassin, I shall investigate thoroughly and provide you with an explanation." "Then I shall rely on you, General Lu," Jilingxiu replied, her demeanor calm.
She then directly inquired, "Might General Fu be present at the residence today?" Lu Su's smile remained unbroken, but unexpectedly, he relaxed. "You have arrived at an opportune moment. The general returned last night and is currently inspecting the camp of the Ling Tian army outside the city." Chen Changan raised an eyebrow, casting Lu Su a sidelong glance tinged with amusement, yet he said nothing further.
"Then we shall trouble General Lu to lead the way," Jilingxiu said with a slight nod, her tone placid yet firm.
Lu Su bowed again.
"Your Highness is too kind, I shall arrange for transportation at once."
Moments later,
a simple carriage emerged from the city gates, making its way toward the Ling Tian army's encampment. Inside the carriage, the three harbored their own thoughts, the atmosphere tinged with a subtle tension. Chen Changan lounged against the side of the carriage, occasionally glancing at Lu Su, who maintained a posture of deference, though a hint of inscrutable significance flickered in his eyes as he occasionally gazed out the window. Jilingxiu sat in silence, her fingers gently caressing a jade talisman hidden within her sleeve, her mind awash with tumultuous thoughts. The carriage swayed gently, the scenery outside slipping away in a blur. Jilingxiu's gaze settled upon the distant fluttering flag of the Ling Tian army, her thoughts drifting back to a spring day many years prior.
In the Imperial Garden,
peach blossoms were in full bloom, their delicate pink and white petals cascading with the wind, carpeting the stone pathway. At that time, she was still a child, stretching on her toes to reach the highest branch of a peach tree when she heard her father's hearty laughter from behind.
"Sure, come here."
She turned to see a young general standing beside her father. He stood tall and resolute like a pine tree, clad in dark armor that glinted coldly in the sunlight, his sword-like brows and starry eyes radiating an air of heroism. He turned his gaze towards her, a bright smile gracing his lips as he clasped his fists in salute.
"I am Fu Yunlan, Your Highness."
The emperor gently patted the young man's shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration.
"Lingxiu, this is the husband I have chosen for you. Are you satisfied?"
She felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, her gaze dropping to the hem of her attire. Yet she could not resist the urge to steal a glance at him. The young general's smile was pure and radiant, capable of dispelling all the shadows of the world. That was the first and only time she laid eyes upon Fu Yunlan. Later, he was commanded to lead the Ling Tian army in Qingzhou and never returned. Over the long passage of time, she gradually forgot that fleeting glimpse from that spring day.
"Your Highness?"
Lu Su's voice pulled her back to reality. As they were nearing the military encampment, Ji Lingxiu retracted her thoughts. Her fingertips unconsciously brushing against the jade pendant hidden in her sleeve, the token sent by Fu Yunlan through a messenger when her father arranged their betrothal. All these years have passed, but she wondered, was he still as spirited as she remembered? Or had time and reality dulled his once brilliant edge? The carriage came to a gentle halt, the gates of the Ling Tian army camp looming ahead. Before her thoughts could settle, Ji Lingxiu suddenly felt a vice-like grip around her wrist. Chen Changan had seized her hand with urgency.
"Chen, brother!" She was momentarily taken aback.
And before she could gather her wits, he had yanked her into the air.
Bang!
Two sharp beams of gunfire pierced through the carriage like enraged dragons.
A brilliant flash erupting, splinters flying. "Thank you!"
Ji Lingxiu responded instantly, her heart sinking amidst the shock.
"No need for thanks." Chen Changan remained fixated on the scene below. Two fully armored soldiers were leisurely extracting their long spears from the carriage.
Their bloodlust surged, and the air shrieked in response to the passage of their weapons. Clearly indicating they were not mere jesters like the assassins from yesterday, these were two peak body cultivators of the transcendent realm.
No wonder there were no accomplishments to be had.
Trouble was indeed brewing here, he mused silently. Fortunately, this place was not as distant from the valley as last time, allowing him to maintain his mid-transcendent cultivation level.
Meanwhile,
Lu Su had somehow arrived at the entrance of the encampment, his chilling voice cutting through the dust. The princess has colluded with the demon race to assassinate his majesty.
Now she seeks to incite rebellion among the Ling Tian army. Seize her.
Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps erupted.
With 7 or 8 similarly formidable soldiers charging from the encampment, swiftly encircling them. "Run!" Chen Changan shouted, pulling Ji Lingxiu away like a bolt of lightning out of the encirclement.
She turned back in haste, and through the swirling dust, she caught a distant glimpse of a figure standing tall in the central military tent, a silhouette as straight as a spear, drinking alone.
It was Fu Yunlan.
Though it was merely a fleeting glance, Ji Lingxiu felt a certainty wash over her. So it was, those who betrayed her in her past life were not limited to just lairs. Her heart trembled violently, but in the next moment,
Chen Changan had led her into the dense forest.
The bloodthirst of the pursuers surged like a tidal wave, while that figure, who had yet to turn around,
gradually faded from view.
Chapter 72, Relentless Pursuit. Amidst the wilderness, two figures darted past with remarkable speed. They were Ji Lingxiu and Chen Changan.
At this moment,
both appeared somewhat disheveled, clearly having just emerged from a fierce battle, their garments stained with dried blood.
A testament to their arduous escape that had lasted a day and night. Chen Changan cast a sidelong glance at Ji Lingxiu,
inwardly admiring her prowess, truly the hallmark of a protagonist.
Earlier, when they were besieged by 8 soldiers of the Ling Tian army,
he had intended to assist her in sharing the burden, yet she had resolutely intercepted half of them, engaging 4 peak practitioners of the Tongshan realm with the same tenacity as he. Furthermore, as he sheathed his sword, he turned just in time to witness her meticulously wiping the remnants of blood from her blade on the last soldier's body. Her gaze was as sharp and frigid as frost. "Do not underestimate the Ling Tian army," Ji Lingxiu remarked, seemingly aware of his scrutiny. "Those we faced just now were merely the lowest echelon of soldiers. Now that they have engaged us, they will not allow us to escape easily."
"Then where shall we go now?" Chen Changan inquired, a smile gracing his lips.
After a moment of contemplation, Ji Lingxiu suddenly envisioned the figure of Ling Zhanshui, the inspector of Qingyang City, and her eyes gleamed with resolution.
"To Qingyang. We shall head to Qingyang City." "Qingyang City? Isn't that where Miss Ling resides?"
Chen Changan exclaimed, surprised to hear a familiar place name from Ji Lingxiu's lips. He was about to inquire further when a sudden, heavy tremor reverberated through the ground. 6 armored knights, riding half-dragon, half-horse steeds, burst forth from the forest. The massive steeds, comparable in size to African elephants, crushed the rocks beneath their iron hooves. And the aura emanating from the 6 riders was profound, far superior to that of the previous 8 soldiers.
"All 6 are at the threshold of the Guiyuan realm." Ji Lingxiu scoffed. "So the dragon steeds have finally arrived."
With a cold smile, she unsheathed her long sword, its cold gleam illuminating her serene visage.
"One for each of us," she declared. "Even in killing, we must adhere to the principle of shared effort."
Truly, the mark of a great heroine.
Excellent. That suits me perfectly. Chen Changan laughed heartily.
A thunderous clash erupted along the mountain path as 8 figures collided like shooting stars. Jilingxiu, with her unique agility, evaded attacks while her sword sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek as the azure light flashed, aiming directly for the throat of the foremost knight. The knight hastily attempted to parry with his spear, but the sword's tip performed a sudden, peculiar twist, slithering beneath the spear shaft like a venomous serpent, precisely penetrating the gap in his armor. At the moment blood gushed forth, she swiftly evaded another knight's thrust, her sword whirling as it painted the air with a crimson spray from the neck of the second knight.
Meanwhile, Chen Changan wielded the Nine Heavens Thundersword technique with grand finesse. His sword surged like a tempest, enveloped in dazzling lightning, each strike accompanied by a deafening crack.
Facing the encirclement of 3 knights, he stood his ground, his sword's edge clashing with their spears in a fierce confrontation. A flash of electricity erupted, sending the bulliest knight and his steed staggering back several paces, a spider web of cracks marring the spear shaft. Seizing the opportunity, the second knight launched a side attack. The spear tipped mere inches from Chen Changan's rib. In an instant, he countered, slicing at the spearhead with a powerful backhand strike. The violent thunderous energy coursed through the metal spear, causing the knight to convulse and tumble from his dragon steed. The third rider, witnessing the unfolding chaos, let out a furious roar as he charged forth on horseback.
Yet, Chen Changan deftly evaded the onslaught by merely lowering his body.
And with a swift upward slash of his sword, he cleaved open the belly of the noble steed. Amidst the torrential downpour of warm blood, Jilingxiu had reached her moment of reckoning. She abruptly transitioned from defense to offense, allowing a lance to graze her shoulder, while her sword, akin to a white rainbow piercing the sun, simultaneously pierced the throats of 2 knights. The last knight, stricken with terror, attempted to retreat but was met with the force of her discarded sword sheath striking his face. In an instant, a glint of cold light flashed, and the sword's edge found its way into his heart.
As the final knight fell heavily from his mount, an eerie silence enveloped the forest.
Chen Changan leaned against his sword, panting heavily, his right arm exposing a wound deep enough to reveal bone, with blood dripping incessantly from his fingertips. Jilingxiu knelt on one knee, her left shoulder pierced, causing her sword-holding hand to tremble slightly, her lips pale as parchment. The battle, which appeared fluid and effortless, had been fraught with peril. Although the combat techniques of physical cultivators lacked the dazzling brilliance of their magical counterparts, each strike bore the weight of 1,000 pounds.
Once engaged, they proved exponentially more formidable than any mage. Do you need to rest? Chen Changan spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva,
tearing a piece of his clothing to staunch the wound. Jilingxiu gazed toward the distant silhouette of Qingyang City, her bloodied fingers gripping the hilt of her sword tightly. We must move. This is merely the third wave, stronger foes will soon pursue us. On the mountain path, the setting sun bled crimson. The blood-stained sleeves of Jilingxiu billowed gently in the wind. Suddenly, she turned her face and asked,
"Do you regret it?" "Ha?" Chen Changan was taken aback.
In such a perilous situation, you could have extricated yourself at any moment.
Why did you choose to accompany me to this point?
Jilingxiu paused. If you regret taking on my commission, it is not too late. Chen Changan was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. His mirth startled the birds from the trees, causing leaves to cascade down. After all, he would not truly perish, though he would never voice such a thought. Seizing this rare opportunity for bravado, he exclaimed joyfully, "What joy is there in life? What sorrow in death?" He casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with resolve.
"Having pledged to accompany you and ensure your safety,
I shall honor my word, for once spoken, a promise is as unyielding as a galloping steed." The waning light of the setting sun cast a warm glow upon his bloodied visage, and in a fleeting moment, Jilingxiu was transported back to her youth, recalling the gallant figure of a young general she had once caught a glimpse of. She had believed that person would be waiting for her among the ranks of the Ling Tian army. Yet at this very moment, the spirited silhouette began to merge with that of the seemingly carefree man before her. A smile unexpectedly bubbled within her. Regardless of her past life or this one, those to whom she had entrusted her faith had betrayed her without hesitation. Yet, this chance acquaintance had chosen to remain steadfast by her side in her most trying hour. What joy is there in life, what sorrow in death? As she pondered these words, a genuine smile illuminated her face for the first time since her rebirth. So pure and beautiful that even Chen Changan, whose aesthetic sensibilities had been battered by someone, found himself momentarily entranced. Perhaps it was the gravity of life and death. But in that rare moment, she unconsciously tightened her grip on the hem of her garment, her voice barely above a whisper. Is there another reason? Chen Changan blinked, pondering whether he had inadvertently revealed his desire to take her as a disciple. Nevertheless, since the question had been posed, he broke into a hearty smile, his eyes sparkling with nonchalance. Of course, he did. Jilingxiu's cheeks instantly flushed, her ears tinged with the hue of the evening sky. She hurriedly turned away, feigning an air of indifference. Chapter 73, Parting and Promises. The walls of Qingyang City were faintly visible. Yet the pursuers behind were approaching more swiftly than anticipated. For shadowy figures descended from the sky, distinct from the previous assailants. 4 knights stood tall like iron towers, their black armor shimmering with a cold, hard luminescence in the twilight. They were as silent as the abyss. With each step they took, the ground fissured into a web of cracks. A substantial black mist of true essence enveloped them, withering the flora and crumbling the rocks in their wake. The gaze emanating from beneath their iron masks resembled ancient ice, freezing the blood of anyone caught in their stare. The 4 were interconnected in their aura, resembling a moving prison of death, causing the very air to emit a lament under their oppressive presence. The most terrifying aspect was the profound silence, no roars, no gasps. Only the metallic whispers of armor scraping against itself, akin to the tolling of a death knell. Jilingxiu's grip on her sword tightened slightly, her knuckles turning pale. These 4 were masters of the returning essence realm. She glanced at Chen Changan, her voice low. It seems this time we may not escape. However, Chen Changan shook his head, a rebellious smile gracing his lips. If you perish, what will become of my achievements? Before she could respond, he forcefully pushed her. You go ahead. I will hold them off. Jilingxiu stumbled but resolutely stood her ground. I will not leave. After having died once, with those around me choosing betrayal, how could I abandon the one person I have found worthy of trust in this life? I refuse to die for myself. Chen Changan furrowed his brow, feeling helpless. Sister, I am merely a doppelganger. If I die, so be it. Why the stubbornness? Behave, hurry and go. I will not go. Trust me, I will be fine. I will not go. Realizing that coaxing would not suffice, Chen Changan's tone suddenly became sharp. Are you truly willing to end your life here? Your revenge remains unfulfilled, your journey incomplete. Does it merit such an end? Jilingxiu bit her lip, her eyes filled with conflict. There's hope. Chen Changan continued his persuasive onslaught. As a princess of the Great Zhou, what of your convictions? What of your responsibilities? Thousands upon thousands of subjects are awaiting your return. Seeing the struggle in her gaze reach its peak, yet her feet remained planted, Chen Changan suddenly smiled. If you feel indebted, then grant me a promise. What promise? If we meet again, you must agree to one condition. His eyes gleamed fervently. How about it? Jilingxiu gazed deeply at him, ultimately nodding firmly. All right. Now let us depart. Chen Changan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he watched as Jilingxiu raised her hand to slice her fingertip, using her blood as a conduit to invoke a celestial oath. I, Jilingxiu, vow that if I meet Chen Changan again, I will grant him whatever he desires, even if it is. Before she could finish, her eyes reddened, her voice faltering. Chen Changan felt increasingly uneasy as he listened, hastily interrupting. That's enough, let us go. Jilingxiu cast a lingering, complex gaze upon him before swiftly transforming into a streak of light, darting towards the direction of Qingyang City. Once her figure had completely vanished, Chen Changan gradually turned to face the 4 silent black-armored knights. He first opened his system panel. Jilingxiu, cultivation, pinnacle of Tongxian realm potential, 95, prodigious talent, destiny, 95, reborn, loyalty, 100, life and death companions, personality, proud, tenacious. Indeed. Perfect. Chen Changan silently praised within. Even if he were unable to overpower these 4 black-armored knights, as long as Jilingxiu managed to escape, he could justifiably recruit her as his disciple upon their next encounter, using this promise as leverage. Meanwhile, He finally heard the system notification he had been longing for. System notification, Epic Series achievement completed, Young Journey, 3-4, Young Journey, Part 3 escorting the bright moon.
Frost Blade protecting peace.
Completion of the Young Journey series achievement rewards him with other mountain jade, to enhance the level of a supreme celestial technique.
Well then. This removes my final concern. However, this place is too close to Qingyang City, and my cultivation has already regressed to the initial stage of the Tanshan realm.
Sigh, upon acquiring the other mountain jade, I must promptly enhance the technique of my external incarnation. Chen Changan murmured to himself. Perhaps it is worth it to kill one, killing two would be a significant gain.
Closing the system panel. He flicked his wrist and raised his gaze towards the knights before him, as if to say, have you had enough of the spectacle?
With his sword pointed at the ground, determination surged within his eyes. Come, let us battle.
Chapter 74, The Sword Against Heaven in the Wilderness.
The air crackled with the energy of the sword. Chen Changan stood surrounded by 4 black-armored knights, his long sword gracefully tracing a complete circle,
sending ripples through the air as if it were water.
The sword against heaven, the foremost defensive sword technique of the myriad realms, merely defends without offense, yet is impervious to all forms of attack. The 4 knights of the Return to Origin realm simultaneously launched their assaults, sword energies, spearlights, fist strikes,
and palm winds surged towards Chen Changan like a tempest.
However, upon reaching the sword circle, all attacks vanished as if swallowed by the sea, dissipated by an invisible,
profound intent of the sword. Futile.
A smile graced Chen Changan's lips, the sword's momentum flowed seamlessly, and once the sword circle was established,
it became immune to all forms of interference. The black-armored knights remained silent, yet their onslaught intensified.
No matter how they varied their attacks, Chen Changan's sword circle remained steadfast,
neutralizing their every effort.
Yet a few of the knights were not in haste. The sword against heaven was not an obscure technique, but rather a supreme art from the Xiantian Palace of the Central Plains. While it was easy to speak of leveraging 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, one must first possess 1,000 pounds of strength. Although they were uncertain how this young man before them could master the technique to such an advanced level, they still regarded him with contempt, considering him merely a practitioner of the profound realm. Indeed, after merely half an hour, Chen Changan's true essence was clearly nearing depletion. His face had turned as pale as paper, and his grip on the sword trembled slightly. He could not hold out much longer. A surge of murderous intent flared in one knight's eyes. The other 3 sensed Chen Changan's weakening state and intensified their assault,
vowing to crush him in one fell swoop.
However, just as they believed victory was assured, Chen Changan suddenly grinned, reaching into his waist pouch with one hand, retrieving a jade vial, and flicking the cork off with his thumb.
The elixir.
He tilted his head back, and the pills within the vial cascaded into his mouth like sweet candies, crunching audibly as he chewed, the sound of his muffled swallowing echoing.
Boom! In that instant,
his previously waning true essence erupted like a Vulca. The opponent, surprisingly, managed to withstand them for a full 10 hours with his mastery at the Transcendence realm.
However,
this time, Chen Changan refrained from retrieving any new potions from his storage bag. Suddenly, he sheathed his sword, and the sword circle swiftly contracted.
It was time to conclude, he murmured.
The 4 black-armored knights were initially taken aback, then elated. One of them could no longer contain a derisive laugh, his voice rasping, "Have you finally
reached your limit?"
Indeed, Chen Changan nodded with a hint of satisfaction, having brought only this much on his journey. Without waiting for a response, he suddenly flashed a mysterious smile. Now, let us proceed to phase P2. Guess what, during these 10 hours? Where do you think the true essence you lost has gone?
What?
A sense of foreboding suddenly enveloped the black-armored knights.
In the next moment, Chen Changan abruptly raised his sword, its tip aimed at the heavens.
The heaven-piercing sword was not merely defensive. He spoke softly, yet his words deepened the knights' unease.
Was it truly a testament to the system's daily rewards?
Every supreme technique bestowed by the system, apart from that dismal external incarnation resembling a beggar, was the perfected version of the art. Therefore, let me show you the utmost pinnacle of this sword, returning their own essence to them.
Chen Changan suddenly abandoned his defensive stance,
the azure blade now inverted. In an instant, the world fell silent, even the howling mountain winds froze in midair. The myriad attacks consumed by the sword circle over the past 10 hours now manifested in the void, countless crystalline sword chi threads wove into a net. Each pulsating with the unique essence fluctuations of the enemies, effectively imprinting the source power painstakingly cultivated by the four knights over a decade. This was the true heaven-piercing sword array. As the sword tip trembled slightly, the spiritual energy of the entire mountain range was drained. The first to shatter were the weapons of the black-armored knights. Those divine instruments that had accompanied them through countless battles suddenly rebelling against their masters, transforming into molten iron that surged upward. They soon realized, with horror, that every punch and every thrust they unleashed now turned back upon them as vengeful specters, their might enhanced by 30%. No. This is our. The screams were abruptly silenced. The first to explode was the knight wielding the spear, who watched helplessly as the Tsunlung spear intent he had comprehended a decade prior coalesced into a blood-red malevolent dragon that retaliated against its master. The other three were about to form a defensive formation when they discovered beneath their feet the very combined formation they were most familiar with only this time. Chen Changan stood at the heart of it, laughing coldly. Boom! With a thunderous roar akin to a collapsing mountain, the entire battlefield was engulfed in blinding white light. The essence refined by the sword array initiated a chain reaction, each strand of energy precisely locating its original owner. When the brilliance subsided, four charred skeletons remained, frozen in defensive postures, crumbling to dust with the slightest breeze. Chen Changan knelt on the scorched earth, his sword embedded in the ground, supporting his faltering body. 10 hours of defense had culminated in a single lethal strike of the sword array. He coughed up blood and chuckled softly, "Look, even your ashes are assisting me in forming a formation." Subsequently, the final shard of blood-stained black armor clattered to the ground, marking the conclusion of this 10-hour-long defensive counterattack. As the smoke and dust settled, Chen Changan knelt on one knee, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he still bore a hint of defiant amusement. For a tremendous profit. He slowly collapsed, and just before his consciousness succumbed to darkness, he cast one last glance towards the direction of Qingyang City. Chapter 75, The Union of Three Tablets. The age of great strife in the city of Tianjing. Before the Tianbei Pavilion, the once bustling square lay in ruins, scattered with shattered jade bricks, broken banners, and charred corpses. In the distance, the palace loomed in disarray, smoke still lingering, yet the imposing Tianbei Pavilion stood resolutely, its dark stone tablet gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen in the twilight, seemingly indifferent to the desolation beneath it. On the pavilion's upper platform stood a solitary figure, hands clasped behind his back, clad in a pristine white robe untouched by dust, with wide sleeves embroidered with silver star patterns gently swaying in the evening breeze. This individual was none other than the long-lost Xin Tianjun, who had vanished during the time of the Six Saints' regicide. He was accompanied by 6 shadowy figures, positioned at 6 points, their forms shrouded in hazy mist, their faces indistinguishable, their very breaths merging with the essence of the universe. One among them spoke with a voice low and indifferent, "Let it begin." Xian Tianjun nodded slightly, forming seals with his hands, reciting an ancient incantation. In an instant, a brilliant divine light descended from the void, cascading down like the Milky Way, piercing the very summit of the Tianbei Pavilion. Another figure scoffed, "For far too long. The fate of humanity across the entire Xianian continent has been monopolized by Ji Wuqiu, that era must come to an end." As the divine light enveloped them, the 3 previously separate tablets of heaven, earth, and humanity began to tremble under its influence, the golden inscriptions upon them writhing as if alive, intertwining and merging. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth, the 3 tablets united. One among them clapped his hands in joyous laughter, "Splendid! With the union of the 3 tablets, the fate of humanity shall once again bless the sects and noble families of the world, reopening the realms above, granting the lower realms a fighting chance." Another person snorted disdainfully, "Ji Wuqiu deserves to perish. The fate that could have blessed all of humanity has been siphoned away by him. How can a single de Zhou hope to contend with those of the upper realms in the future?" One figure sneered repeatedly, his voice laced with deep-seated hatred. "Perhaps Ji Wuqiu is nothing more than a spy sent by the upper realm." Xian Tianjun, with a gaze devoid of emotion, looked down upon the shattered imperial city below and spoke slowly, "Now that the 3 tablets are united, they shall open in 20 years. On the tablets of heaven, individual rankings will no longer be considered. Instead, sects and noble families will be ranked, distributing the fate of humanity according to their standings, with a cycle every 100 years. He paused, his voice chilling as ice. The future will herald an era of great strife among sects and noble families. The last figure roared with manic laughter. Shaking the heavens, the sharpness of a sword comes from the grindstone. A general success is built upon the bones of the fallen. If De Zhou insists on equality for all beings, how can the true fated ones rise in this era? The six figures gradually faded into the twilight. Yet the divine light atop the Tianbei pavilion continued to shine brilliantly, illuminating the land that was on the brink of a bloody storm. A new era was about to dawn. In Qingyang City, at the Zui Xian Lu Jilingxiu abruptly shattered her teacup upon the ground. The splintered porcelain scattering tea that soaked her skirt, yet she remained utterly oblivious. In the bustling inn's hall, the storyteller beat on the wooden block. His voice trembling as he recited the latest dispatch: the Supreme Emperor Ji Wuqiu of Dezhou has fallen. The peaceful emperor has been assassinated. The illustrious princess is missing. The entire inn erupted into chaos. What? A monk slammed the table and exclaimed, "Is the Grandzhou dynasty truly extinguished? This is preposterous, an utter farce." The news originated from the Tianji pavilion, where honesty prevails. How could this be? An elderly scholar with white hair staggered backward. For it was the illustrious Zhou celestial dynasty that had dominated the Xianying continent for millennia. Jilingxiu clutched the edge of the table, her knuckles turning pale. A buzzing filled her ears, as the narrator's subsequent words pierced her like daggers. The Ling Tian army has rebelled against the Zhou. And Fu Yunlan has established a new sect. The six military factions have each declared allegiance to a prince, all claiming to be the rightful heirs of the Zhou. As the six major vassal states rise in revolt, the Tianji pavilion has changed hands, with the previous master vanished without a trace, and the national master of the Zhou, Xian Tianjun, has taken over as the new head. Each piece of news struck her like a heavy hammer, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. Outside, the sun still shone brightly, and street vendors continued to peddle candied hawthorns, yet her world had been turned upside down. "Miss? Your tea." The worried innkeeper approached. Jilingxiu abruptly rose, the jade pendant at her waist clinking against the table's edge. She rushed upstairs, and once inside her room, she sank to the floor, closing the door behind her. The copper mirror reflected a pallid face, once the epitome of nobility as a princess, now rendered voiceless in her despair. Suddenly, the sounds of children playing outside reached her ears. "You be the emperor, and I will be the general." No way. There are now 6 emperors, but only 1 general. The innocent laughter felt like salt poured on a gaping wound. Jilingxiu buried her face in her palms, recalling her previous life when her father had warned her before leaving the palace, "Lingxiu, if you see the crescent moon hanging from the eaves, never look back." It dawned on her that it was never a crescent moon but rather the smoldering embers of a fallen dynasty. She, the once glorious princess, had become homeless overnight. As she regained her composure, a soft cough sounded from behind her. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Zhanxue had silently entered the room and thoughtfully poured her a cup of tea. Jilingxiu gazed at the tea on the table, where a withered leaf floated atop the brew, resembling her own drifting existence. A sudden smile broke across her face, tinged with self-mockery. So it was. Her fingertips gently traced the edge of the teacup. And she finally understood Fu Yunlan's seemingly trivial assassination attempts, those clumsy assassins and the relentless pursuers sent after her, wave upon wave. Indeed, it would have been effortless for Fu Yunlan to eliminate her himself. Given his peak celestial prowess, he was indifferent to whether he could kill her or not. Her voice was soft, yet it cut through the room's silence like a sharp dagger. Ling Zhanxue raised her gaze slightly, her frosty eyes revealing a rare glimmer of confusion. Leaning against the doorframe, she stood with her sword embraced, her dark attire blending seamlessly with the shadows. Jilingxiu continued to murmur. The former princess of splendor now merely a dispossessed royal, lacking even the worth of being exploited. She lifted her head to gaze out at the night sky. What Fu Yunlan sought was never her life, but rather an attitude, one that compelled her to confront the harsh reality. The great Zhou has perished. And as a former princess of that fallen dynasty, she is unworthy even to be a mere pawn. Those assassination attempts are but a cruel game, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, reminding her that her fate no longer rests in her own hands. Is this the final tenderness towards a former fiancé? Yet, you should not have taken his life. A flicker of hatred suddenly ignited in Ji Lingxiu's eyes.
Chapter 76, Parting and Reunion. What about you? What are your plans moving forward?
Ji Lingxiu suppressed the complex emotions within her and suddenly inquired. Though their time together was brief, the two women shared a remarkable affinity, and Ji Lingxiu was well aware of Ling Zhanshue's true gender. Ling Zhanshue fell silent for a moment, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the family crest engraved on her sword sheath, a plum blossom carved from frost and snow.
Emblematic of the Ling family.
To return home, she replied softly, yet her voice carried an undeniable firmness. Ever since she joined the Great Zhou years ago, her parents had persistently urged her to come back. Now, she realized there was no longer any reason to remain away. Ling Zhanshue gazed out the window. As if envisioning the Ling family manor, perpetually cloaked in snow, situated thousands of miles away. Once, she had departed in pursuit of her dreams, but now, with the Great Zhou in decline, she truly had no excuse to stay away any longer.
What about you?
Ling Zhanshue turned, unusually taking the initiative to ask.
Where will you go next?
Ji Lingxiu rested her chin on her hand, her fingers tracing meaningless circles on the tabletop. The tea reflected her slightly swaying silhouette, mirroring the unsettled emotions that had occupied her in recent days.
Who knows?
She suddenly laughed, her eyes curving into crescent moons.
We'll take it one step at a time.
This radiant smile, however, caused Ling Zhanshue to furrow her brow. Despite their brief acquaintance, she could discern that this seemingly carefree princess harbored a smile that did not reach her eyes. Yet, recalling the trials her companion had endured, Ling Zhanshue understood that only time could heal such wounds.
So, are you here to bid farewell? Ji Lingxiu asked again. Ling Zhanshue silently nodded. Then allow me to see you off.
As the sun dipped below the horizon, dusk began to envelop the land. Ji Lingxiu stood at the city gate, watching Ling Zhanshue's figure gradually fade into the distant mountain path. The cold wind lifted her garments and tousled her hair, yet she remained motionless, as if frozen in the vastness of the world around her. Everyone has their own place to return. Ling Zhanshue would return to the Ling family. Fu Yunlan would establish a sect, and Xian Tianjun would preside over the Tianji pavilion, even those who once pledged loyalty to the Great Zhou. The Six-Pillar Army had now sworn allegiance to new masters. But where would her own path lead? She stood there at the city gate, lost in thought, until the sun's final rays cast a long shadow behind her. The sky darkened, and the evening breeze turned cool. Ji Lingxiu took a deep breath, her eyes finally glimmering with determination. I shall return to Zhongzhou first. There were accounts to settle with a certain woman. After all, the piercing pain from her previous life was not so easily forgotten. More importantly, she believed that amidst the blood and fire of that fateful night, some of the Imperial Guard must still be alive. If she could find them, she could reassemble her old comrades, even a handful would be better than standing alone. She turned to leave. However, just as she took a step, whoosh! A sound like a tearing void echoed faintly from afar. For reasons unknown, Ji Lingxiu instinctively looked up. Her pupils constricted sharply. In the sky, a familiar figure was descending, gliding through the air, their robe billowing, sword gleaming like snow. It was. Her heart trembled violently, her fingers instinctively curling into a tight fist. How could this be? 3 days prior, after locating Ling Zhanshue, she had immediately retraced her steps to seek traces of Chen Changan. Yet, upon her arrival, the entire forest lay in ruins. The blackened earth marred only by the scars of battle, where the lingering fluctuations of true essence in the air still stung her skin. Standing atop that ashen ground, the soles of her boots crushed fragments of blackened armor, producing a jarring sound. In her memory, the moonlight that night had been ghastly pale, illuminating 4 charred corpses, each still frozen in a posture of combat, their bones contorted as if they had struggled until their last breath. And that individual, not even a remnant of his bones remained. Kneeling down, her fingertips brushed against the scorched earth, as if she could still feel the warmth of that fateful sword strike. Finally, with a swift motion of her sleeve, she unleashed a wave of sword energy, reducing those 4 enemy corpses to dust. Even without witnessing it firsthand, she could deeply sense the brutality of that battle. He was beyond salvation. Yet, at this moment, who was that familiar figure descending from the sky? His robes billowed as he carved a streak of light through the clouds. Jilingxiu stood frozen in place, her fingertips trembling slightly. She had witnessed that charred earth, felt the residual sword energy, and even suffered sleepless nights from the pain in her heart. But now, he stood before her, vibrantly alive. Moreover, upon seeing her, the figure in the sky clearly brightened, excitedly waving his arms. Jilingxiu felt a warmth in her eyes, instinctively raising a hand to wipe them, only to find her fingertips damp with tears.
I am crying. When was the last time I shed tears? Not when the great Zhou fell.
Nor when pursued by Fu Yunlan, and even when Ling Zhanxue departed, she merely watched in silence. Yet now, gazing at the very person who should have perished, exuberantly approaching her, she could not contain the moisture gathering in her eyes.
Is this a miracle?
Before she could gather her thoughts, memories of the promise they once exchanged surged forth. In an instant, the countenance of this recently dethroned princess flushed crimson, her heart pounding like a drum.
He wouldn't dare to make such a demand, would he? I am a dignified princess of grandeur, formerly. How could I allow him?
Yet, the oath of heaven had been sworn, leaving her no room for regret.
Thus, even if there was no alternative, was there?
As her thoughts spiraled in a myriad of directions, that streak of light finally descended from the clouds, landing before her. You, her voice quivered.
A blend of embarrassment and indignation, yet tinged with an indescribable anticipation.
Meanwhile, on the other side, a man, fearful of losing his beloved disciple, had summoned another avatar after the previous one had dissipated days prior, racing through the starry night to arrive. Upon seeing his target fortuitously positioned at the city gate, his excitement was beyond words. In his eagerness, he descended without pausing to notice the girl's flushed ears and bashful expression. Instead, he approached her without any hesitation.
Lowering his voice to chuckle, "The any request you promised me earlier still stands, does it not?" After receiving the girl's repeated nods of affirmation, he took a deep breath to calm his racing heart, his expression turning exceedingly serious as he locked eyes with her ink-like gaze. "Then, if that is the case, you shall become my apprentice." Ha! Chapter 77, Duel in the Valley. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its fading light cast a warm glow upon the ancient road outside the city. Jilingxiu stared wide-eyed. Disbelief etched across her face as she regarded the languidly smiling man before her. "Take me as your disciple?" she repeated, each word punctuated with incredulity, her voice rising an octave. "Are you implying that you wish to accept me as your student?" Chen Changan crossed his arms, nodding with an air of nonchalance. "Indeed." In that moment, Jilingxiu's expression transformed into a captivating blend of amusement and annoyance. She had never anticipated that this man, who had silently shielded her and even risked his life for her, harbored such intentions. Thus, she inhaled deeply and queried, "You have followed me without fail, simply to take me as your disciple?" Chen Changan scratched his head, a radiant smile illuminating his face. What else could it be? This answer rendered Jilingxiu momentarily speechless. Throughout their journey, she had envisioned countless scenarios. Perhaps he had ulterior motives, or connections to the great Zhou, or even an interest in her, a notion she deemed most plausible. Yet, she never imagined that this seemingly carefree yet profoundly enigmatic man merely wished to be her mentor. "I thought you aspired to be my husband, yet you only desire to be my master. Indeed, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you." Chen Changan's teasing demeanor faded, his gaze turning earnest. "I sensed a connection between us, a bond between teacher and disciple." The evening breeze rustled their garments as Jilingxiu scrutinized his sincere and clear eyes, attempting to ascertain whether he was truly of sound mind. Then, she chuckled. "As a fellow practitioner of the Transcendence realm, I still surpass you in the minor realms. By what merit do you believe you can be my master?" At that moment, an unsettling premonition washed over Chen Changan. "Shall we have a contest? If you prevail, I shall concede to your wishes. I must thoroughly thrash this fellow. Otherwise, my resentment shall remain unquenched." The young woman resolutely mused within her mind. "Agreed." Chen Changan exhaled in relief. "But can we perhaps find another location?" "Certainly." She assented without a moment's hesitation. As they traversed the path, Jilingxiu glanced at the perpetually relaxed Chen Changan, and the tension that had gripped her heart began to dissipate quietly. she exhaled subtly in relief. Thankfully, he had not broached any inappropriate topics.
Despite the numerous times he had rescued her from peril in recent days, his calm demeanor had indeed garnered her admiration.
However,
Jilingxiu was acutely aware that this fluttering emotion felt more akin to a drowning person grasping at driftwood. He was the sole beacon of light she had encountered since her rebirth.
So brilliant that it was blinding. This was distinctly different from romantic affection.
Given her disposition, she was certainly able to discern the difference.
What is it? Perceiving Jilingxiu's momentary distraction, Chen Changan raised an eyebrow, observing her with a hint of anxiety. You aren't reconsidering, are you? Ridiculous.
Jilingxiu's ears flushed crimson as she feigned annoyance, casting him a glare. Now that I have sworn an oath to the heavens, I shall undoubtedly uphold it.
Yet, you shall never fathom the opportunity you have forfeited. What opportunity? Go to hell. Observing the girl's furious demeanor, Chen Changan wisely chose to remain silent. Quietly opening the system panel.
Jilingxiu, cultivation level, peak of the transcendent realm potential, 95, heavenly talent, destiny, 95, reborn, loyalty, 100, life and death bond, personality, proud, persistent. Thankfully, her loyalty had not diminished. Yet, what was the cause of her wrath? Was it that time of the month? By the way, do women in the cultivation world even experience such a thing? Chen Changan's thoughts began to wander. As long as her loyalty remained intact, it was of little concern. Perhaps her pride was merely a manifestation of her tsundere nature. Best not to provoke her. Meanwhile, a gentle night breeze ruffled Jilingxiu's hair as she gazed at the brightening stars on the horizon, a sudden smile escaping her lips. After scolding him, her mood had inexplicably brightened. Perhaps this distance was just right. Not too close to feel intrusive, yet not so distant as to seem aloof. However, whether Chen Changan could become my master would depend on his true abilities. In the tranquil valley, with a soft breeze blowing, Jilingxiu sat idly on a green stone, her fingers idly playing with the wildflowers beside her. Upon arriving at this location, Chen Changan had merely muttered an apology before vanishing without a trace, leaving her to wait alone. Had she not repeatedly assured herself of his trustworthiness, she might have doubted his intentions. This fellow, so mysterious, she murmured quietly, contemplating whether to explore the surroundings when, unexpectedly, a gentle breeze swept by. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Changan had appeared in the clearing, offering her a faint smile. Sorry to keep you waiting. Jilingxiu rose, brushing off the grass from her skirt, raising an eyebrow as she asked, finally decided to return? So, when do we begin? Yet, she could not shake the feeling that despite his appearance and demeanor remaining the same, the Chen Changan before her exuded a wholly different aura. What was this sensation? Jilingxiu racked her brain but could not pinpoint it, feeling as though she had encountered it before. Rather than responding directly, Chen Changan took a few steps back, grounding himself in the clearing with his hands clasped behind his back. Jilingxiu adopted a serious expression. After all, Chen Changan had previously single-handedly battled for return to Origin Realm cultivators and emerged victorious. She might not be his match. Nevertheless, she could not allow this individual to underestimate her. Gripping her sword with one hand, she assumed an offensive stance, poised to strike first. Unlike the Ji family's ancestral technique, renowned for its invulnerability, her strength lay in the art of the sword, famously known for its offensive prowess. Then, she heard the man before her softly utter the words, "I'll show my clumsiness." In the next instant, boom! An overwhelming pressure surged forth. The world seemed to freeze at that moment, the air thickening and becoming oppressively heavy. Jilingxiu's pupils constricted, her hair standing on end, as an unprecedented sense of suffocation enveloped her. An endless wave of oppressive force erupted from Chen Changan, as if the heavens were collapsing, causing the entire valley to tremble. The vegetation lies low, and the mountains emit a resonant hum. Even the wind seems to be subdued by this overwhelming force. Jilingxiu's legs tremble, nearly collapsing beneath her, yet she grits her teeth, desperately resisting this terrifying pressure. As tumultuous waves surge within her heart, she finally recalls where she has encountered this before. After all, given her status, she is fortunate enough to witness. This is the pressure of the sacred realm. Chapter 78, Operations as Fierce as a Tiger in the Realm of Xianing.
an unwritten iron rule prevails: one must never insult the sacred realm.
The names of the 12 sacred sovereigns are etched upon the heavenly list, revered and avoided by all as if they bore the weight of divine authority.
Even the most arrogant scions of noble families would not dare to name their offspring after a sacred sovereign. Should a new sacred sovereign ascend the list,
anyone sharing a name with them, even an insignificant mortal child, must promptly change their name, for failure to do so would be a grievous affront to the sacred realm. Thus, when Jilingxiu first encountered Chen Changan and heard him introduce himself, she was taken aback. How could he dare to share a name with a sacred sovereign? She speculated whether he was merely an ignorant dandy from some influential family, or perhaps a disciple of a hidden master, emboldened by a powerful background to defy the majesty of the sacred realm. Yet now, within the valley, a magnificent aura enveloped them. Jilingxiu gazed at the imposing figure before her, and suddenly, the truth dawned upon her, a bitter smile playing at her lips. It turned out he was not merely audacious, he was indeed the sacred sovereign who had ascended the heavenly list. The foremost on the heavenly list, Chen Changan. Only those who possess a deep understanding of the sacred realm can fathom the terror of such an identity.
The ancestor of the Ji family,
the supreme emperor of the Great Zhou, Ji Wuqing, was once the first on the heavenly list, exerting his influence over the entire Xianing realm for millennia. The man before her was his equal.
Now, do you still believe I am worthy to be your master? Chen Changan inquired.
Jilingxiu took a deep breath. Suppressing the shock within her, the sacred sovereign had truly concealed his identity well. Chen Changan laughed heartily, the overwhelming pressure dissipating as he returned to his languid demeanor.
Let us not be so formal, after all, we are to be master and disciple from now on. Jilingxiu huffed softly but could not help but scrutinize him, though the earlier pressure was undeniably real.
Nevertheless, no matter how many times she tried to convince herself,
it still felt surreal. This seemingly carefree fellow, who appeared to harbor no grand ambitions, was indeed the most powerful being in the sacred realm?
And she had once audaciously claimed they would confront their pursuers together, each taking half the burden. As this thought crossed her mind, her ears flushed with warmth. And she suddenly found the previous events absurdly laughable.
However, to be able to take the first of the heavenly list as her master, what better fate could a deposed princess like herself hope for? None whatsoever. Even if there were.
1,000 birds in the forest are worth less than a single bird in hand.
This was the ancestral teaching of the Ji family. Without hesitation, Jilingxiu bowed gracefully. Master, please accept your disciple-less reverence.
I hope for your guidance in the future.
Soon, Jilingxiu's name appeared in the pet section. However,
as Chen Changan glanced at the system panel, he sensed that something was amiss.
What could it be?
He perused the recently received system notification, achievement of legendary level completed. I am the mandate of heaven, 3-4, I am the mandate of heaven, collect 4 children of destiny in the pet section, achievement progress, 3-4, achievement reward, random immortal artifact.
Then, scrolling upwards.
The system prompts, epic series achievement completed, youth journey, 3-4. Completing the youth journey achievements rewards him with a precious jade,
enhancing the level of an unparalleled celestial technique.
The mystery is unraveled. It turns out what was lacking was a sense of accomplishment. Despite an intense flurry of actions akin to a fierce tiger, not a single achievement was achieved.
The 2, 3, 4 felt like a large pin,
pricking at Chen Changan's discomfort. Jilingxiu curiously observed her master's ever-shifting expressions of joy and sorrow, subtly inching to the side.
Just then, Master! Master!
Young Master Xiao Chen is in trouble. Wu Bo shouted while hurrying over, his voice abruptly ceased as his murky eyes fixated on the young girl standing behind Chen Changan. The morning light cast a gentle glow on her radiant face. As the former steward of a prestigious family, he immediately recognized the appearance of the Grand Princess of the Great Zhou.
However, Princess Jingxiu, what is she doing here?
He suddenly recalled the rumors he had heard upon leaving the valley a few days prior, his throat involuntarily tightening. A dreadful conjecture sprang to his mind.
Could it be that the master is involved in that matter as well?
But that can't be right. The master had been virtually confined to the valley, never straying far. And even when he ventured out, it was merely in the form of a lowly incarnation. Thus, it seems that the master, appearing languid these days, is actually
orchestrating a grand scheme, truly worthy of being the master. This is my newly accepted disciple? Chen Changan furrowed his brows and inquired. What did you just say about Xiao Chen?
Oh, young Master Xiao Chun encountered some trouble upon leaving the valley. Wu Bo quickly regained his composure,
redirecting his attention away from the legendary princess. Leaving the valley? When did he leave? I was unaware. Wu Bo chuckled bitterly. He wished to express that the master had appeared absent-minded lately, yet when young Master Xiao Chen informed him of the intent to leave the valley with Elder Yao, he had unhesitatingly nodded in agreement. Seemingly touched by Wu Bo's forlorn gaze, Chen Changan finally grasped the situation. He must have been preoccupied with controlling his avatar when Xiao Chen mentioned it, leading to this misunderstanding. In truth, he did not impose restrictions on his disciples' excursions. After all, how could the chosen one contend for fortune and grow freely without venturing out? He merely intended to wait until Xiao Chun reached the returning origin realm before allowing him to go. Is it a testament to the fate of a protagonist? How quickly trouble finds him after such a short time away. TSK, this lad. Chen Changan suddenly pushed the girl towards the old steward. This is Jilingxiu, my newly accepted disciple. You should make arrangements for her. Before his words could fully resonate, with a flutter of azure garments, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the valley's entrance. At that moment, he did not even notice that his actions resembled those of an anxious father eager to protect his child. Wu Bo gazed in the direction where Chen Changan had vanished, turning back to find the princess sporting a peculiar smile at the corners of her lips. Before he could speak, Jilingxiu smoothed her attire, which had been ruffled by the gust, and with a poised demeanor befitting her noble lineage, addressed him. You must be Wu Bo, correct? In the abode of the master, might there be a place for bathing and changing? Wu Bo was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding. I implore you, princess, you truly recognize me. Jilingxiu's gaze sharpened, and then she broke into a smile, clearly pleased with her own assessment. Wu Bo sighed, indeed. Neither the master's daughter nor his disciples were easy to engage with. He softly remarked, at the celestial tablet conference of the upper realm, I was fortunate to have accompanied my previous master and caught a distant glimpse of the princess's grace. Previous master? So that is the case, but I beseech you to exercise caution in your words. Jilingxiu shook her head. I am no longer a princess. Wu Bo fell silent for a moment, suddenly struck by a revelation. In that instant, he comprehended the young lady's meaning. A smile returned to his face. Then, Miss Ji, my master is currently occupied. Please follow me. Chapter 79, Xiao Chen emerges from the valley on the other side. Xiao Chen indeed found himself in a predicament. Chen Changan, hurrying towards the scene, remained blissfully unaware of the tremendous surprise his eldest disciple was about to bestow upon him. Let us rewind to several days prior. On this fateful day, Chen Changan's external incarnation had just engaged in a fierce battle against 4 armored knights. To ensure he did not miss his beloved disciple, he created another avatar, hastening towards Qingyang City under the starlit sky. With his focus entirely devoted to this new incarnation, the following scene unfolded. Father, may I have meat for dinner tonight?
In truth, Chen Xingxai had discovered a secret many days ago. Whenever her father reclined comfortably in his chair, a smile gracing his face, he was exceedingly prone to distraction. During these moments, regardless of what she said, he would most likely respond with a mere hum. Thus, in a sense, the clever and somewhat mischievous little Xingxai embarked on an elaborate scheme. She first consulted Wu Bo, who regularly filled in for her father and oversaw her training with her senior brothers, regarding the art of sound recording. Though Wu Bo was typically strict with his disciples and Chen Changan's 2 pupils, he always showed leniency towards Chen Xingxai. Moreover, her request was a rare academic endeavor from the young lady, involving nothing more than a harmless little spell, so Wu Bo generously imparted his knowledge. After confirming that her father had once again entered this state of distraction, she finally revealed her little devilish tale. Following a trial run during dinner and a few trivial inquiries, her ambitious intentions became glaringly evident. Father, may I arrive half an hour late to Wu Bo's morning class in the future? Father, may I no longer eat bell peppers or bitter melon? Father, may I borrow the storybook from teacher Xiaohei again? Having meticulously recorded her conversations with her father using the sound recording spell, and observing Chen Changan still lost in his reverie, the small Chen Xingxai suddenly conceived an even bolder idea. Father, do you like Xingxai the most?
He father. Could you find a mother for Xingcai? Father, what do you think about teacher Xiaoheng master? May I venture out of the valley with Elder Yao? Oh. Xingcai. You're here too. Ah, it's senior brother.
Senior brother, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Upon seeing the earnest young man enter through the main door, Chen Xingcai, with her conscience pricked, made a hasty exit. Thus, in a certain sense, one might say that Chen Changan was saved by his own eldest disciple. After receiving a positive response from his master, Xiao Chen joyfully departed the valley with Elder Yao. Primarily, it is due to the fact that during these days, Elder Yao has been instructing Xiao Chen in the art of alchemy.
And the annual alchemy conference in the nearby Huiyue city is fast approaching.
Thus, Elder Yao has made special arrangements to take Xiao Chen along to broaden his horizons. Although Xiao Chen has already taken Chen Changan as his master, even if Elder Yao had 100 times the audacity, he would not dare to compete with the saint for disciples. Nevertheless, in Elder Yao's heart, he still regards Xiao Chen as his own disciple. On the following day, before the morning mist had dissipated, Xiao Chen followed closely behind Elder Yao as they entered Huiyue city. The bluestone slabs at the city gate were still damp with dew. Yet the air was already suffused with a subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs. On either side of the street, shops were plentiful, displaying various spiritual herbs, alchemical furnaces, and jade vials in abundance, with calls of merchants rising and falling like a tide. 300-year-old blood ginseng, in exchange for a third-grade qi gathering pill. Premium Xianbing sand. Essential for alchemy, miss it today and wait another year. Xiao Chen was dazzled by the sights and could not help but ask softly, Master, why are there so many alchemists here? Elder Yao stroked his beard and replied with a smile. The annual alchemy conference in Huiyue city is the grandest event within 1,000 miles. Independent alchemists, disciples from various sects, and even some reclusive old masters come to join the festivities. Just as he was speaking, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. Make way. Step aside. Several young cultivators clad in splendid garments pushed through the crowd, strutting with airs of superiority, their chests adorned with a silver moon emblem, the disciples of the local alchemical family. Yuehua Pavilion. The passers-by hastily made way, clearly holding them in considerable awe. Elder Yao squinted slightly and murmured, Do you see? This is what they call the local tyrant. We are here to keep a low profile primarily to gain experience. Once we enter the conference, do your best to avoid any conflicts with them. Xiao Chen nodded. But inwardly he grumbled, alchemy is simply alchemy, what else with all the pretentiousness? Even Master, who was ranked first on the heavenly list, doesn't he flaunt himself like this? While he was lost in thought, a sudden waft of sweet fragrance drifted by. Turning his head, he beheld a young girl in simple attire standing at the street corner, her table adorned with several crystalline spiritual herbs, patiently awaiting potential buyers. The herbs, resembling jade, shimmered with a faint luminescence along their veins, undoubtedly a rare find known as starshine grass. Elder Yao also took notice, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Oh? Where did this girl procure such exquisite items? Just as Xiao Chen was about to approach her with inquiries, the disciples of Yuehua Pavilion also set their sights on the girl, their eyes instantly gleaming with avarice. Chapter 80, The Predicament of the Spirit Clan Little Girl. We at Moonlight Pavilion desire this stardust grass. Here are 10 low-grade spirit stones, take them. The elegantly dressed youth at the forefront casually tossed a few spirit stones and reached out to seize the precious herb. The girl in plain garments quickly shielded the stall, retorting with unwavering determination, I will not sell it. This stardust grass is worth at least 50 mid-grade spirit stones. You are being exceedingly unreasonable. With a resounding slap, the youth struck the stall, causing the spirit herbs to tremble violently. You dare to refuse? In Huiyue City, there is nothing that our Moonlight Pavilion cannot acquire. You are devoid of reason. Reason? The Moonlight Pavilion in Huiyue City embodies reason. Just ask them, won't you? The youth gestured towards the crowd, and the passers-by he indicated averted their gazes, too intimidated to speak. See? The youth exhibited a triumphant smirk. Is that so? Then I shall see just how formidable your Moonlight Pavilion truly is. A clear and resonant voice suddenly emerged from the throng.
The crowd turned to behold a youth clad in black, standing resolutely with a sword in hand, his demeanor stern, none other than Xiao Chen. Who is this impudent wretch, daring to meddle in the affairs of our moonlight pavilion? The elegantly dressed youth scoffed, gesturing dismissively, teach him a lesson. In an instant, several disciples of the moonlight pavilion encircled him, their true essence surging, all possessing profound cultivation. Xiao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as his right hand rested upon the hilt of his sword. Excellent. Just the opportunity one required to test my blade. With a thunderous roar, thunderclap. The sword gleamed like lightning, and the sound of thunder erupted. In an instant, multiple sword energies, infused with the might of thunder, swept forth. The disciples of Moonlight Pavilion were caught off guard, flung several feet away, landing heavily upon the ground, charred and in utter disarray. A deathly silence enveloped the street. All present stared in disbelief at the spectacle. Disciples of the Moonlight Pavilion, vanquished by a seemingly inconspicuous youth with a single strike? You seek death. The elegantly dressed youth was both astonished and furious, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Chen. You actually dared to lay hands on our Moonlight Pavilion's people. Xiao Chen sheathed his sword, lazily cleaning his ears. And what of it? The youth narrowed his eyes, realizing that the young man seemed intent on opposing the Moonlight Pavilion. No. Xiao Chen shook his head, then turned to the elderly pharmacist who had been observing from the crowd, winking playfully. Everyone, did I ever state that I wished to oppose the Moonlight Pavilion? Did I? The elderly pharmacist chuckled, feigning a bystander inciting the crowd. No, he never claimed to oppose the Moonlight Pavilion. Under his guidance, the onlookers collectively affirmed that Xiao Chen had never made such a declaration. The elegantly dressed youth seethed with rage. You all. Xiao Chen stepped forward, patting the youth's shoulder with a grin. From the very beginning, my sole intention has been to oppose you. Or should I assume that you have dispatched your esteemed pavilion master and usurped command? In such a case, I might concede that you could represent the Moonlight Pavilion. Upon hearing this, the youth's expression shifted to one of panic. The pavilion master enjoys everlasting blessings, with a lifespan that rivals the heavens. If you seek to sow discord, today will be a battle to the death. You die? Xiao Chen pointed to himself and chuckled. Isn't this all the same? Laughter erupted around him. All right. The young man in splendid attire seethed with anger. You will pay for this. Unable to retaliate physically or verbally, he turned and departed. Only then did Xiao Chen turn to assist the still-shaken girl in simple clothing. Are you all right, my lady? I shall take this starry grass for 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Will that suffice? The young woman nodded absent-mindedly, still reeling from the shock. In the distance, the disciples of the Moonlight Pavilion, whom he had bested, finally regained their footing and shouted as they followed the young man in splendid attire. The Moonlight Pavilion will not let you off easily. Xiao Chen shrugged, amused inwardly. He may not always prevail in a brawl, but in terms of connections? Was this a jest? At that moment, the girl abruptly withdrew the starry grass into her embrace and murmured, I will not sell it. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Why not? She lifted her gaze, revealing a hint of helplessness and concern. You acted with such righteousness earlier, and I am deeply grateful. However, if you purchase this starry grass, it would irrevocably entangle you with the Moonlight Pavilion. She bit her lip. I cannot bring you trouble. Old Yao, standing nearby, stroked his beard and chuckled softly. This young lady possesses a kind heart. However, it would be wise not to sell such a precious spirit herb in public. I share that sentiment, the girl sighed, continuing. My name is Schwanger. My ancestors have been part of the plant spirit clan for generations, dedicated to cultivating rare spirit herbs. In the past, representatives from the great Zhou royal family would come to procure them, but this time, her voice trailed off, the royal merchant has yet to arrive. We waited for several days only to learn of a grave incident in Tianjing City. She gently caressed the crystal and leaves of the starry grass. Our clan relies on this batch of spirit herbs for sustenance, which is why we came to Huiwe City to sell them. She hesitated. But Huiwe City is the territory of the Moonlight Pavilion. In recent days, the spirit herbs we brought have been subject to coercive purchases. Just the other day,
My clan brother's 9-leaf spirit mushroom was forcibly taken from him for merely 3 low-grade spirit stones.
Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. Is no one intervening? Intervene?
Schwanger chuckled bitterly. The Moonlight Pavilion is backed by powerful figures in the celestial realm, one of the top forces in Qingzhou. We, as a small clan from outside, dare not resist. Old Yao interjected, My dear girl, you mentioned that the great Zhou royal merchant has not arrived.
Do you know what transpired in Tianjing City?
Schwanger shook her head. All I have heard is that Princess Jinxiu conspired with the demon tribe to assassinate Emperor Changping, and even the Supreme Emperor has fallen.
What? Even that esteemed saint has perished? This cannot be true. Xiao Chen gasped. Exchanging a glance with old Yao, how could such monumental events transpire while they remained isolated in the valley?
Very well, Xiao Chen declared suddenly, Schwanger. I shall take all of the remaining spirit herbs your clan possesses.
What? Schwanger stepped back in astonishment. You cannot be serious. Just lead the way. He insisted.
Xiao Chen broke into a smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. I have recently been delving into the art of alchemy and am in need of some exceptional materials. Financial constraints are of no concern.
As for the Moonlight Pavilion,
beneath the sacred realm, all are but ants, and he genuinely does not regard it with any significance.
Chapter 81, The Grandmaster of Alchemy outside of Huiyue City.
Schwanger guided Xiao Chen and Yao Lao through the rugged mountain path, arriving at a concealed encampment. Several tents of a dull brown hue were scattered about. And by the campfire sat members of the Spirit Plant clan, casting wary and curious glances at the strangers.
In the center of the camp,
a clearing was meticulously arranged with an assortment of medicinal herbs, neatly categorized and orderly stacked, while a few clan members busied themselves with newly arrived herbs at the periphery.
Uncle, I have returned, Schwanger announced, lifting the curtain of the central tent. Xiao Chen and Yao Lao followed her inside. Within the tent, a stern-faced young man abruptly stood up. Schwanger, who permitted you to bring outsiders here?
His sharp gaze swept over Xiao Chen, his tone unfriendly.
What time is it now? And you still dare to provoke trouble?
This young master Xiao is willing to purchase all of our spirit herbs, Schwanger hastily explained, and his price is fair.
Better than that of the Moonlight Pavilion. Silence.
The young man interrupted sharply.
What do you understand?
Uncle is currently negotiating with the steward of the Moonlight Pavilion.
And if we stir up any trouble now, our entire clan will suffer.
But had it not been for the coercion of the Moonlight Pavilion, these herbs would have been sold long ago.
I am but a fish on the butcher's block. What can I do? Wait.
Xiao Chen interjected, standing with his arms crossed.
And calmly asked, what price is the Moonlight Pavilion offering?
The young man's eyes flickered with hesitation.
This is a clan secret, not suitable for disclosure. A secret?
Schwanger suddenly stepped forward, her voice trembling. Brother, just yesterday I witnessed them forcefully acquiring a 9-leaf spirit mushroom for 10 low-grade spirit stones.
Is this what you call a good price?
Outside the tent, whispers began to rise, as several clan members quietly gathered, their expressions complex.
The young man's face turned pale. You. What do you know? The Moonlight Pavilion has promised to provide us protection in the future and even allocate a piece of medicinal field outside Huiyue City, and then what?
Schwanger retorted with a cold laugh, casually lifting the corner of a medicinal basket to reveal several radiant dragon blood ginsengs lying within. Such quality spirit herbs used to fetch at least 400 mid-grade spirit stones from the royal merchants, and at an auction,
they could even be worth 500 mid-grade spirit stones each. How many have you sold? 30? 50?
The young man was rendered speechless. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from outside the tent. An elderly man with graying hair rushed in, followed closely by several disciples clad in Moonlight Pavilion attire.
Schwanger.
Who allowed you? The old man was in mid-yell when he suddenly choked on his words. His gaze fixed intently on the alchemist's jade token partially visible at Yao Lao's waist, 8 golden threads shimmering in the twilight.
An 8th-rank Grandmaster of Alchemy. He blurted out.
In the Xianing continent, alchemists held a truly transcendent status. The path of alchemy is vast and profound, and those who can glimpse its mysteries are 1 in 10,000. Alchemists are categorized by their mastery into 9 ranks. And each elevation requires countless trials and a vast expenditure of resources. Low-tier alchemists, ranks 1 to 3, can concoct basic elixirs, though not rare. They are still held in high esteem among mid-sized factions. The elixirs they concoct, such as the gathering chi pill and healing powder, are indispensable for the daily cultivation of practitioners. Mid-tier alchemists, classified as 4th to 5th rank, possess the ability to refine extraordinary potions, such as the barrier-breaking pill that assists individuals in overcoming obstacles, and the longevity pill that extends one's lifespan. Such figures are esteemed guests in most sects, and their pills are often scarce. High-tier alchemists, ranked 6th to 7th, are truly coveted. The 7th-rank alchemist's soul-cleansing pill can reshape one's very foundation, while the concentration pill aids in comprehending the profound truths of the Tao. Alchemists of this caliber are typically nurtured as treasures by major sects, rarely revealed to the public. Those of 8th rank and above are hailed as grandmasters of alchemy. These grandmasters possess profound insights into the art of alchemy, capable of manifesting pills with a mere thought, and can even concoct legendary heavenly-grade elixirs such as the 9-turn soul-reviving pill, which can resurrect the dead, or the life-creation pill, which can reform meridians and assist formidable beings in the realm of longevity to break through their limitations. Each batch they produce incites fierce competition and bloodshed. However, across the entire Xianian continent, the number of existing grandmasters of alchemy does not exceed a mere handful. They are the bedrock of the most formidable powers, enjoying unparalleled privileges. Indeed, they are experts. Upon revealing his identity, Elder Yao chuckled modestly. His title is not simply a name. Although the status of a Grandmaster of Alchemy is not inscribed upon the heavenly tablet, it is nonetheless recognized by the heavenly Tao, leaving an indelible mark on one's soul that cannot be fabricated. While the combat prowess of a Grandmaster may be average, their connections are truly formidable. It is said that someone once offended a Grandmaster of Alchemy and was summarily eliminated by 3 sacred sovereigns, reduced to mere dust in an instant. The entire encampment fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was awestruck by Elder Yao's status as an 8th-rank Grandmaster of Alchemy, especially the cousin of Schwanger, whose face flushed crimson and whose forehead beaded with cold sweat, trembling lips unable to utter a single word. Xiao Chen quietly approached Elder Yao, lowering his voice. "Elder Yao, with such an impressive identity, you should have revealed it sooner." Elder Yao stroked his beard and replied in a hushed tone, "To be honest, I too am apprehensive, uncertain of its efficacy." He paused, his tone laden with nuance, "For I was once merely a fragment of a soul. Having been dead for countless years, whether this title still holds weight is uncertain." As if to validate his concern, at that moment a boisterous laugh erupted, shattering the tense atmosphere. The crowd turned to see a young man clad in the attire of the Moonlight sect approaching leisurely, his robe embroidered with golden cloud patterns, and a jade token hanging from his waist, distinctly indicating his status as an alchemist. Yet, it bore only 6 golden lines. The youth's gaze was sharp, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he fixed his stare upon Elder Yao. "Such audacity!" he sneered. "Dare you impersonate a Grandmaster of Alchemy?" He raised his hand, channeling a beam of spiritual light into his jade token, and instantly, the 6 golden lines shimmered in the sunlight, revealing 6 uniquely postured golden dragons. "Can you all see clearly?" The youth proclaimed loudly. "A true alchemist's jade token bears dragon patterns in its golden lines, symbolizing the supreme authority of the Tao of alchemy." The patterns on this person's jade token were indeed adorned with flowers, birds, insects, and fish. The crowd swiftly turned to inspect the waist of the old alchemist, confirming the youth's assertion. His gaze was sharp, piercing through the old man. "Who are you, to dare impersonate the identity of a Grandmaster of Alchemy? You are courting death." An uproar erupted in the hall. The cousin of Schwanger, who had previously kept his head bowed, suddenly lifted it, his eyes flashing with uncertainty. The disciples of the Moonlight Pavilion straightened their backs, their faces regaining an air of arrogance. Xiao Chen felt a tightening in his chest and instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword. Yet, the old alchemist remained composed, letting out a gentle sigh. "Alas, it seems times have indeed changed." He slowly raised his head, his gaze profound, as if peering beyond the youth before him into a more distant past. "You are correct. This jade token is not of this present world." The old man smiled faintly, for it originated from the grand era of alchemy thousands of years ago. Before his words had faded, he lightly tapped the jade token, and in an instant, 8 golden patterns erupted in resplendent brilliance, bringing the flowers, birds, insects,
and fish to life, weaving into an ancient illusory alchemical furnace in the void. This is.
The youth's pupils constricted sharply. The old alchemist stood with his hands behind his back, his robes billowing without wind, his aged voice resonating like a great bell, reverberating in the hearts of all present. When I was a grandmaster of the 8th rank, your Moonlight Sect's founding ancestor was likely still in the womb. It turned out he was a renowned figure from ancient times in the realm of alchemy. My apologies, my apologies. The youth, now aghast, spoke with utmost respect. The old alchemist nodded proudly. At least you are perceptive. Then what do you say about these herbal medicines from the spirit plant clan? Since you, esteemed one, are a grandmaster of ancient alchemy, our Moonlight Pavilion naturally. The corners of the youth's mouth suddenly curled into a sly smile, all of them. What? The old alchemist was taken aback. The youth's smile gradually broadened, and finally, he burst into laughter. Ha ha, old man, I was merely playing along with you. You didn't take that seriously, did you? Chapter 82, The Contest. After a moment of stunned silence, Elder Yao was suddenly consumed by a fierce rage. His vital essence surged, the oppressive aura of the longevity realm erupted, causing the very air of the camp to seem to solidify for an instant. However, the young man stood undaunted, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he softly called out, "Old Meng." Before the sound of his voice faded, an equally formidable presence descended, deep and vast, challenging Elder Yao's might. A grey-robed elder appeared silently behind the young man, his gaunt face sharp and hawk-like. Surrounded by a faint aura of alchemical fire, clearly another formidable figure of the longevity realm. The young man sneered, "Old man, do you still wish to take action?" Even at such a tender age, being a 6th-grade alchemist, how could he lack a guardian? Elder Yao's expression darkened, yet his eyes showed no fear. Xiao Chen could tell he was genuinely enraged. The two imposing pressures of the longevity realm collided with a thunderous crash, the air erupting in a shrill whistle. Elder Yao's robes billowed as azure alchemical flames ignited around him, cracking the ground beneath his feet. The gaunt elder, though thin, stood like an unyielding mountain. The space between them warping and trembling, the grass and trees beneath their feet reduced to powder, forcing the onlookers to retreat in haste. Suddenly, Xiao Chen stepped forward, positioning himself between the two, raising a hand and saying, "Hold on." With Xiao Chen standing in the way, Elder Yao finally tempered his imposing aura. Xiao Chen's gaze remained calm as he addressed the young man. "Since you doubt Elder Yao's identity, why not engage in a contest?" "Oh?" The young man raised an eyebrow. "What sort of contest do you propose?" "Quite simple," Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. "If you win, we shall immediately depart and never interfere with matters concerning the Spirit Plant Clan." "Humph, that is insufficient," the young man scoffed. "Let us add another condition. If you lose, both you and this old man must kneel and apologize to me." Without hesitation, Xiao Chen agreed. "Very well." A flicker of surprise crossed the young man's eyes, quickly replaced by derisive laughter. "All right then, you may go first. I am quite eager to see what tricks this old man has left." Xiao Chen shook his head. "It is not he who will compete against you." "Who, then?" the young man inquired. "It is I," Xiao Chen declared. The young man paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "You?" His gaze swept dismissively over Xiao Chen's waist, which bore no insignia, not even a basic alchemist's badge. He wasn't even an alchemist. Xiao Chen smiled slightly. "That is of no consequence, if we lose." "Does that not align perfectly with your desires?" The young man narrowed his eyes. "Very well, how shall we compete?" Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Xiao Chen spoke with an unruffled tone. "In the simplest of ways, let us concoct the most elementary of spirit-gathering pills, shall we?" "Spirit-gathering pills?" The young man was initially taken aback, but then erupted into laughter. "Ha! You, who isn't even an alchemist, dare to challenge me in pill-making? Excellent! Truly excellent!" With a swift flick of his sleeve, he grinned maliciously, prepare to witness what true alchemical mastery entails. As the contest commenced, the young man sneered, swinging his sleeve to summon a crimson alchemical furnace that crashed to the ground, its body inscribed with profound runes, a faint sound of dragon roars emanating from within. "Today, let me broaden your horizons," he proclaimed with an air of arrogance, and then, with deft fingers forming intricate hand seals, the tips of his fingers shimmered with ethereal light.
Tendrils of alchemical flame coiled upward like a graceful dragon, weaving in the air to form a complex formation. This is the 9 transformations of the celestial phoenix fire technique. A proud disciple from the Moonlight Pavilion declared.
This technique harnesses the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to transform mundane fire into the true flames of the phoenix and unparalleled mastery of fire control.
In all of Qingzhou,
only our young pavilion master can wield it with such consummate skill.
The young man smirked slightly, clearly relishing the flattery from his subordinate.
As his techniques grew ever more extravagant, the spiritual herbs danced in his hands, each one meticulously sliced into the perfect ratios of medicinal properties, subsequently enveloped by the true flames of the phoenix before descending into the alchemical furnace.
The entire process of alchemy flowed like water, a true artistry, eliciting gasps of admiration from those surrounding.
Only the elder herbalist cast a fleeting glance before turning away with a disdainful huff, all show and no substance.
Meanwhile,
on the other side, Chen quietly retrieved an unremarkable, dull gray alchemical furnace, awkwardly igniting the alchemical flames. His control was so unstable that the flames flickered erratically,
prompting frowns from onlookers.
Clumsily, he tossed the spiritual herbs into the furnace without any semblance of the basic separation of medicinal properties, appearing utterly inexperienced.
Ha ha ha. The young man glanced over and couldn't help but scoff. Is this all? He can't even manage the most fundamental herb separation and condensation, and he dares to compare his alchemy with mine?
The crowd shook their heads in unison,
clearly convinced of Xiao Chen's inevitable failure.
Even the young girl from the Plant Spirit clan, who had steadfastly supported Xiao Chen, clenched her fists in concern for him.
Yet,
Xiao Chen remained composed, unfazed by the surrounding jeers. The gathering chi pill, the most common elixir in the realm of cultivation, has been consumed by nearly every practitioner.
Yet,
precisely because of its commonality, the disparity in quality is staggering.
The most inferior gathering chi pill, marred with impurities and lacking potency,
is so unimpressive that even practitioners at the materialization realm would not spare it a glance, whereas the legendary supreme gathering chi pill, upon completion, shines with radiant hues, its fragrance lingering in the air, allowing even the most powerful beings of the longevity realm to experience the smooth flow of spiritual energy.
To date, the only elixir Xiao Chen has ever crafted is the gathering chi pill.
And today, he intends to employ the most rudimentary techniques to forge the finest pill.
Chapter 83, Refining the pill. Time flowed steadily, and with a melodious hum, the young man's alchemical furnace burst open. Concentrate,
he commanded, his hands swiftly forming intricate seals.
Suddenly,
a vivid crimson flame pattern emerged on his brow, and he exhaled a stream of golden-red fire.
This flame twisted and danced in the air, transforming into a lifelike fire phoenix, its wings unfurling as it spiraled gracefully, scattering flecks of golden light. True phoenix fire.
The old alchemist's pupils constricted, yet, upon closer inspection, it was apparent that this flame was inferior to authentic phoenix fire, likely a blend infused with the bloodline of a phoenix-like fire spirit beast. The fire phoenix let out a resonant cry, diving down to envelop the entire furnace. Within the searing flames, 9 pills spun rapidly, each rotation drawing in a trace of the phoenix's primordial power.
Refining the pill is the most critical step in alchemy. Most ordinary alchemists utilize standard spirit flames, which suffice for merging medicinal properties.
However, true masters of the alchemical arts possess unique refining techniques. Some use cold springs to impart a gentle nature to the pills, while others infuse them with spiritual blood to imbue life force. Yet, the highest echelon employs the primal fire of spirit beasts for refining.
The phoenix, renowned for its rebirth through flames, embodies this mastery.
With true phoenix fire for refining, the efficacy of the pills can be enhanced by more than double, the youth proclaimed with pride. The 9 pills gradually became translucent amidst the flames, intricate phoenix patterns emerging on their surfaces. As the last vestige of fire was absorbed, the pills erupted in a brilliant golden light, 9 ethereal phoenix apparitions soaring into the sky, circling and singing in triumph.
It is done.
The youth laughed heartily, declaring the creation of a superior gathering spirit pill, imbued with the power of the phoenix's rebirth.
The onlookers were left in awe.
A superior gathering spirit pill was already a rarity, but after being refined with true phoenix fire, this pill approached the pinnacle of excellence. 9 spiritual patterns danced across the surface of the pills, and a rich fragrance of medicine enveloped the entire camp.
Excellent, excellent, excellent! Exclaimed the second uncle of Schwanger.
His voice filled with astonishment. To concoct a superior spirit pill from mere ordinary materials was a display of transformative skill worthy of a master. The youth stood proudly with his hands clasped behind his back, confidently gazing at Xiao Chen. At this moment, Xiao Chen had just completed his own refinement. Awkwardly lifting the lid of his furnace, preparing for the final step, refining the pill.
It was not too late to concede, the youth mocked, with your rudimentary skills. How dare you compare yourself to me?
Yet, before he could finish, Xiao Chen suddenly smiled.
Do not rejoice too soon.
With a swift motion, he drew his long sword.
The blade pointing skyward, thunder from the 9 heavens, heavenly tribulation.
With a commanding shout, the sword in Xiao Chen's hand erupted in blinding lightning.
In an instant,
the surrounding world dimmed, as if even the sunlight had been devoured by the sudden onslaught of thunder.
Boom!
A bolt of purple-gold lightning descended from the heavens. A pillar as thick as a barrel piercing through the cosmos, completely enveloping Xiao Chen's alchemical furnace. Ferocious lightning serpents writhed across the surface of the furnace, emitting a cacophony of crackling sounds that sent chills down the spine. The trees and grass around the camp trembled as if stirred by an unseen force, quaking in response to the unleashed thunderous energy. This is. The old man in the grey robe's pupils constricted sharply, his white beard swirling violently in the tempest, for he had encountered the true might of the heavenly tribulation. How could this be possible? He stepped forward hastily, shielding the young man behind him. In the next moment, the thunder intensified, and the sky above the encampment transformed into a miniature sea of lightning. Within the clouds, countless thunder dragons could be faintly seen writhing, each flash causing the earth to tremble. The onlookers were compelled to muster their entire essence to resist. Those of lesser cultivation found themselves kneeling on the ground, unable to lift their heads under the weight of this celestial power.
Crack! Another deafening clap of thunder echoed.
And the surface of the alchemical furnace suddenly cracked with numerous fine fissures, brilliant bolts of lightning erupting from the seams. Just as the furnace was on the verge of exploding, all the thunderbolts suddenly collapsed inward, morphing into 9 purple-golden lightning patterns, deeply imprinted upon the surface of the elixirs. As the thunderclouds dispersed, sunlight once more poured down. Within Xiao Chen's furnace, 3 translucent elixirs floated serenely, each entwined with delicate arcs of lightning, emanating a heart-stirring pressure. To refine elixirs through the heavenly tribulation. The young man's face turned ashen, his voice trembling. How could this be possible? An ancient saying has long circulated within the realm of alchemy: without tribulation, there are no supreme elixirs, only through tribulation can one attain true profundity. This means that no matter how perfect an elixir may be, without the crucible of tribulation, it will ultimately remain at the level of the exquisite. Only through the baptism of the heavenly tribulation can one step into the realm of true mystery. At this moment, as the lightning faded, 3 crystalline elixirs lay quietly within Xiao Chen's furnace. The 9 lightning patterns intertwined upon the elixirs, with faint glimpses of purple lightning coursing through them, unmistakably the legendary tribulation elixirs. The young man could never have imagined that someone in this world would deliberately invoke a heavenly tribulation to provide their disciple with a shortcut, and with such formidable prowess. Refine and tame it for their apprentice's use. In truth, the young man was unaware that at this moment, Xiao Chen was also internally exclaiming in relief. The method of refining elixirs through the heavenly tribulation had only been a casual mention during a recent discussion with the Elder of Herbs. And he had not anticipated that today, in haste, it would truly succeed. Yet he alone knew that the actual execution was far more challenging than the theoretical concept. It could only be said that his master was exceedingly powerful, for the segment of the heavenly tribulation had indeed been tamed with utmost obedience. More compliant than a loyal dog. He discreetly glanced at the Elder of Herbs, noticing a flicker of surprise in his eyes, which quickly transformed into a look of satisfaction. The 3 spirit-gathering elixirs lay quietly in the furnace, their surfaces swirling with lightning patterns. In terms of quality and fragrance, they indeed fell short of the 9 phoenix-refined spirit elixirs made by the young man. However, the trace of the heavenly tribulation's essence had fundamentally transformed the nature of the elixirs, akin to the difference between raw iron and refined steel. Both originating from the same source, yet worlds apart. The young man's complexion darkened, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, producing a crackling sound. With a sudden sweep of his robe, he turned to leave. Not so fast,
Xiao Chen declared, the wager was made first, have you forgotten something?
The young man's footsteps faltered, his back visibly stiffening.
The surroundings fell silent as everyone held their breath, watching this unfolding scene. After a long pause,
the young man slowly turned around, his expression a tumult of uncertainty. After a prolonged silence, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words through clenched jaws, I apologize. Before the echoes of his voice faded, he transformed into a streak of light that soared towards the horizon. Having flown 100 feet, he abruptly halted in mid-air. His voice, imbued with formidable energy, resonating powerfully, the matters concerning the Spirit Planting Clan are orchestrated by our esteemed leader. You would do well to depart swiftly. Otherwise, his tone turned abruptly icy, prepare to endure the wrath of the celestial beings. As the last echoes lingered, his figure vanished into the twilight. Xiao Chen gazed at the sky, a frown creasing his brow. Elder Yao, having appeared by his side unbeknownst to him, spoke in a hushed tone, young man. I fear we have indeed entangled ourselves in an insurmountable predicament. Shy and hesitant, Schwanger approached, young Master Xiao, Elder Yao, perhaps you.
Not at all.
Xiao Chen suddenly broke into a smile, turning to Elder Yao, for troubles beyond our resolution, we still have our master to rely upon, do we not? Elder Yao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, the worry in his eyes dissipating entirely. Chapter 84, Xiao Chen returns to the valley. Xiao Chen himself had not anticipated this turn of events. Originally, he had come merely to procure a selection of medicinal herbs. Yet he found himself witnessing a scene of bullying. What began as a simple act of chivalry quickly entangled him in the machinations of the esteemed Moonlight Pavilion, a top sect in Qingzhou. Had he been an ordinary person, he might have harbored thoughts of retreat by this point. However, Xiao Chen was anything but ordinary. He first retrieved a jade slip for communication, channeling his true essence through his fingertips to swiftly inscribe several lines of text. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the slip soaring through the air like a streak of light towards the valley he had departed. This was the communication talisman bestowed upon him by Uncle Wu when he left the valley. Following this, he accompanied Schwanger and her kin to the village of the Plant Spirit Clan. The village of the Plant Spirit Clan lay nestled within a hidden valley, surrounded by towering mountains. The spiritual energy was so dense that it nearly coalesced into a fine mist, rivaling even the outskirts of the valley where Xiao Chen resided. The village was dotted with houses, and fields of spiritual crops thrived, where many clanspeople tended to the herbs. Upon seeing Schwanger return with an outsider, they cast curious glances in their direction. Father! Schwanger hastened towards a wooden house at the village's center and pushed open the door. Inside, a stern-looking middle-aged man was poring over an ancient tome. Hearing the commotion, he raised his head and, upon seeing Schwanger, his eyes softened momentarily. However, he soon noticed Xiao Chen and the elder Yao standing behind her, his brow furrowing slightly. Schwanger, who are these two? Schwanger promptly recounted the events of the day, detailing how Xiao Chen had come to their aid, his contest of alchemy with the members of the Moonlight Pavilion, and how he had even provoked a heavenly tribulation during the process, ultimately forcing them to concede and apologize. After listening, the clan leader fell silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. I see. He turned to Xiao Chen, offering a wry smile. Young friend, your gallant assistance is profoundly appreciated by our clan. However, you may not be aware that this spiritual land is more than sufficient even as a stronghold for a sect. In the past, we could occupy this territory solely due to the protection of the Great Zhou. Now, with the internal strife within the Great Zhou and an uncertain future, we have become the target of many. This compelled Schwanger's uncle to negotiate with the Moonlight Pavilion in hopes of securing their protection. Xiao Chen nodded, having gleaned much of the Plant Spirit Clan's plight during the journey. This matter was indeed pressing. Not only was the village of the Plant Spirit Clan a coveted location, but the clan itself also held immense appeal for larger sections. After all, a clan proficient in cultivating spiritual plants, yet possessing weak cultivation and no ambition, was akin to a perfect livestock. No wonder the Moonlight Pavilion chose to play the villain in order to exploit them. In reality, it was merely a case of one party playing the role of the villain while the other played the hero. Had it not been for Xiao Chen's unexpected intervention, the exploitation would likely have succeeded. After a moment of contemplation, a bold idea suddenly arose in Xiao Chen's mind. Clan leader, you actually have a better option. Oh?
The clan leader was taken aback. Since you are preparing to relocate your entire clan, why not settle outside my master's valley?
Xiao Chen spoke with an air of ease. There, you will find vast stretches of forest, abundant spiritual energy, and most importantly, if my master consents.
None in this world would dare to bully you.
He added, however, this matter is merely my own contemplation and requires the approval of my esteemed master.
The clan leader, taken aback initially, then offered a wry smile. My young friend,
you may not be aware that the head of the Moonlight Pavilion is a formidable being of the celestial realm.
Xiao Chen laughed heartily. And what of the celestial realm? My master is a saint, a true saint. Saint? The clan leader's pupils constricted, while both Schwanger and the surrounding clansmen gasped in astonishment.
They had long speculated about Xiao Chen's background, anticipating this very moment. Which is why they had brought him to the village to negotiate with the clan leader. Their initial hope was merely to elevate their own status in front of the Moonlight Pavilion by leveraging Xiao Chen's connections. However, they never imagined that he was backed by a true saint. They had no doubt that Xiao Chen spoke the truth. In this world, anyone bold enough to falsely claim the title of a saint had already met their demise. The dignity of the saint realm is not a mere platitude. Each saint embodies a pinnacle force in the Xianying continent, a source of immense pride for their respective factions. To impersonate a saint is to invite enmity with that powerful force, a matter of life and death. The Moonlight Pavilion is at best a leading force in Qingzhou. Yet when viewed in the context of the entire Xianying continent, they are but insignificant ants, albeit a somewhat robust ant. May I inquire as to the identity of your revered master? The clan leader's voice trembled.
Xiao Chen smirked slightly and enunciated clearly, Chen Changan. In an instant,
the room fell into a profound silence.
Each saint's name is well known throughout the cultivation realm of the Xianying continent. Yet, there is one notable exception.
This particular saint has maintained an aura of profound mystery since their emergence.
To this day,
various forces across the continent remain engrossed in speculating about the true identity of this saint and the power they represent. Few are aware that the sudden appearance of this saint has even delayed the long-conceived six saints slaying the monarch plot of the top sects and families by several months. The teacup in the clan leader's hand shattered on the ground with a resounding crash, spilling tea everywhere, yet no one bothered to clean it up. The faces of everyone present were etched with shock, as if they had just heard something utterly unfathomable. After a prolonged silence, the clan leader managed to swallow hard. His voice hoarse, you mean to say that legendary figure who, upon their emergence, overshadowed all else?
Even pushing the Grand Emperor of the Great Zhou to second place, the number one on the heavenly rankings? Indeed. Xiao Chen beamed brightly. That is my esteemed mentor. And then, time rewound a few days.
Chen Changan hurriedly flew to the mouth of the valley. His expression one of astonishment as he gazed upon the throng of people beneath him.
After listening to Xiao Chen's anxious explanation of the events that had transpired,
he could not help but cover his forehead with his hand and let out a long, exasperated sigh. So,
you managed to return with such a large group of tribespeople in just under 4 days? Chapter 85, A Sword on the Other Side.
The members of the Plant Spirit clan, who had followed Xiao Chen into the valley, were momentarily dazzled as a figure suddenly appeared before them, silent and ethereal. Clad in a flowing azure robe, with black hair casually tied back, the individual possessed a handsome visage. At first glance, he seemed merely an ordinary scholar. Yet, the moment he came to a halt, the entire world seemed to hold its breath for an instant. Then they witnessed Xiao Chen's eyes light up as he rushed forward,
exclaiming, "Master!"
Upon uttering this title, a wave of shock rippled through the hearts of the Plant Spirit clan. Their leader becoming so rigid that he dared not lift his gaze, immediately bowing deeply until his forehead nearly touched the ground.
The other clan members followed suit, kneeling in unison, their breaths held in suspense, terrified of disturbing this legendary presence.
The valley fell into a profound silence, broken only by the gentle rustle of the breeze through the foliage and Xiao Chen's soft murmur as he explained the circumstances to his master.
Once he finished,
Chen Changan cast a glance at the kneeling assembly, letting out a soft sigh. His voice, though barely audible, resonated clearly in the ears of every listener. Devoid of any pressure, it nonetheless sent their hearts racing in chills down their spines.
Among the kneeling figures, Schwanger dared to glance up,
catching only a glimpse of the azure robe's hem before hastily lowering her gaze again.
Is this truly the one ranked first on the heavenly ranking? The saint who overshadowed the supreme emperor of the Great Zhou upon his emergence?
Her fingertips trembled slightly, a mix of reverence and astonishment coursing through her.
However,
just as Chen Changan pondered how to navigate this unexpected scene, a gentle sound resonated in his mind. System notification, epic level series achievement discovered, Young Traveler, 4-4, Young Traveler, Part 4 bearing the weight of the world upon iron shoulders. Safeguarding the humble with a single hand. Having completed the Young Traveler series achievement, he was rewarded with the He Shan Yu, enhancing the level of a supreme celestial art. His eyes brightened, nearly unable to suppress a laugh.
What a fine disciple!
Moments ago, he had been troubled by the plant spirit clan that Xiao Chen had brought back. Now, he felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and embrace Xiao Chen with fervor. The final achievement of Young Traveler had presented itself in such an unexpected manner. Furthermore, the members of the plant spirit clan suddenly appeared endearing in his eyes.
Was it not merely a matter of seeking refuge?
The valley was surrounded by forests. They could easily find a place to settle down. It would also allow them to cultivate various other flavors of spiritual rice and vegetables. He had grown tired of the same fare from the system's rewards over the centuries.
As for the Moonlight Pavilion? What difference was there between the cultivators of the celestial realm and common folk? Moreover, he could effortlessly provide them shelter for the time being.
And in the future, once Xiao Chen had matured, there would be no shortage of successors. Yet, he wondered if that girl, Ji Hongli, would have any objections. Perhaps he could ask Xing Kai to discuss the matter with her teacher. In a matter of mere breaths, Chen Changan's thoughts raced, contemplating much.
In any case, the imminent achievement must be secured first. He was about to make a decisive agreement when suddenly boom! From the heavens above, a colossal,
luminescent white flying vessel burst through the clouds, casting an enormous shadow that enveloped the entire valley. Upon the surface of the flying vessel, enigmatic runes danced, refracting blinding rays of cold light under the sun, resembling a moving celestial palace. At the bow stood a middle-aged man clad in a long robe adorned with purple and gold cloud patterns, his hands clasped behind his back.
His countenance exuded authority.
And the essence of his true energy was as profound as the abyss, stirring the spirit of heaven and earth with every gesture. His sharp gaze swept across the ground,
instantly grasping the entire situation.
Humph. After forming a rough understanding of the events, he scoffed coldly, surveying the crowd before ultimately fixing his eyes on the most formidable figure present, the venerable Yao Lao, and declared in a chilling tone, "You possess quite the audacity to intercept the belongings of my Yuehua pavilion." The members of the Zhiling clan turned pale, while the delicate fingers of the young girl, Shire, instinctively clenched the sleeve of Xiao Chen.
Intercept?
The term did not sit well with him. Chen Changan narrowed his eyes, slowly rising into the air, asserting, "My disciple neither steals nor plunders, and the Zhiling clan is not a possession of anyone. How can such an accusation be made?" Seeing a young man before him devoid of any aura of a powerful figure, appearing as an ordinary scholar, the Yuehua pavilion's eyes flickered. They had anticipated that the one in command here was the aged being of the Changsheng realm, yet they found themselves mistaken.
This individual,
though devoid of any visible cultivation fluctuations, was able to levitate, leaving them momentarily perplexed.
Could it be some concealed artifact of spiritual energy?
Yet, upon contemplating the value of the Zhiling clan, greed swiftly eclipsed caution. The Zhiling clan had long been an object of their desire.
The Yuehua pavilion,
founded upon the art of alchemy, was perfectly complementary to the Zhiling clan, should they seize this opportunity amidst the downfall of the Great Zhou. Even without a saintly realm, the Yuehua pavilion could aspire to become a pinnacle force across the entire Xianing continent.
To be regarded by my Yuehua pavilion is to be a possession,
the man proclaimed proudly. Our sect is built upon the path of alchemy, and we currently lack the servants to cultivate spiritual herbs. It is only fitting that the Zhiling clan is destined to be intertwined with us.
However, before Chen Changan could respond, the term servants incited the members of the Zhiling clan to erupt in outrage. In truth,
even Xiao Chen was unaware that the term servants struck a painful chord with their past.
Thousands of years ago,
the Zhiling clan had suffered as mere servants of a top-tier sect, living in abject misery. It was only after the sect was annihilated by the Great Zhou that they gained independence, surviving under the protection of the Great Zhou to this day.
Having tasted freedom, How could they ever consent to return to a cage? At this moment, the clan leader of the Zhiling clan's eyes brimmed with fury as he bellowed, "Even if our clan faces annihilation, we shall never be enslaved." The clan members echoed in response, their voices reverberating like thunder. Observing this scene, Chen Changan let out a cold laugh and retorted sarcastically, "It seems the fate you speak of is not recognized by others, hence." He patted the long sword at his waist, "I believe you may be more fated to this." Seeing the situation spiraling beyond his control, the head of the Yuehua pavilion finally exhausted his patience, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "You seek death." No sooner had he spoken than the true energy surrounding him surged forth like a furious tide, the terrifying pressure of the pinnacle of the Tianran realm crashing down upon the Zhiling clan. In an instant, sand and stones flew about the valley, and the very air itself seemed to solidify. The members of the Zhiling clan were on the brink of being ruthlessly suppressed. However, in the next moment, a soft cough suddenly echoed. The overwhelming pressure, capable of crushing mountains, dissipated as gently as a spring breeze. Chen Changan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his clothing unmoving. The sect leader's pupils contracted sharply, his expression betraying a sense of imminent danger. The individual before him, who could so effortlessly diffuse his imposing aura, was likely more powerful than himself. "Who exactly are you?" The sect leader's voice strained as he forced himself to remain composed. "Why must you oppose my moonlight pavilion?" Chen Changan smiled indifferently. "My identity is of little consequence." He slowly drew the long sword from his waist, its blade gleaming coldly under the sunlight. "Let us make a deal. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall refrain from interfering in your affairs." Arrogant. The sect leader's fury ignited as he felt belittled, his purple gold robes billowing without wind. "This is your own assertion." Yet inwardly, he felt a flicker of joy. The opponent could never anticipate this, his life-bound treasure was solely for defense. Even if the adversary truly surpassed him in strength, it was implausible for one strike to shatter his defenses. "Very well," Chen Changan conceded, nodding without hesitation, casually waving his sword. This strike appeared utterly unremarkable. Devoid of any sword energy or true essence fluctuations, it resembled the aimless gesture of a novice. The members of the Plant Spirit clan exchanged glances. Even Xiao Chen displayed a look of confusion. Yet, within the eyes of the Moonlight Pavilion leader, this sword was terrifically ominous. He envisioned the very fabric of the universe twisting and shattering beneath this strike, the sun, moon, and stars dimming in its wake. Before the blade even reached him, his protective true essence crumbled inch by inch, and even his soul trembled under the weight of this sword intent. "No!" The sect leader let out a desperate scream, exerting all his strength to summon his life-bound treasure, the Frost Sky Mirror. The mirror's brilliance surged, but the moment it met the sword's light, it exploded violently. As the sword light passed, the sect leader stood frozen in place. A gentle breeze swept by, causing his hairpin to shatter, a strand of black hair drifting slowly to the ground. "Am I still alive?" He trembled, reaching for his neck in disbelief. Chen Changan had already sheathed his sword, stating coolly, "Considering you have not harmed anyone, this strike nearly severs 300 years of your cultivation. Depart." The sect leader then realized, with a shock, that the true essence he had painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years had plummeted to the midstage of the celestial realm. This seemingly unremarkable strike had indeed caused him to fall 2 minor realms in an instant. In that moment, he comprehended the identity of the individual before him was unmistakably revealed. Although he did not know who it was, he dared not inquire further, merely offering a bitter smile and a slight bow before hastily retreating on his flying vessel. Chapter 86, The Journey of Youth. "Master, you are magnificent!" Xiao Chen exclaimed joyfully as he rushed towards Chen Changan, fervently praising his master. Suddenly, his master raised his hand and gently tapped him on the forehead. "Master!" Xiao Chen covered his head, feeling aggrieved. "The person you brought back is naturally your responsibility to arrange. Remember to let Yao Lao assist you." Xiao Chen immediately understood that his master had approved of his actions, and his heart swelled with emotion as he eagerly nodded in agreement. He then cast a glance behind him, and the leader of the Plant Spirit clan approached respectfully, bowing deeply. "Respected one, I am the leader of the Plant Spirit clan. My surname is Zhou, and my given name is Ping." "Zhou Ping?" "Originally, my ancestors were of slave lineage, without a surname or lineage. But later saved by the great Zhou, our entire clan adopted the nation's surname.
I see, Chen Changan nodded slightly, his expression calm.
You may go.
Zhou Ping felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, his voice trembling in the presence of the sage. Once Xiao Qian and Yao Lao had departed with the members of the Plant Spirit clan, a smile suddenly appeared on Chen Changan's face, gradually morphing into something more sinister.
He excitedly opened the system panel.
Indeed, system prompt, Epic Series achievement completed, The Journey of Youth, 4-4, The Journey of Youth, Part 4 Shouldering the World. Protecting the frail with one hand. Having completed the series achievement of The Journey of Youth, he was rewarded with the He Mountain Jade, which can enhance any supreme immortal art.
At last, I have finished this achievement. System prompt, Epic Series achievement completed, The Journey of Youth evaluation, perfect reward, He Mountain Jade, 1-1, shall it be claimed now? Claim.
Chen Changan thought resolutely, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips.
Ding.
With a mere thought, he summoned the system interface, where a lustrous azure jade stone floated serenely in his inventory, emanating a gentle glow.
Finally obtained. He promptly selected He Mountain Jade in his inventory and clicked to use it.
The external incarnation, with its meager cultivation at the threshold of the mysterious realm,
could hardly bear it any longer. Then,
in the next instant, system prompt detected that the host achieved this accomplishment with a perfect evaluation. He Mountain Jade gains an additional opportunity for mutation.
Perfect evaluation? Mutation?
Chen Changan was taken aback. He understood the concept of a perfect evaluation.
However, the term mutation, was it legitimate? Fortunately,
the system quickly provided an explanation. Please make the following choice. Option 1, directly use He Mountain Jade to enhance any one supreme immortal arts level. As Chen Changan selected He Mountain Jade, the system immediately prompted him. The other supreme immortal arts appeared grayed out, indicating, already at the highest level, cannot be enhanced. Only the external incarnation, beggar version, could be successfully selected. The external incarnation, beggar version, external incarnation, poverty version, external incarnation, poverty version, cultivation limit, longevity realm, diminishing with distance, sensory sharing, 100 consciousness synchronization, instantaneous switching. Special note, destruction does not harm the original body, though it may cause pain. The enhancement seems rather modest. I had anticipated an immediate transformation into the complete version, and thus Chen Changan felt a tinge of disappointment.
Fortunately, there was another option below,
and he continued to peruse. Option 2, write the full text of Youth's journey in one go, granting the He Mountain Jade a chance for mutation.
Subsequently, Chen Changan noticed a preview button had appeared beside the He Mountain Jade. He promptly clicked on it.
This time, all supreme celestial techniques were available for selection.
When he chose the external incarnation once more, the system prompt changed to external incarnation, beggar version, external incarnation. At this moment,
Chen Changan comprehended that the mutation was likely to guide this celestial technique towards an unknown trajectory. The extent of its development, however, was known only to heaven.
Thus, a question arose: should he advance steadily, nurturing the celestial technique step by step, or should he gamble for a leap from a bicycle to a motorcycle? Chen Changan chuckled. Was there even a choice to be made?
As the saying goes, the wealthy rely on technology, while the impoverished depend on mutation.
Such a rare opportunity for mutation must be seized immediately. However, he first needed to compose a piece titled Youth's Journey.
This peculiar system was rather artistic. Without further ado, Chen Changan scanned the surroundings and soon located a smooth rock face, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes.
He soared towards it, slowly drawing the long sword from his waist, its blade shimmering with a cool radiance under the sunlight. This would do. Before his words finished echoing, his figure suddenly ascended into the air, his azure attire fluttering in the wind, transforming into a streak of light that darted towards the rock face. As the sword tip touched the cliff, the sound of metal striking stone resonated crisply, sparks flying in all directions. Crafting a masterpiece, the sword moved with the grace of dragons and snakes, each stroke akin to iron painting on silver hooks. Every character contained a profound sword intent, deeply etched into the resilient rock. Fragments of stone tumbled down, revealing the interlaced sword energy, as the poem Youth's Journey gradually took shape upon the sheer cliff. The sword song echoed by the waters of the Yi. The sword's momentum at times roared like a tempest, at other times flowed like gentle clouds.
Chen Changan's silhouette danced before the rock face, each stroke of the sword perfectly capturing the essence of the verses. The youth bears a vigorous spirit in fervor. There exists a time, wherever the sword's edge passed, the rocks seem to emanate a subtle jade-like luster, as if enlightened by some mysterious force. The entire cliff began to resonate faintly, emitting a deep hum that harmonized with the song of the sword. As the final stroke was inscribed, the entire valley fell into a profound silence. Immediately thereafter, the inscriptions on the cliff erupted in brilliant golden light. A surge of sword energy soaring into the sky. Chen Changan sheathed his sword, descending gracefully to the ground. Chapter 87, Epic Enhancement. Once Chen Changan set his sword to paper and penned the youth's journey, he eagerly reopened his inventory. Indeed, the word preview next to the other mountain jade had vanished. Without hesitation, Chen Changan selected it and proceeded to use it. System notification, external incarnation, beggar version, external incarnation? Are you certain you wish to use the other mountain jade variant? Confirm. Ding. System notification, transformation complete, congratulations to the host. External incarnation, beggar version, external incarnation, heaven and earth upside down, system notification, as the host has chosen the variant, the original celestial method remains preserved, allowing the host to continue utilizing the external incarnation, beggar version. Ignoring the system's prompts, Chen Changan swiftly opened the skill panel. External incarnation, heaven and earth upside down, the supreme technique of dual incarnation, condensing the essence of being, traversing the myriad realms. Whether in cultivation, battle, or enlightenment, the main body shares the fruits of the path with the incarnation, an endless mystery. A verse states, one breath transforms into three clear beings, the myriad realms are but my form. Complete version, cultivation limit, sacred realm, initially at returning to origin realm. Increases with distance, the further from the main body. The higher the cultivation, sensory sharing, 100 consciousness synchronization, instantaneous switching. Special note, destruction does not harm the main body, but it will hurt, in awe of such strength. Chen Changan stood stunned for a full 10 seconds, repeatedly confirming that he was not mistaken, before bursting into joyous exclamation, unable to restrain himself from howling at the heavens. Indeed, life is a series of arduous trials, only to find a glimmer of hope amidst the shadows. The I Ching states, from extremity comes prosperity. Another poem declares, the storm may batter the city, but the night lingers on, a solitary lamp illuminates a frost-touched brow. The heavens hold the intent of reincarnation. As snow melts, spring thunder shakes the vast expanse. I, Chen Changan, have also struck gold, drawing an SSR. Sacred realm cultivation? And I cannot die? This is not merely an epic enhancement. Chen Changan is cautious, yet he is not foolish. A sacred realm being that cannot perish? At this stage, wouldn't he that allow him to tread boldly wherever he pleases? Make way for me, summon that little black snake at once. Immediately. I do not consume beef. In that moment, Chen Changan felt a surge of vigor. He acknowledged that he had indeed grown rather arrogant. Very well. Let me witness just how formidable this incarnation truly is. With a gesture of his fingers, a faint spiritual glow enveloped him. External incarnation, condense. With a low chant, a strand of primordial spirit separated and slowly coalesced before him. However, just as the incarnation was on the verge of full manifestation, Chen Changan eagerly directed his main consciousness into the incarnation. Ah, indeed, it possesses the cultivation of returning to origin realm. Feeling the surging true essence within, he murmured to himself as he soared towards an uninhabited direction outside the valley. After flying several hundred miles, he finally halted, his joy elevating further. This was merely a few hundred miles, yet the enhancement in cultivation was already remarkably evident. If all went as expected, the strength of this incarnation should increase with distance. Consistent with the previous external incarnation, beggar version, reduction. Heaven and earth upside down, so this is its true meaning? Thus, for every 500 miles, a minor realm shall be attained. In other words, by traversing a distance of 6,000 miles, the doppelganger can possess cultivation equal to that of one's own pinnacle of the sacred realm. How exhilarating! Chen Changan paused in the sky, unleashing a flurry of exuberant movements. All previous frustrations dissipated in an instant. Ha ha ha! Sing freely in the daylight, indulge in wine, with youth as company. How splendid it is to return home!
laughing heartily as I step out. Are we not worthy of more than mere weeds? He even felt the flame within his heart, extinguished for over 70 years, begin to blaze anew. Could it be that I was mistaken? Am I, in fact, the true protagonist? As long as this celestial technique exists, even in an era where the sacred realm abounds, I may still possess the strength to fight. Yet, was it merely an illusion? When I was dancing with joy moments ago, I couldn't shake the feeling that my hands seemed somewhat excessively pale, and even in the sunset, they appeared almost blindingly white. My body felt lighter than usual. Moreover, in my earlier excitement, I failed to notice why this doppelganger felt strangely hollow. Something seemed amiss. He sensed a hint of abnormality, yet could not articulate why. Never mind. I shall return and investigate. Any issues will reveal themselves upon closer examination. Chen Changan maneuvered the doppelganger back to his original form. Then he retracted his primary consciousness. The next moment, he beheld before him, standing a stunningly graceful woman, her hair cascading like a waterfall. When did this happen? Chen Changan's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively preparing to retreat. Yet, just as he lifted his foot, he suddenly froze. This exquisite woman in white attire bore an uncanny familiarity. Her slightly upturned phoenix eyes mirrored his habitual demeanor, her delicate lips, pressed together, reflected the small gestures he often made in contemplation. Even the rebellious lock of hair that fell across her forehead was identical to his own when he tied his hair. This is... Chen Changan unconsciously raised his hand to touch his face. The woman across from him mirrored the gesture, her fingertips lightly touching the same spot. This mirrored motion rendered him momentarily rigid, and his expression became exceptionally vivid. Chen Changan? An absurd thought suddenly flickered in his mind. No way. Consciousness transfer. Subsequently, that exquisite woman glanced down at her slightly rounded chest. Her delicate hand, slender and graceful, embraced her waist, and as she touched her face, she froze in place. In the next heartbeat, the light in her eyes extinguished. Chapter 88, Unveiling the Heart. The relocation of the plant spirit clan continued for a full 7 days. Under the meticulous arrangements of Shao Chen and the medicine elder, the spiritual fields at the valley's periphery were reconfigured, and wooden cabins were constructed in a harmonious layout. Surrounding the area, a gathering array was established, enhancing the density of spiritual energy in this region beyond its previous state. On the day the village was completed, the members of the plant spirit clan held a grand celebration. The bonfire blazed brightly, the aroma of spiritual wine wafted through the air, and the clan's people sang and danced, their faces radiant with long-lost joy. Seated beside the bonfire, Shao Chen cradled a cup of spiritual wine, observing the lively scene before him, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. However, just as the celebration was nearing its end, a familiar figure quietly emerged at the edge of the crowd. It was Han Yu. He stood in the shadows, his gaze scanning the plant spirit clan members with a complex expression, reflecting a hint of curiosity intertwined with a veiled yearning. Noticing him, Shao Chen was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and waved. Junior brother? What brings you here? Han Yu appeared hesitant but approached nonetheless, whispering, I heard Master speak of the plant spirit clan, so I came to take a look. Shao Chen patted the empty space beside him. Perfect timing, let us share a drink. As night deepened, the revelry gradually subsided, leaving only a few bonfires still flickering. Shao Chen and Han Yu sat upon a slab of blue stone, each holding a jar of spiritual wine, the fragrance mingling with the night breeze. Han Yu tilted his head back, taking a swig of wine, the liquid trickling down his chin as he carelessly wiped it away, suddenly letting out a low laugh. Shao Chen sensed the unusual air about him and inquired, Is there something on your mind, junior brother? After a moment of silence, Han Yu finally let out a bittersweet smile. Elder brother, do you know? Sometimes I truly find it perplexing. Shao Chen turned to him. What troubles you? Han Yu stared at the jar of wine in his hands, his knuckles turning pale. I cannot comprehend why Master chose me as his disciple. Shao Chen was taken aback, and before he could respond, Han Yu continued, You and the junior sister are both exceptionally gifted. Even Wu Bo praised your Nine Heavens Thunder Sword technique as having reached a profound level. In just over a month, you had broken through 2 minor realms, and the return to Origin realm is within your grasp.
Junior sister Xingcai possesses astonishing talent, advancing in her cultivation at an astounding pace.
As for me,"
he chuckled self-deprecatingly, "I only now realize that my aptitude is mediocre, my comprehension average, and I have yet to break through to the early stage of object manipulation. Even junior sister Ji, who just recently started, displays remarkable brilliance." With a sigh, he lifted the wine jug and took a hefty swig, lamenting, among Master S disciples,
"I alone feel like an imposter."
The night breeze rustled their robes.
Xiao Chen remained silent for a moment before raising his hand to pat Han Yu's shoulder. "Junior brother, you are mistaken." Han Yu looked up.
His eyes filled with confusion. Xiao Chen raised his cup and slowly spoke, "Master S' choice of disciples has never been based on talent."
"Then what does he consider?" "Heart," Xiao Chen replied, placing his hand over his chest. "Do you know?
Before I met Master, my cultivation had stagnated for 5 years. Enduring ridicule and scorn from my own family, and even the fiancée he promised to me since childhood came to annul our engagement."
Han Yu was taken aback.
It was the first time he had heard the tale of Xiao Chen. He never expected that his usually cheerful and optimistic senior brother harbored such unfortunate past experiences.
Xiao Chen continued, "But do you know what our master said?"
His eyes sparkled as he added, "Master told me, 30 years in the west of the river.
30 years in the east, do not belittle the youth in poverty."
Han Yu was momentarily stunned by the phrase. 30 years in the west of the river. 30 years in the east, do not belittle the youth in poverty.
Xiao Chen nodded, "Indeed, and doesn't Ti Wu Bo often say the same?" He paused.
A hint of a smile gracing his lips.
On the path of cultivation, innate talent determines the starting point, but character determines the end point.
Thus, what our master values should be your character, junior brother. Han Yu reflected for a moment, hesitantly replying, "But I feel there is nothing particularly special about my character."
Xiao Chen smiled, "Really?"
Han Yu fell silent, recalling the frail youth who had climbed the 2,000 steps on Golden Snake Mountain, gritting his teeth despite lacking any cultivation.
"Is this why Master took me as his disciple?"
Han Yu's grip on the wine jar trembled slightly, a flicker of light shining in his eyes. Xiao Chen raised his wine jar, gently tapping it against Han Yu's. "Therefore, do not underestimate yourself. Master is a sage, his vision is never mistaken." Han Yu took a deep breath and suddenly laughed, "Senior brother, your ability to comfort is far inferior to your swordsmanship."
Xiao Chen burst into hearty laughter. "Shall I comfort you with swordsmanship next time?" "No need, no need."
Han Yu quickly waved his hand, and the two exchanged smiles as their wine jars clinked,
the crisp sound echoing through the night.
After they drank for a while longer, Han Yu seemed to have made a difficult decision.
He suddenly looked up,
meeting Xiao Chen's gaze directly. "Actually, senior brother, I came here to discuss something with you."
"Oh?" Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. Han Yu took a deep breath.
Lowering his voice, "I possess a treasure that can rapidly mature spiritual herbs, significantly shortening their growth cycle, and even allow for the mass production of century-old spiritual herbs in a short time." A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Chen's eyes.
"Such a wondrous item exists in this world?"
Han Yu nodded and continued, "Moreover, the plant spirit clan possesses a wealth of rare spiritual herb seeds."
At this point, he couldn't help but scrutinize Xiao Chen's expression, hoping to discern any signs of greed, calculation, or other emotions. However, Xiao Chen's demeanor remained calm, even accompanied by a gentle smile. "So, junior brother wishes to collaborate with the plant spirit clan?" Han Yu was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Xiao Chen's reaction. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Indeed.
If I can obtain their spiritual herb seeds and use the treasure to mature them, I could acquire a substantial amount of high-grade spiritual herbs.
I have thought it through, since I cannot break through on my own.
It would be wise to utilize external forces." Xiao Chen chuckled softly, "This matter is not difficult. The plant spirit clan requires our Master S protection. And you are his direct disciple, they would not dare to refuse you. However, you must secure Master S approval for this endeavor."
Han Yu gazed at Xiao Chen,
the night deepening around them, the campfire illuminating Xiao Chen's unwavering smile. Finally, he laid down the last vestiges of his guard and said, "I shall seek out Master tomorrow." Chapter 89, Journey to Yuzhou. The night was as dark as ink, with stars twinkling like scattered gems. In the distance, among the ancient tree branches, A slender figure stood quietly. The moonlight glimmered like water, outlining her delicate silhouette. It was indeed a projection of Chen Changan. Her eyes, cold as the stars, were now reflecting the cheerful banter of her fellow disciples by the campfire. Observing the long-awaited brightness in Han Yu's gaze, a subtle smile crept upon her lips. Indeed, she had been troubled by Han Yu's predicament in recent days. Despite his destined potential being fully realized, Han Yu's innate talent was rather mediocre. Especially when compared to several of his exceptionally gifted peers, making his shortcomings all the more pronounced. Han Yu was meticulous and rarely expressed his emotions outwardly. So even when burdened with inner turmoil, he maintained an outwardly indifferent demeanor. The fact that he could open his heart to Xiao Chen on this occasion demonstrated the latter's profound rapport with his juniors. Indeed, she whispered softly, her voice dissipating into the night breeze, Xiao Chen is truly well suited to be the elder brother. As the mountain wind rustled her plain white garments, one had to ponder her presence in this place. If one were to overlook the various physiological and psychological discomforts, this projection was undeniably alluring. Having tasted success with the achievement of youth journey, Chen Changan naturally yearned for another similar accomplishment. I am destiny. If the rewards from youth journey had significantly enhanced his combat prowess, then I am destiny would serve as the true foundation for his future stability and existence. Thus, even the languid Chen Changan ultimately dispatched this newly acquired projection, preparing to seek out the final fragment of achievement, or rather, the child of destiny. Unlike the previous projection that faltered after a few steps and was delayed, this one was determined to venture as far away as possible. However, this distance did not necessarily imply reaching the farthest end of the Xianing continent. Chen Changan's target this time was Yuzhou, adjacent to Qingzhou, and similarly located in the southwest. She cast one last glance at the harmonious scene, lightly tapping her toes on a branch. Her figure floated away like a snowflake. Under the moonlight, only a few fallen leaves twirled gently to the ground. Yuzhou, situated on the southwestern edge of the Xianing continent, is renowned as the most enigmatic of the 13 states. It is perpetually shrouded in a gray mist, with sunlight scarce and the earth desolate. The mountains rise steeply, resembling blades and axes, devoid of any vegetation. From the depths of the dark canyons, one could occasionally hear the chilling howl of the wind, akin to the wails of restless spirits, sending shivers down one's spine. Further west lies the legendary Abyss of Death, the realm of the ghostly tribe. There, no living being exists, only endless darkness and decay. Within Yuzhou, the infamous Wangiku is said to connect to the deepest part of the Abyss of Death. Filled with malevolent energy and ghostly mists, evoking a profound sense of soul erosion merely by approaching it. Thus, this rumor remains unverified by anyone. However, one thing is certain, whether human cultivators or beings of other races, once they enter the Wangiku, they have never emerged again. Thus, the Wangiku is indeed one of the 10 forbidden places in the Xianing continent. The region of Yuzhou is sparsely populated. Its villages are often inhabited by reclusive practitioners or ancient families that have guarded this land for generations. They lead secluded lives, refraining from interactions with the outside world. Rumors circulate that some villages have long been infiltrated by the ghostly clan, where the living coexist with the souls of the departed, unbeknownst to them. Here lies the boundary between life and death, and it is also one of the most perilous locations on the Xianing continent. At this very moment, within the secluded courtyard of an ordinary cultivation family, the Jiang family in Yuzhou, dim light filtered through the window panes. Jiang Che sat upon his bed, his gaze vacant and unfocused. Suddenly, his entire being shivered, and his once dazed eyes abruptly regained clarity, as if a pearl, long shrouded in dust, had been polished to reveal its sharp brilliance. I remember now. Memories surged like a tide. He had once been a prodigy of the upper realm, on the brink of breaking through to the holy realm, only to be betrayed by his most trusted childhood friend. She had broken through with that man, whose heart was as vile as his face, delivering a fatal blow at his moment of vulnerability. Ultimately, he was overwhelmed by their assault, his spirit reduced to ashes. Fortunately, an ancient jade pendant he had inadvertently acquired earlier preserved a fragment of his true essence at the moment of his soul's obliteration, allowing it to descend into the ghost realm, where it drifted aimlessly for countless years before finally transforming back into a corporeal form. Although he could not ascertain how long he had languished within the ghost realm, if that man still lived, he must have attained the holy realm by now. Especially
Ji Yun-shu.
Jiang Che clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, blood seeping out without his awareness. The face he once adored to the depths of his being now only evoked profound hatred. Yet, he quickly forced himself to regain composure.
The current me is far too weak.
This body possesses merely the initial cultivation of the materialization stage, barely sufficient for self-preservation.
According to his memories,
the Jiang family now faces an impending catastrophe. Having offended those they cannot afford to antagonize, they are being jointly suppressed by several prominent families, their resources depleted, and the young talents of the clan continuously falling. The entire family is like a candle flickering in the wind, poised to topple at any moment.
The immediate priority is survival. Jiang Che took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him. He must endure, he must lie low.
The experiences of once standing at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, along with the memories of his cultivation techniques, still resided within him.
Given time, one day.
Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Young Master Che, the family head summons you to the council hall,"
came the respectful yet sympathetic voice of an old servant from outside. Jiang Che's gaze darkened. Chapter 90, An unexpected encounter. Chen Changan gazed towards the distant, overcast horizon.
Letting out a soft sigh, no wonder this place is referred to as Ghost State, it truly is so desolate that even spirits are reluctant to linger. He had traversed the skies for an indeterminate duration when, at last, a dilapidated inn came into view. A weathered sign hung askew. The characters for Wanyue Tower faded and nearly indistinguishable, worn away by the relentless winds and sands. Outside the inn, a jumble of hay and battered wooden barrels lay scattered, while a few emaciated wild dogs loitered nearby, lazily lifting their eyelids at the sight of visitors.
Chen Changan promptly descended, a twinge of regret surfacing within him.
Had he known it would be such a place, he would have flown northward instead. Yet, the presence of an inn was a positive sign. Where there is an inn, there are people, and where there are people, there exists gossip. Perhaps he might glean some valuable information, which would be preferable to aimless wandering.
As he pondered, Chen Changan pushed open the door.
To his surprise, the interior of the inn was quite tidy. Several elmwood tables gleamed, and the floor was devoid of the dust he had anticipated. Scattered patrons engaged in quiet conversation, punctuated occasionally by the crisp clattering of bowls and chopsticks. Chen Changan chose a table by the window and sat down, promptly attended to by the eager innkeeper, who, upon catching a glimpse of him,
was momentarily taken aback and quickly lowered his gaze, afraid to look again. "Esteemed guest, what would you like to order?" "The best signature dish you have here,"
Chen Changan replied, unconcerned with the innkeeper's demeanor, tossing aside a piece of low-grade spirit stone, adding, "The remainder is your gratuity."
The innkeeper's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Certainly. Please wait a moment."
While waiting for his meal, Chen Changan's eyes roamed over the other patrons.
There were not many guests,
but the most striking were the two individuals at the next table. A woman cloaked entirely in black, her face obscured save for a portion of her fair chin, her fingers delicately caressing the rim of her teacup, her movements elegant yet imbued with an air of coldness. Beside her sat an elderly man clad in grey robes, gaunt and with his eyes closed in meditation, his aura profound and impenetrable, reminiscent of an ancient well. Of course, it was evident that this company did not include him. A young girl in the late stage of the profound realm and a practitioner in the longevity realm, Chen Changan mused internally, surmising they were likely a mentor and guardian of sorts.
"Are they locals?" he thought,
a faint smile gracing his lips as he lifted the steaming tea before him for a sip. At that moment, the inn's door swung open once more,
a gust of cold wind swirling inside.
Several robed cultivators strode in with purpose, the leading man possessing a sinister gaze. He scanned the room before swiftly identifying his target, making his way to the inn's far end. There, a dandy in splendid attire leisurely sipped from a cup.
Chen Changan cast a fleeting glance before losing interest.
The young man appeared pallid, dark circles beneath his eyes revealing a life of excess, yet he wore an air of haughty superiority. His cultivation level was merely at the initial stage of the object control realm. Such a person, unless he were a reincarnated great being, could never be deemed a child of destiny in this lifetime. Before long, the leading man seemed to receive some peculiar command and headed straight towards the table of the woman in black. "The young lady, my master summons you." His tone was haughty as he reached out to lift the brim of the woman's cloak. The elderly man in gray remained with his eyes closed,
seemingly oblivious to the unfolding scene. A familiar act.
Chen Changan, intrigued, gently swirled his teacup, contemplating that this meal would not be dull.
However,
just as the man in the brocade robe was about to touch the black-clad woman's cloak, a deliberate cough echoed from deep within the inn. The man's movement paused, and he turned to see the elegantly dressed young master with an unhappy expression, shaking his head. Noticing the man's bewildered demeanor, he gestured for him to approach.
"Young master?"
The man in brocade hurried back to his master's side, bending close. The elegantly dressed young master squinted, his lips moving as he whispered a few words. The brocade-clad man initially appeared taken aback, but then comprehension dawned upon him, and his gaze turned with ill intent towards Chen Changan. At that moment, Chen Changan's expression darkened. It suddenly struck him that throughout his journey, he had neglected to conceal his appearance, almost forgetting that this incarnation was that of a woman. Yet, he never imagined that he would find himself in a situation where someone dared to make advances upon him. She sat there peacefully, and yet someone had the audacity to set their sights upon her. The man in brocade strode over, looking down condescendingly as he tapped on her table. "This young lady.
My master invites you to join him for a drink."
His tone was flippant, as if extending a grand favor. The inn fell into a momentary hush. Other patrons averted their gazes, pretending not to notice evidently that ailing young master wielded some influence in this place. Chen Changan slowly set down his cup and raised his eyes to the newcomer. "Leave." A simple word, yet the melodious tone, paired with his currently exquisite visage,
lacked any sting.
Instead, the man appeared even more exhilarated. The brocade-clad man forced a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. "Little lady, don't be so cold.
It's just a drink."
He reached out as if to seize her.
Slap!
A sharp sound rang out. No one observed how it transpired. They merely saw the brocade-clad man suddenly spin 3 times before crashing to the ground, one side of his face swollen and blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He covered his face, disbelief filling his eyes. Yet, before he could rise, a shadow darted before him like a specter. The black-clad woman had somehow appeared at Chen Changan's table, a slender white wrist emerging from her cloak, fingertips lightly tapping, unleashing a surge of frigid blue energy.
"Ah!"
The brocade-clad man screamed, his arm instantly encased in frost, his complexion turning an ashen hue as he scrambled back in terror. The inn erupted in chaos.
All eyes fixed on the astonishing scene.
Brazen! The elegantly dressed young master slammed his palm on the table, his face darkening.
"Do you dare to lay a hand on my Zhao family members?"
The black-clad woman coldly lifted her gaze, her eyes sharp as blades beneath her hood. "Zhao family?
Is that truly impressive?"
Before her words faded, she waved her sleeve, unleashing an invisible gust of wind.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The young man in splendid attire, along with several of his guards, was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, a pitiful sight.
"Get lost!" She uttered a single word. Yet it resonated with an undeniable authority.
The young man's face turned pale with fury as he struggled to rise, his eyes brimming with resentment. "Very well. Just you wait." With that, he fled the inn in a panic, casting one last lecherous glare at Chen Changan before departing.
Once they had left, tranquility gradually returned to the inn.
The woman in black turned to Chen Changan, her tone tinged with reproach. "As a young lady of a prominent family, without any cultivation and lacking protection, it is unwise for you to venture out carelessly."
Chen Changan blinked, momentarily at a loss between laughter and tears. Indeed.
They were now separated by not merely 6,000 miles from the valley, but perhaps even 10,000. His avatar's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the sacred realm. This peak represented an ultimate mastery over one's body in true essence, rendering his presence akin to that of an ordinary mortal amidst a return to simplicity.
However, instead of hastening to clarify, he took a keen interest in observing her. "Thank you for your assistance. May I inquire your name?"
The woman in black remained silent for a moment before replying softly, "I am Xiao Linger."
Chapter 91, following within the inn, as the Zhao family cultivators departed. The atmosphere gradually relaxed.
Chen Changan resumed his seat at the table, observing the black-clad woman before him, Xiao Linger, with keen interest. Perhaps it was due to their shared femininity. Or perhaps it was the inexplicably reassuring aura that surrounded Chen Changan, but Xiao Linger soon lowered her guard and even took the initiative to sit across from him.
Your name is Lin Wan?
Xiao Linger attempted to recall if there were any prominent families with the surname Lin nearby. Chen Changan responded with a slight smile, indeed.
Is there a problem?
This was the name of his mother from his previous life, he had borrowed it out of convenience.
Oh, no. Sister Lin is not from Yuzhou. Is she? Is that so?
Chen Changan paused, responding with curious intrigue, then it follows that you are not from here either.
What brings you to such a desolate place as Yuzhou?
At this, Xiao Linger's gaze dimmed slightly. She looked down at the teacup in her hands. Her fingertips lightly tracing the rim, and after a moment of silence, she whispered, I am here to find someone.
Oh? Chen Changan raised an eyebrow. What sort of person warrants such a journey to this forsaken land?
Xiao Linger sighed, someone very important. Her voice was soft, yet imbued with an unspoken obsession. I had heard that he was heading east to seek a master, but as I traveled eastward, inquiring at every sect in town along the way, I found no trace of him. She offered a bitter smile. Eventually, I had no choice but to consult the Tianji Pavilion for an omen.
Chen Changan's eyes flickered with interest. Tianji Pavilion?
Yes, Xiao Linger nodded, but curiously, the divination there was obscured, only indicating that the person I seek is within a forbidden area. She lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with concern.
And the nearest forbidden place to Qingzhou is the Wangwiku in Yuzhou. Chen Changan pondered for a moment. So you came to Yuzhou? I worry he may have been deceived into the Wangwiku.
Xiao Linger's voice trembled slightly. That fool is always too trusting. Noticing her tightly clenched fists,
Chen Changan suddenly inquired, what is your relationship with him?
Xiao Linger was taken aback, her ears tinged with a faint blush. A friend. Chen Changan let out a knowing "oh," yet refrained from exposing the contradiction in her words. Wangwiku was not a place of safety, he remarked slowly. It is said to be steeped in malevolent energy and fraught with peril. Ordinary cultivators who enter may not even return with their bones intact. Xiao Linger bit her lip.
I understand, but I must go.
Her gaze was resolute to the point of stubbornness, stirring something within Chen Changan.
Could it be?
Xiao Linger, cultivation level, late stage of Tongxian potential, 79, heavenly talent, fate, 59, what a pity, loyalty, 10, a stranger with slight affection, personality, cheerful, chivalrous indeed.
What a pity. Chen Changan sighed inwardly.
Her innate qualities and character were exceptional, with a robust fortune to boot. Yet her critical fate value fell short by a mere point.
What appears to be a mere fraction of differences, in reality,
akin to an insurmountable chasm, 60 points of destiny value represent the minimum standard determined by the system for one to be deemed the child of destiny.
However, Chen Changan's gaze flickered momentarily.
The individual that Xiao Linger sought might very well be the child of destiny she was in search of. Miss Xiao, Chen Changan suddenly spoke.
I too intend to venture to the Wangwiku. Would it not be more prudent for us to journey together? Sister Lin is going as well? Xiao Linger was taken aback upon hearing this. Hadn't this elder just mentioned the perils of that very place? How could she change her stance so swiftly? She couldn't help but discreetly observe the enchanting Chen Changan across from her.
This elder was undeniably strikingly beautiful. Her profile bore soft and exquisite lines, with long eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath her eyes. As she spoke, she was gently peeling a peanut, her fingers as translucent as jade, her actions exuding an elegance that was almost surreal. Xiao Linger felt a sudden wave of self-consciousness, instinctively touching her own weary face, which bore the marks of her arduous journey. Such a stunning individual was also bound for the Wangwiku, she mused inwardly. Could it be? A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Was she also seeking someone there? And perhaps the same someone. A surge of resentment welled up within her. Which scoundrel could be so fortunate as to have a celestial being like this sister willing to risk herself for him? Utterly oblivious to the need for appreciation? Furthermore, how could such a treacherous and fearsome forbidden realm be described so casually, as if embarking on a leisurely outing? Was this merely the folly of the ignorant? With this in mind, she couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. Sister Lin, the Wangwiku is fraught with danger, you. She hesitated, her gaze sweeping across Chen Changan, who appeared to possess no discernible cultivation. Chen Changan smiled gently, casually picking up a pair of bamboo chopsticks from the table and flicking them lightly. Whoosh! The chopsticks shot forth like arrows, piercing a wooden pillar several paces away. embedding themselves deeply, with only the tips quivering slightly.
Xiao Linger's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape, this. Fear not. Chen Changan winked.
I am more than capable of self-defense. Xiao Linger exchanged a glance with the elder in grey robes, both reflecting surprise in their eyes.
This seemingly simple act belied immense power, a feat unattainable by an ordinary martial artist. In her heart, she couldn't help but communicate silently, old M.O. Does this sister truly possess no cultivation?
Indeed, her aura is indistinguishable from that of a mundane person. She has certainly not entered the realm of cultivation.
However,
I have heard that some martial artists among the ordinary possess exceptional mastery of body refinement techniques, honing their abilities to a level comparable to those of practitioners in the material control realm. Perhaps this young lady is an extraordinary martial artist? Practitioner of the material control realm.
Xiao Linger nodded slowly, then took a deep breath, quietly transmitting her thoughts to old M.O. Old M.O. I kindly ask you to look after this sister during our journey.
The elder in grey hesitated for a moment, before finally giving a barely perceptible nod. A slight smile graced Chen Changan's lips. Given her level of cultivation, such a transmission would be as clear to her as if spoken aloud. This foolish girl, fully aware of the perilous destination she is bound for, still harbors the thought of protecting others. Such a disposition bears a striking resemblance to that of Xiao Chen. Should they meet, they might find an unexpected affinity. Alas, observing her unwavering devotion, it seems that the foolish lad is not destined for such fortune. With this thought, Chen Changan's fondness for Xiao Linger inevitably deepened.
Shall we set off at dawn tomorrow?
Chen Changan suggested.
Indeed.
Xiao Linger nodded earnestly, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes, hoping to locate him swiftly. Gazing into the hopeful eyes of the young girl, Chen Changan suddenly felt that, even if they fail to find the destined one, this journey into the abyss of 10,000 ghosts may prove far more intriguing than he had initially imagined. Chapter 92, The Union. The moment Jiang Che stepped into the council chamber, he was instantly subjected to numerous piercing gazes, feeling as though he were under a scrutinizing spotlight. The jade-green tiles reflected his solitary shadow, while the elders seated on either side, perched upon their sandalwood chairs, exhibited a myriad of expressions, each tinged with a semblance of compassion. At the main seat, his father, Zhang Yuntian, the head of the Zhang family, regarded him with a complex expression, his hand subconsciously stroking the armrest of his chair beneath the dark brocade robe. Father, Jiang Che greeted with a respectful fist salute, sensing a subtle chill in the atmosphere. Sit, Zhang Yuntian rasped, his voice hoarse. He gestured for Jiang Che to take his seat, his fingertips trembling imperceptibly. The candlelight cast varying shadows across his brow, deepening the newly formed lines on his face. His lips moved slightly, releasing only a half sigh before he raised the teacup to mask his emotions.
Jiang Che did not overthink it, he complied and sat down.
Throughout their past interactions, this father had treated him reasonably well, deserving of the title. Despite his mediocre cultivation talent, he had endeavored to navigate the prevailing opinions and secure resources for him. Otherwise, given the qualifications of this body, he would likely be unable to even touch the threshold of the materialization realm. However, as he settled into his chair, he suddenly noticed a booklet resting on his father's desk, his gaze drifting towards it repeatedly. He wondered if the matter concerning him was related to that very booklet.
Indeed. After Jiang Che took his seat, Zhang Yuntian hesitated momentarily before finally speaking. Che-er, how do you perceive your father's regard for you?
A sense of foreboding gripped Jiang Che's heart, yet he maintained his composure, replying earnestly, Father's treatment of his son is undoubtedly exceptional.
Zhang Yuntian nodded,
a flicker of relief crossing his eyes, then began to speak slowly. You are aware, Che-er, that our family has recently offended the Xianin sect,
and we are currently being opportunistically suppressed by several other families in Blackwater City.
We are now in dire straits.
Jiang Che acknowledged this with a nod. He was indeed informed.
The incident had stemmed from his second uncle, who, in a fit of jealousy in the city, had accidentally killed the lover of an elder from the Xianin sect, subsequently engaging in a fierce altercation with the elder who had come to investigate. The Xianin sect, renowned for being an all-female sect on the Xianin continent, was notorious for its fierce protection of its own.
Initially,
there might have been room for maneuvering in this situation, but it worsened when his second uncle, realizing the gravity of his actions, fled under the cover of night. This essentially stirred a hornet's nest, with the Xianin sect firmly accusing the Zhang family of harboring the culprit.
declaring a blockade and suppression of the Jiang family's businesses in Blackwater City.
Other families, already in competitive rivalry with the Jiang family, immediately united like sharks sensing blood,
eager to carve out a share of the Jiang family's territory. Now, the Jiang family's influence in Blackwater City had drastically diminished, teetering on the brink of survival. Your son is lacking in wisdom, so what does father require of me? With a sense of recklessness, Jiang Che directly posed the question. An astute inquiry.
As Jiang Yuntian observed Jiang Che taking the initiative to speak, he instantly exhaled a sigh of relief. He then picked up the tone resting on his desk, stating, "Indeed.
A glimmer of hope lies before us.
If managed adeptly, we may even turn calamity into fortune, binding ourselves irrevocably to the Xianin sect." Noticing the inquiring gaze from Jiang Che, Jiang Yuntian felt a pang of softness in his heart. However, reflecting upon the dire predicament of the Jiang family, he steeled himself and continued, 3 days ago, the Xianin sect dispatched a marriage contract.
Should the Jiang clan consent to this union,
they will lift all restrictions placed upon us and forge an alliance.
Jiang Che's tense shoulders relaxed.
After much anticipation, he had thought something earth-shattering was afoot. It turned out to be merely a marriage alliance.
Having been scarred by betrayal in the upper realm,
he had long since extinguished any passion for romance. Marrying anyone was just the same.
Yet, recalling the circumstances, he couldn't help but inquire. Is it that elder whose consort was killed? Indeed. Jiang Yuntian nodded.
It is precisely because she has set her sights on a member of our Jiang family that we now find ourselves with this opportunity to rise from the ashes.
A sardonic thought crossed Jiang Che's mind, an elderly bull courting tender grass.
Yet, he mused, after drifting through the realm of the dead for countless years, it was uncertain who the bull and who the grass truly were.
I agree,
Jiang Che affirmed without hesitation. Contemplating that with the resources of the Xianin sect at his disposal, he might ascend more swiftly in this life and then seek revenge.
Excellent. Truly, you are the pride of the Jiang family, Jiang Yuntian exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy.
Even the elders of the Jiang family, who had been holding their breath,
began to relax and display expressions of delight.
However, their gazes toward Jiang Che were increasingly filled with pity, which caused his heart to sink.
Why such pity? Is it merely a marriage alliance? Shouldn't your elation be greater knowing the Jiang family is saved? Why do you look at me with such sympathy? He pondered. Is the bride-to-be unattractive?
That shouldn't be the case. Cultivators naturally enhance their physical forms when absorbing the essence of heaven and earth.
I hereby declare. Tonight the Jiang family shall host a grand banquet to bid farewell to my son, Jiang Yuntian announced loudly. Farewell? Isn't this union merely about me marrying a wife? Wait. Is it possible I am to be adopted into the family?
His mind became a whirlwind of confusion, allowing Jiang Yuntian to embrace him emotionally, shedding tears while apologizing to him and his mother.
Mother and son?
Jiang Che thought, recalling that this body's mother had long since passed.
Suddenly, a bold hypothesis struck him, and he took a deep breath to suppress the unsettling premonition rising within him, asking, "May I inquire who the Jiang family's marriage partner is?" An eerie silence enveloped the room.
A gust of wind swept through, causing the candles to flicker violently. Jiang Yuntian awkwardly released him and, under Jiang Che's astonished gaze,
slowly uttered, "Indeed, it is your father." What?
Jiang Che was convinced he had misheard. The elder from the Xianin sect had set her sights on the head of the family. The elder beside him sighed and added, "However, the condition is the position of the rightful wife of the Jiang family head."
"And what of me?"
"Their condition is that you, as the legitimate heir of the Jiang family,
shall journey to the abyss of 10,000 ghosts, joining the ghost suppression army, never to return."
A resonating buzz filled Jiang Che's mind. He finally comprehended the source of their pity, not out of concern for him marrying an unattractive woman, but because he had become a discarded pawn.
Ha!
Jiang Che suddenly laughed, the sound reverberating through the council hall. So this is the nature of humanity. He should never have harbored any hopes. It was thus in his past life, and it remains so in this one.
However, do you truly believe that this will irrevocably sever Jiang Che's path to sanctity? Very well. Jiang Che brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeves. When shall we depart?
The elders exchanged glances, and Zhang Yuntian's grip on the armrest tightened, veins bulging. You
do not harbor resentment? Resentment?
Zhang Che gazed towards the swirling dark clouds in the direction of the abyss of 10,000 ghosts. Recalling the woman from the upper realm who had led an ambush against him during his trials. Compared to the soul's disintegration,
the tumultuous realm of ghosts is but a trifling predicament.
The Grand Elder hesitated. At the hour of the tiger tomorrow.
I understand.
He turned to exit the hall. Pausing at the threshold, then added, I wish my father great joy in his new marriage. Chapter 93, on the flying vessel. As the dawnlight gently illuminated the surroundings, Xiao Linger gracefully raised her delicate hand, and a flying vessel, entirely crafted from jade-green materials,
expanded in the wind. The hull shimmered with faint azure spiritual patterns, sparkling under the morning sun.
Please, Sister Lin, Xiao Linger said with a charming smile,
making a gesture of invitation.
Chen Changan wondered if this young lady had summoned the flying vessel specifically because she was unable to fly herself.
Indeed.
While the vessel could not match the speed or agility of practitioners of the same level, it offered a certain comfort. She stepped onto the vessel with delight,
only to sense an indistinct aura beneath her feet at the moment of her landing.
Peering down, she was not surprised to see the great-robed elder, Mo, concealing himself,
stealthily clinging to the bottom of the vessel. Chen Changan could not help but rub his forehead in exasperation. Why couldn't these guardians stand openly alongside the ones they were meant to protect? Did they believe that hiding would somehow enhance their role as bodyguards? Or was it merely a show of intimidation?
However, seeing the elder's expression of reluctant acceptance, Chen Changan could only extend his respect and blessings. The vessel provided a refuge from the wind, a place to rest, and an opportunity to admire the scenery. He would not pass up such a luxury.
Before long,
the vessel soared through the clouds, the mountains and rivers racing beneath them. Yet, scarcely an hour into their journey, a sudden, violent surge of spiritual energy erupted ahead. A cloud layer ruptured, and a massive ironclad ship, akin to a ferocious beast, burst forth into the sky.
Boom! A gigantic,
pitch-black flying vessel intercepted their path, adorned with blood-red patterns, and at its prow stood the elegantly dressed young man from the previous day.
Back again.
The young man sneered coldly. Xiao Linger remained unfazed, retorting with a scoff, so it's you. A good dog should not block the way.
Even at the brink of death, he persisted in his bravado. The young man's gaze greedily swept over Chen Changan before settling on Xiao Linger's exquisite visage, his eyes gleaming with desire. While in Chen Changan's company, Xiao Linger had not concealed her beauty. Originally, if you obediently handed over this woman, I could have spared your life. But now, I have changed my mind. Oh? What new idea do you have? I want it all.
The young man licked his lips. Although your looks are somewhat lacking,
you would still suffice as a foot warmer.
Upon realizing that he had set his sights on her, Xiao Linger's fair face turned icy as she stepped forward, declaring, You seek death. Her spiritual energy surged, and the oppressive aura of a late-stage Xuanwan practitioner was unabashedly unleashed. Yet the elegantly dressed young man remained unfazed, a mocking smile curling his lips.
Is that all you have?
He stepped aside, respectfully clasping his hands together. I call upon the clan elder for assistance. As his words fell, a gray-haired elder emerged, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura as deep as the ocean, undoubtedly a powerful Guiyuan realm expert.
Young one, surrender willingly.
The elder said indifferently, his voice rumbling like distant thunder, causing the flying vessel to tremble slightly.
I see now. No wonder your tongue is so sharp, you have someone backing you. And what of it?
The young man replied triumphantly.
Observing the situation, Xiao Linger did not hesitate and coldly snorted, Mo. A sudden and overwhelming pressure erupted, as if the very ocean itself had unleashed its might. The elder in gray, who had been concealed beneath the flying vessel, appeared in an instant, his terrifying aura of the eternal life realm sweeping across the heavens and the earth. In the Xianing continent, there exists an ancient adage, without entering the realm of eternal life, all is but a void. Cultivators defy the heavens and contend with fate. Yet even upon reaching the pinnacle of the returning origin realm, their lifespans are but a mere 800 years, ultimately unable to escape the clutches of mortality. Only by stepping into the eternal life realm can one truly break free from the shackles of lifespan and relish in 5,000 cycles of spring and autumn.
Those who attain the eternal life realm undergo a profound transformation, their physical bodies evolve, and their primordial spirits solidify, allowing them to invoke the laws of nature with the mere flick of a hand. A single drop of their blood can alter the rivers and lakes. A strand of their hair can cleave mountains, transcending the mundane and genuinely touching the threshold of immortality.
Within ordinary sects,
a cultivator of the eternal life realm could easily become the leader, commanding a region and instilling fear for 1,000 miles.
Even among the most prestigious factions,
such a being stands as a pillar of strength, occupying elder positions and wielding core legacies. Thus, the cultivation world regards the eternal life realm as the true starting point. Previous realms merely serve to refine one's foundation. Only upon entering eternal life does one genuinely embark on the path of immortality, earning the qualification to seek eternal life.
Consequently, cultivators of the eternal life realm are also referred to as eternal life real beings. Eternal life real being? At this moment,
the elder of the returning origin realm across the way turned pale, his voice cracking. The young man in splendid attire became ashen, his legs turning to jelly as he nearly collapsed. Elder Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gray robe billowing as if caught in an unseen wind,
his indifferent gaze sweeping over his opponent. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, whoosh, an invisible blade of air sliced through the space, and the young man felt a chilling sensation in his lower body. Bewildered, he looked down only to find the hem of his brocade robe empty, a crucial part having vanished without a trace. Blood then erupted, staining the deck of the iron-flying vessel crimson. Ah, ah! A shrill scream pierced the clouds, and the youth's eyes rolled back as he fainted from the agony. "My young lady does not favor killing," Elder Mo remarked. His tone as detached as one discussing the weather, thus, a minor act of discipline. The elder of the returning origin realm trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to his knees with a resounding thud against the deck. "Thank you, real being, for your mercy. Thank you for sparing my life." "Begone," came the response. The elder, as if granted a reprieve, hastily seized the unconscious young man and scrambled to flee, the once mighty iron vessel now disappearing erratically into the clouds, resembling a castrated dog in despair. Xiao Linger cast a discreet glance at the pool of blood, her cheeks slightly flushed. Meanwhile, Elder Mo appeared to regard the incident as trivial, swiftly vanishing into thin air. Chen Changan glanced down, and indeed, he was once more crouched beneath the vessel. Throughout the ordeal, he had leaned lazily against the railing, seemingly engrossed in the unfolding drama, showing no intention of intervening. Xiao Linger sighed in relief and turned to Chen Changan, only to find her smiling and applauding. "Very well done, Xiao Linger." She had hoped to witness at least a hint of shock on her sister's face, yet this was the response? Who exactly is this Sister Lin? Chapter 94, The City of Ghosts. After 2 days, Chen Changan and his companions finally arrived at the legendary Forbidden Area, the outskirts of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Xiao Linger stowed away the flying vessel and explained to Chen Changan, "Within the Forbidden Land, the rules are peculiar, and it is far safer to enter on foot." At this moment, a chilling wind howled around them. Despite it being midday, the sky appeared dim and dusky. A gray mist enveloped the surroundings, nearly swallowing all traces of sunlight. Chen Changan looked up at the sky, where behind the thick fog, a dim sun could be faintly discerned. Xiao Linger tightened her cloak, about to speak when she suddenly froze. Before them, the mist revealed the vague outline of a city. The grayish-blue city walls were overrun with dark red moss, and the word City of Ghosts above the gate had faded and become mottled. Strange. Xiao Linger furrowed her brow, wondering how a city could exist at the edge of a forbidden area. "Let's go in and find out." Chen Changan boldly strode toward the city gate. The scene within was even more astonishing. The long streets bustled with activity, more lively than many state capitals. However, most pedestrians hurried along, with 7 or 8 out of 10 bearing weapons. Chen Changan surveyed the area with his spiritual sense and discovered that more than half of the inhabitants were cultivators, though most were at the early stages of the materialization or profound understanding realms. "Fair ladies, will you be dining or seeking lodging?" A lean waiter emerged from a nearby tavern. Chen Changan noticed that he too possessed the cultivation of the early materialization realm. He regarded him with curiosity. "Is it customary for waitstaff in your tavern to be cultivators?" "Ah." The waiter chuckled as he led them to their seats.
In our city of ghosts, most are relatives or descendants of the ghost-subduing army, and they possess some degree of cultivation talent.
Although the environment is harsh,
the spiritual energy here is abundant, so cultivators are not uncommon.
The ghost-subduing army? Xiao Linger's eyes brightened. In a private room on the second floor of the tavern, Chen Changan lightly tapped his finger on the jade wine cup, intrigued by the waiter's narrative.
The mournful winds outside accentuated the clarity of the young man's voice. This ghost-subduing army does not fall under the military system of the Great Zhou. Most are prisoners who have committed serious crimes yet possess formidable abilities,
exiled here to guard it for eternity. Chen Changan raised an eyebrow. Will they not attempt to escape? Escape? Where would they flee? The waiter shook his head. Under heaven. All lands belong to the sovereign.
Most of their crimes are punishable by death. Should they dare to flee, they would be pursued by the Great Zhou and even hunted down by soldiers.
I see. Chen Changan nodded, then exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Linger,
both choosing to remain silent. It seemed that the news of the fallen Supreme Emperor and the crumbling dynasty had not yet reached this place.
However,
it was not entirely so. The waiter continued, to most, this may seem a cage, but for some, it is a sanctuary.
Over the years,
there have been those from families in decline, or cultivators who have found little success in their sex, who have come here and chosen to join the ghost-subduing army.
Even.
He lowered his voice, recounting how centuries ago, a prince of the Great Zhou had volunteered to come here, allegedly weary of the intrigues of the imperial court. Suddenly, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from outside the window. The two leaned against the railing to gaze out, observing a contingent of practitioners clad in dark armor patrolling the street. The leader bore a conspicuous ghostly tattoo on his face, yet possessed the prowess of the returning origin realm, causing passers-by to hurriedly avoid his path.
Did you see that scarred face? The innkeeper pointed towards a one-eyed practitioner at the rear of the formation.
That is the butcher of blood hands, who stirred up Qingzhou 120 years ago. Now he is merely a low-ranking soldier in the ghost suppression army. Xiao Linger suddenly chuckled lightly. How intriguing! To command such a complex army and be on par with the 6 pillars of the Great Zhou, the general of this army must be exceptionally formidable.
Indeed.
The innkeeper's eyes sparkled with excitement. The generals of the ghost suppression army throughout the ages have always been top-tier experts of the celestial realm. And the current commander is a legend. Rumor has it he was once a discarded disciple of the heavenly craftsman Pavilion, expelled for privately refining forbidden puppets.
70 years ago.
During the uprising in the 10,000 Ghosts Cavern, he led 300 ghostly puppets into the inner cavern and single-handedly. His words abruptly halted.
Unbeknownst to him,
a figure clad in a white robe and a bronze mask had appeared at the staircase, the mask adorned with a blood-red inscription on its forehead.
The entire second floor fell silent as a grave.
In truth, Chen Changan had long sensed his presence, but was too engrossed in the tale to pay him any heed.
Third Commander.
The innkeeper's voice quivered with trepidation.
Leave us. The masked figure commanded.
You have not violated military discipline, so why are you so fearful of me? Why yes, I shall prepare food and drink for the esteemed guests right away.
The innkeeper, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly descended the stairs.
The white-robed figure approached, the bronze mask glinting with a cold sheen under the dim sunlight.
Subsequently, a voice reminiscent of metal grinding emerged from beneath the mask. Ladies, are you intrigued by our ghost suppression army? Though he addressed the two,
his gaze was fixated on the empty space a few steps behind Xiao Linger, as if something unseen stood there. Chen Changan lightly spun the teacup in his fingers, the emerald tea reflecting the enigmatic smile in his eyes. It is acceptable.
Mainly out of interest in the 10,000 Ghosts Cavern.
The white-robed figure feigned ignorance to his words, slightly tilting the bronze mask yet stubbornly maintaining his focus on